you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg
I
Maidens.
just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Dallas-Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Things could get real spicy here throughout this game as Dončić rips another one and immediately turns to the Mavericks bench.
And part one of the revenge is now in the books. Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ featuring Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Pepe running things live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And hopefully you are fine off of the lack of sleep if you stayed up to watch Luka Dončić record his triple-double and the LA Lakers taking care of the Dallas Mavericks in LA.
You know, I saw some salty Mavs stands who are just like, oh, I'm glad he's gone. I'm not going to... Not I'm glad he's gone, but well, it's over. You know, the Mavs. I'm a Mavs fan. Like, screw Luka. Calling that a soft triple-double.
Oh, I could not disagree more.
You guys are just losers, man. That was not a soft. He was in complete control of that basketball game.
I had a couple people the other night when I was tweeting. I assume everyone wasn't watching on a late Saturday night, Denver, LA, like me as a loser. And I was like 19-5-5 at half, and I had like 2 or 3 of the whiners say, "What are you just going to update him every single day?" Like, so what? Like, yeah, I can look at a box score. Yeah, I'm going to update everything he does for the next 10 years.
Oh, yeah.
If you don't like it, unfollow, or I can take care of it for you. But, Bobby, you agree with Luka in control despite not having the 50-point vengeance.
Yeah, he didn't have the shooting night that he wanted. But I mean, I thought he played great. Like, I mean, the fact that he was not turning the ball over, he was distributing the ball. I felt like in the first half we saw 7 cross-court passes that ended up in wide-open threes that the Lakers were knocking down.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, I mean, clearly their focus was we're going to triple-team Luka. Jason Kidd essentially talked about that coming out of halftime, but they were going to triple-team Luka, and he just went, okay, all right, if you're going to give me open shots everywhere else, I'll distribute the basketball, and because your tallest player on the court right now is about as tall as Peyton, I'm just going to collect 30 rebounds in this game. But I thought he was... Defensively, I thought he was pretty good for most of the night. He was distributing the ball. He was rebounding. And, yeah, the shots weren't going down, but I felt like once they took that 3 off the board in the first quarter, I felt that kind of broke his rhythm.
Yeah, why did they take that 3 off?
He had about a half an inch of his heel on review that tapped the baseline. And so they said he was out.
Because when we went to that break and I updated the points scored, I'm like, he's got 10. He's on pace for 40, and then all of a sudden kind of zapped back to 7.
Yeah, it was they took the 3 off the board. When he had that double-teamed 3, the first one that he knocked down, the big rainbow 3, they said his heel, which I was a little bit like, come on, leave it on the board. Just leave it on there. That was impressive, yeah.
The Lakers were up 16. He got cut to 8 at half thanks to Max Christie and Kyrie's 18. Kyrie balled out. I love that from Kyrie. He's like, you know what? This is a showcase game, and I'm going to remind everyone of who I am. He was spectacular. And then it got down to 3 in the third quarter. Klay Thompson doing his part in the fourth, but well, I don't know, unfortunately or not. That leads to my next question. LeBron matching Klay. I found myself rooting for the Mavericks to win this game. Back to my poll question. Do you want Luka 50, Lakers win? Luka 50, Mavs win? Luka shut down? Kevin Hagelin voted for that. You're not going to watch like Mike Bassick. I found myself deciding within the game, Luka 50, but I was rooting for a Mavericks win. I don't know whether I was finding myself caught in the comeback because I wanted it to be a closer game for drama in the fourth quarter. But a lot of times with these games, I can't decide what I want until my emotions take over in the moment. But I was rooting for the Mavericks to actually get the W.
No. Screw them. Screw them. Because, cheering for the Mavs is cheering for Nico. Can't separate the two.
I don't. Yeah, you can. I think you can separate.
Cheering for Dumont.
Can't you separate cheering for Luka but not cheering for the Lakers?
You can't separate them. No, I don't know.
I disagree.
I don't know. Can you? I mean,
you can cheer for Luka to perform well in individual. You can't cheer for Luka's overall success without cheering for the Lakers, though. But like in terms of if you want to see Luka win a championship, you're cheering for the Lakers to win a title.
Well, if you want to see him win a championship,
right, that's what I said,
or do you just want to see him ball out?
Yeah, like that's what I say. In an individual game, yeah, you can cheer for Luka. I want you to get all yours, and then it's like, even though people didn't have, it's like back in the 90s, you probably rooted for your basketball team, but you wanted to see Jordan score 60 on you almost. Like you did want to see Jordan put on a show.
Yeah.
But you wanted to win. I don't think that's the case on this one. I think people are so mad at the Mavericks and so mad at their defiance towards the fan bbase that they start going about, okay, if you don't care about me, I want you to hurt too. I want you to feel bad.
It's like, yes, you can't. Let me amend my statement. It's too soon to separate the two. It's too soon. Cheering for the Mavs last night was cheering for Nico and the trade. And it's just too soon for me.
Luka on playing with the emotions against his former team.
Like I said, it's a weird game, different game. But I can't even explain what kind of emotions were. Just a lot of emotions, seeing the guys out there, seeing the guys I played. I went through a lot with the guys, so it was fun.
All right, let's count the stare downs. We got the one early on. It was definitely towards the Mavs bench. I couldn't tell whether then he was looking for Nico underneath the basket as Nico was trying to sit in a back corner, but it did feel like there was some venom directed towards Jason Kidd, who said he had not spoken to Luka since, I believe, exchanging texts. I even thought that was a victory for Kidd. I was like, okay, let me read into this. Let me be guilty of sports talk here.
Because he didn't reply to Nico. Right. Nico said he tried to reach him, and he did not reply to him once. So if he replied to Kidd and they actually exchanged texts, that's probably better footing than Nico.
Yeah, I'm guessing that from reading that, it felt like they exchanged texts, but no communication since then. But there was a stare down. There was a stare down towards the Mavs bench, and Luka said he did not notice Nico during the halftime warm-ups when Nico was just kind of leaning against the scorer's table with two Mavs fans holding up a sign that says, "Loyalty never fades," and they crossed out the never.
Right, never. Loyalty does fade, absolutely.
And the little thank you Nico chant that broke out from a ton of Mavs. Arash Markazi, longtime LA reporter, said, "I have not seen this many Dallas media members in California since the Jerry Malibu party." I mean, Donnie was out there. Jeff Kolb was out there. Joe Trahan was out there. A lot of the Mavs, Tim McMahon followers were out there, as Tim would label them.
Yeah.
Everyone was there from the Metroplex.
So that was the stare down. Was that directed at the bench or just 10 rows back?
No idea.
Yeah, I think I looked at it and I was like, I didn't feel like it was laser focused on Kidd. I felt like it was just in general, like him looking over, like, y'all wanted this, like just in general towards Dallas, and like this is what you get.
The hilarious thing was like the side eye shots where you catch your Zuckerberg shots where Jason Kidd's on the bench and his eyes are wandering to the right towards Luka. It looked like Nico was kind of watching Luka warm up as he dropped down and did the push-ups. There were a couple perfect shots last night, still photos. They're taken out of context.
Sure.
But Luka was not dropping down to show Nico he was in great physical shape. He lost his half-court three-point competition. There's the painted-esque photo of Luka looking up into the stands. That could be AI generated. I don't care. I posted it.
It still look cool.
And then as Tolo Mike sent me this morning, there's the Luka Devin Harris look up with Nico as Devin Harris. So
Devin Booker,
awesome.
yeah.
Devin Booker, I'm sorry.
But no, he was. I mean, that was last night. The in general, the whole. You mentioned the push-up one where it's just this. It is a wild shot to see of Luka down on doing a push-up, and then you just see Nico off in the distance just staring. And I don't believe Luka that he didn't see Nico before the warm-ups. He absolutely saw him out there.
Didn't appear to be any interaction.
Nope. No, there was space there. He didn't try to go crossover. I thought it was interesting how separated it looked like Pelinka and Nico were. I didn't see they were kept showing them as like separated. They didn't show any shots of them like catching up or anything. I wonder if Pelinka was just like not the image I want to show my new star right now. I'll talk to Nico behind the scenes.
They only want to meet in coffee shops.
Well,
or they could meet up.
Game.
They could meet up in the free parking lot too. They could do that.
Were you guys hoping for more from Luka, or do you leave that feeling satisfied? I was hoping for a little bit more.
I mean, I wanted to see him shoot better.
Yeah,
like the shot was off.
He threw up some bricks last night.
He had one that I think it just hit the backboard. That's it. So yeah, I mean, I don't know how much of that was rust. There's still the growing pains of him getting to know all these players, especially guys. It's not so much getting to know LeBron or Austin Reeves, guys he plays 30 minutes a night with, but guys further down the bench who only get 6 to 12 minutes a game that he has to really kind of figure out.
But it shouldn't affect his shot to that
Shouldn't affect
degree.
his shot. No.
Just
that could have been adrenaline, just pressing.
Adrenaline. Now, playing off the ball could affect his shot if he's just used to, all right, my comfort comes in creating my own shot and controlling the ball instead of catching and shooting. Like, I remember, I think the one that he shot that hit off the backboard was so clearly short. That was like a move the ball around the perimeter he caught and shoot. And it does look weird when Luka just catches and shoots. But yeah, I wanted to see him shoot better, but I mean, he played a great game, I thought, overall.
Jason Kidd with his Luka reaction after.
No, I thought he was he picked his spots. He was able to find his teammates. He was Luka. He drove it, made plays, and then also finished. Probably had some looks that normally goes down for him, but he was he fills up the stat sheet like no other player. So I think he had a triple double, and again he can find his teammates, and his teammates deliver tonight.
One of the things I really loved about last night, and you can't say this too often about an NBA game, it felt like competitive juices were extremely high. It felt like, I'm going to match you, whether it's Kyrie, Najee Marshall telling LeBron, you're too small. LeBron wanted to get Luka going. The back and forth. Jason Kidd mic'd up in the huddle at the end saying, and don't forget, if you get Luka, make him pay. Basically, go at him. That's what I gathered from it. If he's defending, go at him and take advantage. What are the Tolos saying early on?
877-881-1053. Franklin injury returns fan text. I'm just going to read them in order. I wanted to see Luka put up 77. Mavs don't care about us. Blank them and the owners until Nico are gone. Blank the Mavs, blank the Lakers, blank the NBA. I hope when Luka comes back to the AAC, the fans chant Dallas loves you. I wanted the Mavs to win, but I'm glad they didn't. Can't separate the two. I want Luka to ball out and leave the Lakers. Technically, right now, if you're cheering for the Mavericks to get a championship, Luka gets one too. Our favorite individual player now wears yellow. Our beloved team is still beloved. Still want the Mavs to not make the playoffs this year and for Nico to get fired. Mavs are dead to me.
Yeah.
It's
I mean, I know that's going to be the overwhelming sentiment. You will have those diehard, true blue bloods who say, my team is the Dallas Mavericks, and I have to and I will root for them no matter what.
We didn't have a great comparison for the Luka trade and the emotions that it caused. I was thinking about this last night, though. Watching the intensity of that game, it felt like LeBron's games against Cleveland early when he went back to Miami or when he was in Miami. This trade is like if instead of LeBron leaving and causing all that emotion and that hatred when he returned, Cleveland would have just traded him to Miami. And then when he returned, it would have been the opposite, where it's just that same intensity, but it's on the opposite side. It's like the two polar ends of the emotion, but the same sort of obsession with that player. And they've just completely misread it. And when he comes back to the AAC, like I said, that game will feel as big to me as LeBron going back to Cleveland. It just won't have the same hatred behind it.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up with all your thoughts. Great text messages so far. PayPay is also monitoring them on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. We fly out to Indianapolis right after the show for our coverage at the NFL Combine. No radio station has ever covered Rangers spring training and the Combine at the same time. We're doing it in Indy. We got the KMC Masterpiece and the GBag Nation in Surprise, Arizona for your favorite baseball team. Yet another report as to why they got rid of number 77. See if you're buying this one, or is it going to make you even more disgusted? Next on 105.3 The Fan.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
waiting.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
In the corner, Dončić for three, partially blocked. And that's going to be a foul. Count that. And one as Dončić gets to the basket.
There's the call on TNT. I was tremendously disappointed when I saw the B team up there for Inside the NBA with Adam Lefkoe and Vince Carter and Shaquille O'Neal. You weren't getting Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith, just part of the presentation last night as Luka 1-0 against his former team with the win in LA. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby with the 6 a.m. Club on the Fan.
It's tough to work twice a week every week.
I know.
You know, I mean, you can't do that. You can't do that for 50 weeks.
Some of the fun memes and GIFs that took place last night. Someone went and made Luka a greened out silhouette with the Lakers logo over his face, making fun of the Mavs hype video. The Lakers unveiling one of the gold jerseys up top for the retirement that says Nico Harrison. They rolled that halfway up. They put Nico with a TV shot, and the caption was finessed by Rob Pelinka. And then, of course, we had the Jumpman promo that absolutely blew up, as it's supposed to be Luka changing the Texas license plates on one of his beloved sports cars to California 77 with "All my exes live in Texas" in the background.
That was whoever is the marketing, advertising guru genius behind that.
Yep.
Apply for employment in the PR firm of the Mavericks.
Yes.
That was brilliant.
You think some Jordan Brand marketing people know what they're doing? Maybe
they might have an idea. They've been there a time or two. That was fantastic. And that one kind of felt that hurt. That hurt. That hurt a lot. I couldn't tell. That was AI. That was AI.
I assume it was AI. The physical car that was parked outside Crypto.com arena with the same license plate wasn't.
No, that wasn't. But I assume the commercial was AI. But
then they continue to bury the Mavericks with Luka goodwill, as Luka, through Jumpman, bought a parking lot offering free parking to Laker fans by some sports bar, and yet Laker fans tweeting, "Thanks for the free parking, Luka." The man buys free parking for LA fans for the big game.
What a genius. And somebody, I saw one Lakers fan that was like, you guys have to understand how big a gesture this is. He just used the entirety of the rest of his contract to buy this parking lot, because it is like $120 to park in this lot for each spot. And so he was that
good gosh, I wonder how much that lot, like, I mean, can you imagine you just buy a parking lot?
Whoever I'm excited for. There have been so many different things that Jordan Brand's already done with social media posts and other things for Luka since he got traded.
By the way, the caption on that at the end, "Full tank, no mercy."
This is what they've done. Caption. This is what they've opened up. I'm genuinely excited to see what they're going to do for Luka coming back to Dallas. They're going to have some sort of promo stuff that whole week, and it's going to be, it'll be really, because I would have never thought. That's a genius move. I don't know why no athletes ever thought of, like, my return on buying a parking lot. Like, it's something you would never think about, but such a big gesture.
He probably didn't even do it.
No, I'm not saying him. I'm talking about Jordan Brand, that they're marketing folks, that they came up with that. It's brilliant.
There's a better chance that they raise the parking for that game than they offer free parking.
I did like the one meme of, I think I sent it to you guys. Mavs film room tweeted, they said Nico Harrison watching 77 warm up, and it was the image quote of Urban Meyer, and it says, "Who's this 99 guy on the Rams?"
All right, so those are all the funny or not so funny things taking place around the big time matchup. But before the game, we had a report from longtime NBA insider, friend of Chris Arnold, Mark Spears. And I was sitting there in the barbershop, and Bobby sent this over, and I got up to walk out. I got up to walk out because I'm out
of the chair. She was in the middle of cutting your hair.
No, I was in the waiting.
Okay,
I was in the waiting area. If there's usually, I'm a haircut snob. Like, I hate getting my hair cut. So if there's two people, I leave.
Two people.
I'm not even gonna wait. So there was one person, and I saw this, and I was like, screw this. I'm up. I'm out of here. I'll go to Indianapolis looking shaggy. But it was Mark Spears saying that the reason the Mavericks traded Luka Dončić is Jaylen Brown from the NBA Finals matchup against the Celtics. Quote, what Jaylen Brown did to Luka in the finals, shutting him down, guarding him full court, making it unbearable offensively, led Dallas to questioning Luka as the leader of the team and questioning whether he was in shape or not.
You know what? He really did get shut down, man. Yeah, I mean, it was only 29 a game. I mean, you can't even average 30 a night in the finals.
29, 9, and 5.
It's terrible. I mean, you're not even averaging a double-double. Hey, you just, you know what? You're a bum. You're a bum. We got to get you out of here. We got to keep the other guy who was even worse from a field goal percentage. Kyrie was 41% from the field, 28 from 3. You know, at least Luka was 47 from the field. A little bit worse from 3, 25%. Not great. But to say that's the reason, I mean, you're just not being honest with your fan base. It's evident right now. They are so panicked over there.
Scrambling.
They're scrambling for any report. We're just going to float all these kind of reports out there.
Yep.
You want this report? We'll give you this one. Oh, you want this one? We'll give you this one. You're just not being honest. It had nothing to do with Jaylen Brown.
I genuinely don't. It makes me question everything about these last, what are we at now, 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks? Everything about the last 3.5 weeks just makes me question their ability to run this organization. And it's exposed so many things about the way they operate that it makes me say, did you just have dumb luck for the first 2.5 years that something didn't blow up in your face?
The Mavericks are stupid.
Yeah, I mean, exactly, Brian Windhorst. That's the issue. I said this to you guys. I don't think I said it on the air, but I know I told you all in a text that imagine if Kyrie's tweet that got him in trouble in Brooklyn for that documentary that he tweeted out. Imagine if that happened here with this Dallas PR group, how they might have screwed that up. It is a complete gift that Kyrie Irving hasn't had any of the issues that he previously had in his career had happened here with this group, because there is no telling how bad they would have botched that and how much trouble they would have gotten in with the NBA for continuing to snowball an issue.
And this new group, I don't remember talking about Mavs PR in my previous 14 years here, but we should keep stressing it is someone new, right?
Yeah.
Relatively new.
Yeah, like they've been there for a long time. Like, you know, like Sarah Melton was in charge of the PR for, you know, during a lot of the Dirk years.
Sarah Melton, Scott Tomlin, like they were.
And I know Sarah's out there. I don't think Scott's there anymore either.
No, Scott, I said the other day, is with Dirk's charity foundation.
Okay, so it's, I don't know how long they've been. The people that are there have been have been leading the charge there, but man, it's been misstep after misstep, and it's like they're always chasing. You know, they never got out in front of it. They're chasing, and it's like, okay, we screwed this up. We didn't recognize the reaction. We didn't know it was going to be like this. So now we've got to keep throwing these crazy stories out there, or these rumors of, oh, this is why, oh, this is why, oh, this is why. The reality is that you're just trying to play catch up.
So we're not putting any weight into this whatsoever, right? I can't believe it. And if it is actually true, the Nico Harrison pursuit of a build-your-own character on NBA Live continues. Okay, so maybe arguably the best, most versatile perimeter defender in the NBA gave your superstar a hard time, and I gave Luka a hard time for being dramatic with all the injuries. He was clearly banged up. Yeah. All right, were some of these 29 points garbage time? Maybe. He did not play great in the finals whatsoever. He hung his team out there to dry. I would have believed it more if the report was Luka getting ejected or Luka not being there for his team, which launched the Brian Windhorst rant. Yeah. I would have bought that a lot more than this, struggling at times against a fantastic defender in Jaylen Brown. All right, so you have to find the person that Jaylen Brown can't stop in order to have that be the face of your franchise. That's asinine. That's actually unbelievable to me. I don't believe it. I think Mark Spears, he got fed something.
Maybe, but here's the only thing with Mark Spears. Mark Spears has generally been on top of a lot of Mavericks. He does have a Nico relationship. And he's generally been on top of a lot of different Mavericks inside. I don't remember him missing really on anything with the Mavs. And
I'm not saying he made it up.
No, right.
I'm saying he reported some of their BS.
Right, but I mean, the fact that they're even allowing that to be a narrative that they want to put out there again shows just how stupid they are if that's what they're doing. I mean, because
now every single matchup they face Boston, I'm going to track the guy that Jalen is scoring and see what their field goal percentage ends up being. And again, it provides no answer to Kyrie being crap in that series and shrinking in front of the Celtics crowd, in front of those damn leprechauns, those massholes, and Kyrie shriveling up. And there's no punishment for that. No decision based off that. Come on, give me a break.
Yeah, but it's also you got to remember that Nico already had a poor view of Luka Dončić and his work ethic and different things like that. So I saw this morning. Mark Stein had a post yesterday, I guess, where he was just kind of talking about where things stood and how things got to where they were. And it had gotten, this wasn't just like it kind of flippantly happened, talking over coffee. He said, whispers via league sources suggest that Dallas's decision makers, most notably general manager Nico Harrison, no longer wanted Planet Mavericks to orbit around Dončić and had grown determined to trade him by the summer at the latest. He wanted to get ahead of, quote, a tumultuous summer, referring to Luka's looming eligibility for a Supermax extension.
He wants the Chauncey Billups Pistons.
Yeah.
That's what he wants. You always criticize Adam Silver, and I heard Dan Patrick, my new best friend from the Super Bowl, saying this yesterday. Adam Silver is about the players. He knows that the NBA is more of a players' league. Nico Harrison apparently did not get that memo that the NBA superstar is going to run things. He is going to have more power and control than your coach, maybe outside of Greg Popovich, who may have coached his last game, more than the general manager, more than anyone. It's the NBA, which you have worked in with some of the biggest stars in the history of the sport through Nike.
That's the thing. There's no excuse. He's repped all of these players that have wielded their power for years. No one should know better than him what that power can get you in this league.
He wants like the rookie Brady Belichick teams where they all run out together holding hands.
Yeah.
He doesn't want Tom at the end. He wants Tom in the very, very beginning.
Makes sense. Nico's Gerard Mayo. That's what Nico is. Nico's Gerard Mayo, totally in over his head.
Kyrie and Luka with the warm exchange beforehand and after. Here's Kyrie on going up against his hermano.
Awkward as you know? Yeah, no, it was awkward, but at the same time, it was fun. You know, we got a chance to, feel like we were in practice all over again, going at each other. That was a good reflection point. And then just, seeing the crowd cheer for him and just get him going and see him make some of the tough shots that I've seen him make thousands of times. That's probably made it even more awkward. But, it was fun. It was fun competing. A lot of high-level basketball players out there, a lot of high-level plays, high IQ plays. It's what you want to be a part of as a competitor. And you could tell J.J. Redick was trying to prepare the guys emotionally, especially Luka, and I feel like he handled himself well. It was a good show out in LA against two good teams.
Kyrie talking like I described in the first segment, like high-end competitive basketball. He brought it with 35. PJ Washington did not. 0 for 9 with 0 points. 10 rebounds, 5 assists, 4 blocks. He filled it up. Poor man Karolinko-esque stat line. Very poor man, AK-47, but nothing for PJ. Didn't even notice him for most of the night. As Najee Marshall, Spencer Dinwiddie flashing, along with Dante Exum off the bench.
PJ Washington, by the way, the first Maverick to make sure that he sauntered over to Luka as time expired and greeted him.
Wait, congratulate him on his newborn.
Yeah, congratulate him on his newborn. And you remember that whole standing on business thing started with PJ Washington saying, like, I'm going to stand up for 77. Like, that's my job. And so, look, I think you watch the post-game handshake line where every single person basically went in a line to greet Luka, and it felt like sincere. It's really hard to sell this narrative that Nico wants to, just like he was toxic here, and he was just destroying the fabric of the organization.
Nah, he's out of shape, man. He got worked by Jaylen Brown.
Back to the Mavs at 7 here on DFW Sports Station. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Bell. Is there a fight for Myles Garrett inside the NFC East? And is Rob Gronkowski coming back to join Travis Kelce as two legendary tight ends wanting to play together at the same time all over again? We'll take you inside the combine and around the NFL on the home of the boys next.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay. And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Heading out to the NFL Combine, as that sexy voice in that promo just said, we are your home of the Dallas Cowboys. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt. Let's take you inside the star and around the NFL, then back to Luka against the Mavericks. Pete Carroll commenting on his former protege, Brian Schottenheimer, and the phone conversation he had with Jerry Jones about it. Quote from Pete: Brian is ready. He's been waiting for this opportunity for a number of years. I just told Jerry all the positive stuff about him, the stuff we'd been through together, and the confidence I had in him. Tried to reassure him because it sounded like he was really in the lead position to get that job. I was trying to help Jerry feel good about it too because he was starting to get ready. I was glad I had a chance to help him. So there's Pete Carroll leaving out the possibility that he tried to backstab Brian Schottenheimer and get the Cowboys job himself before landing in Vegas.
I was going to say, saying I was glad to help him is a little bit of that might be
So that's improvement.
a more sunshiny description of it than what might have actually occurred. But then again, maybe after Jerry talked to Pete Carroll a little bit, he was like, ooh, yeah, we should hire Brian Schottenheimer and not this guy. So maybe that's how he helped him out. Maybe that's what he means.
All right, is there a battle for Myles Garrett inside the NFC East, and it would not involve your Dallas Cowboys? There's a report that the Philadelphia Eagles could try to leapfrog the Washington Commanders. Yesterday, the news came out. They're allowing Jonathan Allen to seek a trade, and Bobby was like, I wonder if that could be for Osa Odigizua. Well, maybe it could be for Myles Garrett. And it's Jeremy Fowler, who's got some credentials over there at ESPN, saying that Philadelphia, they may want to try to block this and they may get more aggressive if it looks like the Commanders are zeroing in on the Aggie.
Man, that's interesting because Howie doesn't really kind of fit into any mold. He's like he's an analytics guy, but he'll sign a running back to a big deal. Analytics. A couple of them. He's like an aggressive GM, but he also he'll take a million shots in the draft and everything. And this is weird because it feels like it's an old school maneuver. Like an old school GM would try to block him going to another a foe in the division instead of overpaying and getting into a bidding war for somebody.
Yeah, I mean, how much do you believe in what Washington did last year? And how much do you believe that looks like a team that's ready to compete with us for the next 8 to 10 years? And how valuable is it at that point to potentially get in the way of that?
If you believe in Jaden, then you believe in their chances of competing.
The Eagles could potentially make an offer that the Browns could not refuse. The Browns GM was talking yesterday, and he's like, it doesn't matter what type of phone calls we've received, because we're not interested in moving Myles. So they're going to continue to say that. I'd be willing to put an awful lot on Myles Garrett moving. Cleveland has to take this stance, and it doesn't make any sense for the Browns to go ahead and hold on to him unless they're completely disrespected in terms of the value.
Yeah, see, this is the way that you create trade value. You not only have a generational talent, you also tell people like, you want to get him from us, you're going to have to just blow us away because we are not getting rid of this player at all. That's not happening. Even Pat Riley faked like he wasn't going to get rid of Jimmy Butler. Nope, no circumstances not doing that.
Yep.
And so that's the position you got to take. So savvy move from the Browns.
Brian Broaddus may have a spot in the Cleveland front office because we have someone else saying that they see Travis Hunter as a wide receiver over a corner. Here's Brian Callahan.
Yeah, it's very realistic. I think he's a unique player that there's not a whole lot of other players you could compare what he's done. There's not many guys that have played that many snaps on both sides of the ball. And you watch his tape and you see his ability to play both at a very high level. So, I think anybody that you talk to about him is going to say the same thing, that he's got the ability to play both. And that I think you're going to find out where he fits if you were to get him. But he's got a really unique ability to do a lot of different things.
Well, the part that's missing in that audio, there was a quote about him leaning more towards wideout.
Well, Andrew Berry, who has the number 2 pick in the draft with the Browns, he also sees him as a receiver.
Wait, Brian Callahan, is that Titans?
Yes.
Yeah, he's corner, right?
Yeah, he's the Titans head coach. Andrew Berry had said, I'd say this, in terms of Travis Hunter, cornerback or receiver, the answer is yes. He can play both, and I think that's what makes him special. We would see him as a receiver primarily first. But I think part of, again, what makes him a bit of a unicorn is the fact that he can do both at a high level. So the fact that Cleveland, who right near the top of the draft, if Travis Hunter goes number 2 in the draft, that's Travis Hunter being picked as a receiver. I'm going to be really interested to see how Goodell announces his pick.
Which one do you think has more value, by the way, right now today? But I told you he was a 10 at wideout and a 10 at corner.
I mean, the market, the way they pay for it, they'll tell you it's receiver. Because, I mean, CD and all those guys, they're getting 35. The corner market's still like 22. But, man.
But is there just more good receivers?
Who are you more?
Give me the top 5 wideouts versus the top 5 corners, and you're going to have a much more loaded list of receiver names.
Corner's more volatile, I feel like year to year. I feel like Jair Alexander can be the best corner in the league one year, and then he's getting roasted. Diggs is great one year, and then he's getting roasted.
Yeah. Well, a lot of it's matchups, what's your schedule like?
Which hurts this team more when they're missing Bland or Lamb?
Oh, for this team, Lamb.
And so, I think a lot of these teams, if you look at and say they've got a top, I think Garrett Wilson missing might hurt the Jets more in terms of their ability to win games than if Sauce Gardner was out. And Sauce Gardner is a better player than Garrett Wilson.
Okay. The Matt Stafford stuff is not dying down. It's getting louder and louder and louder as apparently the Giants, the Steelers, the Browns, and the Raiders showing interest in Matthew Stafford. And Choppy, the Giants front office, mark it down every year. It's an annual tradition. The New York Giants front office continuing to make Choppy pleased.
Whenever you're feeling down about the Cowboys or about the Mavs sending Luka to the Lakers, it's always a great day to have the New York Giants in your division. Because Joe Shane is making it sound like they're going to maybe go hard after Matthew Stafford. Maybe they're going to go hard after him. And,
he basically said, I'm willing to take big swings, and I'm talking about big swings for winning in 2025.
Yeah.
I sent that right to the meatballs, the New York Giant college friends, with a ha, 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 ha. And I warned of this a week or two ago. How do you as an owner tell your front office, this ain't a win-now situation, we don't go and get Matt Stafford? Or maybe the owner is just as desperate as the general manager with all the Giant fans freaking out, and Brian Daboll.
Maybe they are. But, this is the Giants. Mel Kiper had the Giants passed on Shador, right? Anyway, in his mock draft, getting Travis Hunter. But for them to have this to be in play, Matthew Stafford in play, this is not taking a big swing. The memes yesterday, the gifs of all these at bats where guys are taking pitches right down the middle. And this is Joe Shane swinging at a quarterback, and he's just not even taking the bat off his shoulder. This is not taking a big swing. This is bunting a guy over to second base. If you get an old man at quarterback, I love it.
What's a big swing? Realistically,
big swing, drafted. If Shador is on the board, that's a big swing. If Cam Ward is on the board, it's a big swing. Trade up to 1, that's a big swing.
And then more tie-ins to possibly Aaron Rodgers replacing Stafford in L.A.
Yeah,
with Devontae.
Yeah, this was from the New York Daily News yesterday, and they were reporting that Aaron Rodgers has completely turned his sights towards Los Angeles is where I want to be, that he wants to go to the Rams, and that he would be the replacement for Matt Stafford. Not just that.
He lives in the Bill.
As soon as Devontae Adams gets cut, he'd be bringing Devontae Adams right there with him. So if the Rams...
Is Stafford's arm that bad? Is it that...
No, Stafford's arm was an issue 2 years ago. He's recovered from it mostly. It's just he was...
Yeah, you guys missed on that. You thought his arm was going to fall off.
I mean, to be fair, the Rams were treated like it was too.
Matt Stafford, his arm, to me, is... I'm taking that arm over Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, 100%.
Swapping out Aaron Rodgers for Matt Stafford, I have to do a lot of thinking to
Sean McVay must be impossible to get along with.
Or, I mean, it just could be an issue of the Rams' philosophy of use you up and discard you, and that's what we're going to do. And if they look at Rodgers and say, you know what, he performed, I didn't think he was bad last year with the Jets. He was okay. That was all it was. But that's the Jets. Does McVay get something else out of him to where Aaron Rodgers can be passable, and they replace they use Adams and Rodgers to replace Stafford and Kupp without having to give up any capital, and then they get capital for those guys? I mean, it wouldn't be bad as a means of getting you over a little bit.
It sounds like Taylor Swift is not going away, according to Brett Veach, Chiefs GM.
How we left at the end of the season is that he was fired up. He has one more year under contract, and still think he has that fire and desire to play. And as far as I'm concerned, there is no deadline. I think we left it as he'd be back, and we're excited to get him back and get him going.
Okay, so it sounds like Travis Kelce will be back. No deadline, as was previously reported. Mid-March, let us know. And then my brother is already lighting me up, saying you're just like these first fake shows. What a BS tease you gave about Rob Gronkowski wanting to play football again.
Yeah, maybe he does. Yeah, that's the rumor. But look,
that came from the fan in Denver.
Okay, Cave. Yeah. So here's the thing with Kelce. Does he not seem like a guy who just He's a family guy now, man. He got a dog. He got a dog with her. He's out. He's checked out.
I think there's a lot of NFL players that own dogs.
I'm
Although Brandon
sure-
Aubrey doesn't.
I'm
We
sure
found that
you're-
out. Where your buddy thought he was watching him walk his dog, and Brandon Aubrey's like, I don't own a dog.
Man, I don't know. The guy in the first half of the Super Bowl, now nobody on the Chiefs wanted to play in the first half. I just thought that was a guy that, like, he wants to go to, like, Barcelona with Taylor Swift and just hang out.
What about Gronk? Is this ridiculous? Eye roll.
This is very ridiculous. I mean, the fact that, so the report came from Cecil Lammy, is his name, of footballguys.com. And he had said that, this came from a tweet. He said, Rob Gronkowski wants to return to the NFL. He likes what he's seen from Denver Broncos quarterback Bo Nix. And, of course, he has a relationship with head coach Sean Payton from their time working together at Fox Sports. Ian Rappaport, of course, quote tweeted it and said, nope, nonsense. So Rappaport went and, sunned him a little bit, little broed him, but
he's not coming back to not steal a ring. He's not going to go to Denver and, have to work for one. He would go to I don't even know if he goes to Kansas City. I just don't see him. I don't think that I've spent very limited time in the airport at Kansas City. It doesn't seem meatheady enough.
How quick does he have to? I don't know. Does he have enough time? He looks really thin these days.
Well,
he does not look like he's ready to play.
He was one of the guys at the Super Bowl. I was nudging Choppy, and I was like, this guy's a monster.
Yeah, he is.
I mean, he was lean, though.
Yeah,
he was really, really lean, but he's a freaking
He's big, yeah. But
hoss.
What would you guess he's lost since his playing days? 30 pounds?
Yes.
He's definitely lighter.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you can put 30 pounds on. It doesn't take that long if you eat if you eat just crushed food.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up. So that is catching you up with the Combine in Indianapolis. We are flying out there right after the show for the rest of the week. Thanks to Rhino Shield Ceramic Coating. Never paint your house again. And by Best Buy Windows and Siding. Why last night made Choppy and Bobby even sicker watching the reality of Luka against DFW. Back to the revenge game, part 1, after this. And this is Hurtado Barbecue.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Free Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
LeBron will oblige with one to shoot. And rattles home. Dončić and LeBron, the greatest combo going right now, just toying with him. Triple-double for Luka Dončić.
Greatest combo going right now. Gosh, man, we're a handful of games in, TNT.
It's like Stan Van, where he said Luka Kyrie, greatest backcourt of all time.
Yeah, something so offensive to Nico. He's like, I got to trade this guy. I don't want people making these comparisons.
Luka and the Lakers get the win over the Mavericks last night. Good morning, Metroplex. Let's take some Luka Laker calls if you have the stomach for it. What did you think while watching it? Did you change your mind with your rooting interest during it? 877-881-1053. Hit us up. 877-881-1053. And Bobby in a commercial break just started shaking his head slowly, saying last night the reality set in even more.
Yeah, it was something where you're watching it last night, and it started with the shot of him walking into the arena that TNT showed like 20 minutes before the game. And I saw him walk in there, and it has the graphic that says Dallas versus LA. And I was like, if you would have showed this to me a month ago, nothing would have looked out of place. It's like, yeah, of course, Dallas and LA. There's Luka walking in. It's like, it's so nuts to think when you watch a guy that they willingly walked away.
And to me, to the Lakers.
To the Lakers of all teams. I mean, I guess that makes sense because that's where Nico's relationship is. And Nico's such a relationship guy. But it's just, it blows my mind. And last night sitting there watching it, it did make me feel like borderline sad at times. Like, what the hell did they do? Why? There's no explanation for this. There will never be any explanation for this. And I don't know that 5 years from now, it's not going to feel like that again. Like 5 years from now, when Luka rolls in town, it might still, you watch and go like, God, it's like watching your ex walk in with somebody. What is this? This sucks.
So bad. It's so weird. Watch that game. It was just the weirdest feeling. It really was. Like I found myself just watching Luka. Like that's it.
Yeah.
But like, it's a Maverick game. Usually you watch the team. You know what? I just found myself just paying attention to him wherever he was on the floor. And when he wasn't on the floor, all I wanted to do was see him get back on the floor. It was a very strange feeling.
Now you know how the young generation feels of sports fans, whether it's Nick Harris or RJ's kids, that you start paying attention to the player and not the team like we grew up with.
I mean, like the only time I've done that is with Manning. Like that's it.
With who?
With Manning. With Peyton. You know, like as
I thought you said Banny.
I don't know.
I know you guys had
Banny too.
Bromance, but man,
I know. I just watched him manage. It was the way he gave the way he would call first and third. That was amazing. But yeah, it's just like that's the only time I've ever done that. And last night it was like, okay, I feel like I'm kind of doing this again. I guess maybe I did a little bit with Jason Kidd. He was my favorite player like for a while. But I mean, he was on the Mavs, so it was easy.
What was it like for you? 877-881-1053. Luka just saying, I cannot wait to go to sleep. I'm glad this is over, and closure is going to take a while, but it's happening day by day. Dusty and Rockwall, you're first up with Sean and RJ. Go ahead, Dusty.
What's up, guys? Listen, I don't think y'all are talking about one of the most important things as a Maverick fan. I was a fan before Luka. He was awesome to watch while I was here, and it was great to watch him last night. But at no point was I rooting for the Mavericks to lose that game. The effort that the guys are putting forth on the court, guys, y'all are not talking about. It's awesome what Kidd is getting out of the team. Go Mavs.
Hey, I respect the call.
I do too, but I mean, it is the same spot. There are plenty of people who say this is not a unique case. It's a unique case for the Dallas Mavericks. There have been plenty of people over the last decade or plus who have said, I love the Cowboys. I was a Cowboys fan before Jerry got here, but until Jerry's got, I'm not. I want them to suffer for it. Like that is something that people have felt. Fans have felt. So this
but
is.
Have they stuck to it?
I think there are some people who like the misery and like watching when they struggle. They'll still watch. They consume it, just like people are consuming the Mavericks right now. But there are a lot of them that want to watch them suffer.
Look, I want to pay a little attention to the point that the Tolo brought up about playing hard. There has to be a segment of the Mavs front office or a portion of Nico's brain that does believe, hey, we're playing harder without him. Look, we did go 3-0. We won 5 of 6. No one expected that. Like the effort that we gave last night, that effort is not there with him on the court full time. Now, the talent a lot of times is enough to overcome maybe not getting a defensive assignment, getting blown by, not a rotation, a technical foul that you give up with a point, as we saw Luka with the tech last night. I do think this try hard, play hard mentality is a positive for them so far, because they have played hard, and no one expected them to be 3-0 or winning 5 of 6.
They have played hard. We have seen this in the NBA before. I think it was Utah a few years ago. They had like a really nice year. Nice start to their year, at least.
Yes.
Like, they were completely undermanned. And people kept talking about, but like it's kind of fraudulent. They're playing at a really high level. They're playing hard. In a regular season NBA game, guys are giving like 70%.
Yep.
They're giving 90. If you're in the NBA, you're giving 90. The other team's giving 70. I don't care how different the talent is. 90 is going to win out a lot. When you get to the playoffs, everyone's giving max effort.
Yep.
And you get exposed. And that's like, and I'm not saying the Mavs are going to get exposed, because they'll get healthy. And they'll get Gafford. They'll get Anthony Davis
They're
back.
going to have a scary team. They are. They're going to be a frightening matchup. If
you won't be able to get anything outside of a 3 against them, you just won't. So they're going to be a difficult team to match up with, because they're going to be completely different, built differently than the rest of the NBA. Well, not all the NBA, but a lot of the rest of the NBA. But right now in the regular season, you can get by with just effort.
Moral victories just don't replace actual victories. They're shooting 41% the last 4 games.
Richard and Allen, you're next up on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Go ahead, Rich.
How's it going? I wanted to say that my comparison is when Emmitt Smith went to the Cardinals and then we played them, I was rooting for us to win, right? And Roy Williams laid a big hit on Emmitt Smith. I was going crazy. I believe we won that game, and that's the way that I felt about this game. Also, I want to give a shout-out to the Allen Eagles for beating North Crowley last night in basketball. Hey, up. Thank you, guys.
Hey, Richard, real quick. Do you remember what Emmitt Smith said about the Cowboys that offseason that caused fans to root against him?
I don't remember.
He said he was a diamond surrounded by trash in Dallas. Luka has handled everything but there's nothing unlikable that Luka's done since. I think that's also part of why it's different. You're also talking about a guy who's at the end of his career where people were like, we got to get him out.
Good call, man. Appreciate it. Velton and Arlington, you're next up here on 105.3 The Fan. Go ahead, man.
Hey, you guys just really hit on it. I hadn't heard anybody talk about it yet. We're missing 3 7-footers. There was a point in the time where LeBron was just in the paint, just dominating, and it's like, man, there's no big man down there. Dwight Powell came back, but it's just the Mavericks don't have any big men right now, and it's going to be hard to win games just because of that simple fact. But when they come back, they're literally probably the best team in the league.
Woo! There you go. The best team in the league. Sounding like Charles Barkley and Kendrick Perkins.
Too bad you've structured your roster around big men that are always hurt. You're going to deal with this a lot.
That's gonna bite him.
And if AD, as he's wont to do, he doesn't want to show up all the time as a first or second scorer. If he's not going to give you 27 a night in the playoffs, you don't have a second scorer. That terrifies me, because then it's way too much reliance on Kyrie Irving. If AD isn't going to consistently show up as an alpha, which he does not want to do, you're in trouble offensively. But otherwise, they're a terrifying matchup. Andreas in Dallas. Andreas, you're next up here on Sean and RJ.
Good morning, fellas. 2 things. Seeing Luka in the Lakers jersey last night was hard to watch. Number 2, these Mavs have proved me wrong. They've been playing really, really good, and everyone else has said it. Once we reach the playoffs, hopefully we make it and get our big men back. I think we're going to be the best team in the Western Conference. We're just going to have too much size for people to deal with. That's all I have.
And if they make the finals or win the championship, how are you feeling towards Nico?
He's still dead to me. If they win 2 or 3 titles with this group, and then you can always say what if with Luka, but until we actually win one, it's always going to be, I said, he said. So That's all I have.
Thanks for the call. See, the last 2 callers were talking about the excitement of the Mavs as a playoff matchup. They did not say, until we drug it out of him, Nico's basketball death, hey, I don't care how far they go. I don't care what they do. It doesn't matter as a matchup. It's not going to count. At least in the last two calls, they're focused on like this team and the playoff possibility. Mike in Dallas, you're up next. Mike, you're live on the Fan.
Yes, sir. Hey, all of the Mavs fans around the Metroplex, man, I want y'all to say with me at the same time. Thank you, Nico.
Oh, my.
Thank you, Nico.
Laker Mike.
Hey, man, listen. Yeah, you guys going to have the tallest team, but, man, three of those guys, Street Clothes is going to be back over there in that powder blue Mavs fur coat. He's going to be hurt again. Trust me. I've seen this. The other two guys really can't shoot, so they're going to be a liability on offense. And sometimes, man, you're going to have at least 2 to 3 players out there that's going to be taller than everybody else. But, dude, the load is going to be on Kyrie and AD. And one of them is not going to be on the floor a full strength. It's going to take him some time to get back in shape. I love what I saw last night. Thank you, Dallas Mavericks, for igniting Luka to play like he played, getting a triple-double against you guys. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mavs. Let's go, Mavs.
Get him out of here. Get him out of here. The thing I can't make sense of, and it's the reason that Brian Windhorst and others are putting a lot of credibility into the Lakers, their defensive numbers don't make any sense whatsoever. They've gone to like first in the league recently. And it's not just a 2-game sample size. Like their defensive efficiency numbers have skyrocketed without any bigs, and with Luka Dončić on the floor, it makes no sense. That's why JJ Redick is getting all the flowers right now.
Look, maybe Nico's right. Defense wins championships, and maybe that's why the Lakers will contend. Is because they're actually playing defense. Luka will play defense well when he's motivated to do so. He's probably a little more motivated to do so right now. He has been the last couple games.
He had some nice defensive possessions yesterday. Christy and Cleburne. Christy, you're up next on Sean and RJ. Go ahead.
Good morning. I'm just going to say that Luka's been playing basketball for so long, since he was so young, and he can finally make decisions for himself, and he wants to do things outside of that as well, and he can still ball on the court. I don't think anybody's really taken that into account, that how long he's put the work in, and he's still so good. And maybe this is going to be a wake-up call for him to say, hey, I've got to keep putting it in to get my ring.
Yeah, maybe. I doubt it.
The beast is awoken.
Yesterday with that whole beast is awoken thing, been there, done that. Maybe for a year, but I think Nico is like rolling his eyes over that. Or maybe they just didn't have LeBron James to get him that motivated.
Or just maybe they were impatient. It's like Coop said yesterday. Yep. This was about the age it clicked for Dirk. This was around the time it clicked for Dirk, and Dirk had a lot of the same bad habits. There's a famous viral image of Dirk just like holding beers in Dallas his like second year here and hanging out with Steve
him and Nash just together with
famous photo. And
is that at the Loon?
It was
yes, I think it probably was.
So, but I mean, like it clicked for Dirk. Dirk had a lot of these same traits early on in his career.
Look, the problem is if you wanted to do it was too early. You do this at 29. You make this move when he's 29 and he hasn't grown up. You don't make it at 25.
And we just talked about, like, Nico could be pulling a New York Giants front office on us. If it's true, I think it was D Magazine or some editor who had this weird random report that Nico's looking at leaving this job after 3 years. You better know that and be cool with that if you're the DeMonts in ownership.
Yeah.
Versus, all right, Matt Stafford right now. Try to save ourselves. Don't worry about growing and developing another quarterback. Nico may be like, hey, I want to walk off with one championship because I'm not going to be here in 5, 7, 9, 10 years. I don't care. You need to know that. Riz in Dallas, you get the final word for right now. Riz, you're live on the Fan.
It hurts, man. I've been a Mavericks fan my whole entire life. Whenever we traded away Luka, it felt like the torch was passed from Dirk to Luka. It felt like we tore that completely off. Nico's dead to me. I'm no longer a Mavericks fan. I'm done with the team. I love you guys. Been listening for years. Y'all have a good one.
Appreciate it. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. We're heading to the NFL Combine in Indianapolis right after this show. What do we need to learn in Indy for the Cowboys and about everybody else? We have a Combine preview during the commercial-free Expressway, a little baby ticket giveaway, and we'll chop it up next on Sean and RJ.
After we
I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
We are commercial free on your home of the Dallas Cowboys and the Texas Rangers. This radio station with dual coverage for the first time ever, maybe in the history of DFW Sports Radio, with the KMC Masterpiece and the GBag Nation in surprise for Rangers baseball. And we are heading to the Combine in Indianapolis right after the show. How quick was your packing? And what is your excitement? I will say this. I'm more excited for this trip than any of the other ones. I usually dread the traveling, dread the earlier wake-up times. This is quick. It's short. It's East Coast. It's head on a swivel with stars and big names walking around all over the street. I'm expecting, and it's steakhouses for the next 2 days. So that is my mentality, and that is why I'm very excited to head to Indy right after this. And my packing, it better be a carry-on bag. It's just a duffel bag, but it's like a bigger duffel bag because I want to be able to land back at DFW Airport. We'll get to that story in a second and chopping it up and walk right out to the ride share. But short, simple, sweet. Didn't even need a lot of the wife's assistance for packing for this trip. So check, check, check.
Man, you sound very Gen Z carrying a duffel bag. No wheels?
No wheels.
Very Gen Z. They're trying to bring it back. They're bringing it back like the
Gen Z. That's Chris Arnold and Tim Collins.
I've
seen them pack for a week in Indy with a duffel bag.
Say, but that all comes back around, right? Gen Z is copying the old folk. Ruben got the Fuji camera, the disposable camera, right? It's vintage.
While wearing bell bottoms.
What
did he say in New Orleans about like they just take things and rename them?
Yeah,
that's what Gen Z does with all their stupid trends. They act like this is this cool thing we created. It's like literally everybody's been doing that, but okay, whatever.
So yeah, I like it. I like the duffel bag look. I don't have one. Or I do. I just don't know where it is.
I don't know how long it took Kristen to pack for me. I maybe like 2 hours or something. I don't know. She just was like, "Do you want this?" And I'd be like, "Yep." And then she threw it in back. I have no idea what's actually in my bag right now.
Made her drop you off at 5 a.m. too.
Didn't make her. She wanted to.
You didn't. So, you ruled out getting an Uber yesterday.
No. But I had said I would just park there, and she's like, "I don't know when to get the car though." After that, blah blah. And I was like, "I don't know. These are all the options. We could do this." And one of them was, you could drop me off and just take the car back in the morning if you want. And she's like, I'll do that. And so she picked that one. I gave her multiple choice. I'm a benevolent leader. I don't just force people,
Pepe, what's your level of FOMO for this one? Where are you throwing the Combine trip into the levels of missing out?
Well, this is now 2 trips this year, this month that I've missed out. Super Bowl week in New Orleans, and now Combine I've missed out on. And the FOMO hit me so hard I had to book a trip to Boston next month. So I'll be going to my trip where you guys can have the FOMO and everything. I'll send you the steakhouse pictures, which I already have a reservation for.
You couldn't even pull the trigger on a steak in Costco the other day.
It was lobster.
Oh, sorry, it was lobster. Okay.
And aren't you taking another trip in the summer?
Yeah, I got a couple planned up here. So
look at this. Jeez.
All right. What do we need to see and find out in Indianapolis?
So yeah, the scouting combine is like we were just talking about here. It's the most unique setup that exists in the NFL in terms of just the people who are around there, the people that you interact with, the stuff that will go on there. You've got all sorts of meetings that are being had between agents and teams and finding out, what players they're interested in, whether that's the draft or free agency. This is when you start hearing about somebody's plans, if there's a potential cut on the horizon. So it's a unique spot because all these leaders get together. It's like the baseball winter meetings when they all get together and just anything can happen because of everyone being in the same spot. So while we're there, we should be able to get the answers to a lot of different questions, whether on the record or off.
Well, as you said last night, you can't run, you can't hide. The Ravens have to address Justin Tucker.
Yeah, exactly like that. So the Ravens, who have ducked all sort of responsibility from talking to, they've been like Nico Harrison after the trade, just not making any appearances to talk to anybody. At the Combine, you have to talk. It's part of generally your media obligations with the league. So even if you don't want to stand up there at the podium, you got to put in some time. So when they go up there and stand up there and Eric DeCosta has to now answer questions about Justin Tucker after avoiding it for as long as he did, he does have to say, yeah, look, NFL's investigating, obviously very serious. Don't want to rush to any judgment until we see conclusions, but those are the kind of things that you get. That's the stuff you get on the record in the steakhouses at night or just running around town. You're going to get even more information. So here are the 5 things I think we need to find out about the Cowboys this week. Number 1, got to find out who the handful of names are that could be in play at 12, because right now I think everybody's just been guessing. Like, for the most part, I think they know Genty's a good player and they need a running back. Maybe they could use a receiver. Is Luther Burden from Missouri going to be the best one sitting there? Probably. All right, let's mock him there. You're just trying to connect names to needs and general consensus on those players without finding out, does Dallas even like that player? Did Dallas meet with that guy? We're going to see all the formal visits that they have while they're at the Combine.
Like Oregon Edge Jordan Birch saying he formally met with the Cowboys on Monday night.
Exactly. So you get, and those meetings are the ones that you see. Occasionally you'll see like a documentary or something posted to a team's social media account after they draft somebody of, like, I remember Carson Wentz when he got picked by the Eagles. They showed this meeting that they had with him where he's just in this room with them, this suite, and going over film and doing stuff on a whiteboard. That's what this opportunity is for those players. It's a chance to really get to know, what do they know, what's their character like, how do they interact with people. When Nick Harris mentioned this on Monday, this is where we found out that A.D. Mitchell, the receiver, was not going to be picked by a lot of teams, was because of how he handled his interviews. So you're going to get some decisions made this week and get a better understanding. You're going to start hearing some buzz starting next week of, maybe this person could be in play for Dallas at 12. Maybe this person, and names that we haven't necessarily heard yet, like Genty or Burden or different people like that. 2, they are on that bus a lot this week. Jerry is. And they're having all sorts of meetings and having all sorts of discussions with different people.
Is the bus like parked in a central location?
So what'll happen is when they get to town, they will park it. I mean, they use it to get around town, but they'll park it usually out in front of the Marriott. And so it's just kind of sitting out there. But this is going to be Rico Dowdle, Oso Odigizua, DeMarcus Lawrence, different guys like that. Starting to get an understanding of who's actually going to be back here. Terrence Steele. Is Steele going to be back? Which it sounds like it's trending more towards he will be back, because Stephen Jones gave comments this week that said Clayton Adams really likes him and has already, dived deep. And that's a big part of what they're looking forward to, is the work that he's going to do with Terrence Steele. So it doesn't sound like he's going to be somebody they're going to move on from. But this will give us an idea of, is D-Law coming back? Is Osa in play? How much is he going to cost? You're going to start hearing that stuff trickle out. And D-Law specifically, Steven mentioned this the other day, his media availability. He had said that he didn't want to he didn't want to say too much. He was very vague. And he said, I think we'll just leave it up to him to talk. And so it sounds like, all right, that almost sounds like you're anticipating maybe a retirement. Or you could be looking at something that's in DeMarcus Lawrence's court that he needs to speak on and that the Cowboys don't want to chime in on until he does. So I think that's going to be a big part of this, is finding out how much Rico's potentially worth and those different things that exist. 3.
God, he's been in the league 11 years?
Yeah, I know. I mean, same draft class as Zach Martin.
Jeez.
That was their first 2 picks, were Zach Martin and DeMarcus Lawrence that year. Find out what exactly happened. This is the thing I'm most interested in.
We'll find out.
I want to find out what exactly happened from the report on a Friday that said they were working to bring back Mike McCarthy to some 2 weeks later, Brian Schottenheimer's getting hurt. We've heard enough about McCarthy saying, I walked away, and then go, no, it was this. You're more likely, I think, to get relevant details this week that will flesh out that picture and go, how did that miscommunication happen? Were they actually determined on Friday to do it and it fell apart? Or was that bad info that somebody was leaking to maybe press the Cowboys to get into negotiations? This will be a week where you're going to hear all about any unheard details previously of how that negotiation went.
But, okay, so we will. How much of that, though, is it's all going to be one-side information?
No, not typically. So when you're out there, because it's everybody in the league, anybody who would have...
That's why you make them drink martinis.
Anybody who's dealt with Mike McCarthy or is friendly with Mike McCarthy around the league, all goes around to where people end up having a good idea there in Indianapolis.
That's the thing that bothers me. There's a lot that bothers me. But Todd Archer was right. Jay Glazer confirmed it, even though the Cowboys argued against it, that they gave Mike, was it 3 years? 3 versus 5? And Mike wanted 5. So, like, did you want him? Like, is that the person you want as your wife? Or is that person just willing to accept a lot of your bad habits? Like, is that your chosen one? Pick the person you think is the Super Bowl winning coach, not the one, okay, he'll take the 3 years. That infuriates me that's in my mind as their head coaching checklist.
And by the way,
you're not good enough if you want 5, but you're good enough if you want 3. No. Are you good enough or not?
Did no one say, let's just make it 4?
Right.
Like, right? No one's just say, hey, why don't we just meet in the middle here?
Well, Bobby's of the belief.
Yeah, go ahead.
All this was fake negotiating. All this was for window dressing. That they either wanted to force him to say no, be so insulted he walked away, or vice versa, right?
Yeah, that's what like basically make it so uncomfortable that you just quit. Like that kind of thing. Like, I don't want to fire you, but maybe just give you the opportunity to walk away.
Like, what if they really sat down? Jerry goes, here's your 3-year deal. And Mike goes, cool, good. But the Cowboys have been happy with it?
I think they knew where he stood, and I think they weren't close on money. I don't think they were going to be close on money at all.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I think Mike McCarthy wanted to be paid like probably one of the 5 to 10 highest paid coaches in the NFL. I think that's what he went in there asking for. And they weren't going to do that. But so I think that we'll find out. Here's the thing.
Find out.
It's not just about figuring out which of these things are true. Which of the we already know certain things. This week we should probably find out more things that we just don't even have an awareness of that may have gone on during that. Like,
now these people are going to talk to you with me and RJ eating shrimp cocktail around them.
Yeah, I mean everybody's just kind of hanging out. Like I said, it's not like I've got to meet the court. It's just who you bump into. And if you're out, it's like, oh, hey, how's it going? And just in the course of conversation. Or sometimes it could just be as simple as, oh, you know what was being talked about over here earlier? Like, I mean, you'll start to get an idea of just, oh, okay, well, that's something I need to run down. I remember, we don't cover the Ravens, so it doesn't matter. Some of the stuff I heard about the Lamar Jackson contract negotiations a couple years ago were insane, where I was like, okay, this is secondhand, but if I'm somebody in Baltimore and I hear this being talked about, that at least lets me go, all right, I got to go ask people that I know if this really happened.
One of my favorite recreations in life is people watching, and one of my favorite people to watch during this is actually going to be Bobby.
Yeah.
Because he's going to be a nervous wreck, keep up his appearances, Mr. Professional out there. He's going to know all these inside sources and info while you and I don't. So we're just going to be able to sit back, relax, and watch Bobby spaz out. It's going to be awesome.
It is. He has to lead the way. And we all know what Bobby's like when he leads the way. He starts flailing those arms, speed walking.
We're going to get left on the streets of Indy.
He's going to be walking like the bushwhackers out there.
I know, it's like it's the Conor McGregor thing. It's the whatever he does. Yeah, that's the. No, I don't know. I think I will be a tense mess probably on Radio Row. Is where I'm guessing I'll be a little more tense because I'll be probably on the phone trying to coordinate getting people over there and different things like that.
Will you drink at dinner?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I mean, like Indy, it is social drinking week. And so no, I absolutely will. And
are you gonna slam shots like you normally do?
I've been pretty lit up in Indianapolis at 1 a.m. before,
okay.
And so, but like it is a very, like I said, once everybody, it does have this odd feeling that they've been in meetings all day, everybody across the league that you know.
They're looking to get out of class and break out.
It's like the factory worker who gets out, it's like, let's go head to the bar and have some beers. It's just like everybody's just kind of taking a sigh. Like those bars just feel kind of like a collective sigh, and everyone's just like catching up like, hey, how have you been? Haven't seen you in a while. And so it's just a good opportunity to catch up on things and figure out what the thought is on a number of different topics. Number 4, hear if there are any realistic rumbles at all about Micah Parsons' future. Most people have shot this down, and Cowboys have shot it down and said, look, No reason it shouldn't get done. Stephen Jones said, I don't see any reason that there's anything out there, paraphrasing, that would cause us not to be able to get our hands around it.
I just said.
Yeah, that's exactly what you said, Stephen. So I want to hear, did it just go to, like Ian Rappaport reported, hey, just as a doing our due diligence, what do you think we could get for him? All right, let's just move on from that. Let's sign him. Or do they ask anybody? Do they have some Rob Pelinka coffee shop meeting about Mike? Did they ever do anything like that? Chances are probably not, but we will hear about the sort of things that maybe they have a concern with, maybe that Micah's side is concerned with in terms of what they would want to commit to here. Because we always hear that about what Lamb his holdup was, what Dak's holdup was on their side. I'm sure Micah's going to have his. And we'll also find out, is Micah really about, let's hand back $10 million. I don't need to be the highest paid. I think we're going to come out of this week and find out, oh no, Micah wants every bit of the top market money. And so I think that's going to be something that we'll find out here. And then number 5, this is always, I think, the most valuable thing you find out while you're out there. Find out what positions they're prioritizing. And if those priorities would then indicate a potential trade up or trade down. So when you start hearing about, man, we really could use a defensive tackle, we could really use that, and you start hearing them list off the things that they need, and then you think about how the draft sets up and the quality of the draft, and it's like, well, you need 4 positions that only go 3 rounds deep. So that's a decent bet that you may back up and then try to pick up an extra third. Or maybe you go, man, we need this really bad. Well, that guy's not getting out of the top 10. You may be looking at trading up then to go get them. And so even short of specific players they might not like or they might like, it's a good opportunity to go, where do they feel they're really deficient? And then you can start narrowing down things really fast and get a better idea of who you need to focus on and what you need to gather.
Bobby Belt with a combine preview. It is all brought to you by Rhino Shield Ceramic Coating. Never paint your house again. And by Best Buy Windows and Siding. Let's hook you up for turning it on and leaving it on.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Lil Baby at the American Airlines Center on June 5th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
You know this one, Ralph? Good beat.
That's a good beat. I don't know that I know this one or not. I knew yesterday's.
I don't know it.
How small is Lil Baby real little?
I don't know. Let's find it out.
I don't know. I haven't seen
One of those opposite
I give him
names.
5'10". 5'10".
You 5'10"?
Are you guessing or
I'm guessing.
Oh,
From
5'8".
pictures.
5'8".
Oh, short.
Way off. 877-881-1053. In order to win,
Makes
we're
a
going to
difference.
hook you up every day at this time for turning it on, leaving it on. It's a hump day.
Hump day.
Sean and RJ, let's chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Get ready for the 4-day work week, baby. Let's go. Bobby's shaking his head over here, but now the number of school districts in the state of Texas that have a 4-day school week is up to 104, as Ponder is the latest.
104?
104 districts in the state are on a 4-day or will be on a 4-day school week.
Wow.
We need Dallas and Fort Worth to get on there.
Is that going to lower, like, if Dallas passes that and you're paying $30K a year for private school, is that going to, like, put a huge dent in that? 4 days?
It wouldn't change it. Because you're going the same amount of hours. You would increase the length of the day.
Oh, okay.
So, like, your school day would go, instead of, like, whatever it's 8 to 3, it might go 8 to 4:30. So 90 more minutes a day times 4, whatever. Okay.
My kids would hate that.
What?
My kids would hate that. They would gladly take an extra day if they didn't have to be in school 2 hours longer each day. They already feel like they don't get enough time just during the week. That I don't think the extra day would
want more
matter.
time in school?
No, I'm saying I think they would pick 5 days a week.
Yeah.
At 8 hours a day, then 4 days at 10 hours a day.
But you said they feel like they don't get enough time. What is
right? So like Laura, for instance, it becomes a big pain for us. We keep having to deal with it with her. She will wake up at 5:30 in the morning just to be able to watch cartoons and other stuff that she feels like she doesn't have time to live when she gets home because mom wants to get her in bed by 8 o'clock or whatever. And so she feels like during the week she just can't do anything that is like fun. So she gets up way early and then she's tired all the time. If you extended it by 2 hours, it would be way worse.
Your kids are absolutely the people who remind the teacher that they gave homework.
No, hell no. What are you talking about? That's literally the opposite.
They don't want a 4-day. They don't want a 3-day.
Literally
weekend?
the opposite. They want to get the hell out of there, and so I don't think the extra day makes enough of a difference to them to be able to say, "Oh yeah, I'll gladly stay here till 5 and then go to bed at 8." I'm not doing that.
Well, look, all it takes is Dallas and Fort Worth, and then everybody has to go to it. Then at that point,
and it won't matter though. They will still make you. Just like it doesn't matter now in 2-parent households that work, and you still have to figure out a way to get your kids. They're going to make you figure out a way to get your kids on the other.
We all know like schools dictate just about everything in life. Like, every job, all that stuff. It's dictated around that. If you have a 4-day school week, the amount of companies that go to a 4-day work week exponentially grow.
Friday daycares will become huge. That's what it'll do. That's honestly the only difference. I don't think there's any chance it goes 4-day work week.
What else does society have to copy off of school?
What do you mean?
You said school set the tone for everybody else.
Oh, I mean,
like what?
Spring break? You know, like anytime the kids are out of school, work from home grows. At the very least, I mean, everybody goes back to working from home.
Hey, I'm rooting for it.
Yeah.
I'm rooting for it.
Now, one of the things they are saying...
If it means that for us, I don't care about my kids' enjoyment. I don't want them home for a day during the work week unless I'm off.
Yeah, and you say the school reflects the work week. Isn't it the work week more reflecting the school? Like, that's why schools are 5 days a week, is because generally people are working 5 days a week.
Yeah, but now, like, if schools are only in 4 days a week, the reverse would happen.
Or it would just speak to they're not going to, bigger school districts just aren't going to flip on
They
it.
might not. Yeah, the bigger school districts might not. Like, most of these that are doing this are more remote, where they have a bigger land, a bigger area that they
still ring bells and say supper's ready.
Yeah, right. So a bigger area to get your kids to school, and it just makes it more efficient and cost effective. Chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan. We are headed to Indianapolis today, and how are we getting there?
I don't want to talk about it.
Southwest.
Well, yes, an airplane. We are getting there on an airplane, so we might not get there. I don't know.
About to have a whole country of Madden cruisers.
Yesterday, a Southwest plane nearly collided with a private jet at Chicago's Midway Airport. I texted a buddy of mine who's a pilot, and he said, and I've heard this before, he goes, "This happens way too much." He goes, "It happens like every day. It seems like it happens every day in San Diego, where they have like the one runway." And he said I've heard if we really knew how many times this happens, we'd never fly again. You'd never fly again.
How are we almost hitting planes on the ground?
I mean, that looked like so.
So we can do a 4-way traffic stop, but we can't stay out of the way of other.
This one.
So describe what happened.
So there's a private jet, a small plane, crossing the runway. And the Southwest plane is landing. And as the plane lands, its wheels are like right there on the ground. You just see them go right back up. Right back up. And, depth perception wise, like you can't really tell how far away he was, 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet, 500 feet, or whether he would have been able to stop in time. It's not worth the risk. You just go back up. But the small jet, the Learjet, was told by air traffic control, hold short of the runway, and they just went right through. Didn't care. Didn't even listen.
This is how we got Tenerife, Chop. The Tenerife Airport disaster. It's the deadliest accident in the history of aviation, and it occurred on a runway. It was a single runway, and it was confusion about who was supposed to hold, who was supposed to go, and somebody was trying to just get up to the speed to take off, V1.
Yeah.
And ran right through the other plane.
That was dead fog. This is a clear day.
This wasn't great. Have you ever been in a go-around?
Yeah.
You've had a plane go around before?
Sean and I did. I've had a couple. We were going to Detroit.
Would never fly again.
Oh, it's
why? It's just like killing time.
Yeah.
No, I'm not talking about circling. I'm talking about the go around where you're landing and they immediately have to pull back up.
It's been a couple.
I don't know if I've done that.
Yeah, we did it in Detroit. They had wind shear.
Okay.
We were like maybe like 400 feet up. It wasn't like this low. It was like we were like landing, and all of a sudden you see it go back up.
I mean, this guy, whoever this guy is, he's not going to get the Sully love of landing on the Hudson, but I mean, he spotted it and he bailed right out of there. He looked, you're right, depth perception wise, it's hard to tell. It looked like his wheels were like 5 feet from the ground when he went back up.
Yeah, maybe less. It was right there, chopping up on the fan. Now we return on a different flight. We return on a different airline. We come back on Americans. We go to DFW, which was rated the worst airport baggage in the world, or at least in America. Now, this is a little bit different. It's not necessarily saying it's the worst because it's slow, or it's the worst because this or that.
I used to vote them the worst in terms of the baggage return. My last few instances, I think I had a Tolo hit me up after that. But my last few trips to DFW airport been pretty good. Like going through customs and everything and immigration on the way back. There's no line. So I guess I can't really judge you unless there is a line to show your efficiency. But DFW used to be horrible at the baggage thing.
Yeah.
I feel like they've gotten better.
I feel like they have too, but this is according to Air Advisor, which I assume is the aviation version of TripAdvisor.
It's the preeminent authority, I would say.
Yeah, the authority.
Based on the name.
They said that DFW faces the highest risk of luggage theft.
Oh.
And that's why it's the most lawless. And part of the reason they're saying is that you could get into a situation at DFW where you've got to walk 15 gates to get to the baggage.
Yeah,
right?
that's my problem right now with DFW is or it may have been Love. I don't know which one, but walking to a ride share, holy crap.
Yeah.
It was a hike.
That's DFW. Because Love is...
It takes you into like a parking garage.
Love is... To me, Love is much more preferable to like ride into. If you need to pick somebody up, Love is so much better. You can just circle it and come back around. The baggage pickup issue, I feel like Las Vegas. We went to Vegas last year. I thought theirs was really bad. I'm trying to remember.
You got to take a train.
You got to go really far, and then it seemed like it took forever. Like even after the hike, we were waiting around for 20 minutes.
It was
or something.
DFW. You're going to a parking garage.
Yeah,
that Luka bought.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so. But what they're also saying is that since DFW is like the third highest passenger volume busy-wise in the world, that this is a total number of lost bags, not a percentage of lost bags. So they're really only losing like 0.02%.
Talking about the Cowboys' salary.
I know,
cap.
right? That's it.
But does everyone have what percentage of people have air tags? I don't even know how air tags work. And the thieves now know how to disable them.
That saved Keller High School last year when they got their softball gear back. It was one of them had an air tag in their bag. One of the kids had an air tag in there. They were able to trace where they had taken their stuff.
Yeah, I've got an air tag. It's easy. It's easy to look through. You buy them in packs of 4.
It's like $25 or something.
Unless I am that late, unless the baggage claim is that far away, there ain't no way someone's stealing my bag because I'm like a damn hawk. I don't even want to stop at the bathroom because I am so impatient by the time I land. I'm looking at every single bag dropping down, circling around. You ain't stealing my bag.
You won't even let it roll over to you. When you see it come out of the chute, you like walk towards
it because I want to get out of there.
Yeah.
Only to wait forever for my ride share.
This is a story from I saw this on like Friday afternoon.
And have you ever, by the way, had your bag just completely gone where you had to get it the next day? That's never happened to me. Knock on wood.
A couple times where I had my golf clubs I had to get. I had another bag of clothes I had to get. I got those the next day. My dad, when I was young, they never found his golf clubs. So he got they paid for a new set, but they never found them.
I don't remember how quickly it got resolved.
Probably that biatch first wife took him to.
It might have been.
LAX lost fan signage or something that I had to take with me out to Oxnard one year, and that took. I feel like I was there an extra hour and a half, 2 hours until they could find it, but they lost that. That's the only issue I've ever had with not being able to get something back right away.
Job seekers are calling out the CEO for being manipulative in their interview tactics. Tell me what you think about this. This is a retired CEO. He retired this past year, and he said that these were his interview tactics that he would use to determine a person's character for the job application. He would ask interviewees about their greatest success.
Okay.
Paid close attention to their answer to determine if their view of the world revolves around others or them. And then that was like a setup.
Yeah.
And then he asked you about your greatest failure. And he wanted to see in your answer if you placed any blame elsewhere.
Oh, okay.
Kind of like
So what? For the success, I'm supposed to answer. We as an office team, we hit our goal for the month. It wasn't like, no, I led the way in sales in the office. I dominated everybody else.
Yeah, that's something like that, right? Or
like Bob Waterman up in here.
Absolutely. And then
give me some new accounts, Bob.
And then like on your failures, it was like, oh, are you bringing in
throwing other people under the bus?
Yeah, throwing other people under the bus. That's a good way to put it. But the real test also came when he would schedule the breakfast meetings. He would schedule a breakfast meeting at a restaurant before he would get there early, and he would tell the server to mess up their order.
Oh.
And he wanted to see how they reacted.
Oh.
If they took it in stride, how they reacted to the person, to the server. That people are saying was like diabolical.
I like it.
I think it's
I like it.
Why is it diabolical? Choppy, your answer for like every type of topic that we do is in judging people, how do you treat the service? How do you treat the waiter? That's like your number one answer, your standard answer.
Yep.
So this should be fun.
It's fine. I'm totally fine with this.
Yeah.
I think, that's not a big deal at all.
No, and I
think it's a great tactic too.
Yeah, and it's said in there that you could have just observed how they interact with the waiter at all. I'll tell you, Sean will interact with the waiter much differently if they mess up the order and start getting sassy like they did at the airport that one
Well,
time.
that's the thing. So Bobby's just gonna, I don't know. Bobby just won't eat. He won't reorder and just won't eat. Choppy will eat whatever they bring you. And me, it depends like how apologetic they are. You know what I mean? Like I got this jackass at the airport, that waited on me the time that Bobby's talking about. So yeah, I'm gonna let you know you're being a jackass.
I remember he was giving so much attitude, and Sean just goes, "Boy, we're just having a great time today, aren't we?"
And look, you got to. And what type of tip? This guy better be giving the tip to overcome the Yelp rating that is coming.
The bosses
with the bad service.
Yeah,
right.
The boss gives an extra tip.
Has to.
He said he did. He said that he told the waiter, "I'll tip you better."
I mean, what negative? How? Okay, you bring me the wrong plate, and I go, "Excuse me, ma'am, I actually ordered chicken, not steak."
Yeah.
Problem solved, right? Like, how does it turn left from there?
Kristen almost never dated me again because on our first date, I said if they brought the plate over there, I was joking, but I said if they brought the plate over there with tomatoes on it, I was going to throw it across the room.
Of course, you
like that was a lie.
Yeah.
You throw things every week.
But I wasn't really going to throw it. It just in my head I was going to throw it.
Smash things every week in your apartment.
Our boy,
the poor girls have to wear helmets.
Our guy Luigi.
Oh gosh.
Our guy.
Yeah.
That's your guy.
He has sparked the new summer footwear fashion. I mean, everything this guy touches, like people are just fawning over. It's like he's a cult following. You see, like the
eyebrows haven't caught on yet.
But the loafers he wore into trial have sparked a 1,400% Google search spike. That's like just. It's now they're
this guy's
saying
a fashion icon.
He really is. He is a fashion icon. He stepped out these casual loafers on, and people are saying that they are the new summer footwear fashion. This guy, everything he touches turns to gold. It literally does, and we completely forget that he sniped somebody in real life.
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah, I didn't either. And, I mean, that's the thing. His little
these lunatics forget.
His little Lawrence of Arabia scarf over his face, that didn't catch on. You don't see people wearing those everywhere.
No, that's true. Viral hunts for Luigi Mangione outfits have soared by 350% on Google. It's we're living in a simulation.
Chopping it up every hump day during the commercial-free expressway. How did it feel watching it actually happen? Luka against the Mavs. Did he get his revenge towards Nico and Jason Kidd? 877-881-1053 for your Luka phone calls in watching last night. Or did you not watch whatsoever? Did you find yourself repledging your fan love to the Mavericks? Or are you still rooting for the purple and gold with 77? 877-881-1053 after Luka night next.
We chapter your favorite segments in
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Things could get real spicy here throughout this game as Dončić rips another one and immediately turns to the Mavericks bench.
That was probably the top emotion of vengeance of the evening for Luka against the Mavericks. Lakers get the W. Good morning, Metroplex. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby on DFW Sports Station, 105.3 The Fan, your official home of the Texas Rangers and the Dallas Cowboys. And we head on out to the Combine in Indianapolis right after today's show. But this is all about revenge part one. Luka did not have the best shooting night. I'll just kind of go through the evening with my notes. The step back three, the immediate first attempt. You knew it was coming. It was a brick. An absolute brick. But then Luka showing up defensively with a block. He scored his first points 2 minutes in with a layup. Got the technical on a foul that should have been called on PJ Washington. I haven't noticed the Luka complaining as a Laker so far. Again, my theory with Luka is best behavior early on. And then year 2, year 3, will revert back to the norm if he is indeed still there. But he got the tech. It should have been a foul call. Kyrie with the step back on Luka, where I was like, okay, Kyrie is here. He wants to give it to 77 a little bit. Then Kyrie with a steal and another three. That's when Kyrie showing up.
Real quick on the Luka tech.
Yep.
When you watched him argue a couple more times throughout the game, was any part of you like, this league might be stupid enough to throw him out of this game before halftime? I was a little concerned about a second tech, and I was like, would they actually throw him out of this game?
Yeah. I knew they wouldn't, but I was like, oh my gosh, can you imagine if they
that would
did?
have killed this morning. That would have sucked.
Oh, Adam Silver would have fired everybody. Yeah. Adam Silver would have sent everyone to another planet. And then Luka hits the three and looks right at the Mavs bench. And immediately I was like, is Nico behind Kid there? Was that at Kid? Did he then look at the baseline? Is that where Nico is sitting? I was trying to figure out who the stare was directed to.
Yeah, I mean, I know that the TNT post, they were like, that was looked like it was up higher on the, it was probably up into the 10th row. And it might have been. It might have been. There's no way of knowing. It doesn't matter. Like, you know, he was.
Matters a little.
Huh?
It matters a little. I want to know who was staring.
Well, yeah. But like from Luka's standpoint, it was just like, I'm looking at anybody and everybody who I feel had a hand in this.
After Luka hit the three and looked at the Mavs bench, Amanda was like, he doesn't look as bloated. And everyone, again, this blew up before. I think the pregame hurt me more than the actual game. The actual game to me was more awkward. It also helps if you were rooting for the Mavericks, which I was rooting for the Mavs in the game, but for Luka also to go off. It didn't hurt as much since he only scored 19 points. He was finding everybody with the 12 assists. But before the game, it was he's looking thinner and thinner. And I think the TNT pregame said you'd be drinking those green mixtures out there in California. You're on that Cali diet. But he was finding everyone. Kyrie at one point had 14. The rest of the team had 6. And then Luka ended up with 9, 7, and 4 in the first quarter on his way to the triple-double.
Oh, let's see. What was that? What's 9 plus 7 plus 4? Was it 20?
What's 7 plus 4?
9 plus, it's 20. Yeah. 20. So in the first quarter, right, the over-under was 48.5 points, rebounds, and assists. That's a terrible beat on the if you had the over.
That was for the first quarter?
No, so, right, because you said he had 9, 7, but the whole game was 48.5.
Yeah.
So the first quarter he had 40% of it.
And he got what,
46.
46. That's a terrible beat if you took the over, and he had 20 in the first half.
Well,
first
look,
quarter.
the Sharks, once again, showing whether the experts, the majority of the bets were on the under 30 and a half. That hit easily. The biggest bet that came in, Luka Dončić, triple-double from DraftKings, plus 310, and everyone hit that.
Yeah.
Sharks, let's hear...
But real quick, second time in Luka's career, he had a triple-double where he also had at least 2 steals and blocks and fewer than 3 turnovers. Just the second time he's ever done that.
Let's hear from the Tolos. What was it like watching for you? 877-881-1053. Eric in Dallas, you're up first here on Sean and RJ.
I'll be honest, I didn't watch. I couldn't. I'm still not over it. I'm a Mavericks fan, but I'm still not there yet.
Have you watched any game? Have you watched a Maverick or Laker game since the trade?
Nope, not a single one. Wow. And I think it doesn't help that I'd already checked out on the Cowboys last season. I've been a fan since 92, 91, and put up with all that crap. And I wasn't on board with McCarthy, wasn't on board with Dookie Dak. And so last year I completely checked out. I kept up with highlights but didn't watch, and this is kind of a transition into more of the same. I still didn't watch. I don't know when I watch. I do have a guest here that has an opinion on the trade. I know it's late, but hey, Donald, you want to? Hey, guys, this is your president, Donald Trump. A lot of guys criticize the trade. I agree. I don't like it. Normally, if you trade away the white guy, it's for more white guys. Not the best trade.
All right, thanks, Eric. We didn't cut him off there, and thanks, President, I guess. Zach, and he's got a good impression.
More trade policy from Trump.
Trade policy.
Zach and Forney, you're up next on the DNM Leasing Hotline. Go ahead, Zach.
Good morning, guys. I just want to say that hurt a lot seeing Luka in the purple and gold. And the other thing is this: everybody's talking about how good we might be when all the players come back, AD, Lively, Gaffer. But this is all built around Kyrie, and it makes it more irresponsible because Kyrie can opt out after a year. I just want to know what y'all's thoughts are on Kyrie potentially re-signing.
Yeah, great call. I think he's gone. Bobby kind of talked me back down a little bit. I said, sell me on it then. Look how they just kicked your boy out of town. And the sell job is, well, number one, look at the team we have around you. Point to the better roster to win now. Like, Nico made a win now move. Luka's a win now player as well. But Nico's saying, my window is 2 to 3 years. Your window is 2 to 3 years. You are the face of the team. You don't get the media pressure here. You're not going to have all of your New York type conflicts, with TMZ covering the press conferences. So I've altered my thinking on that.
That was the most painful thing for me to watch, though, last night. I did feel like a little emotion bubbling up when you saw at the end him and Kyrie. Like, their relationship was pretty strong.
It was.
Their relationship was good. In fact, it's going to be on the fan cam here, so I guess that's up there. But that's them hugging at the end and Kyrie just kind of holding him there. Like, that hurt.
It's sad. It was very weird.
Joe, Billy, and Grapevine. You're up next. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, brother, I watched the whole game. Kind of tired this morning, but I tell you, I had to watch it. I wanted to see Luka go off for 50, 60, 70. I wanted him to point at Rico every time he made one, and they didn't show much of that. But, man, anyway, still into the night. Hey, we didn't ask any other teams about trading Luka. I think it's a bad deal, and it's always going to be a bad deal. It's the worst deal in history. And Rico will be gone in 2 years, and Luka Dončić, he's not going to sign back with the Lakers. And hey, we get rid of Nico. Ownership gives back that majority of the Cuban. Hey, you never know, man. Maybe we can talk Luka into coming back. But man, I stayed up late, and it was. I just wanted to point at Nico every single time. That's the only reason I waited up last night.
Now, who are you rooting for to win the game?
Man, I really wanted Lakers to blow them out. They're going to blow them out.
Yeah.
I didn't want the Mavericks to hold it that close, but I mean, it was close to the end of the game. 5 minutes, they were tied.
Yeah.
And, that was – but, Mavericks played hard, man. But still, it's Luka. That's our generational player. He's a Jordan. And, dude, you don't get those. And he means a lot more than just 1-2 championships here. He's 25, about to be 26, I said Friday. And he's a generational player, man. You don't get rid of him, and we have too much love for him here. And Lakers just screwed that up. And in the middle of the night stuff, hey, talking trades and not looking at other.
Joe, thanks for the call, brother. Appreciate it.
The amount of teams that have spent 10, 15, 20, 30 years just waiting to get a generational type player.
Yeah.
That's the...
Dirk made this much worse for the Mavs.
Yeah.
Because you just had it, and you had it again.
Right. I mean, the Mavs waited a long time. I mean, like Denver now's got, obviously, Joker.
Yeah.
But Denver, outside their mellow years, they waited like 30 years to get somebody like that.
See, that's the Sandler said it. Luka, that's not once in a generation. That's like once in every 2 generations. You had the best player, and like the guy who had the potential to be the best player in basketball.
Mm-hmm.
Travis in Fort Worth, you're next up on Sean, RJ, and Bobby with Luka Laker reaction. Go ahead, Travis.
Hey, man, I'm at work. Long time solo. I got to make this quick, though. So I was watching the game last night with my wife, and she was like, hey, who did we trade Luka for? And I was like, she don't know anything about basketball. So I was like, we traded for Anthony Davis. And she's like, where's he? And I'm like, oh, well, he got hurt in the first 5 minutes of playing. And, I just couldn't watch the game last night. I got so pissed off because, we had 27% from the three-point line or something like that. Mavericks are never going to win this, or never going to live this down. Y'all have a great day. Love y'all.
Enjoy work. Thanks for listening. Hey, they shot 38.6% from the three-point line, and Anthony Davis was the one wearing that interesting jacket on the sideline. He got his video tribute, though. He did get his video tribute.
I wonder what Luka's will look like with him blacked out of it.
Yeah, will they be able to play it?
There's no way to predict. You got to do Mavs PA guy.
Oh, yeah.
You got to do Mavs PA guy for Luka's return in April. Victor in Farmersville. Vic, you are up next here on 105.3 The Fan.
Yo, what up? What up? Yeah, I watched the game last night, man. It was one hell of a game. It felt unreal watching Luka. Never in my life did I imagine Luka was going to be, dropping threes on us. But seeing the team fight, Kyrie holding it down. I wish we had another scorer. We did have a scorer. His name was Luka, but we traded him. I don't know if you know him. I heard of him. But
Vic, when did you wake? Vic, when do you have to be at work? When did you wake up today after staying up late?
I work for myself, so I just, I got to watch the end, and it was like a heavyweight match. The 1-point game, and I thought we were going to win, but we never had that second scorer other than Kyrie. PJ Washington, where were you at?
Well, Clay stepped up a little bit. Clay gave you 22, where he had a really bad beginning. Then he got to go in there in the fourth quarter.
Do you think he's looking at Luke on the other side and like, I should be in those jerseys? I should be the Laker right now.
No, because he could have.
That's what I mean. He thought he was coming to play with Luka, though.
Yeah, true. With his dad calling the games, Michael Thompson. Isaac in Fort Worth, you are up next here on The Fan. Go ahead, Isaac.
What's going on, guys?
What's up?
I didn't get to watch the game. The one I'm really looking forward to is the one in April. Hopefully, AD is ready to play that game. That's the revenge game I want to see.
Yeah.
AD against the Lakers, Luka against the Mavs. But, man, I ain't going to lie, man. I'm still hurt.
I believe it. I can hear it.
I was like,
go ahead.
My bad. I was just like, man, you watch it, I'm like, damn. Am I really a Mavs fan or am I a Luka fan?
Right. That's how a lot of people are wrestling with that question.
I mean, there was like I said, it was the strangest game to watch. I was almost strictly watching Luka, not even worrying about what was happening, and it's just it's a sick feeling, and it's not. I think if he had left, if they had traded him first week of July, and I had 4 months, to get over it before the first game. When the first game is 3 weeks after the trade, it's tough to get over this soon.
It doesn't feel real. Like when you watch him, it's just like this feels like this weird like fever dream. There's no way they did this. There's no way he is in a Lakers uniform just roasting the Mavericks right now. That you're on the end of those stairs. That's just the most bizarre thing.
Let's continue with some of your Luka phone calls. His reaction after it was all said and done. Did he notice, Nico, was the stare directed at Jason Kidd and what is next for both teams? More Luka reaction from you. The turn it on, leave it on. And what is Mike McCarthy doing with this Longhorn quarterback preparing for the draft in Indy, which we're flying out to right after this show? All that next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Tolbert Garage Door.
Hey, it's Colby. You know I'm a Tolo. Is your garage door ready for spring? Don't wait till it's too late. Call Tolbert Garage Door today for our garage door roller special. Smooth, quiet, and reliable, just like it should be. Call now or visit TolbertGarageDoor.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
In the corner, Dončić for three, partially blocked. And that's going to be a foul. Count that, and one as Dončić gets to the basket.
Luka 1-0 in the revenge game against the Mavericks last night in Los Angeles. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Luka with a triple-double, and afterward you could just tell he was emotionally exhausted. 77 with his post-game thoughts.
Like I said, it's a weird game, different game, but I can't even explain what kind of emotions were. Just a lot of emotions, seeing the guys out there, seeing the guys I played. I went through a lot with the guys, so it was fun.
Have you now gotten official closure, or does that have to come in April when you come back to the Metroplex?
I mean, the closure is going to take a while, I think. It's not ideal, but like I said, I'm glad this game is over. It was a lot of emotions, but we go little by little, and every day is better.
Man, Jason Kidd gave a pregame quote that had my eyes rolling on the ground when he said he hadn't talked with Luka since they exchanged texts a few weeks ago, and he said, "Look, he's Picasso. He's going to paint brilliant things." But then he was asked what was important to share when he finally catches up with Luka again, quote, that he keeps smiling. When he's smiling, he's in a great place. He's having fun. It's good to see that he's smiling here of late. Just understanding the business of basketball can be shocking. It was shocking to the world, but you have to move forward. You have a job to do, and that's to play basketball at a high level, and I think he can do it.
Man, that last part there of the bit understanding that it's the business side of it. I don't think there's a lot of players that are prepared for that. Where that could be an emotional toll on especially on a younger guy, on a younger player, where it's like,
especially after buying a $5 or $10 million house.
Yeah, it's like, you could just discard me like that. Like, that's,
you think you're king of the city,
right? Yeah,
forever king of the city. You're the face.
Mm-hmm.
You're walking on air around here. Everyone's in love with you, kind of like Dirk, and you just bought another house, and they cost you $100 million.
Yes, 116.
The way they talk about it, you hear Luke at the end of that clip.
I thought you were going to talk about, sorry, Bobby, real quick before we leave the kid quote. I thought you were going to think that sounded a little cold, like, hey, it's a business, and we got to move forward. and you got to play good basketball. And when I heard Jason in the huddle, this is me admitting to being guilty of overreading into all this.
Yeah.
When I heard Kid in the mic'd up huddle say, and remember, I'm surprised they even let that air. Remember, if you get Luka, go at him. Like, don't let him off the hook. And it's just making me think more and more that Jason Kidd definitely signed off on this. And I still want that answer.
Well, did you take?
We tried everything.
I took that to mean when he was saying go at him, like what their plan was like. We got a triple team him. He's going to try and score all night. That's what you got to do is take him away. I took it to mean more just like remember swarm him because he's gonna be committed to score.
I was taking it as attack him defensively, but I don't know.
I thought it's just hearing them talk about it again. It doesn't sound like a business decision. It doesn't sound like a trade. It sounds like they're talking about the death of someone, or like when Luka says it gets better day by day. That sounds like you're talking about getting by somebody dying.
A death.
When Jason Kidd's like, hey, what's the biggest key? It's like, well, he's going to play better. No, it's like, if he just smiled more, if he was a little bit happier, I'd love to see him happy. It
makes it so much more painful because you don't get this in sports anymore. This is something I think of with like growing up with Cal Ripken. If the Orioles traded Cal Ripken, the devastation that would be in the city of Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
And then since then, right? Like Kevin Durant and James Harden and Paul George, these are just transactions. No one cares about the city. It doesn't feel like anyone cares about the city and jersey and organization and name that much anymore. And now we have
You mean the players?
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
And now we have a throwback feeling, and that makes it even more bitter because it's like, oh my God, like Luka Dončić, he really is coming across as loving the Dallas Mavericks and DFW.
This hurts way more than him leaving a free agency. Infinitely more.
Yeah. You
It's
gave
not
him
even
away.
close.
You gave him away for quarters and to the hated rival.
Yeah, because like what happened if
You made the conscious decision.
Yeah, if he just left a free agency, it's like it sucks, but you're still
And you'd be a little angry at him.
You're angry at him. But now you've done the worst thing, which is not only do you get rid of him, but now you made the entire city angry at you.
This was his home. Like, I mean, when you think about the fact that he came here as a teenager who like came from another country. If you want to talk about his Americanization, his life as an American, like spending time here, that's only been Dallas. So like this was like ripping him out of the only home he's ever known here.
Corn Dog in Northlake is on line one. You're live on Sean and RJ. Go ahead, man.
Good morning. Yeah, it was hard to see Luka in the purple and gold, but I was rooting for him to go off. He started off a little slow and still got a triple-double. But I still found myself rooting for the Mavs, Mavs fan for life. Love seeing Kyrie do what he does. But I'll tell you one thing, I couldn't get myself to root for LeBron. That's all I got for you guys. Thanks for having me on the show.
Thank you for the call. Here's LeBron actually talking about wanting to get that W for his new teammate.
We understood as his teammates that we wanted to try to get this win for him. Obviously, we know what transpired not too long ago. So, as his teammates, we wanted to try to back him no matter how, in any way, shape, or form, on the court, off the court, whatever, and I'm happy that I was, along with my teammates, able to make a couple plays down the stretch to get him this win. I know it's you probably won't say it, but I think it means something to him for sure. Anytime you face your former team, you spent 7 years with them, I believe. So it's tough.
There's a lot of Mav fans that are getting backed into a corner here because, if you want to still root for Luka, but you hate LeBron, you're in a corner.
I don't think it's even closer. I think Mavs fans hate Nico Harrison way more than they hate LeBron James.
No, I agree. I agree.
Ethan in Frisco, you're up next. Ethan, you're on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Go ahead.
Hey, what's up, y'all? I was watching the whole game last night from start to finish, and it was bittersweet watching him play really well, and seeing him with Kyrie at the end was awesome to see. But the whole thing I wanted to call about was like what happened before the game. Wife is like watching TV. She's watching like Housewives of Beverly Hills, whatever. She's like, oh, yeah, Luka's going to play, right? And we should change the game or change it to the game. I'm like, yeah, like they're going to play the Lakers today. Oh, the face I made and looking straight down at the ground, I was like, they're going to play the Lakers? My brain was all twisted. Like, I didn't forget the trade, but, like, it still hits me. Like, they're going to play the Lakers today. What am I thinking?
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to get to you guys. Like, it's hard. It's hard, but I love Luka. Love you guys.
Thank you for the call. There's just this weird reminder is not going away.
Yeah.
Every time I'm doing a radio tease, I'm like, Luka versus the Lakers. Look, I have to stop down, reset. Luka versus the Mavs. Luka versus the Mavs, and then get used to him in the jersey and watch all the interactions with the former teammates. Watch him now with Dorian Finney-Smith when it used to be in the blue, and then
he doesn't look right in that jersey.
Dodo.
No,
Luka. The thing I just can't get over that they did. This is what Bassett can't get over, and this is why people think it's fixed. A lot of people yesterday in the build-up with the jump man and the car and buying the parking lot and the tickets and the license plate promo that was incredibly well done. People are like, this proves it was rigged because they're ready to roll out all these things. Luka has his brand new shoes that he unveiled, and you got the car, and it's all just set up. It was all set up, and the fact that Nico gave him to the Lakers, it's just really hard to get over that, especially after it feels like the Lakers have always been given everything throughout their history, including Pau Gasol.
It was the death stare. When he hit that three and he turned around, it's like, we always used to love that. Like when he turned around, it's like he's locked in. It was always an exciting thing. It was really weird in that moment, even though you knew it was coming. It was really weird in that moment to be like, you are on the other end of this. Your team is now on the other end of this, and you never thought that was going to happen.
Luke in Plano. Luke, you are live on Sean and RJ. Go ahead, boss.
Thanks, guys, for having me. First of all, long-time Tolo. Love you guys.
Appreciate it.
Hope y'all are enjoying Hump Day today.
Hump Day.
I'm kind of torn this morning, honestly. As much as I love Luka and wish we had gotten much more than Anthony Davis for the trade, I'm from Dallas. I'm not from Luka. And so I'll be a Mavs fan until I die. I was a Dirk fan before Luka ever got here. And so that's one thing I'm kind of tired of is the fans kind of going and putting on Lakers jerseys. Like, that's ridiculous, man. Rooting for the Lakers is like rooting for the Yankees. I could never do it. And so that being said, that's one thing that kind of been rubbing me the wrong way.
Yep.
The other thing I would say is this. Luka is not an all-world defender. Michael Jordan was an all-world defender. Kobe Bryant was an all-world defender, and so is LeBron James. We cannot boost him up to that if he's unwilling to play the other side of the floor. Now, he may have done it last night, but that's one game. Where was he in the finals versus Boston? Yelling at the ref, not getting back. And so, yes, more for the trade, but I was still rooting for the Mavs last night. That's all I got. You guys have a great day.
Luke, bring in the opposite perspective. That is a very good, solid, reasonable phone call that I think represents 98% of Nico Harrison's thinking.
Defense. That's it. That's what he wants.
Yeah.
Nico would probably sacrifice X percentage of offense for X percentage of defense.
George in Fort Worth, you're up next. Georgie, you're live on the Fan. Go ahead.
Howdy. Yeah, I agree with Mr. Luke, but watching Luka with the Lakers was like when my girlfriend went to the prom with the prom king, and I was pretty sad. But
did your girlfriend go or no? That's just an analogy.
No, she went.
Oh no!
Dang.
Yeah.
Did you dump her after, or was she done? The relationship was over.
I think I got the memo that night.
Yeah.
You want to tell her off?
I already did.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Having AD Lively out there, they would have crushed the Lakers yesterday, man. Let's be honest. I don't think the Lakers team is as good as yesterday. I think when we have our centers back, man, we'll beat them.
Look, there's no way you're watching this. Thanks for the call, George. When you are down 16, cut it to 8, then it's 3. You're thinking in your mind, do we have something here, and what will it be at full strength? The follow-up to that is, will Mavs fans actually care? That, in my opinion, will not be able to be answered till in the moment. When the city gets caught up in a playoff series, there's nothing like going to the bar on a Saturday and your team is playing a playoff game. Friday night, Saturday, Sunday afternoon, your team is playing. Let's see if we can stay off the bandwagon, if they make it. I'm on record of saying I don't think they make it right now because, Anthony Davis was warming up yesterday. I saw some of those shots and videos from Pat Doney. if they make a playoff series, are you really going to stay away from it? That I can't wait as the Troy Aikman bandwagon test.
Well, and also, like, you know, if you're in a playoff series, you're not only are you going to stay away from it, what if they're playing the Lakers?
We've never experienced this. We've never experienced in this town at all fans saying, I'm done, and carrying that I'm done energy for several. Always when the Cowboys are playing, you're always back when you say you're done. This is the most unusual circumstances we've ever had.
What is Mike McCarthy up to with Quinn Ewers with the NFL Combine taking place? That's next and Below the Belt, 105.3 The Fan.
After we get you over to QC Kinetics, get you healthy.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take out my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Mike McCarthy never wanted to coach college, but he wants to coach college prospects, apparently very close to my heart, at the University of Texas. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt. And Chop, when you sent this, I hadn't seen it yet till Choppy sent it yesterday, and it was very upsetting because I don't want Quinn Ewers to regress. But Chop, why don't you tell us who's working with Quinn Ewers now?
Well, I'll tell you this. I don't know where Quinn will end up in this draft. I don't know what team he's going to go to. I don't know what that coach has left on his contract. But I do know that if Quinn hits and decides that he wants to push that coach out, I know somebody who might be in the running.
Really?
And that is our old pal, Big Mike McCarthy. This is Tom Pelissero having the story about A, McCarthy and Quinn's budding relationship, and B, maybe a little bit of a in-your-face to the Longhorn fans who wanted to kick Quinn out of town because, well, he was doing nothing but check-down passes. This is Pelissero.
Another quarterback I can tell you will throw is Texas's Quinn Ewers. I'm told that he is fully recovered now from a torn oblique that he played with basically this entire season. It happened in the Michigan game. It got worse over the course of time, but he is healthy now. His weight's up to about 215 pounds. Ewers actually has been working down in Texas with former Cowboys coach Mike McCarthy, who I talked to on the phone yesterday. McCarthy says he's just been really impressed with Quinn Ewers as a young man and the attentiveness that he has. They've been talking football for hours. McCarthy says, I'm like a kid in an ice cream shop just talking ball with Quinn Ewers. This is a wide open quarterback group, obviously, beyond the two guys that we have talked about a lot here. This is an opportunity here for Quinn Ewers to come out and maybe establish himself as QB3, if not QB2 or 1. There's a lot of things still to shake out through the course of this process. We're going to see a lot of those other top quarterbacks throwing here at the scouting combine. Add Quinn Ewers to that list.
Okay.
That's why he gets the scoops. That's why he gets those phone calls he does. Suggesting Quinn Ewers will be QB1?
That's
my God. Tom, have a little respect for yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a wide open. There is no consensus anything. Cam Ward is thought of as right now as the number one. Cam Ward until this year was not anything special.
The top two are consensus. The top two absolutely are. That's why he just started with QB3 because that's really the only competition.
It's him or Jackson Dart that I've seen mostly for QB3. But let's not act like Cam Ward was Trevor Lawrence and he was just assumed that he was going to be the number one draft pick for 3 years. And the same with Shedeur. They all have warts of some kind. And Quinn has his own warts as well. And now this does put, or does it not, the report that he had a torn oblique for the entire year. Does that explain, at least, not excuse, but explain the more underneath routes as the year went on? Underneath throws, I should say.
No. In part, yes, but this has always also kind of been Quinn's game that he's
last year there was a deep ball criticism.
Yeah, and so he's had issues with this before, or I wouldn't say issues. He's had a hesitancy. He plays things conservative. That's the way that he plays typically. But yeah, I'm sure that impacted him overall in his quality of play. But the pushing the ball downfield, I don't know how much more he's doing that, even if he's healthy. He's not a big fan of it. Now, I know you think I'm going to dump on this and I'm going to criticize it, and I kind of did as a joke before that. I really do think that this is great for Quinn Ewers. I think it's great for Mike McCarthy. That's a good way to stay sharp, is to continue to work with guys on that level who are coming into the NFL. It's good for these players to align with people who've been in the league recently and can set expectations for them and know how to set a throwing schedule or do different things that they need to expect teams are going to run them through. So I think it's positive for Quinn. It's positive for Mike. Kevin O'Connell, when he had been first getting into coaching years ago, he had approached Exos, the training facility here in Frisco, and he had asked them, like, I'll just do it for free. It's so valuable to get your hands on, like, some of these guys who are coming to the league and help them, like, find out who these players are, get them prepared. It's an awesome coaching opportunity, a good chance to build relationships and get one-on-one time with guys and kind of sharpen your skills a little bit. And that was something that when he went in there for a couple weeks at Exos, they had a great experience with him. A lot of players enjoyed it. And so I think this is perfect work for Mike McCarthy to be doing right now.
So what do you think he's doing? Is he like, just like you said, running through drills on the field? Is he going through film study?
So typically if you're out there with quarterback work leading up to the draft, they're trying to prep you for the drills. So whatever you're going to be doing, whatever will be on the script, you're basically, it's like studying to a test. It's you're going to get work that is geared towards that. But a lot of it is going to be, drop back mechanics and different things. You are working on mechanical things with them, cleaning up things that if you watch them throw, you're like, okay, let's change this a little bit, or let's do this. And then, there's some film and whiteboard work in it too, because these formal meetings that they have are so critical to show what their knowledge is and what they're. So I would imagine Mike is preparing him with, mock scenarios of here's what I would ask you if I was in the Cowboys meetings. I would be asking you these things to do on the whiteboard, and I'd throw this at you. And so it's those sort of things that are good prep for players, and honestly good for McCarthy to maintain that sharpness and maintain being on top of things.
What round do you have Quinn in as a prospect?
4th. I think there's a good chance he goes before that, but I mean, like I heard there's one evaluator in here who's like, I didn't even slap a draftable grade on him. There are other people who have him in the 2nd. So, I mean, people are kind of all over the place on Quinn Ewers. And it's much like his play. He's all over the place. There are times you watch him and go, wow, that's a good football player. And other times like, dear God, put Arch in there.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where it sets up.
Not a fan.
Not at all? You don't get you got the JJ McCarthy vibes with him?
Yeah, I'm not going to do a full breakdown of their game.
But you were like, you felt slam dunk McCarthy was not going to be a good NFL quarterback. That was your sense.
Not
worth
a first round.
Not worth it.
Yeah. Like, I think I feel even a little bit better about JJ McCarthy than Quinn.
Wow. Yeah. I liked McCarthy. I had McCarthy graded higher than Quinn as well. So, I mean, that's how I looked at it. All right, so now that we're at the Combine, we're getting different meetings and different things like that. Georgia edge rusher Michael Williams, who is supposed to be a top 10 pick, this morning he told people that he has had a formal meeting with the Cowboys. In fact, when he was asked about it, he got a big smile on his face and said, can't talk about it, but loved that meeting. And so that's an encouraging sign for Michael Williams if he wants to end up with the Cowboys. I don't think he gets to 12, so it'd have to be an instance of Dallas going up to get him or a CeeDee Lamb type of fall scenario. The Philadelphia Eagles, who are just the king of the castle right now.
I got chirped from Filthy yesterday by some of these fans.
For what?
The tush push comment I made.
So the tush push is a hotly contested issue right now. It's being debated, due to the Packers submitting a rule that they want it to get outlawed. And Nick Sirianni weighing in on it. Different people from the competition committee are talking about it. Nick Sirianni was out there and had spoke with reporters. This is cut 21, Peyton. Nick Sirianni on the idea of banning the tush push and fairness in the game of football.
I almost feel a little insulted because we worked so hard at that play. The amount of things that we've looked into how to coach that play, the fundamentals, is always, there's 1,000 plays out there, but it comes down to how you teach the fundamentals and then how the players go through and do with the fundamentals. I can't tell you how many times we practice the snap, we practice the play, because it's not a play that it's easy to practice. There's different ways we figured out how to practice it. I watch every week. I watch every first and goal red zone fail every single time. And sometimes that first and goal starts at the 1, and you see the team not be able to get in because they're not able to do that. And so I think that it's a skill that our team has because of the players that we have, the way the coaches coach it. There's just so much time put into it. The fact that it's a successful play for the Eagles and people want to take that away, I think is a little unfair.
Unfair. That's a hell of a word used to describe that.
Look, and that's my again. I criticized Mark Murphy. I thought that his argument was flawed.
And I think it wasn't skilled.
That it wasn't skilled. And I think Sirianni's argument is flawed. They're all missing the point here. Like whether it's fair or not for Philadelphia should not play into whether or not it's banned or kept. Shouldn't play into it at all. Who cares if it's unfair to a team to ban it? I happen to think the play takes skill. Everybody can run it if they want. Everyone's just mad because Philly has basically perfected it. If the Cowboys ran that same play at the same success rate that Philadelphia does, there is not a single Cowboy fan who would vote to ban it. Not a single fan. It's sour grapes. That's all it is.
You're right. There's skill involved in it. They use a very specific blocking technique that they don't talk about. They coach it a very specific way. Like Nick Sirianni laid out there. They work really hard at it. He talked about all the different things that involve the skill of it and everything else. You know what he didn't mention when he talked about how hard they practice? Pushing the quarterback in the back over the fit. Like, that's the problem. Yeah. There are all these things they do about it that are technical, technically sound, really good football, other than the shoving him over the line. That's the problem here.
Which is not their fault.
Nobody wants to ban their blocking scheme for it.
Yeah.
They want to ban it. No, don't let him push somebody over the edge.
They're trying to use safety as the excuse.
Well, look,
too.
that is...
Like Andy Reid said, I heard Jason Kelsey saying he got beaten and battered forever. So
Sean McDermott, that's what he was. He said that's my issue with it. Safety. That's the problem.
If you're going to ban it, you have to ban it on that. You're never going to get it banned other than safety.
Just alter it. I mean, this is
how difficult is it to say you can't push the guy?
That's it. That's all. That's my answer. I agree with much of what Sirianni said. I'm not trying to punish them because they're the Eagles. I just don't want it to turn into a tug of war match.
Yeah,
of who's got the most guys on one side and who can line up the most behind and shove someone across the first down marker. That's all.
You know what's going to happen if they do that? What they're going to do, instead of pushing the quarterback, the two guys behind are going to push the offensive lineman. And it's going to do this. It's going to have the same effect. You push the offensive lineman forward, they get it. You know what I mean?
You cannot assist on that play by pushing a teammate in the back. There's the rule.
Now you get into some,
and they're not gonna all go past Jalen Hurts. I don't think. They're not gonna bypass Jalen to get to the offensive line.
Think about all these things we've already changed on the defense. You can't do like all the leverage and different things like that on blocking field goals. Why is it not the same concept over here? You remember they tell you can't jump up on a teammate on the defensive side of the ball to block a kick. Why isn't it the same on the offensive side? For his part, Todd Bowles, who's on the competition committee, said yesterday he's not in favor of banning it. Says it's up to defenses to stop it, but still a hotly contested issue.
After much controversy as well, President Trump says, yes, the Eagles would be welcomed at the White House.
They're allowed.
The initial story was they would not go. Then the White House said, well, we didn't invite them. And now I think the Eagles said, no, we never said we wouldn't go. So President Trump said, you would be welcome when we decide to invite.
There's going to be so much McDonald's, okay? So many fries, all the burgers, the chicken McNuggets, the wonderful McNugget.
Where does Luka's night rank amongst the all-time revenge games? Final hour, Hump Day edition. Next on Sean and RJ.
After we get you over to Zerez, get that carpet professionally clean. Cleanway, Greenway, Zerez.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
LeBron will oblige with one to shoot. And rattles home. Dončić and LeBron. The greatest combo going right now, just toying with him. Triple-double for Luka Dončić.
Final hour. Maybe fist pump time for you or not, depending on if you watch, how you are watching. I did find myself rooting for Luka, but wanting a Mavs victory at the end of the night. They come up short, and the Lakers win. Revenge Part 1 in Los Angeles. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby on DFW Sports Station, Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
On 105.3 The Fan. Luka Dončić, after the triple-double over his last two games, 51 points, 25 boards, 19 assists, 7 steals, 3 blocks. Last NBA player to reach all those numbers over a 2-game span, Larry Bird, January 1982. Hit us up on the Franklin Fergo Injury Attorney text line for how it was for you at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053.
So you were, 2 months old the last time that happened in the NBA? Almost your entire lifetime. January 82?
January 82. Yes, sir. Way to know I was a Scorpio. Proud of you, Bob. Thank you. Where does this fall on the all-time list of revenge games. Got this from TNT. Danny Ainge. Boston against Sacramento, 39 points. Stephon Marbury, Minnesota versus the Nets, 39 points. KD, OKC against Golden State, 39. Anthony Davis, Pelicans against the Lakers, 41. Bradley Beal, Wizards, Suns, 43. So Luka coming nowhere close to even 30 points. So if you bet that heavy over, Kevin Hagelin, hopefully you had the safety net of the triple-double. But it was a good game, back and forth. Looked like it was going to be an absolute beatdown early on when the Lakers were up 16 points. Mavs cut it to 8, then 3, but Luka gets a smile at the end.
Look, the best PR for the Mavericks right now is the team itself, like the players, and the way that they're playing and the way that they're fighting through this stretch of games. And when they get these guys back, when Anthony Davis gets back, they don't need a whole bunch of bluster and a whole bunch of... They don't have to sell you on anything. Just let them play, and that'll eventually win some fans over. Max Christie, winning fans over. People love him. Anthony Davis was winning people over. Just get out of your own way if you're the front office now. That's the biggest key. If you want this to stop, get out of the way.
Yep. Last night, I felt like was not as painful as the build-up beforehand with the Luka car changing the license plates, Texas to Cali 77 with all my exes live in Texas as part of the Jumpman promo. Luka buying a parking lot for Laker fans to not have to burn $120 per parking space. So he continues to dominate the Mavericks in terms of all the goodwill and all the optics. Dominate.
It's easy. Just basically rise above it. It's if you rise above it,
don't punch down.
Yeah, run the football. Run the football. You're up 100, just run the ball, baby. That's what Luka's got to do.
People love free stuff. Give them free stuff.
That's why the Lakers. That's why the Lakers love the trade. It was free stuff, basically.
Yeah. How do you guys feel about the Lakers now as a title contender?
This year, I think it's evident. Like, Luka's, he's figuring it out. There's just
which team better at full strength
this year?
Yep,
Mavs. This year, because it's a lot easier to bring in a post player than it is a guy who's controlling the ball in the middle of the year. When Jason Kidd came here, was it 08? Mm-hmm. It was 08 season. It took a minute. It took a minute. I mean, they had flashes, and then there was like, all right, he just doesn't know these guys. You need like a full off season. You need a lot of practice time with these players. There's not a ton of practice time in the NBA once the season starts. You got a lot of shoot-arounds and everything, but you're not having like a ton of practice time. It's just difficult to really kind of assimilate yourself with everybody else, and I think it's easier for a post player to do that. So I think the Mavs this year went healthy.
I don't know. I mean, Lakers probably. I mean, that's Coop told it to us yesterday. Over the last month, they're like the best record in the NBA. And
the defensive numbers make zero sense. They've like shot up to number one. I don't understand how.
It's one of those things where people are they're gonna keep talking about the whole they don't have the size. They're not big enough. That's gonna be the problem. So if you've got a team like Dallas that they go up against when they're healthy, or you go up against some of these other playoff teams that they've got bigs who can operate and hurt you, then the Lakers would be in trouble in that situation. Well, they just got off of a game where they threw a pretty good game plan at Jokic and were able to weather that. Now, are they going to be able to consistently defend somebody like AD if AD's healthy and they get into a series? Yeah, but I mean, I think both teams healthy. If they get into a 7-game series in the first round of the playoffs, the Lakers are winning that. Probably 4-2, something like that.
I'll pick the Mavericks. But the Mavericks have to make it.
They gotta get healthy.
Man, if I have one sports wish right now that does not involve a local team winning a championship, and many Mavs fans don't even want that, former Mavs fans, it is Lakers-Mavs playoff series.
Oh, yeah.
Please. You didn't give me the hyped-up Deion Sanders, Jerry. You did this to us, Nico. Please, sports gods, please give us Lakers-Mavericks in a playoff series. Please. Now you get this report yesterday after our show. KMC almost didn't have the words for it. Mark Spears, longtime NBA reporter, tight with Chris Arnold, would hop on any show that CA is on here on the station, says that Jaylen Brown from the Boston Celtics is the reason the Mavs traded Luka. Quote, what he did to Luka in the finals, shutting him down, guarding him full court, making it unbearable offensively, led Dallas to questioning Luka as the leader of the team and questioning whether he was in shape or not. That coming from Mark Spears, Luka's NBA Finals performance against Jaylen Brown, where he averaged 29, 9, and 5 in 5 games while banged up.
Yeah, I Mark Spears is pretty good. If this has any shred of truth to it, then this front office is even worse than I thought. I mean, you're putting up 29 and 9. Yeah, his defense was not great. That was not the reason they lost. Coop said it yesterday to us. I mean, they never gave up 110 points. They didn't give up 110 points in any game that series. That wasn't defense. They're just scrambling. The front office is just scrambling to find a reason and to find an excuse to give the people. Oh, this is why we did it. Oh, this is why we did it. You know, he's not in shape. He got beat by Jaylen Brown. Look, this is on Reddit, and I'm sure it's true because Reddit's never wrong. Jaylen Brown defended Luka for 154 possessions in the finals. So you're basing this off of 154 possessions?
In the finals.
In the finals. They scored 131 points on those 154 possessions. So it's not a great offensive rating, and its offensive rating about 85. It's not great.
And why didn't you deal Kyrie first after the finals? 20 points a game on 41 and 27% shooting. He was the GOAT, the bad GOAT.
Yeah.
In that series.
Yeah, he wasn't great.
I mean, Luka was immature, childish. Brian Windhorst with an all-time great rant, in my opinion, pissed off many in DFW. You could tell he was speaking for the Mavericks organization or for Nico, but Kyrie was the no-show.
He was. I mean, Luka had his defensive problems, there's no doubt. Like you said, he had his tirades, but I mean, he was better than Kyrie was offensively. Not much, but he was better. And that so you're just going to excuse one and get rid of the 25-year-old unicorny type player? Okay. I mean, knock yourself out, man. Like, that's not how I want to go down. But, and then also, like, if you're going to base it off this, right? Just even if you're going to use this as an excuse, like, go look around sports. Like, everybody's numbers go down in the playoffs a lot of times. You're playing better defenses. You're playing better teams. It makes sense that, like, your numbers would dip a little bit. Not everybody goes out there. If you're a 300 hitter, it hits 300 in the playoffs. It's just more difficult.
So I was just looking this up. NBA.com will break it down by games. You can't get it as like a full series, but they'll break it down by games, the matchup. So game 1, when Jaylen Brown was on Luka had 8 points, 4 of 6 shooting, 2 turnovers. Game 2. Game 2, Luka had 9 points, 3 assists, 1 turnover on 3 of 5 shooting.
Oh, no.
Doesn't sound that bad. Game 3, Luka against Jaylen Brown, which was 5 minutes of total time. He had no points, put up 1 shot, had 3 assists, 1 turnover. Game 4, Luka against Jaylen Brown. Luka, no points, 0 for 4 from the field, no turnovers, 1 assist. And then game 5, 4 points on 2 of 6 shooting, 2 assists, and a turnover. So the last 3 games of the series, he locked him down pretty well. But, I mean,
that's 9 of 22.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a great performance, but I mean, still, it's something where that you cannot base it. If you're basing this off of what was essentially a 3-game stretch of minutes against him, then they're more incompetent than I even thought was possible.
I refuse to believe that they're that incompetent, and I'm going to subscribe to RJ's theory of them just scrambling and just trying to throw anything against a wall to stick, because that would be so freaking stupid. I don't give a crap if Jaylen Brown shut him down to 10 points a night. I've seen enough. I've seen the body of work with 5 straight first team All-NBA. I don't care if he had a terrible series. I don't care if Jaylen Brown locked him up. All that would be pushed to the side. That'd be the aberration, the fluke, the flash in the pan. What are we talking about here? Come on now.
By the way, on the flip side of that, the defense for Luka against Jaylen Brown, he shot 11 of 23, or not 11, 12 of 23 against Luka, but he didn't spend the majority of his time on the court matched up against Luka. It was just a portion of it in every game.
Pepe, what'd you think of last night, taking in Luka wearing that jersey and uniform?
It looks ugly on him. He looks a lot fatter, obviously, with the gold and purple. Now, what I took away was what we've been talking about is at full strength. I mean, it might be an overreaction on my part, and I'll say it is, but at full strength, the Mavs and Lakers play a best-of-7 series tomorrow. I got the Mavs in 5. I think it's that much of a difference. I really do. That Lakers team looked very beatable yesterday. With PJ Washington is not going to go 0-4 for an entire game the rest of the season. So, I have full faith in them. Kyrie was on point. It's what they did in LA too with that crowd as well. On the road, they were still able to find a way to stay in the game.
And that is what Nico's betting on. He's like, we have more resolve. We're going to play hard all the time. We're going to be superior defensively. We're not going to have to go ahead and fight with referees.
972 on the fan text, 8 and 817. Both are picking the Mavs in a playoff series. So the Mavs win by 20 last night if they're fully healthy.
Well, we got to get there first. Well, they have to get there. I don't know if you're associating we anymore with it.
Nope. All right.
I still am.
A we is a sign off.
Sign off.
Sign off.
What do you mean?
It's hard to separate. It's hard for me to separate right now.
No, I mean, look, this is something where I don't think that mentally they can be as tough as they're. I don't know that the environments that will exist in those games if those two play is something that Dallas would weather. It'd be 7 home games in a 7-game series for them. There's still going to be a bunch of people cheering for Luka.
Yeah, I got to factor that in. I would change my mind probably to the Lakers then because it would be 7 home.
It'd be a lot. I still think that it's going to take time for Luka and LeBron to figure each other out, and LeBron doesn't have time.
It has looked better though, just about every game so far.
Well, that makes sense.
Luka being able to set LeBron up has been really effective for them.
877-881-1053. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up with your Luka reaction. If you want some Luka phone calls while experiencing that last night, you can do it as well. Here on Sean and RJ, we'll crosstalk with a KMC matchup. He's live from Surprise, Arizona. But you want some lessons? Stephen Jones wants to draft a quarterback. RJ has some lessons on getting the Dak Prescott replacement. That and the rest of a college kegger all on the way. Hump Day edition.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget.
You've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-3333. With Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Things could get real spicy here throughout this game as Dončić rips another one and immediately turns to the Mavericks bench.
And was that directed right at Jason Kidd and Nico? You had Mavs fans in the pregame yesterday. Nico was on the floor, opposite end of Luka warming up. Bobby got the photo of Luka doing push-ups with Nico in the background. Of course, that's not for him to show Nico. He's in shape. He lost his usual half-court three-point contest. But Nico was being taunted with signs. Can't throw them out. In Los Angeles, can't throw out those fans who held up the signs. Loyalty never fades with never crossed out. And Sam Amick, we won't get into all of it right now. We'll save it for tomorrow. He talked to Nico about that, the chant that broke out.
He did. As he was walking out of the arena yesterday, he heard the chants and the thank you, Nico. So Sam Amick asked him, he said, as he was walking out, he's like, did you turn around and say, you're welcome? Like, play with him? He said Nico just got a grin and said no. And then he walked off to the exits. And so Nico being stoic, a little less stoic, I guess, with the little smirk.
Mark in Dallas, your Luka reaction to last night. If you watch, you're live on the Fan, Mark.
Hey, thanks for having me on, guys. Just want to let you know you're my favorite part of the day. Get to listen to you on the way to work. But
thank you, brother. Thank you.
I was watching that last night. And it's hard to watch that. It made me angry. Watching him play. Wonder if that'll ever go away. It may not go away till he retires. But watching the game gave me a little bit of hope, even without him, although I'm still going to be very irritated through the years. The fact that we really played pretty well, and considering we were short, I feel like the Lakers looked very beatable.
Yeah.
And I feel like if we had our bigs in there and we had everybody kind of playing at full strength, I think we'd be pretty dominant. We easily could have been up by 10 at half when we're missing all those quick inside. We got inside drives, missing layups, missing easy shots, weren't sinking any threes. So, it's just my thoughts is, I think we've got a lot to look forward to. It's going to be hard. Somebody asked me if we win the championship, will I be happy with it? And I said no. So that's my 2 cents.
Great call. We actually should have talked about it earlier. I thought the Mavs story of the first half was missing all the bunnies. Missing a lot of easy opportunities, and you're like, all right, this is 16, but it should be 8, it should be 10, and then they, through Kyrie Irving and Klay Thompson and Dante Exum, evaporated that lead down to 3. The big question the Mavericks front office is going to have to wait for the answer for, and so are we. Mm-hmm. Will it matter if the Dallas Mavericks have playoff success? Will DFW care? I know the easy answer for many right now is no. I don't think we'll be able to answer until we get caught up in the playoff moments. JD in Arlington, you're next here on Sean and RJ. Go ahead, JD.
Yes, sir. Big Tolo. Always listen to you guys every day. Appreciate you. I'm not like most Mavs fans. I've watched every game since the trade, and I also have watched Luka play too because I love him as a player. But I'm excited to see what the Mavs can do when their bigs get back. And if you go look at actually how many games AD has missed in the last couple of years versus Luka, I mean, they're about the same.
Yeah, and it's actually less. Look, AD has played more games and more minutes, a lot more minutes, I believe, than Luka over the last 3 years.
Yep. And, I'm ready to get AD back and actually see what they can do defensively. I don't know if I'm necessarily a big fan of Nico and, losing a great talent like Luka is, but I'm also still excited to see what they can still do because he has had a great trade last year. So what can he do with this one? Hopefully it pans out for him.
Great call. Thank you for listening, man, and enjoy your day. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up.
On the Luka front real quick with the injury availability and things like that, AD played more games than him last year. People were pointing out that Luka's seasons have been going deeper into playoffs recently. Last year he did play more games overall than Anthony Davis. It's just regular season games he didn't.
Okay. You had an update you were not going to tell me about till we got on air with something?
Oh, this was it was the airplane story.
Oh, great.
Another one.
Hopefully my wife and kids are listening right now.
Yes.
I finally had my big Ollie emotional moment last night. I was laying down, trying to kill an hour before the 9 p.m. tip, and 10 o'clock rolls around. I'm like, all right, I'm going into the living room to watch the rest of the game. I go into the living room, pitter patter, tears, tears, tears. You finally had the breakdown. I don't want you to leave. I'm going to miss you. I said, I'll bring you back something maybe. I'll do the RJ Choppy souvenir trick. And his ears and eyes lit up. And then I said, all right, this is fine. Go to sleep. And then in the morning, I say goodbye to Amanda. She calls me back. She's like, he's up too. He wants to say goodbye. I was like, dang it. The 5 o'clock wake up with the guilt trip from the sun.
Getting you.
So, are they in school? They should be in school. So go ahead. Talk about our demise.
This is another one. We had it yesterday. I guess we had another one too. That never got. We didn't see. There was no video of it, so it didn't get thrown out there. But this is at Reagan Airport in D.C., the same place, the same airport that had the collision with the helicopter a little less than a month ago. But there was another flight that was forced to abort its landing because of a plane that was on the runway getting set to take off that didn't start their takeoff roll or whatever. So I told you, I've had positive. If you knew how often this happens, you would never fly again. Like, this is so
now
routine.
You think everyone's cameras are just out?
There's no video of this. It's just like now it's getting reported.
Yeah,
everything is getting reported.
What is your normal stress level with flying? Typically, like throughout your life, 1 to 10. A 1?
1.
Okay. Is it up at all, like for today? What is your stress level today?
1.5, 2.
Okay, slightly.
I'm just naive to it. I'm like, it's not going to happen to me. The odds. I'm an odds guy.
Well, hang on. Let's knock on Corey, and then it doesn't. Like whatever.
I mean, I'm probably a 4 today.
A 4.
I've gotten a lot better in recent years, but this is lately it's ticking.
There's an unease. There's an unease. It's. I mean,
we should have drove. Like, brought us.
It's a long drive, man.
A long drive.
That's a long drive.
Ben in Cleburne, back to Luka in L.A. last night. Ben, you're live on Sean and RJ.
Yeah, so my take from last night's game, that wasn't a playoff game. That wasn't playoff Luka. That wasn't playoff LeBron. We don't know what J.J. Redick has up his sleeves for playoffs. So playoff series, we don't know. Playoff Luka, I'm always picking him. And I'm a huge diehard Luka fan. Grew up being a Allen Iverson fan, so it's easy for me to become a fan of a player. And then I became a fan of the Mavericks after Allen Iverson kind of falling off. Hated the Lakers at the time, but now I guess I got to root for them.
So you were rooting for the Lakers to win last night?
Oh, yeah. It doesn't feel right seeing Luka lose to somebody that didn't even want him, that just did him dirty.
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't sit right.
Good call,
gotta
Ben.
root for
sorry. Thought you were done there.
You got to root for the guy that got done, dirty like that.
Good call, brother. You're appreciated.
You're appreciated.
Junior in Houston, listening to 105.3 The Fan. Go ahead, Junior.
Hey, what's up, guys? Happy Hump Day.
Hump Day.
Just so you guys know, I'm not from Houston. I'm from Dallas. I had to relocate to the armpit, unfortunately. But big Mavs fan. Want to let you guys know that last night's game, and I think everyone's reaction would have been different if AD was there and if AD was doing his thing. I think everybody's reaction would have been different this morning. Another thing, off topic, Roberto Belt, I like it, but we should change that to Robert Cinturon Belt. I like that one.
Citron?
Cinturon. That means belt in Spanish.
Oh, okay.
Works.
Now,
I
you
can do it.
nodded your head when you saw Junior Houston. You know,
We're familiar with Junior from Houston. That's all. I was looking. I was like, oh, okay, this is it. This is somebody we've had before.
All right, Steven Red Oak, you get the last Luka word for now. Then we'll crosstalk with KMC in surprise about it. Go ahead, Stevie.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I'm a bigger Maverick fan than I am a Luka fan, but I love me some Luka.
Okay.
We're being redundant. We beat this thing to death. Nobody trades a player like Luka. I mean, that is utterly insane. I'm having a hard time getting over it, watching it, but there again, I got to stick with my Mavericks. Let's get some big guys back and win a championship. It'll change everything. Thank you.
Thank you for the call, Steve.
Hopefully your cattle's okay too there.
Was something in the
that a
background.
cow?
I don't know. I didn't say anything because I wasn't sure.
My brother will dunk on me now saying in your face, don't fall for stupid headlines because Jordan Schultz, NFL insider, friend of the station, asked Rob Gronkowski about his so-called NFL comeback. He said, quote, crazy, bro. They must know something about me that I don't. I wish I still had those powers because that would be cool if I did, but I was just in Australia for a few days. Now it is time to relax. No football. So there's Gronk shutting it down.
All right, makes sense. I mean, look, he's going to go steal a ring. He hasn't played in 2 years. You know, you miss a year, whatever. You miss a couple of years. You're in the booth. You're working 1 day a week, making $1 million. Ain't going back to play.
Yeah, but I'm having trouble even remembering how big of a difference maker was he in Tampa? Like I know in the Super Bowl he had a decent game, but I don't remember him coming back and thinking like, whoa, Gronk just picked right back up where he left off.
And Travis Kelce, according to the Chiefs GM, sounds like he is returning to play. All right, we'll save RJ's drafted quarterback lesson for tomorrow when we are actually in Indianapolis as we fly out right after the show. I gave my own individual preview of excitement for the days ahead. What about you guys? Anything missing? Chop, anything in particular? You've always raved about Indy.
I like Indy, the city. I assume we're going to go into the stadium.
Yeah, if you guys want to go in there at some point, we can. They do the testing inside, like they'll do the 40 and everything like that in the stadium. And I think I got to look at when the schedules. I think the first group of those are Thursday sometime. So yeah, tomorrow. But yeah, you go in there and you can watch the 40. It's a cool experience.
Oh, we have to go in.
Yeah. There's a lot. So like how
that's not where the broadcast is set up?
No, so they've got everything in Indy is so connected. That's why people like using it for the combine. So there's the convention center where all the meetings and everything else take place, and then next to it is the actual RCA or whatever it's called. Lucas Oil, not RCA. That's way back in the day.
Wow.
Lucas Oil Dome there where you have to just walk down the street and enter in through that way. But then they've had the NFL experience at the Super Bowl this year. They've got the NFL Combine experience set up there, and they've got just different stuff throughout there. They've got all these different pop-ups and experiences that you can do. So it'll be cool. You'll have to, hold your breath and not die of secondhand smoke with how many people on the streets of Indy.
So few cigarette cities, it feels like left.
Cigarette cities.
I remember that from Indianapolis last time.
Yeah, we were some of them. But I'm excited. I like Indy. Interested to see what this whole thing is about. Stadium's cool. I went to the Final Four there one year.
Yeah.
That's where best view I've ever had of my life. The Gordon Hayward shot off the backboard that almost went in to win the title over Duke.
We'll walk downstairs, one of the hotels. We'll walk downstairs and go see the Exos guys training. That's funny to watch because you will see guys prepping for the 40 the day before, just getting working. They're literally like laying down this tacky substance on the floor of hotel rooms and finding a long enough strip in a hotel room so that these athletes can run the 40 downstairs in like ballrooms and stuff to get prepared. So it's the most, like I said, it's the most unique thing you'll see in terms of NFL experiences and coverages before. So it'll be great. It'll be a good 2 days.
How did Mike Bassick ignore the Lakers-Mavs game? And what did Kevin and Corey think of Revenge Part 1? We crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece on the home of the Rangers from Surprise, Arizona next.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak out.
Your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
In the corner, Dončić for three, partially blocked. And that's going to be a foul. Count that. And one as Dončić gets to the basket.
TNT with the call, triple-double for Luka. Lakers get the win over the Mavericks. It's Crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece, live from Surprise, Arizona, on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys, with Ruben just peering in over Corey's shoulder there in the background. Hey, Rubes. Good morning, Corey. What's up?
Man, Ruben just got scared, by the way, by Mike Bassick. Mike Bassick went out there and while Ruben was in the restroom, he walked over to the door and banged on it as loud as he could, and Ruben went, "Oh my God!" And it was pretty hilarious. So it was,
I like that reenactment.
Was that pretty accurate?
Yeah.
Mike? Is that what he
He
said?
goes, "Oh
Yeah.
my God, I scared the crap out of him."
Okay.
Has Ruben been on any random Ruben adventures out there? Does he have no running buddy? It used to be Bobby, then it turned into Choppy in New Orleans. Any random Ruben nights?
I have not gone. I've not seen him take off to the casino yet. Have you gone to the casino? He says no, he hasn't gone to the casino yet, which is not very far away, right, Mike? You've been there.
Oh,
You got hit
yeah.
on
That's
by
where
the
the guy wanted
casino.
me to go up to his room.
Yeah. So.
Excuse me?
That was a long time ago. That did not happen in this trip.
What
That was
happened?
back when Derek Holland was on the Rangers. So I don't know, guy. I was watching the board where I don't know. It's like you pick 10 numbers and you hope to win. I forget the name of these games.
Was it Keno?
Keno, yeah. I was just waiting because
yeah, it's good stuff.
Go to the casino to play Keno.
Arnold, Kavanaugh, and Dawson were playing, I think, blackjack. I think that's what they were playing. And I'm just not a gambler, as in I don't like losing money. So I was just like, yeah, I'll go to the casino and I'll hang out and whatever. And I was just sitting there watching the numbers, and I had on my really sweet Millennium Falcon T-shirt at the time. And a gay guy came up to me and wanted to see if I wanted a drink and come up to his room.
Wow.
And I was like, no, I'm not gay, but we can have a conversation.
Did you?
For like a little bit, but I think he realized I wasn't going to like
over Star Wars
do it. So
Here's that Star Trek.
When you say I'm not gay, but we can have a conversation, that makes it sound like you're opening up to negotiations.
Open dialogue.
Guys, I'll give you 3 chips. Here's my Keno card. You can play this one on the
can talk
house.
about it.
That's right. Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, it does appear that Marcus Simeon will be joining the show in the booth today, probably around noon. I'm presuming it depends kind of when he gets his work done today. And also, we had a conversation with Kevin Pillar. Now, Kevin Pillar, if you remember, played for the Toronto Blue Jays whenever the wildest series I think we've ever seen went down, that one specific game. We got him to recap that game because we've never gotten to talk to anybody on the other side of it before.
You don't always get in-depth answers. This was one question that I would have been okay with a not in-depth answer, but he gave us like a documentary-style depth to it.
That's what Josh Donaldson did for us.
Yeah, it hurts.
He was on. He was great. He was great. It was.
Yeah.
I hated how awesome he was too.
Yes.
Yeah, Pillar is pretty awesome too. Dude has 50 chickens and some llamas, so that's another story.
He's got a monopoly on the eggs.
On the
right
eggs.
now.
I mean, the bird flu.
Oh yeah, I didn't think about that.
Yeah, so there's a lot going on, and then this is a very far ahead tease. Eric and Zach got a hold of Cody Bradford, I do believe.
Yeah.
The entire clubhouse went to sit near them during this interview because they were like, these dudes do the weirdest interview out here. Let's see what it's like. And so they were all sitting around, like, listening in on this interview. It's becoming a thing around the clubhouse.
Really?
It's
That's
awesome.
pretty cool.
It's awesome to see. So
The Barlow one is going to be tough to top. That was incredible, I thought.
Joe Barlow's great.
Joe Barlow.
Yeah.
Kevin, how did you take in the game last night, and how many bets did you lose?
Oh man, yeah, Luka vastly underperformed. So I didn't lose any bets, Sean, but I did lose some of my plays on underdog because betting is illegal in the state of Texas.
Oh,
That's right.
I just watched it in the hotel room. It was like most people have probably told you this morning, or like you guys have felt. It was very strange to watch it, and I liked that the 1 3-pointer he made, he looked right at the Mavericks bench and Nico. That was nice.
It did feel at one point he got fouled, he got fouled, and it looked like he went to high five Omax. Like he was like he forgot that they were on the team, and I was like, what just happened there? And then he kind of like shook his head and smiled. It was definitely emotional to watch. As he's doing some of the things that you're like, oh yeah, he used to do that with our team. And then also watching like PJ try to be what he's not and fumbling the ball all over the place. And that's not his role. But with all the bigs out right now, they're asking him to do something he isn't. And that's not good for the team.
Where did you watch it, Corey?
I watched it at the room last night. I needed one more night of rest, and I think I'm back. I think I'm physically back now. So I need one more night. But we watched it last night at the house. A couple of guys went over to Jared's to watch it. But I told Kevin and Mike this morning, if they had one big.
Wait, did you say the house?
I'm sorry, at the hotel room last night. Yeah, my apologies.
Corey's upgraded from the rest of us.
Yeah, I sold my room and
Ben
went
and
and got
skin
a house.
like.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, if they had one big last night, I think they win that game. That was the difference for me, was they were just undersized for what they wanted to try to do. Couldn't rebound.
Next year's the year.
Well,
you know.
Mike, did you successfully stay away from any minutes?
Haven't watched 1 second of a highlight. Didn't watch 1 second of the game. My father texted me during the game, and he said, I can't believe this, because he put in my Laker hate. He grew up a Boston Celtics fan. There were no Dallas Mavericks when he was growing up here. And so he hated the Lakers. He loved the Celtics, and then he loved the Mavs. And he's like, I can't believe this, but for the first time in my life, I'm rooting for the Lakers.
Wow.
And I'm like, I can't do it. I'm like, I'm just not going to watch. I can't. I'll get too mad. There's no reason to get that mad over sports. So I'm like, if it's not going to make me happy, it's supposed to be like an escape from the reality of how tough life is. Well, if I think it's just going to make me mad, why watch it? And we actually met a season ticket holder this morning down in the breakfast room. He heard us over talking, and he was like, hey, are you guys from Dallas? I've been a season ticket holder since 2006. I've already canceled my tickets for next year.
It was really impressive because even when we all left, he kept talking to tell us that he'd been a Rangers fan since 1972, which I heard when I was at the door leaving the hotel. He was still talking. It was impressive.
Well, people can chat, man.
They can.
Is there anyone the Rangers could trade to the Astros that would make somebody root for the Astros in a game?
No,
who was a Rangers fan? There's nobody.
Nolan Ryan.
Well, that even didn't do it for a lot of people.
Not on this team, but like I mean, if they had traded maybe Pudge.
I could see that.
Yeah, but there was no rivalry till 15. Like everybody was rooting for. If you're a Ranger fan and the Astros were in the National League, you actually rooted for them if they ever made the playoffs. You're like, well, it's the other Texas team, and we never. It's not like we ever play them or like it's a rivalry. It was 15 where Texas stole the division from them late in the year, and then that started kind of the rivalry.
Mike, there's been a lot of talk. Led by RJ Choppy here in the Rangers offseason about number 2 in the American League, contender status. Are you feeling any of that there? Or no, it's just regular old spring training to start off. Does it feel when talking to Bochy or anyone else like the heightened expectations of them as a contender? Because that contender status to me felt like it kind of snuck up this offseason after the way they finished off last year and all the injury questions.
Were we here at the end of February last year too?
I believe that we were.
Well, we're here so early that it's like crowds. There's no spring break in the United States of America yet. So literally you only have, for the most part, either retired people or people from the area going to the games. That being said, no, it doesn't feel that way because they were the defending world champs last year. So you had 3 times the amount of media covering the Texas Rangers in spring training as the defending world champs. So this feels more like a normal Rangers spring training. But, it was. I heard Ryan Presley, who's been with the Astros for most of his career. He's with the Cubs, and he's like, wow, this is so much better in Arizona. Like, it's sold out every game for spring training, and the atmosphere is amazing. And I'm like, you're playing for the Cubs. That's not Arizona.
Yeah.
Like you go sign with the Yankees, and you're going to go to Tampa, and you're going to find 10 to 15,000 people at each spring training game. Same thing with maybe in Boston. I never went to Fort Myers, but there's certain teams that will attract a lot of attention in spring training no matter what. But the Rangers so far, it's early, but I don't think they're going to get a lot of attention like they did last year.
Man, the who's in Scottsdale? Is it the Giants?
Yes.
That I went to out there a couple of years ago last time we went. That was a fantastic setup, and the energy.
Giants fans don't play.
No, and the energy at that park, like
they don't.
I think the Rangers were playing. Yeah, because the Rangers were playing because Holland was pitching that day for San Francisco. The energy at that park for spring training game was like, okay, this is completely different than most places.
Are you guys going to Indianapolis tomorrow or after the show today?
After the show today.
Where are y'all doing? Are y'all doing the show from like another station, or are y'all doing it from
Radio Row? They have a Radio Row there at the convention
There's
center.
like 60 stations out there.
Look at you guys.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So we're going to be right in the middle of all the NFL team setups and then all the radio stations and different stuff like that out there.
What if you ask them, just say, when people come to your table, say, take your pants off? Because it's the underwear Olympics.
So I thought that was a callback to your hotel offer.
Yeah, invite them up to our room.
Yeah, we do that.
To play
that's actually not a bad bit. I like that one.
No, we're really right now. The biggest thing we're faced with right now is we're just trying to figure out which reservation we're going to go to tonight, St. Elmo's or Prime 47. So that's what we're faced with right now. That challenge, figuring out which is going to be the hotter spot.
What's the weather out there?
Tough.
Oh my gosh.
Corey?
Oh.
It's really nice. It's like in the mid 50s when you get here in the morning, but then it peaks out around mid 80s. So I think it is really, really nice out here. How many Diana Taurasi segments did you guys do today?
They're treating her like she's the logo, for crying out loud. Like she won one MVP.
Oh, Diana Taurasi. I was thinking Diana Rossini.
Did you do segments about her?
Peyton had his choice. Diana Taurasi, I know.
Yeah, she retired. And is it like I kept seeing the flash? WNBA icon retires, and I'm like, yeah, she's tremendous, right? Bunch of championships, bunch of college championships. They're treating her like it's Kareem. Kareem retired.
This is the corner that ESPN and Sean, with his Caitlin Clark coverage, backed themselves into. They have to cover it now or look like a fake ally.
I think she literally has one WNBA MVP.
She won 3 titles, though.
Yeah, I mean, hundreds of people are upset they don't get to watch her play basketball anymore.
Oh, man.
I mean, like, I don't know. Give me a one-time NBA MVP.
Hey, Mike, what's your most valuable Diana Taurasi card?
Dirk.
Yeah, I was like, I didn't even know what team she played on. She was a UConn girl. Like,
Mike, do you have
I
a
know that.
WNBA card? Is there value in it?
Caitlin
Clark's hot right now.
face.
Whoa.
Whoa,
On the card market, you Nimrod.
Kevin's got a tie.
On the card market.
Privilege is right.
On the card
Have
market.
you ever called your wife hot 3 times in a row?
Hey, wear the Sparks jersey for me. The KMC masterpiece next.
Son of a
Of the
gun.
Fan.
Thanks to An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, the famous Mike Bassick, all holding it down at Surprise Stadium for Rangers spring training. And then back in the studio in the DFW, the more famous Sir Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How we doing?
I'm doing good today, Kevin. Guess what I learned whenever I walked in this morning?
That Jacob DeGrom would not do an interview with
Jacob
us?
DeGrom doesn't do interviews with us, guys.
I tried.
3 years in a row now. I told Kevin at 877-881-1053, how many times do you ask a girl out before saying, you know what, I'm done? Because 2 years in a row, I'd asked DeGrom if he'd talk. First year, he was like, don't look at me. Second year, he was like, I'm in the middle of playing Call of Duty on my phone right now. And it was very dismissive. And listen, I'm fine with the pitcher. I told my kid last night, I said, he was like, Dad, I'm just really glad that you get to meet all these people. It's really cool. And I said, you know, whenever I set out to do this job, when I was dreaming of doing this kind of job, I was like, that was part of it. Getting to meet some of these stars, getting to work with a Mike Bassick, you know.
It's the last Wednesday you're ever going to see me.
Yeah, well, no, it's not.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to find you on another Wednesday just to prove you wrong. But I told him, I said, look, there are a lot of quality people we get to run across in this business. We've gotten to talk to some awesome people. Every once in a while, you get a grade A butthole, right? You know, you get like a Roy Williams that you're just like, you didn't have to treat me like that.
Which
dude.
Roy?
The safety.
defensive
He
one.
was my favorite player, and then he turned out to not be great. And I'm not saying that about DeGrom. Win me a World Series, bro. Like it's perfectly fine. Go out there and pitch. I understand he had to deal with New York media. It's different, but he didn't doing it yet. But go out there and pitch, man. Go be an ace. Go do that. Avery did ask me though, who's been your favorite one? And I said it's always Bochy. Anytime,
He's great.
Anytime we get a chance to talk to Boch. But no, Kevin, what I found out this morning is that this stadium right here is the best place to watch a spring training game, according to the Phoenix Sun Times.
Oh.
Yeah.
Really?
Whatever the newspaper is down there. Yeah, there's a sign downstairs that says, best place to catch a spring training game. And I was like, yeah, it absolutely is a gorgeous stadium. So we're lucky, guys. We're very lucky.
I do like this stadium.
All right, I'm done for the day.
Okay,
I got
well,
my talking in.
I hope you keep
have
talking.
A lot more talking to do because this segment.
Because Mike is not going to participate in the rest of this segment because last night we got all things from the Luka Mavericks showdown. Let's go to cut number one and the 1 3-pointer that Luka made last night.
Things could get real spicy here throughout this game as Dončić rips another one and immediately turns to the Mavericks bench.
Awesome.
Now, it's interesting that he said another one because, again, that was the only 3-pointer he made of the robust 1 for 7 shooting from beyond the arc last night. Did it make use? That's right. Look, man.
That's Kevin being grumpy because he lost his bet.
Okay.
No, I mean that's probably
He
true.
lost his,
But
what do you
like,
call it, game or something.
let's
Or
go to
his play.
Let's go to Mike Curtis and what happens potentially when you write a headline before the game happens. Luka Dončić reminds Mavericks of his generational talent in statement win over old team. They were 9-point favorites, and he shot 6 for 17 from the field. I know he had a triple-double, and that is tremendous.
That's what he does.
But, man, he had a struggle bus night after the first quarter and shooting all night. So, like, I don't know if I would say generational play. I mean, he's a generational talent, but in statement win, you're 9-point favorites, and the game was tied with 5 minutes left.
I didn't watch, Corey. How did Max Christie and Anthony Davis do?
Anthony Davis was not playing. He had a nice coat on and some shades.
He has played more games than Luka this year, and more games than Luka the last 3 years, though.
Max Christie, he had his moments last night. Luka,
just telling you the fact.
They still won the game, and that stinks. I still think if the Mavericks had any of the bigs, they win that game last night. PJ's running up court with the ball, and they know that he's not a point guard. Even though the Mavericks are trying to force him to be a point guard and work down in the block and work inside out. That didn't work last night for them. Kai wasn't on fire to start the game. Later, he continued to get his as things went along throughout the night. There just needed to be more rebounding in that game. Those second chance opportunities destroyed the Mavericks.
Agreed.
And they just couldn't keep up with that. So again, having a big is going to be a huge deal, but I definitely expected a lot more out of Luka.
I think I did too.
Watching him in the pregame last night, I saw the focus. Mike, I know like you complained a lot about his childish antics before games around here, and last night he was very focused. He looked very locked in his shoot around and everything. So I was like, oh man, this dude's about to turn it on. I expected a revenge game like we'd never seen before, and we got a casual game, which Kai says it's still LeBron and Luka trying to figure each other out, trying to figure out what their roles are together. They get the win. Luka has an okay game. Nothing like we've seen on those big Magic nights before, though.
The first quarter was really interesting because you got the whole Luka experience. He scored, I believe, 8 straight points for the Lakers until they took one of the threes off the board because they said that he had stepped out of bounds. And then you got the technical like 2.5 minutes in, and if anyone were to have put money on that last night, 6-1 on your money. It took 2.5 minutes, and like he didn't get the foul. The ball was about to go the other way. He stopped, turned around, John at the ref, and the ref's like, you know what? I'm going to set the tone.
Oh no, yeah,
like,
that was as Luka as it gets, right? As soon as he felt like, and he did, look, man, he got wrecked a little bit on that play. I'll be honest. That wasn't a clean one in my opinion, but he did turn around, just like typical, gave up on everything else in the world that was going on. That's when I thought the Mavs had a chance. Because at that moment, we discussed that yesterday. They knew what they could do to irritate him. They knew all we got to do is get him out of his game just a little bit, get him arguing with the refs, and we can get in on this game. They tried it and just didn't work for the rest of the game.
I had so many text messages from friends in the first quarter, and I was like, I'm not watching.
Do you ignore the text, or did you respond to them?
I responded to Mike Adams because he was listening yesterday about the 6-1 on the technical foul, and I mean I had I think Corey, were you the one who texted group text on the tech?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Mike Adams text, and I was just like, I was like, oh, wow. But I'm like, to Mike Adams, other people, I'm like, look, I'm not watching. But my dad was like, I'm rooting for the Lakers for the first time in my life.
Was that shocking to you?
Yeah, because he was the one who instilled Laker hate in me. And then obviously it was pretty easy to hate the Lakers if, most people listening weren't alive in the 80s. But in the 1980s, there were 10 times you could make the NBA Finals in the West. And the Lakers made it 7 out of the 10 times. Houston twice and Portland in 89. So you just look at it, they dominated, they beat the Mavericks a couple times in the playoffs, 88 in the Western Conference Finals. I can't root for the Lakers. I'm not against Luka. I saw all his faults, all his immature situations, but I can't root for him on the Lakers.
Yeah.
I don't hate Luka. I hate the Lakers.
Man, I think the best, because this game actually turned out to be really competitive. It was tied with about 5 minutes to go, and obviously at the end, LeBron took over and the Lakers won the game. Maybe my favorite part of the entire thing was the commercial, I think right before the game, when they showed the 77 switch out from a Texas license plate to a California license plate, and then they played All My Exes Live in Texas. Thought that was some really top-notch work they did there.
Yeah, that was Jumpman, Jordan Brand, that did that.
That card looks awesome.
I believe they parked that out in front of the stadium yesterday, or the arena. And also, didn't they, Jumpman Jordan bought a parking lot and gave free parking to Lakers fans.
Which is amazing.
They were like, hey, man, let's get everybody on Luka's side on this one. And that was the thing that I was trying to watch and observe the most last night, was the interaction between Luka and the players on the Mavericks teams. Because when he made that three, Kevin, and then looked at their bench, I was like, oh, hold on. What did those players, is he not friends with the players? Are they talking trash about him now and he's hearing about it? Did they talk trash about him before and now he's starting to hear about what was going on behind the scenes? Or is that just how he is? Because I wanted to see if there was still a friendship between them, or if whenever he hits the court and whenever the Mavericks hit the court too, are they just, bitter rivals and enemies from now on? And I didn't know exactly how to see that or feel that, because he's always been so happy-go-lucky. Last night was definitely a different type of a different type of perspective from him. But I wanted to see how they responded and how they interacted with each other.
Man, if I was a fan, I would be super pumped about free parking. I don't know what it is.
Parking's expensive.
It's parking and shipping, right, that just beats people down, and which makes no sense, right? Because if you're like, hey, I got a premium ticket for this game, I spent $400, and they're like, now parking is $60. You're like, outrageous. And you're like, well, you just spent all of that money. It's parking and shipping. Like, have you seen the meme where it says $50 plus $10 shipping, and the person's like, and it says $60 in free shipping, and you're like, yeah, even though it's the exact
Just
same
give me
price.
free shipping, and I'm all right.
Yeah,
I'm okay with it.
absolutely.
Isn't that how Amazon got us?
Now, it is. It really is. So I know we talked about this a little bit with Dawson yesterday, but I think this is a concern that I have, a concern I'm sure that the rest of the NBA has. Sources close to Luka say, quote, a beast was awakened inside of him after leaks from the Mavs disparaging his weight and conditioning were released. And you've seen all kinds of like information trickle out, and I have no doubt that the Mavericks have had a hand in letting some of that information leak out. But the most concerning thing that could happen to the rest of the league is Luka being in prime time, top physical shape at all points, whether that's a LeBron guided thing or whether it's guided by him being mad at the Mavericks. That is a terrifying prospect because he made 2 Western Conference Finals and an NBA Finals and 5-time all first team NBA already, with people being like, I don't know if he's in the best shape.
Yeah, maybe the revenge tour isn't just against the Mavs. Maybe
I
he
could
takes
see
it out on
that.
the rest of the league. Now, looking at him last night, he didn't look any different. You know, like some people were trying to show me different pictures of he looks so much thinner. And I was like, I think he's wearing like a really tight tank top underneath that jersey, right? Because I did see in his pregame workout, you could see that tight like compression tank top that he had on. I was like, he looks.
What do
kind
they call
of the
those
same.
fat shirts that suck everything in?
Spanx?
Yeah, Spanx. He's wearing a Spanx.
Yeah, maybe it was a Spanx shirt.
Maybe.
He's
I
in
don't know.
LA, dude. So maybe they got all sorts of stuff out there.
Are you
know?
saying there's like a lot of pressure on him body-wise?
You got to look good in LA, dude. Everybody knows that.
Okay. Huh.
Otherwise, they start shaming you, and you don't get any roles in the movies.
Okay, well, I don't think he's hoping for that or anything.
You don't think Luka would love to be in a movie?
No, I don't think he does.
Yeah, I don't think I do either.
I mean,
Do you?
LeBron, yeah, he wants to be in all the movies.
That's fair. Now, let's go to cut number 7. If you can't make this out, I think you will be able to, and it's a short clip. I saw it from Grant Afseth. People chanting in the arena, thank you, Nico. And look, I appreciate what a clever chant that is. It makes me sad as a Mavericks fan, but I can take the time to be like, good for you guys for really rubbing it in, because they're the people who look like they won. Like, I'm sure they look like they won, and I would be so pumped if I had Luka as well.
There'll never be another trade in the history of sports this bad.
You know what, Mike?
A 25-year-old for
I don't know
a first-round pick 4 years from now, and a dude who can't stay healthy. Like, you would have got 8 first-round picks from somebody. Now, I know that the Mavericks didn't want 8 first-round picks. They wanted a 3-year window and then go into Crepville. But, I mean, good luck, Nico.
We're going to talk a little bit about this in the C block today, Kevin, but Howie Roseman, did you hear what he said about their team next
Did
year?
he say unconventional moves?
Yeah, he said we're gonna, and I'm asking y'all for patience as a fan base. Look, we just won the World Series, and it's going to be different, and we're going to do things a little unconventional from what everybody else would expect. And I think he's earned the right to do that. He just won a
What
World
team?
Series. The Eagles. Howie Roseman.
They won the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Did he say World Series? Is my brain going crazy?
Maybe I did.
Maybe.
Okay, that's
just
why I
being
was like,
out
wait.
here.
Okay. I
But
was like,
they just
Did you
won.
not hear about that?
I was like,
Yeah, they just won, and he's like, we're going to be a little unconventional, and it's preparing the fan base for something's going to be different that you might go, hold on, why the crap? But I just won you a damn Super Bowl, so trust me, right? And Nico had that goodwill where he was making moves that you were like, wow. But then when he hit you with this stunner, he didn't have enough of the goodwill built up to do something this drastic and this big. And he didn't ask us for permission before he did it either. And that's a thing that I think fans are frustrated about as well.
I think that you should trade Jalen Hurts for Aaron Rodgers and maybe get a third-round pick back. but not third-round pick soon, like in about 3 years, a third-round pick. I think that would be unconventional.
We'll see if we can make that happen.
Sounds like a plan.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what's spring training like for a minor leaguer or non-roster invitee? Plus, maybe we'll talk some more about the number 3 hitting position next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it the Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. If you want to get involved in the conversation on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line or the Twitch or the YouTube. Now, we're hoping to have Marcus Simeon today on the show up in the booth.
That is the hope.
We're going to have Kevin Pillar. We already talked with him in the clubhouse. I also talked with John Gray in the clubhouse, and it was pretty cool because he came up to me, we chatted for a minute, and he says probably not today, but tomorrow or Friday, he would love to come up and hang out in the booth as well. So hopefully we will have John Gray too. In the meantime, and Mike, you can break this down however you want, but I wanted to go to you first on this. I'm intrigued by the saga or the journey for players who are minor league contracts or non-roster invitees, because like so many of the interviews that we'll end up doing, or a lot of people that we'll end up trying to talk to, are people that are like pretty entrenched on the big league team, but then it's actually a small portion of the people who are actually here. Like, there's way more people here that won't make the team that are going to make the team.
Yeah, I guess there's, like 75 guys right now in camp, and there's 26 spots.
Yeah.
So 2/3 of the guys here right now will not be on the opening day roster, approximately.
They'll get those little red tags in their locker.
Yeah, I say, what if it was like the... I remember asking my dad that during the movie Major League. I was like, is that how you get a Post-it in your locker, and then you have to go see the manager? And it's like you see now. I think everybody knows now because you watch the HBO football thing.
Hard Knocks.
Yeah, they an assistant coach or somebody like that comes and grabs you and says, hey, Skip wants to talk to you, and then you go in, and they're like, you're screwed, buddy. But for non-roster invitees, it's a good question, but I don't know how many categories. As I go through these, we could look at Sebastian Walcott.
Yes.
So he probably feels very nervous in the clubhouse. Now, I know he was here a little bit last year. He was on the minor league side, and they'd bring him over for a few games here and there to just get him used to a little bit of big league environment. But he's 18 years old. So if let's say you're 18 to 21 and it's your first big league camp and you know that you're just a 40-man guy.
Yeah.
And you're just here because they think you're going to be a future Ranger a year or two from now, you're just in awe. It's like, this is amazing. When I was 10 years old, I watched Corey Seager in the home run derby in 2017 or whatever, these guys are your heroes,
right?
And here you are with your heroes in a clubhouse, and then you're trying not to, I think it's changed a little bit now, but you're trying not to make any mistakes in the clubhouse. You want to be almost unheard from and unseen.
I know things change over time, and every team is different. Can you give an example or two of like what might be seen as a mistake or your favorite word, faux pas, in the clubhouse?
Oh gosh, you're just loud. You're a guy that's like, hey, you're nobody.
Yeah.
Shut your mouth. Now that's how it used to be.
Yeah.
And I don't think they do that now, but you can tell, like Sebastian Walcott, you don't really hear the young guys making any noises.
Sure.
They're next to their locker. They're staying in their small space. They're just trying to not upset anybody, not really talk to anybody if somebody wants to talk to them, but they're not going around goofing off and playing games or stuff like that. But I don't know. There's like little things that are kind of silly. I remember because my buddy Drees, he might be listening right now, Ryan Drees. We came up in the Cleveland organization, and at one point he got like custom shoes. Now that was a big deal back then, and it wasn't like super custom. I think he just had like his initials on them and maybe his big league number. And this wasn't in spring training. This was in the major leagues. And like some of the veteran guys are like, oh, look at Drees. He thinks he's big time, like getting a number and name on his shoe or whatever. And I'm like, okay, well, note to self, don't ever do that. They're just things you're like, I don't want to mess up. I don't want to do these things. The other thing too is, let's say you get here, the game ends. And you're the first one if they have food after the game. And you're the first one to grab a chicken sandwich and something like, no. Like, hey, kid, put that down. Or they'll just grab, this is what they used to do. They just grab your plate and throw it in the trash.
They don't even just take the food?
No, they just and be like, hey, you're last. You're first spring training. You let the veterans get their stuff, and then when they're done, you can get your stuff. So I think it's, I don't know. I was never in the military, obviously, but I'm sure that's kind of military stuff, probably.
Some things you have to learn.
So that's your first group. The ones that are like so excited to be here, they're not really, they're wanting to make an impression, but they also, you have in the back of your mind, you're not really here to make the team. You're here to get in your work, and as soon as first cuts happen, they're probably going to send you to the minor league side so you can start playing in your A-ball, AA, AAA games and stuff like that. Then I'll go to the guys like, let's say, Kevin Pillar.
Yep.
So you guys talked to him today. He's not nervous at all. He knows all of these guys. All these guys, know him. They might not have friendships or relationships, but everybody knows who Kevin Pillar is. He's been in the big leagues for over 10 years. He's here to get in his work. He's here to try to make the team, but yet he's not going to do anything silly. And what I mean by that is he's not going to hurt himself trying to make the team.
Okay.
He knows how to stay within himself. He knows his routine. He's done this for over a decade. He knows exactly what he needs to do from February to March 25th to be ready for a major league season. And the coaching staff, trainers and everything, they trust him. They're getting to know him. They want him to get in his work, his weights, his cardio, all that stuff. But they're also not going to be on his butt because they know he knows. But let's just say, and I'm sorry I'm not thinking of a guy's name right now, but let's just say you're a 25 or 26-year-old and you haven't made the majors, or you've made it for a few months, a cup of coffee, as they say.
Cole Winn.
And, Cole's a 40-man guy. Okay. This is a guy who was not with the Rangers ever.
Gotcha.
He's been picked up by them on a minor league deal with a major league invite. Small possibility of making the team, but a big-time long shot. Now, you're coming in here, and you want to act like this is the World Series every day.
Yeah.
And they're going to tell you not to. It doesn't matter. I have to. My life is in jeopardy. And what I mean by that is if I don't impress and I get released, I have to go find another job in my life. My life is over. Everything that I've wanted to do, when we watch these guys, high school kids don't understand this at all. Even my kids who've grown up with a grandfather and father who did this, they don't understand the commitment and work ethic that these guys have. We're here at 7:30 a.m. Guys have already been in the cage doing their work. They're still doing their work. Their obsession with their swing and with everything they're trying to do, they think, I had practice for 3 hours. I'm too tired. There's no way I can do anything extra, in high school or
That's
whatever.
when the real work starts here.
But these guys, they know that they're not going to have a coach come up to them and say, hey, let's go get in some extra swings because you're a nobody. The coaches also know who to work with and who, if they grab them, they'll be like, I'll work with you if I have some time. But I'm here working with the guys that I know are on the team. I'm also working with the guys like Sebastian Walcott, who I think are going to be major impacts because the organization cares about them. So
not only, sorry, Mike, not only are you already potentially behind, you have to work harder to get the help that you might need.
They don't really want to help you because when you're throwing your bullpen, and let's just say I have Jacob deGrom here, Shlomo right here, and then I have John Gray and Cody Bradford, and it's a 4-pack of bullpens, and I'm throwing my bullpen. Do you think Mike Maddox is going to watch one pitch? He might watch one pitch because at that time where he's peeking at deGrom and Bradford, they're kind of getting back to the mound after throwing a pitch, and I'm lifting my leg to throw a pitch, and he'll peek and look, but he's like, I'm not going to adjust anything he's doing, or I'm not going to say anything to him. I've never had him as a pitcher. I'm not going to have him on opening day, 99% sure. So what you have to do in those moments is you have to blow it out. You have to throw as hard as you can. You have to throw the nastiest slider right then, and you don't even know when he's watching. So that means you're working way harder than Jacob deGrom is. Not that Jacob's not working hard, but he's preparing for opening day.
Yeah.
You're trying to get somebody to notice you, and it's probably going to happen more in a game. The only way they'll notice you in practice is if you're a half-asser. You half-ass it over to first base on a drill on PFP. You half-ass it on a bunt drill.
So it won't be a positive thing.
It won't be. There's no way you can impress in those things. The only thing you can do is get yourself written off completely.
Now, if you're Corey Seager and you half-ass it, it's like he's just getting his work in today.
Right. And so that's...
Well, I saw that in the first inning yesterday.
That's always the toughest guy because a Kevin Pillar, he knows exactly what he needs to do. They're going to like, hey, do your thing. They're also going to care about him because they know that he's a 10-year vet, and probably the front office has let him know, hey, we really want to treat him well.
Yeah.
Because we want him to go to AAA.
Sure.
Like we found out yesterday through Bruce Bochy, he's willing to go to AAA to start the year. So they're like, let's not tick him off by ignoring him. But if we ignore some other dude, I'm sorry, I'm not thinking of names, and I'm glad I'm not because I don't want to throw like the guy under the bus, but that guy's like, hey, you only have so much time as a coach.
Yeah.
Concentrate on the guys we're going to have. Concentrate on the guys that we think we're going to have later. And if you have any other extra time, you can give them the extra time. But if you go out as a pitcher today, let's say, and you pitch the 7th inning and you strike out 2 dudes, 1, 2, 3, 3 up, 3 down, and then the next time you go out there, you come in with a runner on first, and that team's already scored 4 runs, and you get a ground ball to short for a double play and in the inning, and then you go back out there, and maybe you give up a hit, but you get out of that inning with no damage, another 0 on the board. All of a sudden, maybe the coaches that are sitting behind the screen go, hey, we've seen him twice, right?
Yeah.
He's been good both times?
Yeah.
Like, I was like, hey, make sure he's on the board 2 days from now. I want to see him, and let's pitch him in the 4th inning because we know that we're going to L.A. We know that we're going to the Dodgers camp. We know that they're going to play 7 of their 9 regulars, right? I want to see him face possibly Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman and Will Smith, something like that. I want to see if he does that against those guys. And then if you do that, now all of a sudden they're like, oh, this 1%er just went up to like a 10%.
Yeah.
Now let's do it again. Let's challenge him again. So those are the guys that have it the toughest in spring training because they're going all out. And the young guys and the old guys are ones that it's not easy for them, but they get to do their thing.
It's a fascinating dynamic because we've kind of joked about some of these spring training games. It's like, oh, you just mentioned it. Like, hey, maybe the Dodgers are going to play 7 of their 9 regulars. That feels like a huge game for them because, like, a lot of the entrenched players are not out there. But then there's this group of people that, like, these games could not conceivably be any more important to their career, to their livelihood, and determining the direction of where their life's going to take them next.
Yeah, it's so big because if you do get released, let's just say you have a bad spring training. I'll talk about Rocker here when I get to baseball nuggets, but let's just say that wasn't Rocker. That was the dude I'm talking about, some 26-year-old, 6-year minor league free agent, and he goes out that first time. That might be it.
Just with the one shot.
And they're like, hey, throw him in the B game, see if he's any better. But
the book's kind of written on you.
Yeah, it's like that was it. That was your one chance.
Hearing that, you do hear the buzz if something's going on over there. Because we asked Boch about stuff that happens in the minor leagues throughout the season. What does he say? Yeah, I'm hearing that he's doing this and hearing that. And he hasn't seen it yet, but then he's like, all right, now once you get your shot to be in front of my eyes, you better do the same things if you want that shot again.
And that's always a tough part about in the minor leagues is you could be having a good 2 or 3 weeks where you're the best pitcher, and then Chris Young comes in to watch Round Rock, and you have a crappy game.
And he's like,
you've
that was
screwed
just
yourself
box score.
over for a month because even though you were the best pitcher on the staff for 2 to 3 weeks, or you could be struggling.
Yeah.
And you go out there and you throw 6 innings and you strike out 10 dudes and don't give up a run and only give up 2 hits. All of a sudden, Chris Young's like, hey, I think this dude can help us right now. And it's almost like they ignore the previous 3 outings.
Because you didn't see that, in person.
Yeah, and so they ignore no matter what you did up to that point, unless you are Jack Leiter, Kumar Rocker, they're not going to write you off, and they're not just going to take this one start. But a lot of guys in AAA, that one time those cross-checkers come in, or your general manager, assistant GMs, that's your one time to maybe get back on the map.
I imagine that's got to be a complete mind F, too.
Sure.
Considering you spent your whole life, most of these guys, they were playing T-ball. They grew up in the game. They loved the game. They just love being around it. And I know you talked about the livelihood part of it.
Yeah.
But you're going through that thought of, I am having to deal with my livelihood, my future, all these other things, and also that love for the game. You want to try and keep that somehow because you don't want to be turned off by the game and it hurt you. Mike, you mentioned that after your career, it was kind of I need to stay away from it for a little bit because it hurts my heart to see the game being played, me not being part of it, and knowing I can't be out there. So that's got to be another part when you're going through it and you're just like, I still love this game so much. I know what I'm capable of.
As my wife would always tell me, I know you love this game, but the game doesn't love you back.
Yeah.
And that's the tough part is you do love I love this game so much. It's probably unhealthy how much I love this game.
Right.
But you see it, like those guys taking swings at 7:30 in the morning. And then, at 9 o'clock they have their stretch, and then it's an obsession. And if you don't have that obsession, you better be as talented as Josh Hamilton.
Yep.
That's the only way, or, not that Bo Jackson wasn't a hard worker, or you better be as talented as Bo Jackson because he's not able to practice baseball that much because he's playing football too.
Right.
Like, there's certain guys that can get away without being obsessed about the game and their work. But you better be so talented that you can get away with that.
I really appreciate you open up about that. I thought you might have a very unique perspective on all of that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for some baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Well, Rocker pitched yesterday. We'll review it next.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan, live from Surprise. Remember, we're here for Ranger Spring Training, brought to you by ASCO Equipment, your heavy equipment partner since 1960. Also want to shout out the On-Time Experts, air conditioning and plumbing, same-day service guaranteed. Luckily, we haven't had to do too many injury reports yet, but when we do, they're brought to you by Rhino Shield. And be on the lookout for those confessional videos brought to you by Best Buy Windows and Siding. Now, Mike, I haven't read this article yet, but tell me what you think about this headline. Ostriches, butt cheeks, and relentless energy, how Austin Hedges became an indispensable MLB teammate.
Well, that's awesome. We know about his butt.
That's
a lot of butt situations.
That's true. I have not read the article yet. I'll get back to you.
Tat his butt.
That's true.
I think the story was that they would draw a number on his butt.
Oh, yeah.
And he would walk in a jock strap to the meetings, and it would be the number on his butt. And then he was going to tattoo it whenever. But
I like it.
I asked you guys. We were near a Dick's Sporting Goods. And I was going to get you guys a jock strap and a cup, since I've kicked you in your privates a lot this time with you.
I am aware.
And so I thought that you guys could walk into the clubhouse with your jock strap and cup over your junk.
How do you think that would go over in the clubhouse? You think they'd like it?
Do they not like Eric and Zach?
Some of them do, some of them do not.
Oh, some of them don't?
Yeah, definitely.
It seems like they were all laughing today.
All right, now it's time for baseball nuggets.
Well, Kamar Rocker didn't do that bad yesterday. If you look at the rest of the game, the Rangers gave up 15 runs on 22 hits.
They got 22 hits? I mean, I know when we were here, it was like 7 runs and 10 hit. Man, that
was 22?
At
depressing.
the hotel, I got done, like, you got on the treadmill, and then I got on the treadmill, and then I saw a couple getting on the elevator, and I go, you guys stayed for the whole game. And they're like, yeah, we're Royals fans. That was fun.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
They were asking, I was like, yeah, I'm here covering the Rangers. I was like, that was a long one for Rangers. So the Rangers yesterday, good news. A lot of guys got in their work as they used 12 pitchers in a 9-inning game.
Is that kind of what you want? Like, it's dead serious. Is that what Bochy wants? No,
No, he does not want to see 15 runs and 22 hits. That is not.
But he was
good
able to
thing.
get a lot of pitchers some work, so I didn't know if that was.
Yeah. Well, Rocker got off to a rough start, and it didn't seem like really anybody could stop the bleeding for the Texas Rangers yesterday. 1 inning, 4 hits, 4 runs, 1 strikeout. I sat behind home plate. And I watched. It is so early. As I was leaving yesterday, Dawson's like, so what do you want to see from Rocker? And I said, man, it's so early. This is going to be generic. But throwing strikes, I know his breaking ball's not going to be sharp. And Dawson kind of looked at me like, why? And I'm just like, he hasn't pitched competitively. It's very tough. A lot of the guys who will do well early in spring training on the mound pitched winter ball.
Okay.
Because they just got off of competitive pitching just a month ago or like 6 weeks ago. So they're a little bit closer to game ready because they just came off of competition. I'm not saying
their mechanism's clear.
Yeah, everybody's going to be bad. I'm just saying that it's really tough to be sharp. But he threw the ball, I'm going to say, okay.
Okay, let me ask you a question, because this could have changed the whole thing, and you might be like, no.
Yeah.
He touched 98. I know, I saw that.
I mean, that's impressive. If it was the regular season, any chance that second batter gets scooped up by Corey Seager for a double play ball? Because it kind of looked like that play was there for the making.
That was wit. The only reason I'll say no, not a double play,
really
is
fast.
he can
Yeah,
fly.
he can.
Now, that being said, are we doing it today, the Corey Seager shortstop deal?
Probably tomorrow.
Okay, well, don't worry. I only have 3 days left.
I know, Mike.
Corey's range is not good.
Okay, yeah, I get you.
I think that's a hit in a regular season game.
Okay.
He does not cover a lot of ground. That's one of the things that you live with Corey Seager, which that's why a lot of scouts are saying, well, they're not going to live with that with Sebastian Walcott. Now, Sebastian Walcott's only 18. Right? So he moves better than Seager. Now, Seager on the routine plays, this is what you have to live with. Seager's going to make all the routine plays. He better make all the routine plays because he's not going to have the range to cover other spots in the infield where Lindor, Henderson, Witt, Ellie De La Cruz, they're going to get to that ball. He's not going to be able to. So when the ball was hit, did Seager make a great effort for that ball? The answer is no. But did he probably see it as like, I don't ever get to that ball?
I gotcha.
So I'm not going to bust my hump here. And he has a lot of leg issues.
I was just curious because, I'm sure as a pitcher, you can't help but wonder, not that he didn't get tagged after that, but you can't help but wonder, man, oh, man, if we could have flipped a double play there, does that totally change my outlook?
No,
and
I'm with you. You just know. I mean, I know people get mad at me when I do this, but you only have to deal with it for a few more days.
Oh, my God.
It's like when I was here and we had Alfonso Soriano at second base, you knew if the ball was hit to second base, you held your breath.
Yeah.
It was not a premium major league second baseman. He is the best hitter in the game of baseball at second base, but you knew that if the ball was hit to him, it was not routine.
Did you expect the first batter to get hit, though, to get plunked?
No, but his breaking ball was inconsistent. So from behind the plate, I would say, Rocker would probably tell you the same. About 50% of his breaking balls were solid curve balls, but the other 50% of them, and let's just say, I'll look at his pitch count. It was not low. I don't know, 74 people pitched. 22 pitches, 14 strikes.
Yeah.
He probably threw, I'm going to guess, 7 breaking balls, and 3 or 4 of them were nice, and then the other 3 or 4, give or take, were not. And then his fastball location, he threw 14 strikes out of 22 pitches, so 8 balls. But he wasn't throwing the ball where he wanted. I did see one changeup he threw, and he pulled it. And what I mean by that is he threw it kind of towards the left-hander's batter's box from his right hand. So he pulled the ball over. And on most changeups you throw, you want the ball staying on your arm side. It doesn't mean you always do, but if you throw it opposite arm side, you want it to have where you see it come back from the outer half of the plate to, let's say, a righty on righty situation where it looks like it could be a ball and then comes back, kind of Greg Maddux. I know that's extreme.
Sure.
Grabs the backside of the corner.
Yeah, but he pulled it, and I don't recall him throwing another changeup out of his 22 pitches. But it's fine. That being said, I asked Bochy yesterday, I was like, I'll just ask it directly. If you guys are healthy, does Rocker even have a chance to make this team? And look, I thought he was a great answer from Bochy. He's pretty much saying, yeah, he has a chance. I'm not going to. There's no reason to kill the spirit of a Rocker or a Leiter or anybody who's out here starting right now. But if DeGrom, Evaldi, Gray, Bradford, and Malley are healthy, rotation's done.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing. The only way they could win a job is if one of those guys gets hurt or is underperforming so much that they keep them in spring training and say, hey, we're going to put you on the injured list to start off. We're going to give you another appearance here and there, maybe even send you to AAA, not like send you down, but on a rehab start. So you get a few more innings of work to build up your arm or build up your location. But if those 5 guys are healthy, Kamar Rocker and Jack Leiter are starting the year in AAA. There's really nothing they can do to make the team.
And this is a weird question because I think we all believe like the potential for Rocker is higher right now than Malley and maybe a couple of other guys. But that's what you want, right? Like, I want Rocker and Leiter to go down to the minors to start because that means everybody has stayed healthy, right?
Yes, and the other thing, too,
good.
is...
Yes, yes.
You want guys to have to earn their spot. I won't mention names here, but a few years ago, Rangers people, I will say, were telling me, you know what really stinks about our organization right now? People think they're major leaguers when they're not. We just don't have 25 or 26 major leaguers in our organization.
Yeah.
Which then these guys come up and they're like, I'm a major leaguer. Well, technically you are. I'm not trying to take that away from the guys that made the major leagues in, let's say, 2021 or 22. But they didn't earn it. They would have like a 5.5 ERA in AAA, and they're like, we don't give a crap. Just send them up. We're so bad. Let's just see if he can get people out. Even though he can't get people out in the minor leagues, we don't have anybody right now who can get people out in the majors. He throws at 97. See if it'll work here. And it didn't. If it didn't work in AA and AAA, it ain't going to work in the major leagues overtime. Or, hey, this dude's batting .220, but he hit 2 home runs in the last 3 days in AAA. Just send him up and see if he can hit. We don't have... How many third basemen did we go through between the Adrian Beltre
oh my gosh.
And Josh Young?
Yeah.
And I know Young has been hurt quite a bit in his career so far, but like from Adrian Beltre in 2019 being his last year, I have that right? 2019, because the last year at the ballpark, I'm pretty sure he didn't play at the new ballpark. That 20, 21, and 22, I swear we went through 12 third basemen in a 3-year period.
Right.
And it was just like, well, that's what we're doing now. And now you look at Rocker and you look at Leiter or you look at Cole Winn or Jacob Latz, whoever it is, they have to earn their spot on the team because the Rangers feel like they have a great rotation. They feel like they have veteran guys in their bullpen. We'll see how well they pitch come regular season time. But I do like that when Rocker and Leiter come back up, it's most likely because they've pitched well in AAA and now there's an opportunity in the major leagues.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, you guys want to keep the baseball vibe going?
Yeah.
All right, let's talk with Kevin Pillar, but also maybe dive in a little bit more about the number 3 spot in this lineup. We'll do it all next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, live from Surprise Stadium in Surprise, Arizona for Texas Rangers spring training. Corey, I got a question for you. I know we said maybe we would talk about the number 3 hitter here. What if I mixed in some football before Kevin Pillar?
Can I throw in some football before you throw in some football?
Yes.
I just saw this about Oklahoma.
I like football.
Did you see what Oklahoma's done? Because everybody's hiring a general manager now.
Oh, yeah.
They hired Jim Nagy, not the one from the Chiefs, the one who is like the head of the Reese's Senior Bowl. So this is a dude who, if you follow him on Twitter, which I do, he has some great draft knowledge, like really like fantastic draft knowledge. He knows players, he knows talent, and OU said, let's go get that guy to be the guy that they can bring in the next generation of talent for them. So I'm very fascinated by this whole GM thing in college sports right now. I think I told y'all that might be the most coveted job in the future, is to be able to work as a GM for a college. And, you know, was it Woj was like, I just hung up my phone whenever I saw the Luka news. I don't have to worry about it anymore. And, like, people like that are getting these jobs, it's a great place to be, especially if you have a great vision for what you want the college to look like. So that's it.
Really felt like you were going to add something there, Mike. Did you change your mind?
It was it passed by. I was going to say they're like Pepsi.
Okay.
The next generation.
Yes. A choice of a new generation. I gotcha. So thank you for that.
So that was my football information.
Okay.
Kevin.
That's awesome.
We're going to go.
No? Why are you laughing?
We're going to go, because I don't know what sarcasm is. We're going to go to Yahoo and the NFL for team report cards, all right? I can give you specifically stuff about the Cowboys, but one thing of note is, and we've talked about this a lot, Mike, I know this has been big for you, is changing the ownership can make a big deal with your franchise.
It didn't work out for Washington.
Well, you know what? Actually, it did work out super well for Washington. So the Commanders, this is so bizarre to me. They improved their food services, travel, and family accommodation grades in the player poll, which I'll tell you about a little bit more about in just a second, as they went from an F- workplace grade to a B. Now, Corey, that's got to hurt your feelings when you don't only get an F, you get an F-.
Yeah, I didn't even know that was a grade.
Only 4 of those were given out for any team in any category this year.
The Cowboys got all of them?
No, they did not get any of them. Some of the grades are not maybe the best, but they've gone from an F- to a B simply by changing their ownership and, tweaking a couple of other things. Whereas the Jets fell from 21st to 29th because their owner supposedly is not willing to make any investments in the facility. He does not contribute to a positive culture, and he did not commit to building a competitive team. So how they got this is the NFLPA had 1,695 players participate in this. That's 77%.
That's impressive.
Yes, absolutely.
Does our company get 77% participation in our?
That's a good question. We'll look into that.
We would have found out at the town hall meeting, but we have to have a private meeting now.
Participation's going to go up in 3 days.
That is a very good point. Mike's a big NA on that every single year. So this is This is the third year they've done this. 53 respondents per team, and on average, and every single team had at least 35 players respond.
Okay.
And so this is all encompassing from August through November. All right. Do you want to know the best of the best teams, or do you just want to go right to the Cowboys?
Let's start with the Cowboys.
That's a trick question, Corey, because you could have said the Cowboys are the best of the best.
But I know better.
Okay, that's.
But hold on,
that's a
this
good
does
point.
take into facilities and other things too. So yeah, you're right.
What
Kevin.
about nicknames?
I
mean, they're America's team. They have to be number one in that. Are they ranking that?
By the way, why does everybody want to take that name?
Because it's awesome.
It is awesome.
It is an
I guess.
awesome name.
But like everybody's like, we're now America's team.
Yeah.
Come up with something your own. Like, why do you have to go after what the Cowboys have? Somebody gave that to them. Now you're trying to nickname yourself. You should be called Sheet Stain. That's what
NFL
you should be.
Films gave it to him.
And the person who gave it to him is dead now, so you can't argue with that person.
There you go.
Well,
I guess if you die.
yes, thanks, Mike. I knew something like that was coming along.
Do you think we argue in death?
Depends on where you are.
All right.
I was actually reading the Bible last night, not watching the Maverick game.
Does it say?
Well, in Matthew, it's either 4 or 5. It says like in heaven you'll be the least of them, and I've never thought of it like. And then it said you will be, great in heaven, and I'm like, so you can be in heaven and still be like, eh. I don't know, but I'd rather be there than hell. So
Yeah, no,
at least
that's.
I'm the least in heaven.
He's the lower middle
I
class.
don't want to be the best in hell.
All right, so Dallas Cowboys. Treatment of families of the players. What kind of grade do they get, Corey? Mike, I feel like you're going to
A+,
sarcastically.
to be honest.
I knew you were going to sarcastically answer.
I'm sure they treat their family great.
Okay,
I
that's
think
probably-
Mike actually has a really good answer.
I mean, haven't all these Cowboys? They speak so highly of the Jones family.
That is true.
They treat them like family. Yeah, I think
So-
they give them a B+A.
They got an A.
All right.
Interestingly enough, Cincinnati Bengals F-. So I don't know if they're really ticked off.
Higgins like they're forcing me to stay here with this franchise tag.
The food and dining area
For the players?
for the players.
If it's that good for media,
Yeah, it's the
then
same.
it has to be great for the Cowboys.
It's the same for they all eat in the same area at the Star. So
Yeah.
and everybody says it's really good. I think it's I'll say A.
They got a B+ there.
What'd they do wrong?
Not to pick on the Bengals, but the Bengals got an F. So the Bengals follow up treatment of families at an F-, with food and dining getting an F. All right.
my
Nutrition and dietitian. They also get a B+.
Okay.
What about locker room?
You've been in that locker room.
Yeah.
For the Cowboys, like that is a beautiful locker room.
It really is.
Especially
Everybody can go to the locker room. Don't they just give tours while they're having meetings?
That's true.
I remember at Valley Ranch, it was just a big square, and it was very disgusting. Like it just was. The one they have now is top of the line. I would say that's an A+.
They get an A.
Okay.
Right around them, the Cleveland Browns get an F-, and the Denver Broncos got an F.
What about the Bengals? I don't know why. Now I just want to know about the Bengals.
Yeah, did they do anything good?
Yeah, get ready for a shocking turnaround. A+
All right.
on the locker room. So they're like, hey, they treat us like crap, and the dining room's terrible. But this locker room, top notch, buddy.
I mean, doesn't that make sense if you're an owner? You're like, hey, I want the players when they're getting dressed to be focused on the game. Their families don't care.
See? There you go. All right.
How many times do you spit in a day?
How did you get to that question?
That big guy right there, he's like putting down grass seed or something, or like something to fill in kind of the dead spots in the grass, and he just spit. And I'm like, when you're on a baseball field, it just feels right to spit. Mm-hmm. But I don't know where else it feels right to spit.
If you're sick and you have some drainage, you're probably doing it more frequently. I have,
but in a sink, I guess, right?
Yeah, in the sink or a trash
Or do you
can or
walk
toilet.
outside and spit?
Not necessarily, but there are a lot of people that.
When was the last time you spit?
Yesterday.
Interesting.
Where at?
Outside when I was on a walk.
I have seen Kevin walk in, like he'll walk into the bathroom and just spit directly into the stall. Hockey players spit on the ice a lot. You
Yeah.
ever notice that?
It
That always
freezes,
freaks
though.
me out.
No, I don't.
It does freeze.
They're filling in the holes.
It does.
I don't think
helping out
Ovechkin is skating by and he's like, I'm going to get this record and fix that hole.
Yeah, that's how good they are.
Okay.
They're accurate.
So
I don't want divots in the ice.
The Dallas Cowboys got the same grade for both the training room and the training staff.
Which I bet is low because when Bill Parcells was here, he set I don't want them to be in the training room. Turn the air conditioning down to 40. I want them to be uncomfortable. I don't want that to be a place where they go and they just hang out. So I bet it's a low grade.
They got a C.
Okay.
In both of those. Now,
Feels like they have a lot of guys that are in there, though. They do like it.
I mean, that's true. All right, I'm going to quick hit a couple of these as we move along. Weight room, A- for the Cowboys. Strength coaches, B+. Team travel, B-. What grade does the head coach get? Now, this would have been for Mike McCarthy because he was the head coach then. What grade do you think the players gave Mike McCarthy?
Players gave Mike McCarthy, I'll say a B+. I think they genuinely liked him, and he cared about them. He cared about their health a lot. I think players care about that.
He got an A.
Wow.
For the Washington Commanders, by the way, Dan Quinn, A+.
Oh, crap.
Now, what grade do they give the ownership?
A+.
Shut up.
He's in the Hall of Fame as a general manager and a president and an owner. He made the Hall of Fame 3 different ways.
Yeah, 3 Super Bowl championships.
Is that your answer?
He also claims those other 2. So, he's got 5 under his belt.
Yeah, he did all the trades that were good. Yeah, A.
Yeah. Give him an A++. 2+.
Name another general manager who's wearing a gold jacket for general managing.
Mm-hmm.
That is still an owner in football right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
So good. Whole family runs the business with him.
You guys might be sad to know that the ownership only got a B. So
That sucks.
Yeah.
I'm very sorry to tell you that.
After all the work they've done.
Yeah. I don't know how you get an A then in this.
I mean, by the way, multiple ownership groups got an
one.
A.
Name
Okay.
one.
Yeah.
Just name one, the
Yeah.
Denver Broncos.
Don't even know who their owner is.
Yeah.
But that's kind of what you want, though, right?
I don't know. Did they win the Super Bowl this year?
Yeah. I wasn't sure who the Adelson family was, or Dumont or DuPont or whatever, but I know them now.
The Jets got an F in ownership.
Are you?
And the Eagles only got a B. So,
You know what
even winning.
you know what I appreciate the most of the last 3 things Kevin said? I told him to name one A, and he only named one. He was like, you know what? I'm not going to name 2.
Hey, Corey, it only took 14 years, but I eventually learned when you said name one, you mean name one. Now, the top team in the league per the players is the Miami Dolphins in terms of all the categories that we went over for the second straight year, followed by the Vikings, Falcons, Raiders, and Chargers. And the Texans, Packers, and 49ers round out the top 8. So probably not surprisingly, the Cowboys are not at the top. They're not at the bottom. They're right about in the middle. The Arizona Cardinals are at the bottom, followed by the Patriots, Browns, Jets, and interestingly enough, Steelers are in the bottom.
Patriots
5.
surprised me just because of how much success they did have, that they've fallen that far. Because I'm sure that 5 years ago they were in the top 5 for probably 2 decades.
One of the things that's really dinged them is ownership, where they got a D, and team travel, where they got an F.
Oh, really?
So,
I want to be serious about the Cowboys.
Okay.
Because about the B. And I can understand why they gave them a B. Is there a person in the history of sports who set up a team more for success and more for failure than Jerry Jones? The facilities.
George Steinbrenner.
Oh,
Maybe
man.
so, but you just think of the star and the facilities and the food and the he sets up so many things for success, and then he goes to the total opposite. There's nothing in the middle with Jerry Jones. It's like,
You're
I'm
right.
going to set you up with the best facilities and the food and all of this.
So you can't
and then
complain
I'm
about
going to
that.
screw you guys over in these 5 categories more than any organization can screw a team over.
This golden handcuffs, right? That idea of
yes,
you got it so great. Look at the gold on your wrist right now. I mean, you're locked up, but you got all really good stuff, so you can't complain about it.
So I can kind of understand the B if you look at it from all the things
That is
he
an
does,
interesting
all
philosophy.
the A's he sets you
Yeah.
up for, and then all the F's. Now that would equal a C, but I guess they're giving him more D's on the bad grades.
Yeah.
which would give him.
Yeah, I don't.
the
They did
overall
not
grade of
get. I do not believe they got any Fs, and yeah, they definitely did not. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or did he get a triple-double against your favorite team last night?
Oh.
Next on The Fan.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
LeBron will oblige with one to shoot. In! Rattles home! Dončić and LeBron. The greatest combo going right now, just toying with them. Triple-double for Luka Dončić.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where, Alec, we almost had to have a break the glass in case of emergency AM on the FM because we had a very spirited wrestling conversation that took a really hard turn that I was not prepared for at all.
Did Baby Braun play last night?
I didn't see him.
Actually, that's why they
there.
traded for Luka, so he could replace the minutes that Bronny isn't fulfilling.
Now, some people have suggested, or I guess more specifically, the 214 suggested, we should call this segment My Buddies and Nico. That feels hurtful, but after last night's game, I do kind of get it. It is time for My Buddies and Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Let us know. 877-881-1053. And I guess we do need to a certain extent talk about the game last night. Did you see the Mavericks fans wearing their 77s right behind Nico in the pregame that said like loyalty never fades? I think that was what it was. And they crossed out the never and just held that sign up like, I don't know, 6 feet behind Nico.
Oh, they couldn't kick him out of the building, huh?
That's right. That's right.
That's what I guess Mavs fans that are really mad should do. Go to all the road games where they're like, yeah, we love it.
Go to Detroit. Hold up
Yeah,
the signs.
absolutely.
Yeah. No, look, man, Nico's, until or unless they do something special, Nico will be the bad form of GOAT for the rest of his career here. And again, unless they do something special, which without the trade acquisition, they can't. Yeah, like they can't be that kind of team unless they get the guy back that they traded for and a couple of other guys that got injured.
Well, I hear people say while we were here, they're like, there's no way Nico makes it out of this. As in, like, he's going to get fired because of this. And I'm like, I don't know
think
because
so.
Sounded like it
the
was
ownership
for the
group's
top.
behind him, right?
The kid wanted it done. The DuPont dude.
It's still Dumont.
Whatever.
All right. We haven't talked about this fella in a long time for good reason, but he said something so tremendous that I felt like we needed to talk about it. Did you see that LeVar Ball got his foot cut off?
Dude, listen to this.
He dealt with
diabetes.
He just had a serious medical
It's an
issue.
emergency, medical issue. My kid came to me last week and was like, "Hey, have you ever heard of LeVar Ball?" And I was like, "Yes, we heard too much out of him for a couple of years, and then he got silenced pretty quickly. And then he got on. He was like, "Oh man, this," and we were talking about him. And then the next day, he's like, "Oh my gosh, did you see this about his leg?" And I was like, "What?" I couldn't find anything other than it was an emergency. That's sad, man. That hurts.
So he followed it up. I'm not saying you shouldn't feel sad for him after this, but he did follow up with this. Did y'all forget I'm LeVar? If I wanted to, I'd grow it back. So
that is LeVar Ball as it gets, dude. That is as LeVar Ball as it could possibly be.
He made the worst basketball shoe in the history of basketball shoes, and now he doesn't have a foot to put it on.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I didn't even think about the shoe part. Yeah, his kids are like, these shoes suck, and they might help get us
his own
injured.
family was like, I think you ruined my career with these shoes.
Yeah. Oh, man. But, yeah, so he said he could grow his foot back if he really wanted to.
I mean, if he's a reptile, some reptiles, aren't they able to do that?
Yeah. Chameleons can grow their tails back. There are other things that
That's
can
not
grow.
a foot, though.
No, it's not a foot. I wonder if, because how much we use 10% of our brain, right? If we could use the other 90%, do you think we could, grow feet back?
I do.
See, then we need to tap into
Yeah,
that.
Mike, I do. How about that?
Yeah, how do we tap
If
that?
we'll use 1/10 of our brain and we could do the other 90%, I saw Limitless.
Yeah, have you seen what we can do already with only using 10%? We're really good at stuff. I mean, we're really bad at stuff too, but we're really like, look at that. We have a
Did your brain make your body grow when you were an infant? Noah's brain isn't making his body grow
because he can only use 10% of
Yeah.
it.
The other
if he had
90%.
access to the other 90%.
Are you saying that's how Pavel Pokolzin got to be 7'5" in Russia?
Okay,
no,
Mike.
I'm not
Think about
saying
this,
that
though.
at
Using
all.
more of his brain?
Maybe.
Don't you think
Wemby's
though?
brain, he's really concentrating on growing.
Don't you think, though, if he used the other 90%, that he could probably tap into some science that could create regrowing his foot? So that's where that.
I could say if you had more of your brain, you could create a better prosthetic where it works more like a real foot. But I don't think our bodies, like our brain, can produce our body to make a foot again.
But we don't have to agree on that.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Well, I guess we never will because we're only going to use 10%.
Will you ask your wife about that just to see if she'll engage in that conversation, or she's like, "The hell are you talking
Let me
about?"
ask you a question. He's going to ask her tonight on the phone, then, right?
Yeah, she's busy taking care of all these sick kids.
Sorry, Mike.
So many sick
There are
kids.
a lot
But
of
you know
sick
what?
kids
Sick
right now.
kids get us money.
That's true. That is
What
true.
did you just say?
He's right.
I mean, we have a house because of sick kids. If they were all healthy and didn't need anything, well,
Not quite as inspiring as the house that Ruth built, the house that the sick kids built.
I want that sign on the front door. The house that sick kids built.
All right. I don't.
Doug Peterson's playing first base today, by the way.
Okay, let's go. Let's go. And
I thought you said Doug Peterson for a second.
That'd be
I was
awesome,
like,
too.
Did you?
I'd love to see that.
Somebody texted in. We're getting a lot of texts. From the 469, my buddy's an idiot. He thinks the Stars are going to the playoffs this year. The Stars are 100%, okay, 99.9% going to make the playoffs. I know last night's game was ugly, and I accept that.
They aren't always great.
But they had won 3 straight. They're going to be in the playoffs.
Yeah,
Unless they trade Miro for Mario Lemieux. Nico would be like, yeah, Jack Nuts got hurt. Just trade him for some old dude.
He's coming back. We need to
How
keep
many?
Miro.
What
how
if
many
Miro
other
got traded?
How many other non-Stars players do you think you could name that aren't the Kachucks?
Connor McDavid.
All right.
Or David McDavid.
That's only one still.
Wayne Gretzky.
That are
two?
current. No, that are current
You just said
NHL
other.
players.
You just said other. I'm going with him on this.
There's
one.
probably a Waugh in there that's named Roy. I mean, I know Patrick doesn't play anymore.
Mm-hmm.
He used to play for the Avalanche.
What? Why did you say it like that?
That's how they say it.
Yeah, I think so, in Colorado.
That is not
Avalanche.
okay. Please tell me you know the guy who's about to break Gretzky's goal-scoring record.
Sidney Green,
Nope.
former basketball player.
That
Sidney Crosby.
it's not. It's Sidney Crosby's not right either. It's Alex Ovechkin.
Oh, yeah,
He
Pavel
said it
Bure.
like I know the answer. Come
Yeah,
on, I was
Sid-
just
it's old
joking.
Sid.
Oh my
Joshing you.
goodness gracious!
It's Ovechkin.
Darian Hatcher.
It's not Darian Hatcher.
We did let go. We did move on from Kevin Hatcher though. That was a thing. So.
True. That was kind of an Ozzie Canseco situation right there.
877-881-1053 if you want to just text in.
Just whatever. From the 682, my buddy's an idiot. He thinks the Mavs won the trade. Man, I just don't see how at this moment. Look, I wouldn't feel this way either way. But the only way I could even understand if people felt that way is if Anthony Davis stayed healthy, played every game, was averaging like 30 and 15. I still wouldn't think the Mavericks won the trade. But, I mean, I like Max Christie, but Anthony Davis got hurt in the first game, and you get a draft pick in 4 years. How do you feel like we've won this trade so far?
It's the line, Kevin, that I saw from the Athletic story about Luka that said, obviously they're talking about his off-court lifestyle, the hookah. Nobody cared that Jordan was smoking cigars.
Right.
Like all this stuff, and they said it will lead to the demise in 5 to 7 years. I'm like, that's 5 to 7 years from now. 5 to 7 years from now is what I would go to. Anyway.
Okay.
I'm tired of being frustrated by it, but I think I'm just going to be frustrated by it forever.
You will be. Wait till 2031 when we're winning 14 games.
Yeah.
I've been there.
And Nico's back with Nike.
I mean, it could happen. It absolutely could happen. From the 940, my buddy Kevin's an idiot because he said only 99.9% the Stars are making the playoffs. That's really, really high.
99.99%.
I'll say 100% they make the playoffs.
Mike never says 100%. Mike always says 99%.
All of Mike's statements are 100% statements.
I feel like usually he says 99.
Okay.
It seems like 100. I understand where you're going with that.
All right.
What else?
Do you think
this is the last time I do my buddy's an idiot?
That's true. Do you think this is an idiot move, or are you like, hey, you should have won the game? So Alabama was losing to Ohio State 10-0 in baseball. They came back and they won 12-10 in the Jax College Baseball Classic.
Awesome.
And afterwards, on Snapchat, a whole bunch of players sent out the same thing with them holding up their middle fingers and said, F the O. Is that something your manager or your coach would frown upon?
That's an interesting thing. Wasn't it a couple years ago a Tennessee dude hit a home run and flipped the pitcher off as he was running around the bases? He was just giving him the double bird the whole time. And I saw this picture and I was like, why? Why do this?
I get there's a football rivalry there. There can't be a baseball rivalry between Ohio State and Alabama.
I wonder if when it was 10-0 or 8-0 or piling up, if there were some things that happened that they're like, screw you guys.
Maybe so.
To be fair, I don't know that for a fact.
We'll never know.
Nobody
That is true.
Nobody likes to get laughed at and pointed at whenever they're getting beat like that. From the 325, Kevin, my buddy's an idiot. He slept with his son's girlfriend.
Okay.
Oh, my.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, my.
I got sucked into this last night.
What?
This is a Twitter thing.
Oh, okay. All right.
This is that...
I thought it was a Hey Stepbrother thing.
No, this is that gal, Mary Kate, I want to say. I might
Ashley Olsen.
No, and see, I clicked. I made this mistake, Mike. I saw the trending things on Twitter, and one of them was Mary Kate. And I thought it was about the Olsens, and I was like, "Oh no, did one of them?" Yes, that sounds right. Did one of them die? But they're fine because it wasn't about them at all. And then I started seeing all these things about this dude that, like, supposedly he's dating this girl who goes to Ole Miss, I think, and she allegedly had sex with his dad. And then they broke up for a minute and then got back together. But then there's like all these different versions of what might have happened, and some of them are definitely not joke worthy. And so I don't know what the hell to do with this.
I couldn't. No.
I know.
If your dad did that, I don't care who you are.
Would you cut him out of your life?
Dad?
Yeah.
I don't know. That really depends on that relationship. But if that relationship was that good, Dad wouldn't have done that. You know, like that. So probably so.
It sounds like there are some people theorizing that the dad is not maybe not the best person in the world.
Yeah,
Which you probably could have guessed based off of some of these context clues.
That being said, maybe you still have to rely on Dad for college money and stuff, and you're kind of like, well, let me get through college first, and let's see how things go from there.
Man,
God, that would stink. That is weird.
Yeah. So I don't know if you feel like reading up on that from the 817. I don't. Oh, that's fair. I don't know if this is the same person who texted in earlier, but I do want to give that person a shout out from the 817. The Texas A&M baseball team is an idiot because they lost to Texas State last night. Now, the person that I want to shout out, I'm sorry I don't have your number pulled up, but last week they said Texas State baseball is going to beat Texas A&M for that Tuesday night game in a week. You just watch, because they texted in a couple of times.
We didn't watch.
That's true. I didn't. I was watching the basketball game, but they were right. Texas State did defeat Texas A&M baseball, so congratulations to them, and congratulations to that texter for telling me like a week ahead of time that was going to happen.
I hope Texas State makes the tournament. That'd be awesome.
There it is from the 682. I told you Texas State was going to take down your number one seeded Aggies from the 682. I concede, absolutely. You told me about that like a week or so ago.
I do not know if Ruben was more scared when Mike banged on the door this morning or when you just made that noise. Ruben just popped up like, what just happened?
Sorry, Ruben. But it's not the maddest he's been at me because that was yesterday when I talked about how Oklahoma City choked away that lead.
Oh, man. You got caught on the
That
just now,
is
so we'll take
very,
a picture
very
of it
rude.
and screenshot it.
By the way, Patrick Beverly is finally being sued by those two ladies who he threw the basketball at twice, and they were like, you injured us and caused us distress and all of this stuff. That was still a really weird deal. When he's like, hey, throw the ball back, and they did, and they threw it right back at their faces. That was a really weird thing. So
He's old. The Mavericks probably want him.
I mean, at this point, who the hell knows?
Jaden Hardy for Patrick Beverly. Who says no?
I say
Nico
no.
doesn't.
Nico doesn't.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. How much money will Micah get, and when will he get it? Next, right here on The Fan.
Coming up.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Now here is Young from the 30. He's sacked again. Wow. That was Parsons, who, he exploded around the offensive left, and Bryce Young never had a chance.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Texas Rangers Spring Training, brought to you by ASCO Equipment, your heavy equipment partner since 1960. But right now, we're going to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Here we go! How much money, besides all of it, do you think Micah Parsons is going to get, and when is he going to get it? Because I know a lot of negotiations will happen with agents this week at the Combine. Sean and RJ will be there to break the stories along with Bobby. Unfortunately, Peyton gets left behind. And
Alec, that's what I'm going to remember about you.
A little chuckle right there. But when you heard that the Cowboys hadn't even started negotiations with Micah, I was like, oh, that makes me sad. Maybe they'll knock it out at the Combine, but history tells me probably not.
Yeah, what day did CeeDee Lamb sign? Just put it around that week.
Yeah, okay.
It's fascinating.
Which is a massive mistake.
Nick Bosa's number is $34 million a year. Average.
Okay.
The next person, Josh Hines Allen, 28. And so, is there a window in that range?
I don't think so.
Or it has to be more than Bosa. And this is the thing about the way that they do things that I don't understand. Everybody just goes, well, the next guy up just gets the money.
Yeah.
And that's just what we have to deal with. Look, I'm all about Micah getting as much money as he possibly can. That's perfectly fine. But I just don't understand why that just has to be the status quo whenever you have going down to the top 10, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, and then it makes a jump like that.
The only reason I say that is because I remember Micah made the comment about getting paid $35 million sounds a lot better than getting paid $40 million and being double teamed on every single play. So it kind of sounds like the discussion starts
at 35.
Yeah, sort of.
Yeah, let's just leave it there,
Here's the other thing, too, is you have a new defensive coordinator coming in.
Mm-hmm.
True.
A whole new defensive staff for the most part, right? Most of even your kind of positional coaches are going to be new. And the Joneses are going to go, yeah, the defense we want to build around the guy for the next 5 years isn't going to be in training camp until 3 weeks into camp.
Look, and I will go back to that is one of the primary reasons I would like for the Cowboys to trade Micah Parsons. And I know CeeDee Lamb gets annoyed by that. It has nothing to do with Micah Parsons, the player. I think he's an excellent player and can bring you in a haul. I just don't think right now the Cowboys can legitimately compete with the way they run their business. And they have to figure out one of two different ways. Really restock and replenish your draft assets and hope for the best there, or scout for the best, or completely redo the way you do the salary cap. And history tells me it's not going to be that second one.
That being said, Mike brought up the idea of not being at training camp.
Yes.
Steven said a few times, do you trust him when he's saying that, look, CeeDee Lamb, they were waiting for other leaves to fall. Jamar Chase is kind of really what he was talking about there. We were waiting for Jamar Chase to sign a deal. He never did.
Right.
So we eventually came to a deal. He said he doesn't see those circumstances with anybody else out there, so he thinks it'll be done faster because no agent, that's what he's kind of hinting at, no agent's waiting.
Okay.
And it sounds like he's just like, no, we think we can get it done quicker.
And see, and that could be valid. But what I would really do is go to Micah and say, if you want us to be aggressive in free agency, which I know is what you've said numerous times, we need to get this deal done now, because otherwise you have a static number of $24 million. And if you give him a long-term extension, I know it sounds insane. We've been through this a few times. You can give him a 5-year, $175 million or whatever. It'll probably end up being more than that. And that can drop your cap number down to 10, 12 million, something along those lines, as opposed to 24. So by re-signing Micah now, you'll have 12 to 14 extra $1 million going into free agency. I'm just worried, to Mike's point, about it will still end up being in training camp, because that was the same thing with Dak before that and Zach Martin before that.
Mm-hmm,
and so I hope you're right, and they get a move on this straight away. Have you seen who Quinn Ewers is working with leading into the draft?
Vince Young.
Jake Plummer.
Mike McCarthy.
Really?
Yeah. So
Good combo.
I mean, and he got an A in the NFLPA player
I
survey.
am being serious about this. If I wanted a good foundation of the West Coast offense, I would go to Mike McCarthy and say, I want to learn the basics of it all. That's what Mike McCarthy, that's essentially what we saw, was the basic form of the West Coast offense. He's really good at that. So I would definitely go to him. And he's a guy that knows the NFL. So there's a lot of lessons to learn from that man.
I know this was the last segment, but am I an idiot for first reading the quote from Mike McCarthy? And it says, he's been impressed by Ewers as a young man and his attentiveness. The first time I read that, I really, really thought it said he's impressed by him as a young man and his attractiveness.
Well, he was not attractive in high school. He had kind of a mullet.
I don't know, man.
To be clear, that is not what Mike McCarthy said.
And then he went to Ohio State with that stupid haircut. Mm-hmm. One of my kids has that stupid haircut, so I still love him. You know, it doesn't mean you don't love your kid even if they have a stupid haircut, right, Corey?
No.
You give up.
I mean, yes, love them all.
Oh my gosh!
I'm just joking.
All right,
Now Quinn Ewers is working at Dick's Sporting Goods with all right guy.
Matthew
You know?
McConaughey.
Yeah,
is that
they're
a
working
commercial?
on- yeah.
Okay.
Mike, when they get a stupid haircut, you just kind of shake your head every time you see them. That's what it is. You just go.
Looks good on you though.
Yeah.
Let's go to the Colts, where, to the surprise of probably not a lot of people, and I'm sure Carter Freeman feels vindicated for this, the Colts GM has said that Anthony Richardson will face an open competition for the starting quarterback job next season. Do you think there's any faith in the Colts organization, or if so, how much faith do they still have in Anthony Richardson?
41% faith.
Oh, that's higher than I would have guessed.
The coaches are gone that wanted him.
No, the coaches are still there. But they say that the GM says that he wants to bring in
Is it a new
competition,
GM?
right? Yeah.
No.
So the same GM that drafted him,
Right.
same coaching staff.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say 80%.
Okay.
I feel like they're looking at it going, we got to get the best out of him. There are some things we need him to do better, and having another person around that could challenge him for the spot might help him. You know, when you're trying to get somebody to maybe be the first in, last out, you challenge them with somebody that could take their job. Kevin, what's on your Twitter? The rent's due every day.
Yeah, success is not owned, it's rented, and the rent is due every day.
And I don't know that, from what I've heard, it doesn't sound like Anthony Richardson is that guy.
What if
that
Anthony
kind of
Richardson's a squatter?
What? Oh, because of the success and the renting and I gotcha.
There you go.
Yeah, they're not paying rent, but yet they still own the house. They're living in it. They don't own it, but you can't get them out. You have to take them to court. So what if Anthony Richardson just takes the snaps and they're like, we don't want you to quarterback anymore, but he just squats under the center and he's like, you can't get me out of here.
Yeah.
And then you have to go to court to try to get him off the field.
That's as long as you promise not to say anything else about that. That's a great point.
Okay.
All right, let's go from that.
You could have done that 5 years ago.
Oh,
If
my
you would have
God.
just said, great point.
Don't tell me that, Mike.
I would have just moved
Don't
on to the next
tell
topic
me that.
every time.
Oh, my God.
Next topic.
Yeah, try it for the next couple of days. See if it works.
Next topic.
All right, let's go to the Bengals, who, and this is one of the things that worries me about Micah Parsons, is the competition for how much Micah Parsons makes now based on Jamar Chase. Because one of the Bengals executives said yesterday that Jamar Chase is their top priority, and he said he's going to end up being the number one paid non-quarterback in the league. We're there. Let's get it done.
Yeah.
And so
that's why they can't afford good facilities and
because they have to pay all their players.
families.
if you're part of the rest of the management team that does that salary and that contract, are you like, hey, dude, why don't you shut the hell up and say, obviously, he'll be the highest paid non-quarterback? Like, you're not really helping out our negotiation point.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you want to show that off. Maybe you're like, look, we're turning over a new leaf.
Do you think? Well, okay. Speaking of
Ryan
Leafs,
Leaf. I saw him at the Super Bowl.
Speaking of Leafs, are the Cowboys going to wait for that leaf to fall, and then Mike Parsons going to be like, I want
No,
more money
because
than
it's
that.
receiver.
But the highest paid non-quarterback.
Yeah, I don't think. I think that Mike understands. I don't think so, Kevin.
Okay.
My personal opinion.
Okay.
They're doing the shovel thing.
They are doing the shovel thing.
Will you explain to people who aren't watching right now
There
what the
is
shovel thing is?
So they're cleaning up the chunks of dirt around home plate right now, around the batter's box area, and they have actually that's not the special shovel. There is a special shovel though that has a screen on it, and then it has other slats so that the big chunks will stay in, and then all the other stuff will fall through like a sifter.
It's like a colander shuffle.
Exactly. So
Shovel,
that's what they're doing.
not shuffle.
They're cleaning up all the stuff on the field. If you ever get the chance to just come watch them do maintenance on the field and surprise, it's a blast.
And you're like a groundskeeping enthusiast
Yes.
or a lawn care enthusiast.
Which Mike definitely is, and I enjoy it too. So like this is kind of always fun for us.
Oh, man. If for some reason, it's going to go great. You're going to be there for 40 years. If for some reason it didn't, maybe 30 years, didn't work out with the Rangers, would you want to just move to Arizona and just try to be a groundskeeper?
Maybe. That would be... The only thing is
Just
it's
for the
beautiful
spring.
out here right now. How about groundskeeping in June, July,
Yeah.
August, and September
There's
out
not
here?
enough water.
Yeah.
There's not enough water to keep the ground.
That is a very fair
You have to
point.
spend so much water out here.
You just let it dry out and then say, we'll get back to you next year, buddy. Kind of like you do with your pool in the off season, right?
Okay. We're the KNC masterpiece.
Are we?
What? Yeah. Why are we not?
I just stopped him down. That's all I was trying to do. I did. Next. What's
great-
coming up next? I'm
It's a
excited.
great point, Mike. Coming up next, this time, we really will revisit our interview with Kevin Pillar from the clubhouse this morning right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maple. I just said that.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Surprise and Texas Rangers spring training. We're going to talk with Kevin Pillar in just a minute. Well, I guess we already talked with him. We'll play that interview in just a minute. But I wanted to ask you this. I believe Sean McFarland has an article up with the Dallas Morning News talking about all the options that the Rangers have available to bat third. And we talked with Bruce Bochy about that yesterday, and he said, look, there's going to be a lot of shifting in spring training. That's part of what he's working on in spring training. But is it Wyatt Langford that you think should be number 3? And if not, who else would you want to see in that mix? Because I think Marcus Semien, Jock Peterson,
Young.
You could shift things around quite a bit.
I would love for Josh Young to be as good of a hitter as I know he's got some power, he's got some pop, but he's at his best when he's driving doubles into gaps. That really is what I think you're seeing a live Josh Young. I would love for him to be the option there, but it does feel like they want him a little further behind because of youth and because also he's been missing for a large part of the season's last couple of years.
So I think Langford's the guy once he gets healthy, as long as Simeon's your leadoff guy.
Okay. Can you break down why that specific pairing would go together then?
Well, if Simeon's not your leadoff guy, I think Langford's your leadoff guy. So then that takes him out of your 3-hole situation. Now, here's another thing you have to look at. Seager is a slow base runner and also intentionally slow so he doesn't get hurt. If I put Josh Young at third, I'm not opposed to that, Corey, but now I have two slow guys next to each other, and I don't know how they like stacking that.
They're just going to trot around the bases when Adolis hits it out.
Maybe so. I wonder if you asked Boch, how much do you look at your lineup based off of your speed components and go, I don't want Seager and Young back-to-back because of how slow they are together, because that's two base cloggers.
But if I have Wyatt right behind him, I can't take advantage of his speed unless, let's say, Seager hits a double, and now when Wyatt gets on, he's moved him to third, because otherwise he's running up his back.
Yeah.
So
I don't know.
That's with all that speed. So
Jock Peterson's not a fast runner. So Jock could bat third, but
Jake Berger.
If you have, I don't know if Berger, because if you look at his on-base percentage, it's so low.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want a guy that has that low of an on-base percentage batting third. So I would say Langford, Young, maybe Evan Carr. He did it in the playoffs.
Is there a concern, though, about maybe how often you would have to shift him out of third against left-handed pitchers?
For sure.
Yeah, and I mean, that kind of comes down to,
but he did bat third yesterday.
Dadgummit, we didn't ask Boch this yesterday. I wanted to. How are you have a left-handed lineup and a right-handed lineup, and how different does that look? How similar does it look? Because if it is just the matter of moving one batter out and moving another guy into the same spot, then it's fine. But if you have to reshuffle everything, that's a completely different thing. So
because the idea is, and Boch talked about it yesterday, and this is just like some fundamentals of baseball. You'll see a lot of changes with the lineup in spring training, in part because of who's actually playing, but also to test some things out. But like once you hit the regular season, you would love to have your lineup set for hopefully a really long time.
I would at least say the first three guys, right?
Yeah.
Is that if you're healthy, you start the year with Semien, Seager, and then Langford, and you worry about the rest is the rest. Now, I know 4, 5, 6 are very important spots in your lineup, too. He talked about yesterday. One of the reasons 23 was so successful is the bottom of the lineup kept getting on base for Semien to have 100 RBIs. The only way Semien has 100 RBIs is your 7, 8, and 9-hole guys are getting on base for Semien to have RBI opportunities. So you look at it and go, yes, every spot is important, but the reason that everybody stacks 1 and 2 together as your two best hitters now is because over 162 games, you think they'll get 20 to 30 more at-bats over a season. So it just makes 4, 5, and 6 not as important as 1, 2, and possibly 3. But, man, I hope that it is Semien, Seager, Langford, and you don't have to mess with it, because if you're messing with it a lot, that means things aren't working out well.
That's interesting, and maybe we have another conversation where we dive back into, or maybe we just don't want Simeon to be the leadoff, and let's just reconstruct a new lineup.
We're supposed to have Simeon today.
Yeah.
I just talked to the Rangers PR, and we're working on that. One of the things I want to ask him is, is your approach always the same? Because when you start a game, is your approach, I'm going up there and I'm just hitting the first pitch I see? Is it I got to work the pitcher? And does it change, Mike, after the first go through in the lineup? Now maybe you're hitting second in the inning as opposed to first in the inning. Do you change that? Because I do want to kind of dive in on the way he thinks when he gets to the plate. He might have answers that, look, Boats told me this is what we want out of this. And everybody's been upset at Simeon for it, but maybe it is the philosophy on the way they go about it. We grew up with the guy that goes up first needs to get about 7 pitches out of a pitcher. 5 would be great, but 7 would be even better because now you've made him pitch more. You've gotten to see more pitches from him. You've made him have to work harder.
Yeah, and just get on base, right?
Yeah.
Your job is to get on base for my guys to knock you in, but nowadays a lot of them are like, no, just hit a home run to start the game off.
Yeah, I mean, then you cut out the middleman. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, Corey said his mission today was to get to and talk to Kevin Pillar. We made it happen. Here it is on The Fan.
All right, we got Kevin Pillar here joining us on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. I've never really forgiven you for being such an irritating player when you were with Toronto, but you were so good, and it was irritating. Did you know that?
Yeah, I would imagine there was players on other teams that could get annoyed of me making plays. As a hitter, you hate to see it happen to yourself, and there's a point in my career where I felt like I was doing it daily, so I could imagine how that could be annoying.
Well, we did forgive Bochy for beating us in the World Series, so I'm sure you win a World Series, we'll forgive you, all right?
Yeah, I imagine that's probably a little bit more painful. So, him coming in first year and winning one for this organization probably made it a little easier.
We've actually never had the opportunity to talk to somebody that was on the other side of that whenever all of that was going down. What was that experience like when Rangers, Blue Jays, the chaos that was going on in that stadium that day?
Yeah, I've been able to go back a couple times and kind of watch the series in the entirety. It's kind of the thing I do when I have when my wife's pregnant, I'm in the hospital, and I'm waiting on her to...
So you aren't Netflixing. You're like,
no.
Baseball.
Yeah, there's times where, you're either it's before the baby comes out or when the baby comes out, you're sleeping on this little hospital bed or little cot, and you're just... I guess mostly when I had my first kid, because it was kind of right in that time frame. I was still in Toronto. All that stuff was still kind of new, but there's cool ways to go back and kind of watch the entire series, each game being like 30 minutes, just like a very fast version of it, and just kind of reliving that whole series. It was just wild. The fact that, we were pretty much unbeatable after the All-Star break, after the additions we had made, and then, Blue Jays hadn't been in the playoffs since early 90s. We win a division. We host the first 2 games of the playoffs, and we go down 0-2. And then obviously going to Texas and just kind of take care of business, get it back to Game 5, and just everything that kind of happened and transcribed during that game. I just remember Cole Hamels being pretty much unhittable. I think he gave up a solo homer to Eddie, gave us a little bit of life. It was back and forth, and then obviously the 7th inning unfolded. Obviously starting with the ball off the bat, play that, you guys have probably been in this industry for a long time.
Yeah.
I've been playing for a long time. Wasn't really sure of the rule.
Right, yeah.
And to kind of learn about the rule in that moment, in that magnitude of a game, to go down by a run in the 7th inning, you're like, oh my God. And then just to think what happened after, the ground ball to short. Yeah. I came up next. I had a ground ball to first. The missed throw at second, and the misplay at the bunt, and then there was the blooper, and then obviously the home run. Just talk about the polar opposites of emotions, where it's already so the intensity and the emotions are already so high going into an elimination game like that, and then to lose the lead on a play that happens millions of times a year, the throwback to the pitcher from the catcher for it to hit the bat and ricochet, and Odor to have the heads up to just run home and touch home plate, and them counting that run, and then to have him hit that home run. And from that moment on, after he hit the home run and the celebration, in our heads we knew it was over, because we knew the two guys we had pitching at the back end of the bullpen, Sanchez and Ozuna, we knew it was over. It was just a matter of getting those last 6 outs. But going out to center field, you're feeling pretty confident about, okay, we got these two guys pitching, and then you kind of just fast forward a year, everything that kind of just happened over the course of between obviously the fight, and then playing Texas again in the playoffs, kind of just going in, sweeping them real quick. It was a fun time to be part of that rivalry. It would be nice to be in a place long enough again to kind of feel the magnitude of a rivalry again.
To potentially make that happen, who is it on the Blue Jays or another team that you would really like to punch in the face to help amp that up?
I'm down to go anytime, anywhere.
I love it. I love it. So, non sequitur about childbirth, since you brought it up. Let me ask you this hypothetical situation that definitely didn't happen to me. If your wife is pushing and she says, I can't do it, and you grab her hand and you go, yes, you can, I believe in you, that's supportive, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Do you think it's fair if your wife, after the fact, said, you yelled at me while I was in the middle of childbirth, because that's what happened?
No, I don't think it's fair, but I'm sure your wife or my wife would probably remember it a little bit differently. But
that's fair.
We have different males in general have a different tone in their voice and way of what we think is motivating or encouraging can be seen as aggressive behavior or yelling. But hopefully whoever that happened to is they've moved on from it, and they're just excited for what happened after the fact.
But we don't typically get to see batting practice and all that take place during spring training out on the field. Yesterday we were watching. It looked like you got clotheslined by the warning track at one point. What exactly happened out there yesterday?
Yeah, we were doing some outfield drills, and we were working on going back on balls to the wall, and I had those molded cleats on and a pretty hard warning track, and decided to put the brakes on and slipped and fell. And it's not how I was hoping to get a little scraped up for the first time. Hopefully it was like a hustle double or something. But it just makes me look tough around here, though.
There you go.
I know you want to make sure you're okay, but do you also bounce up hoping that maybe nobody else saw it, even though we all definitely did?
No, there was no way people did not see it. It was right in the middle of the field. That's one of those things you hope we don't hope ever happens, but you would be a little bit more fortunate if it happened on one of those backfields. But of course, first day for me too, getting out on the stadium field, really just trying to kind of speed up the learning curve a little bit for the time I missed, really trying to push myself, put myself in game situations, trying to go hard back on some fly balls, and you slip and fall, and then you kind of question maybe I shouldn't, maybe I just go in the treadmill or something and get my cardio. I don't need to do it on the field.
Do you think that's why they call it Surprise Stadium? Because it really has.
That was a huge surprise.
Yeah.
It's just funny how it kind of foreshadowed that event too. I was talking to Evan Carter. We're talking about just our cleats and stuff, and I'm I'm not a big mold guy. Normally I wear them in spring, when we're, I want to get my feet comfortable to cleats, but I would never hit them because I don't like to slip. And then sure enough, you go out there and slip.
Did he say, or did he give you a look?
He's like, yeah, he did. We talked about it. He's like, isn't that funny? We were talking about molded cleats, and I'm like, yeah.
But he did it in a really polite way, right? Like,
Oh, he's very nice. Yeah, very polite guy. Very polite guy. Yeah, very nice.
I feel like even his trash talk is probably super polite.
Yeah, I can't even imagine him trash talking. So hopefully he'll start chirping here soon.
We also have been told you have chickens and llamas.
Yeah, chickens and llamas.
How is this like? Do you take care of them yourself?
Yeah, I have responsibilities, but obviously me being here now, my wife and my kids do them. Llamas don't really require a whole lot of maintenance, though. They pretty self-sufficient.
Okay.
What drew you to them? That's.
I can't really tell you the real reason why but there's certain things certain requirements to have. In order to do certain things in the state of Texas. So
I'm just going to presume he lost a bet and now he has to raise llamas.
Yep.
So we'll just go
That's
with
it.
that.
I lost a bet and I have to raise llamas now.
Once again, a hypothetical situation that's definitely not about my wife. Let's say that she told people a long time ago she loves llamas. Now, everything people give her is llama-based. She doesn't know how to break it to them that, like, she likes llamas, okay, but that's
She doesn't
not.
love them.
Yeah, that's not what her life revolves around.
I think she just needs to be honest. Tell them, enough is enough.
Agreed, Kevin Pillar. I've been saying that for a while now. There you go, Kevin Pillar. Did you love that interview?
That's a
Mike?
good interview.
Thank you.
I'll stop giving your wife llama beans.
That's. It's lima beans. And this is one of those that you really thought out and you thought was going to crush it, right? Mike is dying laughing right now.
Llama beans. You get it?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Oh, yes.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on
Can't
105.3
wait
The
to tell her
Fan.
how hot you think Caitlin Clark is.
On the
Jeez.
card market.
Hot.
Coming
hot.
up next.
Oh, hot.
We're going to have a jam-packed expressway. We got Mike Likes It, perhaps Marcus Simeon, but also back to Mavericks Lakers.
All right.
Did you get any closure or did you just get mad all over again? Next on The Fan.
Kevin.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
In the corner, Dončić for three, partially blocked. And that's going to be a foul. Count that, and one as Dončić gets to the basket.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Going to be a jam-packed expressway. But let me start with this. I want to go back to Mavericks and Lakers. And if you specifically want to talk about the game, we can definitely do that. But what I'm curious about is, because I know a lot of people were tuned in, were specifically tuned out of this game. If you did watch it, did you get any closure, or did you just get mad all over again? Because I feel like, Corey, from most of the sentiment I saw, it felt like it made people madder watching the game than... Not that they weren't mad, but maybe they hadn't been as mad, and now seeing it all over again, they're like, I'm mad again.
Yeah, no, it reopened a wound. It's you got a little scab there, and all of a sudden somebody comes and peels it off, and you're like, "Dadgummit! I thought I moved on from this. I thought we were done with it because it was out of sight, out of mind, right?" And the Mavericks had played, had some wins. You're like, "Okay, this is nice." So out of sight, out of mind. I don't have to worry about Luka, and now here he is, right there in your face again. And there are certain things that he did in that game, passes that he made, that they went insane. There was a moment, Kevin, where he did shoot a three-point. That three that he shot was from really far away. There was one he shot from really far away going the other direction, and the whole L.A. crowd was like, oh, my God. Because Luka knows, if I put this one in from 45 feet away right now, this whole place is going to lose their damn minds.
Yeah.
And he's always been able to do that, and whenever it falls, it's the best feeling in the world. He knows that. He loves that feeling. And he did that last night, and for them, it's new. For Lakers fans, seeing what he's doing, the passes he makes, all these kinds of moments. And for us, it's like, yeah, we've been watching that, and that's what we've been cherishing so much this entire time was those things that he did. And again, you also saw some of the warts that you could take advantage of last night. Where
2.5 minutes in with the tech foul,
he gets his tech, he quits on defense, he's
awful
lazy
shooting.
on certain things. So you're like, okay, so it's still the same Luka. Nothing really has changed, but I didn't feel like I got any closure, and I don't know when I'll get real closure because we'll always have to face him at some point.
So from the 817, no closure, still hurts. April 9th will be the last game I watch. I assume, I forgot to double check this, but that's when the Lakers are in Dallas to play the Mavericks. From the 214, I got mad all over again. Fire Nico and get new owners. Luka looked sad when he was interviewed. All right, so let's go to cut number 4, and this is Luka in the postgame on the emotions of playing against the Mavericks.
Like I said, it's a weird game, different game, but I can't even explain what kind of emotions were. Just a lot of emotions, seeing the guys out there, seeing the guys I played. I went through a lot with the guys, so it was fun.
And then I know at one point he's also like, hey, I'm glad it's over. So I'm just.
But he's got to come to Dallas now too, right?
That's true. But
so that really, I understand what that means.
That's true.
This one's done.
Yeah,
and we got through it. We, the anticipation for it, the build up in his own mind. I mean, hell, you saw what Jordan Brand did. They made a whole commercial to add to it. They did some other things.
Yes, they did.
They took advantage of the publicity. And I imagine that the anticipation building up to it for him emotionally had to have been a wreck, and now he's done with it and can move on a little bit. But again, he does have to come to Dallas at some point, and that's going to open that up a little bit more again.
And I'm sure we'll talk about it more when that gets closer, but I think the Mavericks fans are going to go crazy for him in the game. I know in the pregame they'll go crazy for him, and I hope Sean Heath can go all out on the announcement and everything like that, but I think Mavericks fans are going to be going crazy for him all game. Like if he hits a 3, even though they might be rooting for the Mavs, they're going to be there to cheer for Luka.
I want to reach
Hell,
out.
Laker games are usually 50-50 games anyways in your building without Luka being on the other team. I think it's going to be an 80% pro-Laker crowd on April 9th.
Wow.
Pro-Lakers /
Luka,
pro-Luka crowd.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be, predominantly people rooting for the Lakers in that game.
Yeah. That's kind of hard to argue with. All right. I get it, and this seems to be the prevailing wisdom. Made me feel that basketball is not as much fun to watch anymore, not just because of Luka, but because of the NBA in general. Mike, I know that's kind of where you have been at.
Yeah, it's sad. It was my favorite sport to watch. I love watching football. I love watching baseball. But I don't really like the way that they've taken it to like an extreme and one situation. I obviously hate that I paid thousands of dollars in 2018-19 for a 10-game package that 50% of the games I went to, the players like, we don't want to play in this game, so we're sitting out. And that was now 7 years ago, and it's just gotten worse over time. So I understand that for me it's just not as fun. I get the playoffs can be awesome, but if I don't really engage in the regular season, it's tough for me to really get super engaged in the playoffs. And this year, I guess the Mavs are the 9th seed right now?
Something like that.
Is that right? They play Sacramento, I think, in the 9-10 matchup. All right, whatever.
I will say this, the brand of basketball that I saw with Anthony Davis on the court for the 3 quarters that he was there, because that's what happens to his body. For those 3 quarters, that was a fun brand of basketball. You saw, it was a different version of the Mavericks, because it was an edgier defensive type team.
Yeah.
It had, 18 blocks in that game, and that was only 3 quarters of Anthony Davis.
I do not recall.
PJ had 3. Everybody was going after it. And so I was excited about what the future of that was going to look like. So that kind of drew me in was, oh man, if this is the offense that I'm getting out of Anthony Davis, and this is because he was doing the I'm here and all that stuff, that gets exciting. That is a draw for me as a Mavericks fan because I do root for the laundry. But that was an exciting thing that can happen. So with one player leaving and another one coming in, you kind of were like, oh, this is a different brand of basketball that we get to see from this team.
From the 2-1-4, the Mavericks couldn't shoot when it counted last night and missed layups. And then from the 8-1-7, if we had centers healthy, we would have whooped their ass. Still not a fan of the trade, though. And
1,000%.
I just don't think the outcome of the game last night was, and this seems weird.
Was what mattered?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that that a weird
'Cause
statement
it's
to
a regular
make?
season game,
And I realize that the Mavericks need to pile up as many wins as they can to, potentially even stay in the top 10 or have a more advantageous spot in the play-in tournament. But it feels like all of that was secondary last night to, like, more specifically, how would Luka play? How would the Mavericks react? And then we go to something like Kyrie Irving. And I know if we hit up, I believe it's cut number 6, what was it like going up against Luka? Because Kyrie has talked pretty openly since this happened about how strong of a bond like those two had, and then he had with the team.
Awkward as it was awkward, but now I could talk about the emotions. Yeah, no, it was awkward, but at the same time, it was fun. We got a chance to, feel like we were in practice all over again, going at each other. That was a good reflection point. And then just, seeing the crowd cheer for him and just get him going and see him make some of the tough shots that I've seen him make thousands of times. That's probably made it even more awkward. But, it was fun. It was fun competing. A lot of high-level basketball players out there, a lot of high-level plays, high IQ plays. It's what you want to be a part of as a competitor. And you could tell J.J. Redick was trying to prepare the guys emotionally, especially Luka, and I feel like he handled himself well. It was a good show out in LA against two good teams.
I thought it was a fun game to watch because of the elevated atmosphere, but it seems like most of the people, this just kind of like, I don't know if this is the right analogy, but like you had a really tough breakup and you know that it's because the other person was cheating, and then you've like not moved on, but like you've started to try to get back in the regular flow, and then you go out for dinner or whatever and you see them together.
It would be like me looking over and seeing you doing a radio show with somebody else, and I'd be like, why the hell did that happen? Like what went wrong?
Michael likes it.
Here I
oh my God.
Here I am looking over and seeing like the dude that I know I know a lot about his heart and soul. I know what's going on there, and somebody else is getting to enjoy that friendship right now, and that is a bond on the court. Whenever you're playing sports with a team, you get to grow with people. You anticipate things about them. You start knowing and thinking alike, and that was something that I know Kai thinks is on a much deeper level than basketball. There's just so much more that goes into it. That being said, on the court, you saw Luka the first time he saw Kai was on him. And Kai, the first time Luka was on him defensively, they both wanted after each other.
Dude, I know that, man.
They both wanted to beat each other.
I agree with that. Like you kind of hike the shorts up a little bit. You get in that stance, and he was ready for that. I really thought.
Kai moved fast. Like once he saw Luka's on me, I'm going right to the basket.
Obviously, I've been giving Luka crap today because he's shot really awful since he got with the Lakers. But in the first quarter, man, he had that look. I really did think he was going to hang like 40
He had like
on the
16
Mavericks.
rebounds in the first quarter. That was wild.
And it was just boom, 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 boom. And I really thought that he was going to wear the Mavericks out all night. And that didn't happen. I know the Mavericks lost, but that didn't happen. But you see on the fan text from the 214, it was closure for me. I'm mentally ready to hate Luka and the Lakers. From the 214, his heart is broken. You can almost see him crying in some of those. And then from the 903, nothing changed for me. It just shows me that when we get our bigs back, and we will beat the Lakers because they only won by 8 points. So some people are like focused on how the game could have been different. Other people are focused specifically on Luka. Other people are focused on like, hey, I'm just still straight up mad at Nico. There's a lot of emotion that went into this game.
The one thing I didn't see, I don't know if you happened to see it. I know Mike didn't. Did you see any interaction that Luka had with Kid? Because I never saw anything there, and I haven't seen it. Like social media usually would just be like, "Hey, by the way, this is what just happened." But I wanted to see if they shook hands, if they said anything to each other. But maybe Kid was told to stay away because that'll give away maybe you loved him and you wanted to keep him around or not.
Okay, is that the biggest mystery of this whole thing then? Because we've gotten a pretty good idea about Nico talking about defense and this being the better team and win now and blah, blah, blah. We've heard the owners talk about they seem fine with this trade. Is the biggest mystery now where exactly Jason Kidd stood on all of this? And, like, I mean, there's nothing he probably could have done about it, but I do feel like people are curious if he's like, hey, I wish that you wouldn't, or if he's like, please, God, no, or if he's like, I get your point.
It's like, okay, again, for example, Spittle is sitting there and he's just like, oh my gosh, KNC, these guys, they just wear me out. And he's complaining all the time, and then Purdy's like, all right, screw it, I'm getting rid of them. And they're like, hold on, I didn't mean for you to do that. I was just saying, like, I needed somebody to vent to. Maybe that was what was going on with Kidd, and I don't know, man. I think there was a lot more behind the scenes that we still don't know about.
I'm gonna
go ahead.
The standard that some fan that you were talking about was like, well, we're better than the Lakers if we're completely healthy. The Lakers aren't the standard in the Western Conference.
Nope.
So, like maybe in a 7-game series, maybe the Mavs are better than the Lakers today if you have Gafford, Lively, and Anthony Davis all completely healthy with all your other guys completely healthy, but the Lakers aren't the standard. So what does it matter that you're better than the 4th or 5th best team in the Western Conference?
So I think some people would argue because of how well they've been playing, there are people out there who think, I'm not one of those people, that think the Lakers are the 2nd best team in the West. I want to make it clear, I am not one of those people, but I think there are some folks who think that. I wanted to throw this out there real quick since you were talking about Jason Kidd, Corey. This is cut number 5. This is Jason Kidd talking about Luka and how he did in the game.
No, I thought he was he picked his spots. He was able to find his teammates. He was Luka. He drove it, made plays, and then also finished. Probably had some looks that normally goes down for him, but he was he fills up the stat sheet like no other player. So I think he had a triple-double, and again he can find his teammates, and his teammates delivered tonight.
He said all the right things there. He talked about everything that Luka does on the court, things he does well, and things that he did on that night. He didn't talk about any other things in that moment that like bleed into their relationship. But that was very smart of him, and that's how Jason Kidd is. He's very, very thoughtful when it comes to that.
Look, I got to tell you, I am still really irritated about how this trade went down. I feel like, at least I'll just say for me, regardless of if the Mavericks don't win any games and fall off a cliff and everything like that, April 9th, that third to last game, it's a home game against the Lakers. Who knows? It could mean a lot for the Mavs. It could mean absolutely nothing for the Mavs. But I feel like that emotional charge is going to go just to the next level because so many of those people who are texting this in or hitting us up on YouTube or on Twitch, they're going to be there or they're going to be outside the arena or whatever. That is going to be an emotionally charged situation where, once again, it feels like basketball might kind of be secondary in that day.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely going to be the case.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for Mike Likes It.
I'm going to continue that segment for just a minute here and just not watching the game and listening to you guys talk about it, hearing the interviews, hearing the highlights. I haven't even seen highlights. I can't do it. I'm sad now.
Yeah.
I don't know how many people listening to the show right now are sad like I am because there's no getting him back. There's no take backs. It's over, and it just makes me sad because it's like this horrible dream that the Mavericks put us into reality that I can't get over it. I can't get over that they decided that the toughest thing to get in this league is a superstar.
Yep, a generational player.
You can get all the pieces of a puzzle on an NBA team. If you do not have the superstar difference maker, all the other pieces in the end usually won't matter because you're like, how do we trade 5 picks and 3 guys off of this team to get the generational player? Because, we have all this other stuff, but it doesn't matter. We can't beat in his prime. We can't beat LeBron, or we can't beat Curry, or we can't beat Durant. We have to get that guy. And I get it. You could look at the Boston Celtics and say they don't have a generational talent. Well, good luck. In back-to-back drafting Jaylen Brown and then drafting Jason Tatum and going, well, okay, they're both not top 5 or maybe top 10 players, but they're right outside the top 10. And then all the pieces we put around them are unbelievable, and we figured it out. I get it. You can do it that way. But I'm sad. I don't know how many people, I'm not on the text thing.
There are a lot of people sad, but I actually think the prevailing emotion ahead of that is mad. So
Yeah,
I'm really
still,
fascinated to hear that perspective.
I don't know the grieving steps. I was really mad, and I'm still mad about it, but that whole segment just made me depressed.
Okay.
Because I feel like one of the sports that I really liked and I followed, like, I'm one of those crazy people who know the 9th and 10th guys on other teams.
Yeah.
You know?
You're almost there then, Mike, because the first step is denial, all right? Then anger, then bargaining, then depression, and then acceptance.
Yeah.
So you're close
I'm in
to
depression right now, listening to all that, knowing that, like, I just still can't believe they did that. I can't believe somebody as smart as I think Nico is. I'm not saying the kid owner guy is smart.
Yeah.
I don't think he is in basketball at all. I don't know what he's smart at. I'm sure he's very smart at something, but he has
Sure.
no clue about basketball. But Nico is, and we were giving him so much credit, and
We really did.
And to just do this, I'm just depressed that I just listened to that, and I knew it was going to happen, and that's why I couldn't watch, because I knew the sadness and depression, and there's no way I could be like my father or my friends that have just said, look, I guess I'm just a Lakers fan now. I just can't get to that state. There's
because you
no
think
way.
purple and gold don't go together.
I honestly think purple and gold's kind of a cool color combination. I cannot and will not ever be a Lakers fan. The only way I thought I could be is like near the end of Dirk's career.
Okay.
As the Mavericks were fading, the whole Rondo thing didn't work out. I was like, if for some reason, it didn't make sense at that point, the Lakers were rebuilding with Russell and Ingram and Julius Randle and all of these picks that just weren't working out for him. Ball. I was just like, it didn't make sense at that point for Dirk to go to the Lakers, but that was maybe the only way I could ever root for the Lakers. But I feel like a lot of Mavericks fans, which are fine, I'm not saying you should or shouldn't, they do not have a problem just becoming a Lakers fan now, which I understand.
It's that apathy that you don't want as a business, as any business. Like, you don't want people to just be like, and just fade away. And that definitely feels like something that the Mavericks fans are dealing with now, and will have to deal with a lot in the offseason.
Okay, so yesterday we are staying really close to the facility, and I didn't know this, and I should. I mean, I'm looking freaking straight at it in kind of right center field. There's like a nice park and pond here.
Yeah.
That I took like an hour walk. My son was pitching yesterday varsity for Bishop Lynch, and obviously I couldn't watch it. So there's an app called Game Changer. I'm sure it's used for other sports, but I just use it for baseball.
Yeah.
I'm sure you can use it for softball and other sports, but you can follow the balls and strikes and runners on base. You can't see the game and the errors that are made or the hits. Like, how hard was that ball hit or how soft was that ball hit? Or, should that play have been made or shouldn't it, have been made? But you get to follow it, so I'm following it and kind of cheering for my son, walking around. But I also thought of this job because it's become such a routine in my life. There's a point in my life where it got a little bit out of routine, where I went to I was on GBag Nation. They went to the afternoon show, and Ben Skin dropped down to the midday show, and I went with the afternoon. And that was a big adjustment in my life and lifestyle of, instead of working middays, you're working, afternoons and nights. But I was thinking, like, I'm used to routine in my life. Here we are in spring training. From at least the age of 18 on, I had this routine of baseball. And then pretty quickly, I went to the routine of radio. And now I'm about to lose that routine. So I was just thinking about all of these things that I'm excited about. And I'm not like sad or depressed. I don't want to put words on it that I'm not. But I was just thinking of, man, this is going to be a major life adjustment. I've thought about it. It wasn't yesterday was the first time, but I know that it's coming to a close. It's today, which is almost over now on the radio. And then there's Thursday and Friday, and then that's it. I'm literally, like, as far as I know, never going to be on the radio again. So I was just thinking about routines and how much I have had that in my life, and there's going to be a completely and totally different routine to my life, which is, you think about, and you're like, how is it going to go? How is the unknown going to go?
Yeah, look, And that's tough because, and that's one of the reasons, not to get too sentimental here, I am really proud of you for taking this chance because you could have been comfortable here and just been fine for a while, and instead you're taking a chance. Like, I think you're going to do great. We've already heard you do great the last year and a half or the last couple of years, but you are still taking a chance by going out and doing something totally different. So I think that's really cool.
What do you think? What do you have in your routine that would it? How shocking would it be for you guys? Let's just say you stay in radio, but if they moved you to the morning show or afternoon show?
Oh, man, that would change my life up a lot. Because right now I drop the kids off in the morning, pick them up after school. It's one of the coolest things because I have that opportunity to be around the kids. Whenever we were nights, I never got to put my kids to bed.
Yeah.
I very rarely got a chance to be around for a lot of things when we were weekends. I wasn't around on the weekends for a lot of things. So those things kind of, like, they change. Going in the morning or going in the afternoon would change a lot. My interest for you and how you handle things is whenever the season's over, how are you going to fill that window between seasons? That's what I'm interested in, is because I know you like golf and I know you like the hot tub. But you can only do golf and hot tubs so much before I think you'll go a little mad and you'll be like, I need something else to do. So I'm very interested to see how you fill that time.
Yeah.
What your plans are going to be, because I know you do some coaching and you do some private lessons.
But,
and stuff.
Private lessons. I don't
That's
coach
different.
anymore.
Yeah, that's very different. So I'm interested there. But yeah, man, I have a routine right now that's been kind of kicked in the junk a couple times because of sickness, but I love this routine that I've been on.
I feel like people that are non-routine people, they're late for everything.
Yeah.
Like they're honestly horrible to be around because you're just like, how can you not keep a schedule for anything? It drives me like I don't want to be your friend. Like I can't ever count on you to actually be somewhere that you said you're going to be.
But you're not a good planner, right? Like, Sue's the planner of the house, right? Or did I get
She
this
makes
wrong?
sure the schedules like are up on a board. Like I'm like,
and you follow it.
Yeah, but I'll figure out the day. Just things will shock me, you know. Like, wait, we have this tonight. We have to go out to dinner tonight here. It's like I've told you this for the last like 3 weeks or 6 months.
Are you sure you did?
Had
She's
this,
like,
and I'm
yes.
like, well, I'm working off of 24 hours. There's too much crap in my life to remember what is going to happen 3 weeks from now. Because literally, I know the first trip for the Rangers is to Cincinnati after playing Boston.
Okay.
I can't tell you the next trip.
Okay.
I can't tell you. I know they come back home and play.
Yeah.
But that's just kind of how I work, is in I need routine, but I also am not going to remember 2 weeks to 2 months from now what the thing is on the schedule.
Here is
I feel like women are better at that.
Sometimes.
Adrian is better at it than I am, for sure.
Probably most times.
And I think it's it's personality types
It's
are a
positive
certain
thing.
way.
You know how women are.
Somebody did say,
Yes, I know, PJ.
Thank you, PJ. Always love that. I'm going to miss Mike on air, but also bummed that he can't say fart knockers anymore. Have you
I know, I
confirmed
don't-
with the Rangers?
I don't think they would appreciate me
probably
saying
should
fart
not.
knockers.
Yeah.
All right.
There's a lot of things that I want to say. Crap.
Yeah.
I say crap here all the time.
You can't say crap on the.
I don't think so. I don't say that's a crappy call. I think the Ranger would say, don't say crappy. Say bad. I disagree with that call.
What about Shlomo? Can you throw
Yeah,
that?
I don't think I'm going to say Shlomo
You're like, oh,
Glickstein,
hey, look
even though
who's
I
up
didn't know
to
that was
bat
a real
now.
person.
Shlomo Glickstein.
Look, it's Hitty Magoo over there. You know, Like,
Yeah.
can you say that anymore?
Yeah, I don't know. I have never said Magoo. But you know what? I only did 50-something games. We'll
Yeah.
see. I'm doing 108 right now.
Yeah.
Oh, man. So there's more than twice as much opportunity. From the 817, I will always blame Nico, not only for trading Luka, but for Mike leaving.
Oh, man. Yeah, that definitely.
I think the timing just worked out really well.
That
for
was-
that. I do not believe Nico was directly involved with the departure
He's
of
gotten
Mike
a
Bassett.
lot of blame for Mike leaving, though.
I get it.
I've seen it because you're right. The timing was, and we knew. Like, we already knew, and we were like, oh, no, this is bad timing now that this Luka thing's going down.
I don't want this whole segment just to be about me and my emotions about the Mavs and my emotions about, going to the Texas Rangers. So I just want to send out I got to be serious here. I just want to send out a huge congratulations to Diana Taurasi. What a career in the WNBA. And all of those WNBA games she played in and all of those championships, and all of those moments on the biggest stage. Congratulations to Diana
How many
Taurasi.
championships did she win, Mike?
She's going to be missed. In my worldview, she won all of them.
She won 3.
She won 3. I mean,
WNBA championship.
she played hard and she played long, and she did all of the great things, and nobody will ever forget.
She was
Diana
a Turkish
Taurasi's
National League
career.
champion also.
That's true.
So, wow, good gosh.
Hundreds of people went to those games.
Okay, you said you were going to be serious, and you threw that out.
Congratulations, Diana.
Jeez. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
A whole lot of gold medals.
Right
Yeah, and
here.
she won gold.
On 105.3 The Fan.
It's a great career.
All right, tell me one team she played for.
U.S.
But in the WNBA.
Phoenix
what?
Mercury.
Oh, that was a rookie season. All the way through, her career?
All right.
She only played for one team,
Yeah.
Kevin, according to Wikipedia.
Good job, Mike.
On your face.
I did look. You're right, Alec. I did not think he was going to get that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.
How will the league survive? That's the question.
Fan. That is a great question. We probably won't get to that next, but maybe because it is time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
You know what? I got this question. What new sport have you had to learn because of someone you love? We'll do it next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to have to push the C block off just a little bit because, look, but it's for good reason, because in just a minute we're going to be able to talk with Marcus Semien. So I trust that you're okay with C block getting pushed if that is the case.
Okay, so while we're waiting for Marcus, I did have something I wanted to throw in C block. Saw it this morning, and it had a picture of popcorn, it had a picture of beer, it had a picture of hot dog, and something else. So what's the smell that you think of when you first think of the ball, when you think of baseball season? And I always think hot dog. Like that is the first thing, like in my nose. I can't smell great anyway. I have a bad sniffer. But I always can smell hot dogs at a stadium.
It smells like French fries right now.
It does. It does. I smelled pizza earlier. Oh, that's because Ruben just walked in with hot dogs, tater tots, and chicken tenders.
Oh, well, that actually explains quite a bit. All right now, let's go to him. Texas Rangers superstar Marcus Semien. Good afternoon, sir.
How you guys doing?
Good. Man, I appreciate you jumping on with us. And I wanted to ask you specifically about something that happened yesterday in the game. I know it's early. It's only the first or second inning. We're early in spring training. But you're already on the ground diving for the ball. I appreciate that level of hustle. Is that just instinct? You're like, I don't care if it's spring training or not. I got to dive for that play.
Yeah, I mean, we're here to play games. So you definitely want to see what balls you can get to and give all the effort you can for these pitchers. You know, we have guys who are trying to make the ball club, so any way we can help them by giving it our all is, you know, what we're supposed to do.
Hey, Marcus, this might end up being like a three-part question, so I'm going to ask you one after another here. What can you explain? Like, I got to talk to Michael Young about this once, and I liked hearing how he thought when he went up to the plate. When you step up to the plate, what has throughout your career been the Marcus Semien approach?
Well, when I'm going really good, it's just kind of looking for a fastball in the heart of the plate and being on time for it and reacting to breaking balls up in the zone to hit. And, you know, when you have that approach and it's working and you're laying off of the off speed out of the zone, like, it's a really good place to be. You know, I've had some years where I've carried that throughout the entire year and had really good years. Other years I've had to maybe shift where I'm looking for the ball. You know, I do damage on the ball on the inner third a lot, so just kind of hunting for my pitch and you know, if it's not there, try and take. You know, with that comes, you know, hey, they could paint 3 balls on the outside corner and get you out, but it gives you more of a chance to do damage, I think.
Okay, and I'm going to look at that as kind of like the general idea. When you go up and you're leading off a game, is there a different mentality? Because Mike and I have been talking a little bit about this. When growing up, it always seemed like, hey, I want to get about, 5 pitches at least as a leadoff hitter, maybe 7. But you get up there, and if you see your pitch, you're drilling it. Do you have a different approach when you're leading off a game as opposed to maybe whenever it turns around later on in the lineup?
Yeah, I think it depends on the pitcher you're facing. Sometimes you want to take advantage of every pitch in the middle of the plate you can, regardless of if it's the first pitch of the game or not. Other guys who may be all over the zone a little bit, you try and make them work a little bit and try and get ahead by seeing one. But for me, there's really no rhyme or reason. In 2019, I took the first pitch a lot. I'd say 2023, I swung at the first pitch a lot and was able to hit a ton of leadoff homers. So both ways have kind of been successful for me. But if you can see the ball and hit the ball and do damage like that, that's the best place to be.
Marcus Simeon here on The Fan. Marcus, when it comes to spring training, is there a certain day, not that you know the date's going to be March 15th or March 20th, but is there a certain game that you can kind of look at during spring training and go, okay, I'm ready. I've gotten my at-bats. I've seen enough pitches. I am ready for the season to start. I know that I'm ready for opening day.
I don't know. I think that once we get to the exhibition games, you really feel that because we're in our home stadium. You're in a big league stadium, and but we do have a lot of things to check off here. Whether it's playing in a night game first, or just hitting a 100-mile-an-hour fastball and hitting it hard, or just different things like that. So we're still very early in camp, and as we move along, you get more comfortable in the box, and you show up to opening day, hopefully, with good fastball timing and a good idea where the strike zone is.
Obviously, yesterday wouldn't have been the best day to play 9 innings. That was a long game yesterday. Does it feel different when you get to whatever date it is and Skip Boach tells you, hey, today, to get ready, because we're getting very close, you're going to play all 9 innings?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we come in, first game, 2 at-bats. For me, I hit leadoff, so that could mean only 3 innings on defense. As we get to 4 at-bats and play 9 innings, that's definitely a thing you want to check off just to make sure you're good to go. And the next day, just seeing how you bounce back. But we train all off season for this, and you can't simulate games any other way than playing them. So it definitely takes time.
When you are when you're going into this season after you won a World Series 2 years ago, you had not the best season last year. Do you have to say, I'm making a bunch of different changes? Or are you like, you know what, we're going to get back to something? What was the feeling, the vibe from the manager on down to this team?
Yeah, I think we really have last year to look at what went wrong. We also have 2023 to say, hey, this is what I was doing when I was clicking, right? Or even early in 2024 when things were clicking a little bit better. So you always go back. You always go back to, times where I was really swinging the bat well. Hey, what was I doing here? Let's try and work on that, get that feel back. But as we get older, our body changes. Our just different things you think about. Maybe it won't look the same on video when you try it again. But at the end of the day, we're in there to compete. And any way we can stay short to the baseball and have a good eye, we will work towards that.
I think all 3 of us on this show, we grew up baseball nerds. We love the game itself, but during the off season, as new players were being added to it, we had to recreate our lineups over and over. And I have about 50 different pieces of paper that I crumpled up and threw away. Do you do that too? Do you sit there and go, all right, I'm going to draw my own lineup up today?
I really don't. I kind of think about who we have now. you definitely have to think about what position guys are playing. We have a very deep lineup, so we have guys that could be starting on other teams that may be coming off the bench here. In terms of where guys are hitting in the lineup, Corey and I going 1-2 has been pretty consistent here for the last 3 years. I think if we're both swinging the bat well, that's a good combination. The 3-hole has kind of been not revolving door, but it's been a little different lately. But I think if you get a healthy Evan Carter, he's a guy who really can step into that role just like he did in the World Series. Adolis is obviously a guy who can drive in 100 runs, and he really lives for the big moment, and he is an RBI guy. So those top 4, that's what I would write in. But I'm not the manager, but we'll see how we all play and how it shakes up.
Marcus, I love baseball, but if any point in my life a coach would have told me, whether teenager or kid, or said, you know what, we think you're a catcher, I would have said, you know what, I quit baseball. If somebody would have ever told you in your life, Marcus, we think you should try catching, would you have put on that gear, or would you have said, I'm going to do something else, Coach?
Well, I played catcher probably at 9 years old. I got hit right in the cup, and that was like the last day I played catcher. But baseball, I do love the game of baseball too. And if that was the only opportunity I had to stay in the game, I probably would try it.
Do you think there's a misconception that the cup makes you impervious to any pain? Like, I think people have the wrong idea that like you feel nothing if it hits you there.
No, you don't feel nothing. You do not feel nothing, but it definitely gives you a fighting chance to survive a little bit better. But I've played with guys like Stephen Vogt, who had a really bad one that ended his season. A couple other guys in the minor leagues where surgery was needed. So those are both at the catcher position. So it is a tough position for sure.
You wear a cup at second base, right?
Yes.
Because we know we had Adrian Beltre here forever, and he didn't wear a cup at third base. And I felt like every infielder I ever played with wore a cup. How common is it in today's game that infielders don't wear cups?
It's hit or miss. I think that guys who don't wear a cup better have some good hands. Adrian had good hands. But it's just kind of second nature for me. It's part of the uniform for me, and as long as I'm playing infield, I'll definitely have one.
Do you have to make sure and be careful not to ever walk by a teammate and be like, you're not good enough to go without that cup, buddy?
I'm not really paying attention like that.
No. So one of the things that we've heard from a lot, we got a chance to, in the clubhouse, talk with a lot of the younger players, and Sebastian Walcott will tell us about, Corey Seager, Kamar Rocker will tell us about Jacob deGrom, and Jack Leiter, Nate Eovaldi, on and on and on. How much crossover is there in terms of, young pitchers maybe come to you to ask something, or you tell them something and you're like, hey, I noticed this. Like, how much kind of crossover is that with the pitching and the offense?
Yeah, I think definitely the first week of camp we get here and right away we're facing live pitching, right? So we may face a guy like Jack Leiter or somebody who is in AAA or AA that is a prospect, right? And we, that's our opportunity to give them feedback after they throw their 20 pitches. The catcher goes out, hey, good job, this is what I saw. But us hitters can also go up there and, tell them what we see, whether they're tipping a certain pitch or, I see this out of the hand easy or whatever the case may be. I think that it is necessary for young players to talk to veterans, any pitcher to talk to a hitter just to get feedback so that once we get into battle and we're all on the same team, we have all the information we need.
Marcus, one of my first ever favorite players was Ricky Henderson, and he was there at the last games in Oakland. I know that you got to know him, and it hurt me that he passed away. Just didn't ever think that would be the last time we saw Ricky Henderson there in Oakland. Do you have a Ricky Henderson story you'd like to share?
Yeah, I mean, as an Oakland A for 6 years and a Bay Area kid, I definitely made the effort to try and get to know Ricky. He was in the special assistant role where he could come in the clubhouse, be around the guys, even play cards with us, just be one of the guys like he used to be. And, Ricky was my dad's favorite player when he was growing up. So when I got traded to Oakland, I would take ground balls every day, and Ricky would be catching me at first base during batting practice. And my dad had batting practice passes, and he couldn't believe that I was throwing the ball to his favorite player as a kid. And it's something I just thought, oh yeah, this is what I'm doing. And I got to introduce Ricky to my dad during BP, and that was probably one of the coolest things for us as a father and son, just to make that connection. But in terms of the person, he's just a guy who loves baseball, and him being from Oakland Tech High School in the East Bay, I always felt like I had that connection to Ricky, even though I was not half the player I'm not half the player he was. But just to try and talk baseball with him and learn from him and just connect on that level was great.
Is it humbling at all to know that there's probably hundreds, maybe thousands of kids that feel that exact same way about you?
Yeah, definitely. Just being in the community, living in Texas, year round. I'm around young kids a lot because my kids play baseball. So just seeing, that excitement when they see me, it makes me feel good. We definitely have left our mark on the DFW area just with our championship team, and sometimes it doesn't feel real to me. I'm like, they don't recognize me, but it does happen. And my kids, I want them to have a normal childhood and normal experience playing baseball. But yeah, when we go to the tournaments and stuff, it is cool to see the interaction that kids want to have with me as a Ranger player.
Talk with Marcus Simeon right here on 105.3 The Fan, your home of the Rangers. I know we can talk baseball all day long, and we'll probably get back to that in a second, but I have a very important question for you. Are you worried that they're going to mess up the Happy Gilmore sequel? Because I'm a little nervous that this movie is not going to be as good as I need it to be.
Is that officially out?
It's not out.
When is that happening?
It's coming out this year, and I'm worried that too much time has passed, and we're going to be like, oh, should have left this on the cutting room floor,
Yeah, I'm not worried. I think that is a classic. It's obviously a younger Adam Sandler, and I'm sure, I don't know if Shooter McGavin, what's his last name, McDonald, the actor?
Yeah, he is in it. He's in it.
So those guys, yeah, they're a little older, but I think just the idea and the story is something that's awesome, and I'd definitely tune in.
Is there a radio-friendly go-to quote you have from that movie?
Well, they asked me that the other day, and I just like the Bob Barker scene, and there's a bad word at the end of it, but when Happy says the price is wrong, blank, that's probably the funniest part to me.
Outstanding, man. Thank you very, very much for the time. We really appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, guys.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Marcus Simeon right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I'll be honest, that was one of my favorite interviews. Like, I've always heard Marcus Simeon's very, dry and stuff like that. He was fantastic. The way he broke everything down was phenomenal. I love it. I love that he's one of the leaders on this team.
It's probably not for the best, but I kind of wanted him to say the rest of that Price is Right, and I was like, we can get by with that word.
I was gonna say it for him, but I was like, nah, never mind. I was gonna ask him about the gravity out here because I felt like he would know a lot. But Kevin got off the Happy Gilmore question. I was like, I can't ask two
He's
questions.
with Toronto, so he played in the more gravity. He would have felt it in Florida when he was in Dunedin.
Mm-hmm. I wonder what the gravity is like in Toronto.
Believe it or not, I have a message about this, and it was really well thought out.
For a scientist?
Gravity?
Is it a scientist or no?
I think they do know physics. All right.
I know physics.
Yeah, we all know physics. We're all physical.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's what that means. So Craig sent me a DM on Twitter, and he goes, hey, in regard to gravity, Mike is absolutely right from a physics standpoint. Technically, the force of gravity is slightly less in Surprise, Arizona than it is in, say, Gainesville, Florida. First, when you move away from the Earth's core, the gravitational forces decrease. Second, at higher elevations, you're also moving slightly faster due to the Earth's rotation force that counteracts gravity. However, the difference is incredibly small. Therefore, from a textbook standpoint, might not make a difference, but Mike is technically correct.
Which, as Reggie's always said, is the best kind of correct.
That's my nickname, technically Mike.
Nobody's ever called you that. Nobody's ever said
I don't know if I believe that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
Mike technically likes it.
We will get an abbreviated version.
Only 2 more of those, man.
I know. Look, man, Friday's going to be great. You're going to love it. I hope. Coming up next, we'll get an abbreviated version of the C Block, but also we will talk with FC Dallas defender Lawless Abubakar next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, I know we had to move it. Corey, I hope you accepted this because I thought Marcus Simeon was phenomenal.
He's great.
Are you okay that we bumped the C block a little bit and shortened it up for Marcus Simeon?
I will take what I was going to do, like the big portion of it. We'll do it tomorrow.
Okay.
So we'll do that tomorrow. But I can rock with this today because there were a couple things regarding the Cowboys that I saw that I wanted to check in on. Kevin, CBS Sports graded every rookie class. Have we done this one?
We
yet?
did.
All right. I'm going to close that window now.
We did poorly.
Yeah, Cowboys, not good. Their rookie class got a D.
We did very, very poorly.
NFL free agency, one fit for every team.
Ooh,
they have 12 different players. T. Higgins, perfect fit for the Bengals. Javon Holland, perfect fit for the Jets.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not disputing.
Why'd you say it that way?
T.
Where'd that come
Higgins.
from?
When I say that, when Lucy says something, I go, she thinks it's hilarious.
I thought it was hilarious as well.
I think it's interesting.
Okay.
I'm not
I
saying
don't mind you doing it though.
Of course. T. Higgins is obviously a good fit with the Bengals, but do you ever think it's lazy when they're just like, you know who he's a good fit with? The team he's already on.
Yeah.
Do you ever, are you just like, come on?
Chris Godwin, Kevin, guess who he's a good fit
Bucks?
with? The Bucks.
Yeah, well, probably.
All right, so here
You're
we
just gonna
go.
name all the teams they're on already?
Khalil Mack. They have him listed as best fit for the Packers, and that would be an interesting thing to see. As he DJ Reed with the Vikings, Amari Cooper to the Washington Commanders, which would be interesting.
And that
They
feels
tried to
like
get him 4 years ago.
And that feels like what would happen if they did not get T. Higgins, because I know that supposedly they're in that mix depending on how franchise long-term deal goes and everything like that.
They threw Justin Fields in with the Raiders, which I thought was an interesting situation because they really don't have a good quarterback there.
That's yours?
No, what do you want me to do?
That's it.
Okay.
You just did it.
They did point out, though, maybe it's the offensive coordinator Chip Kelly's recent run of success with Will Howard at Ohio State that might be a path to success for Justin Fields. If they hook up together in Vegas, maybe that's a good opportunity. Plus, Vegas nearly has $100 million in cap space to work with.
Wow.
I know you're talking about free agency,
Must
but
be nice.
By the way, I went to Target yesterday. All those mega boxes of Prism are gone for football.
Wow.
I might have seen it right when they got stocked.
Jeez.
You really screwed up on that one, Kevin.
Okay, I'm fine with that. You know what?
see.
Maybe.
All right.
So we won't get to open any cards
Hangers
this
or
week.
bangers is what I always heard.
The hangers were gone too.
Hangers or bangers, I got you.
When we look at Justin Fields and Trevor Lawrence and the MILF guy,
Zach
Wilson, and Alabama, who couldn't
Jalen
play.
Hurts?
No, white dude went to New England Patriots.
Mac Jones.
That has to be arguably the most hyped up, overhyped class ever of quarterbacks.
Mac didn't have a lot of hype, but Trevor Lawrence and Justin Fields definitely did. Who was the other one? And Zach Wilson.
And also our guy.
Dak?
No.
Oh, Trey Lance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
That one, that year
That's
fell
all-
apart.
You're right. By the way,
that was so hyped up. Is there's 5 premium quarterbacks in this draft, and it's 0 out of 5.
Jacksonville, by the way, is not giving up.
Well-
I believe their GM said today, their new GM said today, they want Trevor Lawrence's input on the roster.
Whatever.
Okay, well, it's still
What does he
happening,
know
Mike.
about roster
Yeah.
building,
Yeah,
dude?
hey,
Yeah.
you get sacked all the time.
Okay, fair, I
Throw
guess.
the ball.
That being said, and then Rasul Douglas, Detroit Lions. Man, if Detroit adds a little bit this offseason, just a little bit, I'm terrified of them next year. I know Ben Johnson's gone, Aaron Glenn's gone. The coaching is going to be a big part of it still, but the talent that they have on that field and the way that Dan Campbell coaches, it's terrifying.
How did the Colorado Rockies know you were talking football right now?
Why do you say that, Mike?
Watch this. What are they throwing?
They are throwing. There is somebody throwing a football right
Yeah,
now.
see? It's football time.
No,
How does that help with your arm? I'm seriously.
It's a heavier ball, and so to me it helps you get loose. And then when you grab a baseball, the baseball feels so light and so small. I don't think you're doing this, but it feels like you're throwing that ball 1,000,000 miles an hour.
Have you ever tried, Kevin, to swing a bat with a donut on it?
Yeah, it's the
Or
same
a
basic
water bat?
theory.
Yeah,
I
if
gotcha.
it's heavy, when you get something lighter, it's like I've been hitting golf balls with a baseball bat, and now somebody's throwing a beach ball, and everything's bigger. So that when you those opportunities to make something, I think Mike's right. You're first off, you're loosening your arm up, but it does help build and grow your arm as well.
Works for Paul Skeens. Maybe there's two guys on. It worked for Paul Skeens and Nolan Ryan.
Dude, Paul
Maybe we've been doing it wrong.
Paul Skeens does a lot of different unique things in his warm-up that you'd be like, why? But he's big and strong and can do those things.
What if Yamamoto ends up being the best pitcher in baseball and we're just out here, well, you guys will be, and you're just watching people throw javelins, and you're like, I hope people don't die as they're watching these guys warm up as 36 javelins are being thrown.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, let's go to the pitch and let's talk with FC Dallas defender Lalas Abubakar. Good afternoon, sir.
Lalas.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, excellent. Now, I know we got a lot of soccer stuff to talk about, but the first question I have for you is, my wife's birthday is on Christmas Eve, and yours is on Christmas Day. How difficult is it to get people to celebrate your birthday?
I mean, it's not that difficult. To be honest, I don't celebrate Christmas, so it's a little bit easier for me. So.
Yeah. What is the in Ghana? What is the celebration? What is the holiday that you celebrate the most?
Yeah. So I'm a Muslim, so I celebrate Ramadan and Eid.
Gotcha.
So, yes.
There you go. Now the thing that I noticed first about you, Lalas, is your hair. Your hair is amazing. It's spectacular. How did you decide I am doing this hairstyle?
Honestly, I don't really know. I started off by just growing the hair, just letting it be, not doing anything to it. Not until like 2 years ago when I decided to do this style, Before it was just like raw, just raw, and I just left it, But it got longer and longer and longer and heavier. So I was like, it's time to, change something different. So I decided to go this style, and I think it fit me. So I just, stay with it.
Have you do hairstylists ever come up to you and they're like, I would love to work with you in your hair? Has that ever happened before?
Yeah, that was what happened. Before it was just natural, and that lady that does my hair now, she saw me, because she's a good friend with my barber, and she initially asked my barber if she can work on my hair. She likes my hair, and at that time I wasn't ready to change it, so I told her no. I said no. So I waited until like another 2 years when I decided to change it and cut it and do a different style. So I actually reached out to her, and she was really excited, and she every time I go see her, she thinks I'm one of the best hair she's ever done. So I love it, and she loves it. So it makes our job easier.
Now, I know every 3 points y'all can get is obviously important, but how big was it to not only win the season opener, but win the season opener on the road against an in-state rival?
Man, it was awesome, man. It was awesome. Anytime you go on the road and get a result, especially a win, like it's really nice, and the guys, we believed, we were really focused, and everybody was like darling, and we listened to the coach, and went out there, gave everything, and we were able to get the result, and everybody was really happy, and also excited for Coach Eric, because it's his first MLS game to get a win. We were all happy for him.
Any extra? I mean, it's just a second game, and again, keep stacking up the 3 points. I get it. Any extra excitement or anything for you going up against Colorado on Saturday night? Because obviously, a lot of your career spent there.
No, I'm really excited. I always say Colorado will always be my home because most of my career, that's where I spent, and I got a lot of, they love me. Colorado loves me, so and I love them back. So, But this weekend is going to be, business as usual. I'm excited to get back and, get 3 points in that building, for us to get 3 points and come back to Dallas with 3 points. So that's my main focus, to be honest. So I'm excited to go and get 3 points over there.
That part of going back to a place where you spent a lot of time, like you said, it was your home first. That has to be emotional to kind of be there. Do you think they're going to try and really play on that? They're going to play a long video and really try and get you to tear up before this game?
No, I don't know what they're going to do, but like I said, I had a really good relationship with the club, the fans, the fan base, everybody. So honestly, we don't know what to expect, but whatever it is, I'm ready for it and just, ready for the game. I need to focus, and be ready for the game and just, for us to get our 3 points. I think that's the biggest thing for me. I mean, it's going to be a little bit emotional going back to the stadium and playing against, Colorado. I mean, but, like I said, the main focus is, just go in there and take care of business and, try and get 3 points.
Anything in particular that stood out to you guys in training this week? I mean, I know you got the win in the season opener, but always room to improve.
Most definitely. This week has been really, really focused. Everybody has been really focused, because we know Colorado is a really good team, and we're trying to, figure out how we're going to play against them and how we're going to, defend them. So it's like, everybody's dialing, everybody's focused. The coach is giving us a lot of ideas, to be ready for the game. And this week has been really good. It's been really good.
Well, we appreciate the time very much, and obviously hope you have an awesome homecoming on Saturday, and Colorado has a sad one.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen.
Colorado's here right now.
Lala Abubakar right here on 105.3 The Fan. Different Colorado, but yes, that is true. The Rockies are here right now getting ready to, I'm assuming the game starts at 2 o'clock Central.
How many Colorados are there, though? You said different Colorado.
Like a different Colorado team, not a different Colorado state.
North Colorado and
Blake
South.
told me Colorado's a city.
He also said...
Yeah, okay, all right.
Okay.
All right, make sure to listen to our show, our station all the time, even at nights.
I agree.
I thought that was a good interview, guys.
Thank you very much, Mike.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here. God, you're an ass. On 105.3
Don't you
The
just have to say
Fan.
you agree with him and like that's a good point, and then you move on?
Yeah.
That's true. That feels like I can't do that in this situation. Coming up next.
I wrote down other ones.
I know that you did. I like the questions we asked better than the ones you wrote down. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the GBag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon sisters?
Razor blades.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Freak herb?
No.
Nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. And Mike, I want you to shut up, but I'm going to read some of the other feedback. So we had Lawless Abubakar from FC Dallas, and I was just trying to break the ice, have a little bit of fun. His birthday is on December 25th. My wife's birthday is December 24th. Just thought I'd have a little fun opening it up, but it didn't go. It didn't go my way. Somebody texted in from the 575. Kevin, is your nickname Joey Gallo? Because that first question was a strikeout. That was
only one question. You struck out on one pitch.
That is.
You want me to talk now?
No, I don't, and I don't want you to read any of your follow-up questions or anything like that. Look, that question didn't go my way. I never want to make assumptions about anybody. Thought it would be a fun way to break the ice. It didn't work out in my direction, but FC Dallas still started out the season 1-0. They play Colorado on Saturday. Then we'll get the home opener next weekend. So there's that.
It's good news.
Shut up, Mike. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the GBag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
We are rolling, Hagee. How the heck are you?
I'm doing well, doing well.
What's your favorite holiday, Gavin?
Well, I mean, it's hard to beat Christmas just from being a kid and all the greatness of the presents and the occasional snow, you know?
Yeah, that is true.
The family and the food. So, I mean, yeah, I feel like Christmas is the GOAT.
Yeah. See, Kevin? Everybody loves Christmas.
Wow.
Shut up, Mike. God, it's just everything now. This is going to piss me off that you're doing. All right. Have you listened to, I know we've played a couple so far. Have you listened to any of Zach and Eric's interviews ahead of time?
No.
He's just
trusting. He's just trusting.
Just got them all just live on the show for the first time that I heard it.
How much have you loved them so far?
10 out of 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah. I think they've taken it to another level this year. You know, they've always done good at mixing in some of that fun with interviews. This time they've just decided to, instead of gradually build up, it's just all going to be, those kind of questions. And their ability to keep it rolling and to crack the guys up or, give them a unique experience is terrific. I think it's ratings goldmine.
Jared said they just looked really nice and they had invitable faces,
Yeah.
and that's why he thinks they can get away with it because they're like, well, this fella looks nice. Let's just keep going with these questions.
Yeah, there's some comedic license to it, but I hadn't thought about that either. It's just they're coming off like they're just your best friend and they're the nicest guys in the clubhouse.
Yeah.
So lean into it a little bit. I think the more years you have in you, the more kind of like you kind of get that veteran response of like, what the hell's going on here, guys?
Yeah.
I got a schedule to keep. And then some of the young guys are just totally baffled, like, what the hell is this normal?
Right. Right.
So
Are all interviews going to be like this?
It's always fun to imagine. I wonder what's going on in this guy's mind or that guy's mind. And tonight at 5:20, we'll guess what's going on in Jock Peterson's mind.
Oh, man.
As he
By
hits
the way,
spin cycle.
Can I tell you a fun development in the clubhouse? Jock Peterson is now trying to help architect some of these
Yeah, he's
interviews.
advocating.
He was like, oh,
Really?
you got to – for a minute, I thought he was trying to get them to Jacob deGrom, and I was like, oh, that will go well. But he's like trying to get him to talk to certain people now. It's like, oh, you got to talk to that guy.
Nice.
Because he's like really
Yes.
looking forward to the magic of it all.
Yeah, he wants to see if they're going to react to it, because, some guys want to play along with it, and that's fine, but it's almost better when they don't know what the hell's going on or how to react to it.
Fair.
Yeah, like we got Wyatt Langford to jump in on the gravity talk the other day. And now we also find out from a scientist that the gravity talk is real.
I told you there's less gravity here, and I was right.
Nice. Science.
Yes.
Yeah, science is awesome.
A lot of people said mad. Mike said sad. What were your thoughts or emotions or whatever watching Luka on the Lakers against the Mavs last night?
Despondent. I think maybe depressed.
Okay.
I was thinking about the stages of grieving again, and I know we were talking about it like the week of, and I thought maybe I'd made it past, but I think last night, put me squarely in the depressed stage. So, yeah, that's tough. You see how much of a problem it must have been for other teams trying to figure out how do we stop Kyrie and Luka at the same time. It's impossible. The Mavs were doubling the hell out of Luka, so his teammates looked, better.
If not that you would ever leave this job, but if you were to ever leave, instead of saying that you quit or got fired, would you like to say that Gavin Dawson was stood down? Because apparently that is an expression in Australia that I'm not familiar with either, although as we've established in the last 20 minutes,
you don't know much
sometimes there are international things that I don't quite have the total gist of. But
that's not for a firing?
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
my gosh! He knows. If you get fired, you got stood down.
Yes.
Okay.
He got stood. So a
Wouldn't mind
radio
that.
host in Australia, Marty Sheargold, was stood down from his position with the Triple M network after saying on air that the current women's national soccer team reminded him of Year 10 girls.
Ooh.
And then he also asked,
like 10-year-old.
Yeah, I think so.
It sounds like year 10 in the league.
Yeah,
and that's a
no,
little weird
I
to me.
think he means 10-year-olds, and then also asked his co-host if there's any male sports they could talk about instead. And the Australian government and soccer
They
federation
stood
did
him
not
down
care
for that, huh? What's his title? Is he in charge of women's sports?
He was
in
just a
Australia?
radio broadcaster.
Just a radio broadcaster. Are you kidding me?
Because
for being sarcastic?
The Australian Soccer Federation took it very seriously, and I guess they were like, no, they said you're demeaning and belittling the accomplishments of this team and their impact on the country. That's the actual thing that they said. And he said, fired.
Yeah, I get like a reaction to criticism, like Gundy getting mad. You can't call my players fat, but that's where it should stop. Like there's a guy in Chile, I think, who is suspended 6 months for saying one of his players was fat.
Really? Wow.
I don't want to say that that's what should be done, but I mean, reacting with suspensions or firings or whatever it might be, I think that's going a little too far. I thought for a long time America held the title for being the most overly sensitive, but I feel like we're getting lapped now.
Oh man,
like the rest of the world saying, "Hold our beer and watch this."
And it does like we have some pretty spicy opinions. Everybody like the stations have hot opinions. It would be really weird if we were censored that much. But there have been a lot of times where we'd be like, I got to tiptoe around topics. And this one, that's interesting though.
Yeah, I think you talk about what equality looks like, and unfortunately in the world of sports or being in the public eye, it's a lot of criticism. Like, I can't have any take on Twitter without at least 24 people telling me to shut my bleeping mouth and calling me an idiot. I mean, it's just like, it's a toxic wasteland, and I feel like we're getting to a point where when it happens to women, it's like, oh my goodness, we cannot stand for this. Meanwhile, I'm getting my ass kicked 24/7, 365 on multiple different social media platforms. So unfortunately, it's kind of what you sign up for.
Mm-hmm. What do you find, fellas, got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking. We will have Jock Peterson there at 5:20. Probably have another player jump on, maybe coming up at 2:20. But I don't know if you noticed it, but Mardi Gras Brian's making an appearance.
Oh, yeah, he is.
What's that beer count going to go to?
I don't know what the beer count's going to go to, but the handle of vodka count is going to go to 1.
Yeah.
Today's not Fat Tuesday, is it?
No, they got it rolling
next Tuesday. Yeah. Late start on Lent this
and
year.
y'all get some day baseball. So Broadus is the happiest guy. He gets day baseball, a little handle going.
Do you think there's any chance, like in the 6th inning, he'll be like, "You got to make that play, Dawson," and he's like, "You're like, what?"
Anything could happen. I think that's a guarantee.
They did the whole game while y'all's whole show yesterday.
Yeah,
that was a long game, man.
That was a what, over 3-hour game?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. He had 22 hits in 15 runs.
Chris Young was sitting over here just seething, taking notes. I don't know. I will ask him maybe tomorrow what he was thinking when Kamar Rocker was getting rocked.
Roll home with the GBag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour number 1 of the GBag Nation live in Surprise, Arizona. Rangers spring training. Hope you're having a good one. Former Cowboy Scout, Super Bowl champion Brian Broaddus is he's in the house. He's over there just to our right in the press box booth. And he's mixing them up, having a good one, Brian. You feeling kind of nicey already, I imagine?
Yes, the national anthem was excellent today, and we've already mixed up the cocktails, and we've got the game day cups, so we're ready for 5 hours of flawless radio. Yes.
The soundtrack has been reset. It's now time for Pump Up the Jam,
Yeah.
which was one of my favorites from 8th grade.
Yeah, Jock Jams, right, from back in the day?
Well, I'm not sure if I think it predated Jock Jams by 3 or 4 years, but it was probably in the Jock Jam CD for sure once those bad boys came out. Lucius Alexander was in the Pimp Cup at Master Control back there, 75 and Fitz. You keeping the Gators down best he can. Fixing to go 5. You do have Wolchuk and Chiafalo here. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. Ruben Portillo, remote engineering. As the uncomfortable clubhouse conversations will resume. We're going to get at least one today. Jock Peterson at 5:20. What else do you guys have in the hopper that we could go to?
Man, I think today was the best day.
It was a good day.
Today was a grand salami type atmosphere in the clubhouse. We got to catch up with the local legend Cody Bradford. And we also got to catch up with Mark Church. And actually, in the midst of Cody Bradford, all of a sudden, we bring in Tyler Malley. He gets roped into the conversation. He was extremely off-put and uncomfortable by everything that we were throwing at him. So it was spectacular, man. Those two guys, Bradford and Mark Church, quickly have risen to the top of my guy list for the year.
Yeah, I mean, Cody Bradford, he's probably my top Ranger that I'm pulling for this year. Local kid, I think he's super, super underrated, and he ended up being fantastic. Eric was like, we've had him on before, and Cody's a little bit tame, but I like that challenge. So I said, Eric, let's do this. I think we can be able to get the most out of Cody Bradford. Then it ended up being kind of a watch party. Like a lot of the other pitchers all started flooding on the couch next to us.
That's what I heard,
and they wanted to listen to what was going on. Like Jock Peterson, we walked immediately into the clubhouse today, and he was teeing up Luke Jackson to try and do an interview with us. Luke Jackson said, sorry, Daddy needs to go smoke a cig. So he walked out, never came back, last time we ever saw him. But it was awesome. Like, I think that we're really starting to gain some ground, gain a rapport, a lot of respect, a lot of admiration right now with this Rangers club in the clubhouse.
That's the big key. We're not the laughing stock. We're garnering some more respect in there.
But now I think these guys are having fun.
They are, and I know a couple of my group chats were talking about it, just private text, and one guy suggested call it the hot corner.
Ooh, the hot corner.
Yes,
I
it
like
flows
that.
a little bit more.
It does,
and maybe it brands exactly what they're jumping into. Right, this is going to be crazy. Maybe gives them a little bit, I don't know, expectation on the front end.
Speaking of renaming corners, I think today it's Krusty's cocktail corner.
Yeah, for sure.
Because he's right. He's mixing up the transfusions like a legend. Heavy pour on the Krusty bartender.
I kind of feel like I majored in chemistry at LSU.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, so I've got an understanding of how to mix things.
The Walter White of sports radio over here.
So yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to it today.
Yeah, very much looking forward to that. I do feel like Brian has maybe hit this stage in his life where anything remotely mechanical or involving any sort of technical awareness is out the window.
Completely.
You needed help today opening the trunk of the vehicle.
Yeah. Well, but you were up front just kind of snacking on like various like chicken fingers or something. So you really weren't the most helpful guy.
Well, I figured you had it, buddy.
I figured I had to walk all the way around, and I'm like, hey, Dawson, don't mind me asking, but could you turn off the engine so the trunk would open up?
Sure.
And you're like, I'm having some steak fingers here. Can you, leave me alone a little bit? And let me wipe off my hands while I turn off the car. And what happened, though, when I asked, it worked out, right?
I guess that's what it was. I didn't realize that turning off the vehicle was
it's a must.
It was something that hey, it was my first time operating a Kia, which by the way I'm impressed with. You did a nice job picking out the rental vehicle.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
But you did just ask Ruben Portillo for help turning up your headphones.
Well, I'm in another booth.
Oh, okay.
I'm in another booth over here, so we've had to work the headset around the corner. So yesterday, you did a successful job of turning down my headphones the whole day.
Yeah, I did.
And even when I'm in the middle of Dawson, in this round, I would consider it.
Turn them off once, I think.
Yeah, you turned me off
right in front of me.
And then he looked at me, and you're like, "Oh, sorry about that, bro."
Yeah,
but
that was my bad.
Well, I mean, it's like
keep me accountable.
It's like a submarine when we're all in there, like in that little room right there. So I'm just trying to kind of branch out away from you.
Very fitting, as well as we're on the quest for a gold October here, if you will, as we begin this baseball journey and surprise, hoping this team is good.
Yeah,
and the trouble of last year, the September of 2023, even it's just planting seeds of doubt in me. And yesterday hurt, watching this team get the ever-living crap kicked out of them. Yeah. Hopefully they do better today. They're once again crosstown taking on the Guardians, and they'll be back here in their comfy confines at Surprise Stadium tomorrow. But the Jock Peterson clubhouse conversation is coming up at 5:20. And I think he's really one of the reasons that this year is different. You took one of your biggest weaknesses. Did you have the worst DH situation in all of baseball?
It
second
was,
worst.
yeah, it was bad.
It was awful. Technically second worst. I can't fathom somebody being worse, but I believe they were 29.
Probably the White Sox.
Yeah, good call.
White Sox probably had somebody that was worse.
Yeah, it was bad, but now it's a strength. And this guy could hit, maybe 25, maybe 35 home runs if he has a great year, stays healthy. Why not? Adolis is going to, so why not have two of them? okay, Luka got the technical foul early, and I'm thinking, oh my goodness, is he going to melt down? And his shot wasn't falling. Mavs were double teaming him. They wanted to make sure that he did not destroy him, and they did a pretty nice job of sort of limiting the Lakers' offense, but the Mavs could not score outside of Kyrie Irving, who was scintillating once again with 35, and I think Klay Thompson had 20 or 22 or something like that. But yeah, Lakers get the win, and it was uncomfortable. It was weird. I mean, Nico courtside as they're warming up. At one point, Luka Dončić doing push-ups, maybe to troll Nico a little bit. Just an absolutely surreal type of situation. The yelling at the bench after the 1-3 that he made. It was like, wow, this was...
I hated that.
And I saw a different angle of it where it really looked like it was going towards Jason Kidd. It was less about the players on the bench, because obviously he doesn't have any disdain for his former Mavericks teammates or anything. But looking at a different angle of it, it looked like he was staring right at Jason Kidd, and Jason Kidd was not trying to make any eye contact with him.
It just felt like it was an alternate world again. Like, are we really watching Luka playing against the Mavericks? This was never a player that I wanted to see my team having to guard, defend, him turning around and mother bleeping our bench. Like, that's our guy. It honestly didn't help at all. It made everything way worse. Maybe if Anthony Davis plays and we get more than what we had of 3 quarters of really good basketball, we're excited with where this team can go. We're thinking championship aspirations. But my gosh, watching Luka, who really wasn't even at his best, but puts up a triple-double, again, you know, it's just, and then him and LeBron in that fourth quarter, the way those two can see the floor, it's uncanny. And that's why, like, afterwards I was listening to Kendrick Perkins on ESPN. He says with Luka, LeBron, and Austin Reeves, that big three, they got a chance to win a title and make the finals this year. I don't think they do. I think they're still a ways away. But when you have a Luka and a LeBron in a postseason series, you're going to have a damn good chance to win it.
Yeah, you certainly have the foundation to build on. I don't think that they're going to be title contenders this year. You saw these short-handed Mavericks with only Kyrie as a real threat to score until Klay got going a little bit and started heating up there in the second half. And the Mavericks without their 3 bigs, and they're within striking distance the whole time.
Yeah.
The Lakers couldn't really put them away. So it was part of me was like, yeah, you know, if the Mavericks were healthy, and it's a huge if, and it'll remain a huge if of whether or not those guys can come back, but the Mavericks are definitely the better team right now if both teams are 100% healthy.
Why did I feel like that if Dallas had any bigs, they would have won that game yesterday?
Yeah, well,
you know, sure. I mean, like, if you look at how LeBron, it just turned into him, you know, understanding that, listen, they can't rim protect here in the fourth. And so the things that he was able to do, getting to the basket, the lobs that they had, you know, the Mavs really just didn't have any answers. And when all of a sudden, you know, Klay Thompson makes some shots, next thing you know, that goes away. They start forcing up some shots, don't make those, transition, and now it's, you know, just toss it underneath the basket and let things happen there. But I kind of felt like, you know, I was worried that, okay, this is probably going to be a blowout type of a game. I give the Mavericks some credit for hanging in there as well as they did. They just didn't have big enough bodies at the end of that game to win it.
Yeah, not only defensively, but offensively. I think they were like 12 of 29 shots at the rim.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
disgusting.
Yeah.
Was incredible.
There you go. Yeah, which one is yours? I think that
this is. We got it switched over.
Okay.
Ruby switched it around.
I couldn't hear you there, so I thought maybe your mic wasn't on. Okay.
You got to watch Dawson. He'll turn your mic off on you every once in a while.
Well, we're just moving and grooving and switching some stuff around.
Okay, I'm just trying to make it easy on you guys, and everybody's over there looking at me like, why'd you move, Broadus? Now you're going to be causing problems for everybody.
Offensively, Anthony Davis is going to fix a lot. I mean, his isolations are incredibly efficient, but I think you just saw, like, without Kyrie, they don't have enough offensive flow at all. It looked bad, you know, not just like average, mediocre NBA basketball, but the kind of basketball that would make a head coach in the G League call a timeout. You know, so it just rattles my mind that you had the kind of the secret sauce, which is 2 incredibly gifted perimeter creative players. One's going to break down the offense, and then the other one's going to sit weak side and wait to catch the ball and have the other team one-on-one. And when you kind of have that, your offense is set. You're going to, you know, get enough, and then you just have to worry about playing good enough defense, and you had that, but you decided to move on from it. So, you know, and again, Davis is going to fix a lot of that because instead of disjointed offensive sets, they're just going to throw it to Anthony Davis, I think, when Kyrie is out of the game. But Kyrie having to play another 40 minutes last night, 35 points. He was amazing. But how long can he hold up as well?
That's the question. That's the question. When all this was going down, it was like, okay, how is he going to be able to, he's going to play hard every night, but is he going to get any break at all? And, I don't think that's, the games they've had to win, he's had to play a lot of minutes and he's had to score a lot of points to make up for the lack of bodies that they have right now to help him along.
Lakers about to go through a truth serum run of games here. The T-Wolves tomorrow. They have 2 with the Clippers, who are mid-pack. Then New York, Boston, and Milwaukee. They have 2 back-to-backers with Oklahoma City coming up before they visit the Mavs in April. So there is going to be a lot of opportunities. I would be surprised if the Lakers don't have one of the most difficult schedules down the stretch out of all the teams in the league, taking a look at it. Okay, for the Rangers right now, you're sitting here going, what does yesterday's Rocky start for Kamar Rocker and the pitching staff mean? Probably nothing. Doesn't change anything. I mean, he needs there to be a spot in the starting rotation. If they're only going to go with 5 guys, he's probably not a starter one way or another. But if he's struggling like that a month from now or in his final appearances before the season starts, that's, I think, where I would get concerned. But after just one, it's probably just a nothing burger.
Yeah, I was kind of following along with Kennedy Landry, who she lives with this team, and she was obviously talking about things. And Dawson, I think you kind of had a little fun with it, and like, oh, he's working on stuff, and she was honestly saying, yeah, he was working on stuff. So she was encouraged by what she saw from that aspect. But there were so many hard hit balls off him yesterday.
Yeah,
that's the thing. You think with Kumar Rocker, it's about maybe the swing and misses, and Jared came in and was talking about, well, he wasn't throwing his best pitch, and I'm like, oh, okay, well then that kind of helps me. But man, the Royals
pitch, he
just
gets like a
barreled
66% swing and miss rate.
Yeah, they just barreled him up yesterday.
And that's the challenge, I think, for him and a lot of young guys is, can you throw strikes without it being meatballs?
Yeah.
And a lot of the control is just not fine enough, as they're again crosstown, and today Evaldi's pitching. Sandler's going to join us after the game. Blue Jackets could not be stopped from scoring last night. Got 6 of them. Stars kept trying to come back, but their 3-game winning streak was snapped. They'll host the Kings on Friday, and I believe the Kings are like 6 in the West. The Stars currently 2nd. So some pretty good hockey games here. The big news in the NFL out there at the Combine, seems like the Cowboys are trying to chat with every defensive lineman at the Combine, as the list of players that are meetings with different teams are starting to get published on Twitter, and different people breaking it and different players confirming it. But how much does that tip their hand, you think, Brian, that they're so focused on defensive line?
Well, I think what's going to happen, and we'll have Nick Harris on later today. He's there at the Combine. Him and Tommy Yarish from DallasCowboys.com, they seem to be the ones asking every question of every player. Hey, have the Cowboys have a formal meeting with you yet? Have you talked to the Cowboys about this? And he's so they're getting all that lined up. I just think that's one of those things. You're allowed so many interviews, and the Cowboys, clearly there's probably a couple positions they are focusing on. Probably focusing on these defensive linemen. We'll see what happens with these running backs when that group comes through, and then also though the maybe some of these linebackers as well.
Right on. Nick Harris 620 today here on the Fan. So, yeah, we're off and running. Salute to our sponsors here at Spring Training. ASCO Equipment, your heavy equipment partner since 1960. And the On-Time Experts Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Same-day service guaranteed. We will have the best draft coverage all spring and into all 3 rounds of the draft as well. Sean McVay says it's the Rams' first goal to have Stafford back, so he's trying to balance it. But it seems like he's drawn a pretty firm line in the sand. I think the difference with them is when they say, hey, this is what we're offering. If you don't like it, we'll find somebody else. I believe them.
I do too. The Rams are one of those teams that they got really comfortable paying that quarterback $25 million a year.
Yeah.
And you know what? When that quarterback number turns into, well, wait a minute, I want double that they're like, nah, we're good.
Yeah.
We'll move on.
We'll go see what Derek Carr and Kirk Cousins are doing.
They, you know what? They've proven that they are willing to like they F them picks, overpay for some guys, move around. That is a front office that's very, very metric driven, and if they feel like that they can find a guy that's a little bit better and they don't have to pay a certain amount of money to, they would absolutely move on, no problem at all.
Okay, it is the GBag Nation here on the Fan. GBag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. Up next, top 15 players on stage at the Combine might be of relevance for your Cowboys. I'll ask the guys about, 7 or 8 of them, get you a little NFL draft. Big board report coming up next. It's the GBag Nation here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105 through the Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget.
Welcome back, Nation. We're live in Surprise, Arizona, here on your home of the Rangers, actually watching the Royals and Rockies here in front of us. Rangers whooping the Guardians across town. We'll have Jared Sandler join us after the game and have updates throughout the broadcast. Right now, Dane Brugler has looked at 15 players who are on center stage of the Combine. I have a couple to look at and a couple of strong takes about why it's relevant for your Cowboys at 877-881-1053. If you have any draft thoughts or questions, you can always feel free to text them in. Wow, that was impressive. Was that a burp eating or was that a hiccup? Or?
That was talented.
That was burp.
Why do I feel like that I'm going to be doing that later on in the program?
Because you will be.
Because you're swimming in Tito's. Yes, sir.
That's what we do here.
Okay.
That Salvador Perez is a hell of a catcher, by the way.
Hey, Evo,
My
Evaldi's already got one shutout inning in
There we
the
go.
books. We're scoreless. Rangers and Guardians top of the
Mow 'em
second. Now,
down.
if Evo continues to pitch well, I've been told there's a good chance he joins the program whenever he's out of the game.
Come on.
So just, hey, Ranger fans out there, you want Nathan Evaldi, 2023 World Series champion. We all remember the standing ovation, Game 3, ALDS.
I was there.
Wonderful. We all were, Brian. Not always about you.
Well,
Shout
Game
out to
5
that
of the
win
series.
over the
I
O's.
was there. It was one of the times I
Were you
was
there?
there. Yeah.
Were you there?
I was
And
there.
we didn't leave early that time
We
either.
didn't leave early.
We stayed. We got to see the
No,
the
you almost got in a
celebration.
fight in the men's room that game, I believe.
Oh, yeah. Some guys started mouthing off.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was pretty nice about it, though. Like, I didn't.
No,
I
you were
didn't
trying to
engage.
fight, bro.
No,
you were
I didn't
trying
try
to
and
fight. Yeah, you did.
No, I
You
let
were
him
being
go.
abrasive.
I think Wolchek was trying to cut him in the P line.
Yeah.
No, I went to see if there was a stall vacant, and the guy got ticked off because he thought I was cutting in the line.
He did. He
Yeah.
cut in line. Yeah.
But
I
you were
didn't.
just
I went
making
back-
sure.
I went to the back of the line.
It was an efficiency check on all
Yeah,
the
that's all it
places you
was.
could possibly go. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels 214 or
Oh, my.
817-333-3333. Never an out-of-pocket cost. Only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Yeah, I picked out a few of these guys. Title of the first one: we want a short-armed man. Okay, Will Campbell. Does he have 33-inch arms? If he doesn't, some teams might not look him in as a tackle. Duke Manyweather saying dude's a tackle, but could play guard. For me, Brian, this is where the hell of an opportunity is if he does slip to 12.
Yeah, and I've watched him play his entire career at LSU from the time he was a freshman till this past season. And Zach makes a great point about him. He plays in a 2-point stance the entire time. It's very, very rare that you see him play, with his hand on the ground. But the footwork is there. The knee bend at times is very, very good. There are short arms there. But he is a very good athlete when it comes to those. You start to talk about getting to the outside, get to the edge. Those athletic things, he is very, very good. If you're going to play lead, pin, pull, things like that, that's right. That's his cup of tea.
Dane's #1 overall offensive lineman, 6th-ranked prospect. It's music to my ears. Do you think he's going to be there at 12, Wolchuk?
I don't think he's going to be there at 12. No, I think a lot of people are
New
gonna look at
England
him.
probably at 4.
Yeah, I've seen him mocked in the top 5, usually the first lineman off the board. I would like to see him kick in and play guard, but I am a Duke truther. If Duke says he can play tackle, and the tape is good enough at tackle. Like, don't get me wrong, he's going up against some really good edge.
You do have a problem with his stance.
I
though.
hate his stance.
Yeah.
And that's why it's like I want to see you move inside a guard so I don't just have to see you stand there. But he's got some nasty to his game. He can pancake, but I do think he'd be a really good guard. But maybe teams do play him at left tackle and he'll end up being a badass.
Yeah, I think immediately you have a need there, and you're going to have a need for another tackle here in the not-too-distant future. And if Guyton's bad, maybe you can put him at left tackle and play one of your other guys at guard. So, you know how I am, Chief. I'm making a priority out of this offensive line, and I'm not looking elsewhere till it's fixed.
No, and I love that. I think the trenches are extremely important. The Super Bowl revealed that. That's part of the reason why he probably won't be slipping out of the top 5 or certainly the top 10. But if he was there, I think that'd be a no-brainer selection. I heard Dane Brugler talking about him just as a cerebral guy, where he was like taking a lot off of the plate of Nussmeier and doing the stuff at the line of scrimmage that usually the quarterback would do. Campbell was doing that for the LSU offense.
Yeah, if you listen to him talk, you'll fall in love with the player. Like, big Southern accent, loves football junkie, but is a super intelligent player.
Kenneth Grant at Michigan, 350-pound tackle. He had some pass rush production Could you go back to this well at, where is that, at 44? He's not a candidate at 12, is he?
I don't think he's getting to 44.
Yeah, he's not going to get to 44. And if you're going to trade back, but we talked about it yesterday. Is player 12 the same as player 50? And are people going to be willing to come up? The thing with Grant, though, man, at 6'3", 339 pounds, this guy has got he plays the run extremely well. He does have pass rush ability. You know, some of these guys you would say are two-gap players where they play A gap, B gap, and then that trash can full of dirt kind of guy. This guy could play A gap, B gap, but also give you some pass rush, one gap stuff. So he's a lot better than some of the guys we've seen at these defensive tackle spots for his size.
The wide receiver Isaiah Bond at Texas, how fast is he going to be? The guy won state titles at the 100 and the 200. Is he going to be so fast that he moves up boards? How's the ankle as well? Caused him to miss a lot of action in the second half of the season. He's a day 2 guy, Isaiah Bond?
Yeah, I would. I mean, look, I've got him third round range. I think he's going to go in the second round, and especially if he runs well, like we saw for Xavier Worthy, who wasn't necessarily a lock to go in round 1. He goes ahead and sets the record for fastest 40 time in combine history, and you knew he was going in the first.
If you like Marvin Mims, this is Marvin Mims from the Broncos. If you like that type of player, this is who this kid is.
Jahdae Barron, cornerback, Texas, not a lock of a first rounder, is he? Is he going to maybe have the speed or the arm length that does push him into the first round, or could he be there at 44? I think Cowboys would love to see him there, wouldn't they?
If he was there at 44, I'd be throwing a party. I mean, I would absolutely love that, where he can play inside. He could be a Jordan Lewis potential replacement. I think he can play outside. He's played all around that Texas secondary. I do think we're starting to see him kind of slide a little bit for the exact same reasons Dane put out there. Teams are worried about the size there with Jahdae Barron.
Yeah, but this kid, to me, this is Trent McDuffie.
He's a dog.
When you watch this kid play, he's got. I know people talked about him being Brian Branch, where he could play safety,
No,
play
he's not
corner.
Brian Branch.
He's not Brian Branch. This is Trent McDuffie right here. See who that is.
It is the GBag Nation here, live in Surprise, Arizona. Time to go back into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your GBag of the day.
Check. Yeah. Big Lizard in the building. Yeah. How y'all doing out there?
Doing great, sir.
Amazing.
Thank
How's
you.
DFW?
It's good, man. I had sweat running down my forehead for the first time today.
Wow.
It felt amazing. We're getting warm out here.
Yeah, congrats, dude.
Yeah. And I left my chapstick at home. Oh, if anybody knows anything about that, boy, it's going to be a long day. It's going to be a long day, boy, I tell you what.
Like, has it been windy?
They just feel so dry. I keep lifting them and they feel dry.
Feel dry.
No, it's not too windy, but it's just something about having these big old sexy lips that they just, you want to feel moisturized all the time on the lips, bro.
I know the feeling.
Hey, Lucius.
That's why I eat all that beef, because you get that grease on your lips.
Hey, Lucius, was today's question about the quickest job you've ever had?
Yeah,
Is that
yeah.
today's question?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Okay. I just want to make. No. I was just want to make sure I was in tune. So
Yeah.
I have one in mind. That's all I'm asking.
Good.
Thank you.
Good. The guitar was in tune today, baby.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
All right, our champion so far of G-Bag of the Day. I believe this is day 2 for this piece of audio. Cleveland Cavaliers game during the timeout. Looks like they play a family feud type of game.
Mm-hmm.
And this game right here just fell all the way apart.
Beard. Name a place where you often find an elevator. A hotel. Name a popular New Year's Eve tradition. Oh, try again. I'm sorry. Dating. Try the elevator question again. A hotel. Try it again.
Damn.
Apartment. All right. And toast and champagne. Name a New Year's Eve tradition. Sex.
You just said it, buddy. Wow.
Sexy time.
That's weed.
Everybody wants to be Chris Arnold. Not everybody can be Chris
How
Arnold.
about that?
Yeah.
I didn't know that was a New Year's tradition. Shout out to him, man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Woke me up right there. I just felt like a little kiss. At midnight.
That's all I've ever got.
You didn't say kiss what and where.
We've been lied to this whole time.
Yeah.
We've been getting shortchanged.
Yeah.
Supposed to go full bore.
Big Sex is blocking us right now. I had this one sitting on deck, but I'm going to get rid of it. It's really not one, but it's just Anthony Edwards dropped another F-bomb. Somebody need to slow this kid down a little bit on live television right before an interview.
Gentlemen, we're on live now. We're on air now, Ann.
I feel him though. He said, "Way to effing hoop, y'all."
Yep.
I feel him.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought he was saying, "Where's the effing hookah?"
Oh my God.
Yeah, I thought it was Luka
Trying
for a
to hang out
second.
with Luka, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if
What
you're serious or
superstars
not,
do.
bro. I don't know if you're serious or not. Are you serious?
I did think that's what he said. I needed a clarification.
Gentlemen.
Okay.
Where's
Okay.
the effing hookah? I
Okay.
did hear that.
There we go.
Yeah.
What a block
Which,
by
by the
foreskin.
By the way, if hookah is really what set them off, that's like the least damaging kind of smoking you can do, right? There's no nicotine and there's no weed in there. It's just a flavor cloud.
See, okay, I thought there was nicotine, but I might be wrong about that.
I don't think
might be
there's nicotine
completely
in there.
wrong about that.
Yeah, man, I can't remember.
I definitely gotten like a headache from hitting it too much.
Yeah.
And then you just feel like crap.
We used to go to this
Really.
place called Shatila's and smoke hookah out there and eat hummus.
Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah, but I don't know. I just don't like sharing the tips. Pause.
Yeah.
Like everybody have their own tip. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's a mixture of tobacco in there.
Yeah. Okay. There you go.
No,
Thank you,
there
bro.
is.
Yeah.
Okay. See, I think the one that I did one day, I was just so like, there's nothing to it. There's not even any nicotine in here. I must have had a bunk hookah
Well,
experience.
it is a lot of flavorings in there as well, so you're not going to taste the nicotine most of the time.
Yeah, I like it though. I shouldn't smoke it the way I do. I got like an electric one at the house.
All right.
Yeah, and like while I'm sitting on the couch, it's like a hose. Like that caterpillar on Alice in Wonderland. Okay.
Yeah, like the smoke shop hookahs that you put contraband in. That's a different deal, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it is. I mean, I think I know
don't
what
know
you're
which is
talking
worse.
about.
Yeah.
Those ones at the smoke shop, you can do anything with them in a sense.
Oh, okay.
You can kind of do anything with them.
They look like killer decorations.
They look fly. I seen one looks like a little machine gun. Yeah, a gold machine gun. Whew. I like that one. Okay, we got a delivery man right here that dropped off some food to a house. I guess a beautiful woman answered the door. He gave her the food, and then he walked back to the house to try to get some information on this lady. Didn't know he was talking to the lady's husband.
Uh-oh.
Hi, man.
How's it going?
I'm sorry, I just dropped off an order for a girl. I was just wondering, I had a question while I was driving away, if she was single or not.
For
I think her name started with E.
Esther?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my wife.
Oh, that's right. I'm so
Yeah.
sorry, man. Really, I'm sorry. Take care.
All right.
Bye-bye. Sorry, man. I'm out
Yeah,
there.
she's 47 years old.
All right.
Yeah.
Awkward. Guy was pretty nice about it, though.
Yeah.
Pretty proud. Should be,
Yeah.
Kind of giving the details.
Yeah.
That's kind of stupid, though. Chances are, dude that answers the door is at least the boyfriend.
Or if you thought it was a girl, a younger lady, that's the daddy.
Yeah.
Well, you thought that was a roommate, the gay roommate? What you think this is?
Yeah.
Maybe.
What you think? Oh, let me go get her. Oh my God. What do you think this is?
Hold on just a second.
Yeah, what do you think this is, dog?
Some husbands might be like, hold on, I'll be right back, dude.
Oh, wait, you want what? Honey, I think we got one.
You are listening, Jesus. Answer my prayers.
I like how she must be a beautiful lady because the guy called her a girl. My man was like, no, she's 47 years old, bro.
47.
Yeah, she's aging like fine wine, my guy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, last one right here. Preview A&M. PV stand up. The PA guy. Well, he goes off. It doesn't matter what happens on that court. It can be a steal, a three-point shot. This dude goes off. You can set a fire pick, and this man is going to get on the little boards and go nuts. Listen to this.
Bush, he'll stop and spot for the three-point shot. Looks good, yeah.
Bush shooting at 50% from the three-point line tonight.
Donald Carroll.
That's awesome.
All night. Man,
He's got sounders?
He's got drops and sounds and everything.
Yeah.
Now, when I went to the Norfolk State games back in the day, they had a live DJ playing and stuff like that, but he didn't have...
Bush, he'll stop and spot for the three-point shot. Looks good, yeah.
That.
Yeah.
Put that up. Put that up. Delete that sound, bro.
This is the first quarter.
Yeah, that's all you can do it.
Is it the Prairie View A&M PA man? Is it is that a DoorDash guy wondering if
Yeah.
the customer was single?
Yeah.
Anthony Edwards looking to hang out with Luka, congratulating his guys on hooping.
Hookah Luka.
Hookah Luka. Or is it the Grizzlies Family Feud, our current champion? I'll go with the DoorDash customer. Chief, how about you?
I'm going to go with our PA announcer.
Lucius, what do you say?
Cavs game.
Alrighty. Brian?
Cavs.
Wolchuk?
Prairie View A&M.
Does that mean we're tied at 2?
I think so.
Is that the Family Feud was the Cavs game?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it Prairie View A&M PA man, or is it the Grizzlies timeout entertainment that went awry? When we come back, Chief, where are we going?
We got a sports hodgepodge. I can't be the only one who saw the commercial during the Mavs game last night. I saw a naked woman with no legs walking on her knuckles in the jungle. We'll have to get into that a little bit next here in the nation, but
Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg
I
Maidens.
just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius. It's the GBag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live in surprise. Our coverage brought to you by Asco Equipment, your heavy equipment partner since 1960. And it's brought to you by On Time Experts Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Same-day service guaranteed. Look out for our confessional videos brought to you by Best Windows and Siding Online. It's time now for Eric Chiafalo to deliver some sports.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. All right, last night we did it. Our first experience with the Luka Laker, and it was, I mean, I have to say, I don't want to be dramatic and all hyperbolic, but it was definitely the weirdest sports watching experience that I've ever personally felt. Like, usually if your guy gets traded or something, you usually have an off season to digest it. And it's oftentimes the player, especially in the NBA, it's the star player that wanted to leave your team and go somewhere else. So you have like this disdain for him and you sort of hate watching him and you still love your team. This is such a unique sort of one-of-one situation that I didn't know exactly how I was going to feel. But watching that game, especially early on when he's getting buckets and he's staring down Jason Kidd and he's just got that assassin sort of look on his face like, I'm the guy, this is what I bleeping do. It was just so weird to think that it was like 3 or 4 weeks ago it would be him doing that for our team, and all of a sudden you just change jerseys and boom, now you're the enemy.
Yeah.
It was just such a weird, strange experience.
It was worse than I thought it would be, Eric. I didn't have much fun at all. I think it was more depressing. And I don't want to wallow in the bad or harp on how horrible it was, but it became so clear how easy the game is for Luka. And again, that's even without a lob threat. And it's like, how did you think you were going to get closer? I mean, first of all, winning a championship is very, very difficult. Even if you thought Anthony Davis and Max Christie would add up to be more than Luka, it's still so difficult, even if you're the best team to actually win a championship. Then you got to dodge the injuries. Mm-hmm. It makes less sense than ever. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean, the Mavs have put together what is on paper, when healthy, a team that you think could be a championship contender, but it's the flimsiest roster ever based on the health factor of all these guys, the old ones in Anthony Davis or the young Derek Lively. Like, he's a guy that hasn't proven to be able to consistently stay healthy either. So,
I mean, Kyrie's one of our durable guys now.
Yeah. That's where we're at.
Mm-hmm. So, I think there's that. There's also, I like Luka a lot less now. Like his face, his go for it face is not cool. It's ugly. It's a-hole-ish, so I'm just getting ready to not like him, and that's fine, because I do want to say one thing. I'm not going to tell any fans to get over it, but we liked Luka because he was amazing at basketball. He did not exemplify any of the traits that you would want your kids to follow. He was not the ultimate team guy, okay? He didn't play defense. So he didn't do all these things that, like, sports fans say they want their superstar, right? He managed to overcome all of that and endear himself to the fans. But the only thing that he really ever did was win, and now that that's gone, I find it easy to not like him.
I just don't know of the teammates that have necessarily spoken out that he wasn't a good teammate. Like, I don't disagree with you in terms of he wasn't putting forth the extra effort that we've seen the Jordans, the Kobes, the Bradys. Like, they've got that next level work ethic. Luka doesn't have that. I think the biggest thing that hasn't been talked about with this is the culture issue here. Like, European players, it's just different. It's a different way of life. In America, like, we're working to live. Like, our lives are our jobs here. You go to Italy or name the other country, it's very laid back. It's very different, right? They might work 4 hours a day. They're not consumed with their jobs. The jobs don't identify themselves. And I think there is somewhat of a cultural divide here that we have expectations for this is how it should be for Luka and Jokic. Now, Giannis has done that, and he's European Greek, obviously.
Dirk.
And Dirk did,
But he was a
But
partier.
it took Dirk a little bit
That's
of
true.
time,
That's
right?
true. Yep.
So, I mean, I think some of this stuff is a little bit like if Luka's showing up and he's still an MVP candidate, and you're going to the Western Conference Finals with a pretty poor roster, and you're going to the NBA Finals, and the usage rate's as high as it is, and he's never played less than 65 games in his career. Like some of this stuff, man, it's a massive eye roll when it comes to the criticism of him. Like, I don't think he was a bad teammate. I get what you're saying, and some of this we do have to go ahead and just tell ourselves to make us feel better about it. But watching him yesterday made me more angry about the trade. It did not make me feel better about it whatsoever, and I can't hate watch Luka. Like, I love that dude. I miss him in a Maverick jersey so much, and the fans that text in that wanted him gone and that hated him, like, I understand. I was pissed off too when he'd whine and complain to the refs and he wouldn't get back and play defense. But I want that dude on my team. I don't want to be playing against him.
Do you feel like he got himself traded?
No.
Do you feel like that his actions got him traded?
No.
That it's not. I mean, I'm not sitting here trying to defend Nico or the front office, but do you feel like the way that he carried himself got him traded?
Well, yes.
I mean,
the
there's
way
a lot
they perceived him off the
there's,
court.
There's
was,
a lot of blame at Nico and a lot of blame for the front office, but you wonder if the player did so much that he got himself traded. That they
yes.
said enough.
To what you're saying,
he's
yes.
a great player. I mean, I'm not trying to.
Yeah, it's just
diminish-
tough when it's like all those things, but he's still giving you 30-plus points, maybe a triple-double, and
Sure, there's
he's taking you to the
certain
NBA Finals.
They put up with
ridiculous.
They put up with as much as they wanted to put up with. But if
their
Luka-
tolerance was less than most people's.
Exactly. So to me, I kind of look at it this way. It's kind of a two-way street. The player gave them a reason to move on from him. That's
not a big reason.
I think he gave him.
It's a
I don't
reason
think they
any
really
other
gave him
team
a reason
would've.
to move on. I think Nico just didn't view
Well,
that
he's gone.
as... Yeah,
He's
because
gone.
Nico didn't like that stuff. One individual
Well, then
within the
that's- that he-
organization
he did
convinced
enough to
everybody,
get-
this isn't what I see as a superstar player. This isn't the type of work ethic that I deem the qualities that I want in
Right.
my star.
Right.
But
this is more about Anthony Davis, and he used Luka to get Anthony Davis, is what he did. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, he
Well, of
wanted
course,
Anthony
yeah.
Davis 100%.
Yeah. I mean, and so how do you get Anthony Davis? You trade Luka. That's how you get Anthony Davis.
Yeah, and you're punting on a decade of opportunity
exactly.
for like a 2-year window.
Sure you are. But he wanted that player so badly that he was willing to put up with a player that didn't have an outstanding work ethic.
And then you had the thank you Nico chants from Laker fans in the building last night. That was
Ouch.
special. I discovered, thanks to Ruben last night, the Twitter account is Nico Harrison a bitch today. And all they do is just tweet yes every day. It's one of the greatest Twitter accounts of all time, and I find myself liking and retweeting at really every turn. Let's see here. Yeah, I think the only other thing that was more jarring than watching Luka in a Laker uniform and stick it to the Mavericks, getting a triple-double. He now has a triple-double versus like every team in the league, I believe. It's crazy. Did you guys see the commercial?
No.
Did you guys see they've leveled up Naked and Afraid now, and I don't know that it's titled this,
Well,
but
did they
the gist of it is
did they kind of
they blur the
block out-
crack
yeah,
and the
yeah,
nips and
yeah,
stuff. Yes,
yeah.
But they've now taken Naked and Afraid to a new level. It's Naked and Afraid and Disabled.
Oh, I did see
no,
that.
no.
Did you
Yeah,
see
yeah,
that
yeah,
naked
yeah.
chick walking around with no legs, just walking around on her knuckles through some
Yes.
sort of jungle type
Pure badassery.
swampy
But it was jarring
atmosphere?
at first.
I
So
thought
was like,
about
wait a
that
second,
for a
what?
long time.
We were at
looking at
Jared's
each other
last
like,
night. We were
holy
like, "What did we just see? Like, do we need to rewind this? Was that really a naked chick in the jungle just walking on her knuckles because she doesn't have legs to walk for herself, and she's out trying to fend for herself,
just getting it.
That was, I mean, the Naked and Afraid wasn't enough. They now have to take it to the next level. Like, the people have already shown, like, hey, Naked and Afraid, we're going to dominate this. We've
Naked and Afraid double amputee.
No, seriously, it was the most jarring thing as a commercial. They need to put like a little quick, like, hey, just be careful for a second. We're about to show you something that you are not expecting to see. Boom, here's a naked chick on her knuckles in the jungle.
Have you guys seen the show Extracted? Have you seen the commercials
my
for it?
dad loves that stuff, so he watches that show. So I've seen I've
Okay,
seen
is
stuff
the
here and
premise that like your family member is struggling badly, and you have to make a determination where they're to let them keep struggling? Have you guys not seen the commercial? for this?
Yes.
I mean, you can
Okay.
hit a button to say
to save them, but they don't win anything.
Right.
Exactly.
But
I saw the clip where the mom, and it's like her son is out there having to do whatever he's got to do, and he's hating life, but the mom is like, no, I'm not letting him back in here until he brings me what I
they've
need.
got to find a way to help their family member find food and all this, like basically keep them alive.
So, but if you hit the button, they go get them and they're out.
Yeah, I think
right?
they can make the call. Yes,
but then,
you're right.
but then you could sit there and just kind of like let them suffer. You
could torture them.
Yeah.
You could torture them.
God.
Well, thank you, boys. Okay.
Hey, thank you.
There you have it. Yeah, and man, that show is. I had so many questions rattling in my mind. Like, how do you keep things sanitary down there? You know, do you have an issue with chafing on the bottom of your legs, basically? Or
That show doesn't care.
Does that develop calluses that
They
you can
don't
walk on
care.
a jungle floor?
Yeah, they don't
you know,
care.
or
You're just dragging gooch
on
on the jungle floor.
Okay, that's exactly what I was thinking. Like,
Yeah.
what all's hitting the floor here? And what if that was a male?
The bodies are hitting the floor.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Chief. That was some questions that needed to be answered after last night's telecast. NFL News Today coming up next. Wolchuk, where are you taking us?
We got quarterback rumors, formal visits, and with this quarterback edition, impact the NFC for your Cowboys. That's next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, that's right. It's hour number 2 of the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day as our broadcast journey continues on this Wednesday. It's a Mardi Gras Wednesday. There's Broadus over there. Our presenting sponsors of our spring training coverage, Asco Equipment, your heavy equipment partner since 1960. And on-time experts, air conditioning and plumbing, same-day service guaranteed. I can guarantee you right now, Wolchuk is going to give us some NFL news today, buddy. What do you say?
All right, so the Cowboys are meeting with a bunch of the defensive linemen. That's really because that's who's there right now at the Combine, because that's who's going for Group 1. So I know it's like, oh my gosh, yes, Cowboys are meeting with D-linemen. This is great. And it is, because it's a great D-lineman class, but that's who's available. And the Ashton Genty stuff, guys, they're going to get Ashton Genty here for a Dallas Day. That's a free visit for them.
Yep.
They don't need to burn a Combine visit or a 30-day visit with Ashton Genty. The fact that the report came out that they haven't met with him is totally meaningless. He's a Frisco Lone Star local kid. So they'll be able to bring him in. They'll be able to bring like a Quinn Ewers in for Dallas Days, and they'll get themselves a look at Ashton Genty. So some of the things that I've just seen, don't worry. It's going to be all right. One clip that I did see today, Brian, is something we've discussed and maybe could be a player that's in play at 12. There's a couple of Georgia Bulldogs. Michael Williams is one.
Yes.
I did see Tommy Arish ask him, hey, did you meet with the Cowboys? He said, I did.
Yes.
And I liked that interview. That's all I'll say about it. I liked it. And then there's Jalen Walker, who I do think is an edge, but he played off-ball linebacker at Georgia. I just think he's at his best when he's getting after the quarterback, but he was asked just about that. Edge, linebacker, what do you see yourself as in the NFL, Jalen Walker?
I'm a ball player, so just being on the field is my favorite position. I mean, just being everywhere, you just don't know. The anticipation of being at the outside backer one snap, and then being an inside backer in one snap, and then being a star the next snap, it gives me the comfort of that they don't know what element of surprise is going to hit them next. So.
And it's true. I mean, you can move him all over the formation. I mean, if Jalen Walker's on the board at 12, obviously, it depends on who else is there.
Yeah.
He's definitely going to be in the conversation for one of the best players available. So I would not mind that pick whatsoever, but it will be interesting. I mean, he's not saying I'm either or there. You can pretty much play me wherever the hell you want, and I'll be productive.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. And I think the kid has a great attitude, and you watch him play, his demeanor, he plays downhill, he's physical, he takes on blocks. There's my gang of 7 guys. I've asked them about him. I asked a buddy of mine who scouts the Southeastern Conference for another team, not the Cowboys, and he was mentioning, mate, listen, I think he's an inside linebacker with the traits to be able to use as a pass rusher. And so he wears the same number as Micah Parsons. He's got similar traits at Micah Parsons. That ability to rush the passer, I think, is really, really something that could be a calling card
for him. But there's some people that worry about him at 6'2", 245. If you make him an all-the-time edge, will you wear him down? Will you get the best use out of him? Excuse me. That's why I think some people have talked about him as a inside off-ball linebacker.
Which is a fair concern. Because, I mean, we've seen that with Micah, right? I mean, roughly around the same
Micah's
size.
a better end than he is a linebacker. He really is.
Which is, I mean, and I think Walker's is a similar type of player.
Very
there.
similar. Very similar.
But I can see why some that would think, like, okay, physically, is he going to wear down over the course of a 17-game season? Abdul Carter, speaking of number 11s, I mean, that dude's an absolute stud. Just had a 12-sack season at Penn State. He says, I'm the best player. I should be selected number 1 overall. That's his goal. He wants to be the top pick selected by the Tennessee Titans. 21 years old. I love the confidence from Abdul Carter. He's not going to be working out, but I think he does have a legitimate shot to possibly go number 1 to Tennessee if they don't end up taking a quarterback. So he certainly was turning heads there at the podium today with some of the confidence that he was speaking with, and he's trying to speak this into existence. Like, I want to be the number 1 overall pick. It's probably him or it's Travis Hunter if you're not going to go with a quarterback.
I think this kid is Jared Verse. When I watch him play at 6'3", 259 pounds, I think he's got similar. I mean, we saw Jared Verse live, when we were watching practice between the Cowboys and the Rams, and how he was able to dominate. He dominated at Florida State. This kid's got very similar traits to Jared Verse, in my opinion.
Exciting player, but you don't get the number 1 pick that often. And if there's 2 quarterbacks who might be franchise players, I'd be asking my guys to take a double check that we don't want to try our luck with Ward or Sanders. I mean, the poise, the gun on Cam Ward, it just seems like he's got star written all over him.
I'm with you.
I would take, and I haven't looked at the quarterbacks yet, but just watching tape of against Miami or against Colorado, or with those players being, having players to evaluate.
Yeah, or you watch the tight end or the Miami receiver.
Give me Ward.
Yeah, I think
give me
Ward's
Ward
the best
over Sanders.
Yeah,
please.
I've got him on Sanders too.
All those guys in the Miami offense, I think Cam Ward, Damian Martinez, there's a place
they
for
all
him. They all
benefited from him. I mean,
Restrepo, I think, is a hell of a slot receiver that runs incredible routes, and Arroyo at the tight end
Arroyo
spot.
did nothing with any previous quarterbacks there. And Ward comes in there and makes him a guy that you would pick probably in the 4th round right now.
20 yards a pop, like every time he touches the ball.
No doubt.
Like.
And he is very, very athletic. This is an interesting development to keep an eye on here in the NFC East. But Jordan Renan, who covers the Giants for ESPN, it's pretty clear after a couple days here in Indy that the Giants' top priority at quarterback is Matthew Stafford. See what happens with him and the Rams, and they move on from there. So we got to keep tabs on this situation. I know, Gavin, you brought up in the open, McVay does want to keep Matthew Stafford there if they can, but we'll see what happens with the money. I think Brady, I saw as well, is trying to get him to Vegas. They've got interest. It seems like there's other suitors that might be willing to pay the cost, that the $50 million a year that Stafford's wanting. It makes a ton of sense. We said this a week ago when it comes to the Giants. You got a head coach and a GM that are playing. They're trying to survive.
There's no question.
They're on life alert.
Boy.
They're like, throw me a life raft right now. I can't bank on taking Shedeur Sanders or Cam Ward and
letting somebody else develop him.
Absolutely. I need a win now quarterback.
Right.
And I don't know how Matthew Stafford does going to New York. There's still a lot of questions with that roster. But, yeah, if you want to win now, go get a veteran quarterback that just led his team to the playoffs again, won himself a playoff game, played well in both playoff games. We got to monitor that situation with Stafford maybe coming into the NFC East. And then all of a sudden, how do you power rank the quarterbacks within this division? If you did have a Stafford, a Jaden Daniels, a Jalen Hurts, and a Dak Prescott, you might not be in a great place if you're the Dallas Cowboys.
No, you're not. And you are in a great place if you're a Rams fan because, I mean, it's just a team that puts nothing ahead of what's going to put us closer to a championship. And if we can find a guy like Baker Mayfield or Kirk Cousins that's going to make half of this guy and give you 85 or 90% of the ability, we can scheme around it. But what we can't scheme around is having to clear our roster of talented guys because we got a quarterback that's insisting on getting market-setting money. This is the dream. Like, oh, we have a number in mind for you, but we need this other X amount of dollars to go fill out our team. And it's no disrespect, but like all of these quarterbacks that aren't named, Burrow, Mahomes, Lamar, or Allen are just pretenders. And the guy McVay is giving you a clinic on how it's done once again. I think so many of these teams are afraid that their fans aren't going to watch if they don't have a quarterback that's like Pro Bowl capable.
They may be afraid, but they're not naked, afraid, and disabled.
No. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a really good point. Yeah.
That would be a hell of a premise for a TV show. Naked NFL owners trying to find their next quarterback on a deserted island.
Yeah. Whoever survives gets the number 1 overall pick. You get Arch Manning or whoever the next
What owner would you pick?
Is there any fit owners?
I think our guy Steve Bisciotti at the Ravens
Baltimore.
is kind of a younger dude.
The Commanders' Josh Harris guy, was he?
Yeah,
he
could
well
be
intact.
He could be well intact. Yeah,
most of those guys are pretty geriatric.
Yeah, I don't think you'd want Mike Brown doing anything at Cincinnati.
Mike Brown can stay his naked body away from me.
I guess Tony Khan in Jacksonville is the youngest active owner, born in '82.
York at San Francisco is a young guy. So
old Jed
York, yeah.
Jed York.
Do you think the Maras would be comfortable in the nude?
No, not at all. No.
They'd be looking for leaf coverage immediately. They'd be like, damn the quarterbacks, where's the leaves?
I kind of like Jerry's chances at this one, actually.
Jerry's chances at finding a quarterback?
At winning naked and afraid. He'll find a way to talk himself into something.
He'll eat squirrel brain out there, keep himself alive.
He'll find a way. Someone comes back, like a squirrel or whatever it is, and he'll make it seem like, well, you should give that to me. That's my food right there that you just went, hunted, killed, and that's mine. He's got the gift of gab. I think that can go a long way in there.
I don't think we'd want to see Mark Davis out there, right? Naked and afraid.
No, not at all. That's a good one from the 469, like maybe Brady. Can the Raiders put out
Brady? Brady would win. There you go. Yeah, there you go.
That'd be interesting. 682 says, what about Russell Wilson going to Vegas? Well, I did see a report that Steelers, they want to re-sign Wilson or Fields, either one before the draft. I guess they just don't want to go, or before free agency.
Sign Fields. I mean, didn't he show you enough last year before the only game I think he lost. Are you okay over there, Chief?
Yeah, I just had to burp a little bit. He lost to the Cowboys.
Yeah. Well, but he won. He won the games up until that one, though.
He did win a couple of those games.
He did. We also have some Debo news.
Nobody can bunt anymore. I mean, it's a lost art.
That was a joke of an attempt.
John Lynch said that Debo's allowed to look for a potential fresh start elsewhere. See if a team jumps in the mix there for Debo. And the New England Patriots are now allowing Devin Godshaw, big defensive tackle.
Gotcha.
That's a big body D tackle. He's got the opportunity now to go out and seek a trade, as does Harold Landry of the Tennessee Titans, who's still in the league, still doing it. Had 83% of the team's defensive snaps, 71 tackles, 9 sacks, 18 pressures, and 4 pass deflections. I don't know what the price would be for a Harold Landry. Those stats are much better than I thought for a guy that's been around hanging in the league for a while out of Boston College. Harold Landry, now he is due, $17.5 million, but I think that's part of the deal. Tennessee's going to eat some of that if they trade for him. Yeah, 100%. Because otherwise, you just go ahead and cut him outright. Same thing with Jair Alexander in Green Bay. Like, they already said, we're probably going to cut you. Now, today at the Combine, they said, we're interested in trade talks, and the Ravens are the favorite, according to the sports books, to trade for Jair Alexander. You just undercut yourself. 2 weeks ago, we had the report you're willing to move on from him and possibly cut him. Now you're saying we'll take a trade. So if you really just want to get something for him, the odds are you're probably playing ball and doing something financially to help out.
No doubt. Yeah, Godshaw might be a guy that we need to study a little bit, Broadus, to see if he's a defensive tackle worth trading for.
I've been looking at like 4th and 5th round college players right now. I need to probably get on a couple of those pro free agent dudes.
Well, definitely, because I do think that if they don't swing for the fences on Osa or like a Milton Williams or something in free agency, they're going to have to. Obviously, you're going to get some guys in the draft. It's a great D tackle class, but you're going to have to get a couple of veterans on the relative cheap in free agency at the defensive tackle spot. So I'm looking forward to seeing who some of those guys might be. I know B.J. Hill is a guy, Walchuk, that you said could be on the cheap as a veteran dude in there, but you just can't have enough of those guys.
You got to feel like Jerry would find a way to exploit a name like Godshaw. Is that a chewing tobacco like in the pouch? Is that Godshaw?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Is that a restaurant? God's House?
Like Red Man?
Yeah. Believe it or not, there's an X in that name.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There is. It's
That's French?
Maybe French. Maybe it's a little Cajun there. Was he an LSU
I think he was an LSU Tiger.
Yeah, he was.
There you go. Yeah. GM Chris Ballard says Anthony Richardson's going to have to compete for that Colts.
Okay,
quarterback
there's
one
another
now.
guy that's got 1 foot in the parking lot in the U-Haul running.
Yeah, it's going to be the right guy to create real competition, he said, but we want to create that competition. So they're not committed to the 22-year-old Anthony Richardson who they took just a couple of years ago. Are you ready to go ahead and punt on Anthony Richardson, Chief? I know he was your guy a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I mean, he was one of those guys in that class. I'm trying to remember who was in that class with him.
He was in the Will Levis draft.
Yeah.
Okay.
That Will Levis was in there.
We're all wearing those.
Yeah, I just felt like if you're going to take a quarterback, he was a swing for the fences type of guy, super boomer bust. You knew what you were getting there, but you're in the AFC and you're going up against alien freak show quarterbacks, the likes of Mahomes and Allen and Burrow and Lamar
but he's
Jackson.
in a bad division, though, right?
Yeah, he's in an awful division.
He's in an awful division, so he should have thrived a little bit, right?
Well,
he just can't stay healthy.
If he could stay healthy,
How does like a guy with that body always hurt?
Well, and he asked out of the game.
He did the tap out thing, but
does that bother you more?
Oh, that was C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young. They went ahead of him, and then it was Anthony Richardson.
yeah. So obviously Stroud was the guy in that particular class, but yeah, Anthony Richardson was a swing for the fences kind of dude, and I knew when discussing him that this had big time bust potential. And that's pretty much where we find ourselves. He's a guy that is more likely to hit the random 65-yard pass down the field than he is the 5-yard pass that's just the easy gimme pass. He doesn't do just basic quarterback 101 things. Can't stay healthy, tapping out of the game. He's done.
Trey Smith, Chiefs are going to make a push to try and keep him there if they
Can we tag him?
Brett Veach said they're going to try and retain him on a long-term deal. Is what he was telling the media yesterday. So if they want, they're looking at it's projecting like $19.7 million per year. I don't think they're going to tag him. If they do, it might be the transition tag is what I was seeing. But we'll have to see. I mean, that'd be one of the best offensive linemen on the market if Trey Smith's available. I know the Bears have been linked to him. But there's your NFL news of the day.
Thank you, Wolchuk. How do the Cowboys players grade their team, their training staff, their dining situation? The NFLPA report card is out. We'll get into that. The C-Note Cowboys news of the evening is next right here as we broadcast live and surprise at Rangers spring training, and we're back in the nation.
It's afternoons with the GBag Boys on 105.3 and the Odyssey app. Proudly presented.
expert in identifying and correcting foundation issues in DFW for over 30 years. When shift happens, go to permapier.com to schedule a free evaluation. PERMAPIER.com.
Welcome back, Nation. We are live in Surprise, Arizona at spring training, and a World Series legend is going to join us here before too long. The Rangers are across town taking on Cleveland, and they lead 4-1. Evaldi went 3 innings, gave up 1 run, and he has since left the game, and he's going to call us, and we'll talk with Nasty Nate here in just a minute. Segment, though, is the C-Note Cowboys news of the evening. The NFL Players Association anonymous poll about the teams is out. The teams hate these. We love them. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333 with Franklin Frankel. Never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. So I think overall they rank 10th. Excelling in several areas. Their facilities, the locker room, the weight room are top tier. They consistently rank among the best in how the organization treats players' families, which is nice. Players were asked what the team is currently doing best. The most consistent answer was the leadership of head coach Mike McCarthy and the culture that he fostered. They love Big Mike. You know, that's not just like public Micah Parsons or Dak. This is, the majority of the players apparently voting that we gave Mike a thumbs up. He got an A.
Yeah, I always think that's a little bit interesting with the way that they view a coach. I see, like, in Miami, they love Mike McDaniel, but he's letting guys be late to meetings. And, like, how much of that is just because you're so player-friendly? Mike McCarthy loves giving guys days off. He's always worried about, they've done too much on the field. As a player, you're probably like, this is great. I don't have to do as much. I don't have a coach that's old school that's trying to wear me down like at Andy Reid. Andy Reid is tearing him up in training camp. I don't think Mike McCarthy is doing that. And so how much of that is just players appreciating the coddling factor of a coach, and it's not necessarily a respect for it? And I'm not saying this is Mike McCarthy, but it's hard to take that 100% when Zeke is boozing and missing meetings and missing practices and nothing's happening for a while. So I don't know how much of that is actually something to really care about.
I really liked a good substitute teacher when I was in school because they were so nice. They just wanted to hang out and get through their day.
They're just trying to clock in and clock out.
Yeah.
Don't hurt each other.
Yes, and maybe that's what you had going on with Mike McCarthy.
Hey, didn't you hate when a substitute teacher took her job serious, though?
Yes.
And wanted to show out like, you need to calm down.
We're going to learn something here. Yeah. They're going to think I did such a good job, they're going to give me a full-time job based on this performance right here, yeah. Occasionally you would get that sub that just wasn't any good. Kind of like a babysitter almost. Treatment of families, A. Food and dining, B+. I would think maybe
I don't know. They got good meals there, man.
Yeah.
I mean, it's come a long way. That cafeteria they have there, I think now maybe they're not liking the fact that as they're eating their meals that people are walking around taking tours.
That
might be the big problem.
It was
food is really good.
/ dining area, so maybe they like a little bit more privacy while they're eating. A nutritionist and dietitian got a B+, so not bad. Locker room A, training room C, training staff C. They want more physical therapists and more modern modalities for how they recover from
They hate
injuries.
my guy Britt Brown.
I mean, I can't fathom why the Cowboys would allow for this particular grade. This is not news to us. This is the same thing that happened last year. Training staff, all that kind of stuff. Why would you not get that cleaned up? Why would you not say, okay, let's get this squared away. We need more of this. We need more of that. Let's do everything at a championship level. And this is one of those perfect examples that speaks to the lack of quality prioritizing when it comes to the way the Cowboys operate. And it's as frustrating as anything. That makes no sense to me why you wouldn't get that remedied.
Everything I've heard about Britt Brown, he's done a good job, but sometimes you want somebody with a different kind of expertise. The recovery field is one that's constantly evolving. Why not have more?
Yeah, exactly. And I don't even know that it's like an indictment on the guy that you have. It's just like we need more of him. Yeah, we need better equipment or whatever it is to recover at the highest level. So I don't think it's a shots fired at Britt Brown necessarily, but
He needs more help.
It just needs more help. And for the life of me, I can't understand why the Cowboys wouldn't do that.
Owner gets to be, players like the Cowboys. They usually end up paying them. They want to make things as comfortable as possible. They don't, put the kind of negative pressure on the team. I guess, some of them probably are starting to realize more. I mean, Micah Parsons this is the youngest I've ever heard a player talk about how you're managing the salary cap and trying to put pressure on the team to do more. So I wish that grade was lower, to be honest, because I think if you had a bunch of the players saying, like, doesn't matter, we don't have a chance, I think that would put pressure on the Joneses to manage the cap differently and get them some more help. Okay, so that's out there, and there is a number of different takeaways that are interesting from around the league when you look at, who's really good at this and, who leaves something to be desired. But if I'm the Cowboys, I'm thinking 10th is all right, considering how bad of a season we had, and, the players are still ranking us essentially above average. Headline morning news is DeMarcus Lawrence's time with the Dallas Cowboys coming to an end. The 32-year-old unrestricted free agent this spring. The story is written in a way that kind of assumes he's done. But at 32, I think Tank, there's a good chance Tank has a lot of good football. He's loved being a Cowboy. He's got a family here. His family grew up as Cowboys fans. He already took less money. Like, if I'm the Cowboys, I'm just assuming that he's going to be out of our price range. But the story, kind of suggests that the market's going to be bigger for Tank elsewhere than it is with the Cowboys. And I think that's unfortunate because they have so many needs along that defensive line, and Tank can still be very good.
Yeah, I've long been an advocate for Tank. I mean, I think that he is just an all-around really good end. But I think that it might be beneficial for the Cowboys and for maybe Tank to go somewhere else. I don't know. There's been some conversations about maybe there's some players that don't get along always with Tank. Maybe they don't see eye to eye. And I wonder at the end of the season, I think he'd have been playing if the Cowboys had stuff to play for. I think that was more so, hey, season's over with. I'm not going to go ahead and rush myself back here. I'm good on this. And maybe that, I don't know. It's a new coaching staff. Maybe these guys are totally cool with it, but that might have rubbed some people the wrong way.
Okay. Well, maybe, yeah. I mean, if you're thinking that way, maybe you already have one foot out the door, and certainly this is the last opportunity for him to get paid big. And if it's not kumbaya in that locker room and there's more money elsewhere, you probably owe it yourself to go get that significant amount of money. But at this stage in a player's career, it's a major family disruption. I think that's part of why Zach Martin just decided to retire, because I think Tank has like 4 kids.
Yeah.
And so you're leaving all of them for half of the year. That can be really disrupting. I mean, hell, even for us for 4 or 5 days, our kids are like, what's going on? And the wives are like, what the heck? Again, you were just in New Orleans.
Yeah, I think we felt that a little bit this year with our buddy Eric Kendricks, who did the 1-year deal with the Cowboys and didn't uproot the family, and so he was kind of having to go back and forth and just trying to keep all the things in order. It's a tough deal.
Blogging the Boys had a Damone Clark story that's good. If they cut him, they save like $3.3 million of cap space. Pretty much a no-brainer. Isn't it? 5th rounder from LSU. He had the spinal fusion surgery a couple of years ago. Just never established himself as more of a special teamer. Hell of a guy, like tremendous football character at LSU. He won the award for the guy, or he had a jersey number that signified that he was like the man with the best football character.
Yeah, he did. He's the football character part is excellent. The instincts and the ability to read plays is not.
Yeah.
And that's what got him in trouble. And, when you start to talk about football IQ, you start to talk about instincts, you have to be able to have those things to play inside linebacker in NFL. He's got neither.
I wonder if when your neck is fused as well, you can't look side to side as quickly.
Swivel.
Yeah.
I think it's more with his eyes.
Yeah.
His neck is not great. His eyes are worse. Yeah.
Okay. NFL.com has their 101 free agents list. There are 3 Cowboys defensive linemen on this list. Osa at number 7 free agent in the NFL. Tank's at 48. Rico's at 65.
Yeah.
Jordan Lewis 69. And our guy Chauncey Golston there 91.
Yeah, I was going to go through that too at 340 today and talk about it a little bit and kind of ask you guys some questions about maybe some others involved here, and if you would rather this guy or that guy kind of.
Oh, a little would you rather?
Yeah.
Okay,
In
all right.
Krusty's Cocktail Corner.
That's a pretty good tease there.
Yeah.
How's the Tito's flowing this afternoon, Krusty?
I'm through my second drink right now.
You're through it?
Yeah.
You're holding your own. I'm almost on my number 2 as well.
All right. Well, just let me know. Hand the cup around the cup around the bin, and away we go.
What's the handle looking like, though? I mean, we're 90 minutes into the show.
It's
halfway.
It's got quite a dent through
We
it.
might have to borrow your DoorDash account and maybe get us another one.
Really? I rember last year
I
was.
pour. You know how I pour?
He is a
You're
heavy-handed.
stiff. You're a stiff man.
My arm it gets locked. I'm like, oh, crawfish shoulder. Oh, I can't move it. You know.
Yeah. I don't know how you guys do it. You know, getting after it like that. You're going to be done by the time we're halfway through the show. I mean, you might have a hangover by the time we hit the expressway.
Yeah,
for crying out loud.
They got beers in the stadium. I know that.
Pace yourself a little bit.
They got beers.
They do have beers.
They
That's
have
right.
beers in the stadium.
They have beers down there.
Shout out to the Monster Dog as well that Wolchuk put down earlier.
gosh,
They got a full-fledged 14-incher hot dog, just run-of-the-mill hot dog. He went with the ketchup and the mustard. He was like, oh, wow, that's way bigger than I thought. He orders the Monster Dog, and then he's surprised that it's actually monster size. And then he's like, there's no way I'm gonna
unlike
finish
that thing at Culver's last night, I had
Culver's was a disaster.
I was waiting how long it'd take you to get into the show before you brought up Culver's.
Watch me at 3:40.
Popular spot. I made my order, which was a very basic order. Didn't get my burger for 25 minutes.
Yeah.
They were cranking out burgers.
Are you
right
sure
and
you
left.
ordered it?
I did.
I think there was a little like, I'm in line, I'm out of line.
Well,
I'm
I did
standing
leave line.
outside like he had a greeter. I'm
left-
like, oh, hey, welcome to Culver's. Can I hold the door open for you, sir?
I left. I had to take a phone call, so you guys ordered first. I came in 10 minutes after that. I saw you guys had just gotten your food, and that's when I placed my order. And I could time it because I knew what time I got off that phone call. 25 minutes. Popular. I don't know. It was a pretty good burger. Pretty good burger. I don't know if the demand is quite in line with the quality.
Oh,
but
okay. So you did like it.
yeah, I thought it was.
Did you get a
pretty
single
good.
patty? I mean, it was
Yeah.
just paper-thin patties.
Yeah, single patty. That's the way I like it. I like good bread ratio.
Yeah.
Bacon was good.
Like 95 to 5?
Bacon was good.
Yeah, I mean 50-50 or something like that.
It was
you know?
not
I
even
didn't
close.
eat the bacon, but it did pass the eye test. Like for fast food standards, it wasn't just some
Yeah.
garbage, low level, half-ass bacon. It looked
Yeah.
legit, but the patty thickness was really where my qualms were.
See, I'm not like that. You know, I think it's incredible how you were such a carnivore here. And, you know, and you want the beef patty to be overpowering everything.
I do. I want it to be more like a probably 2-to-1 meat to bread ratio.
Okay, we are standing by for Nathan Evaldi here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Jared Sandler will join us after this game. Rangers got some runs going there in that, I believe, the fifth inning. They're up 4-1 now in the seventh. So we'll probably have Sands on in the next hour or so here in the GBag Nation. But as Brian was saying, Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are you taking us, buddy?
I've got some of these. We've got a free agent list. I want to go through a couple of guys and see if you're interested. We'll do that next.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, we are live in Indianapolis with NFL Combine coverage, all the stories, all the interviews, Thursday morning on The Fan.
Hey, Dawson back here with you. Wanted to chat about the Frankels. You're on your way home. You're out enjoying your life. I'm not quite sure what's going on out.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Recurve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
here on your home of the Rangers. Time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king of the Krusties, Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Thank you very much to Reliant for being a part of this.
Take on me.
So, take on me. Take on me. Take me on. Take me on. That's a good one. Do I have to be alert for like Nate Evaldi jumping in here in the middle of this?
No, I haven't heard anything yet, so we're okay.
Okay, I don't want to make him wait.
You know, trust me, if he calls, we'll say, Brian,
yeah,
zip it. It's time for Evo.
And I just heard in that promotion that Lucius is going to be out with us next Thursday.
Nice.
I heard that.
Yes.
Yeah, I heard
cold
that.
beers and cheeseburgers?
Yeah, I heard that.
They got Ross on the board, Lucius?
What a good time.
Good deal.
About to find out, bro.
You gotta get the sloppy Lou.
Yeah, I'm gonna get my cardio up for Thursday because I don't want to pack on what I already have now. You know what I'm saying?
I heard that read, and I'm like going, well, Lucius is rolling with us out there. It'll be exciting. Okay. Speaking of cheeseburgers last night, you guys oversold Culver's last night, by the way.
No, you had a bad order.
No. I don't normally get out ordered, but I felt like when you came back to the table and go, I'm having surf and turf, I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Like, he ordered a burger and the shrimp. You know,
and the tendies.
And the tendies.
Yeah, it was a good
one
call.
of just, we're going to sample the world here. I had the bacon deluxe before.
Yeah.
That one time I went, so I knew that burger was solid.
Yeah.
But then, why not try a little bit of everything? I mean, the chicken tendies were average, but I was pretty impressed with their shrimp.
Me too.
I thought the shrimp were the best thing, but I ordered the patty melt on the sourdough. And I'm like thinking, Eric's like, oh, you need to go for the double patty. You need to go and I'm like thinking, no, I watched you eat 4 patties the other day. And we're like, no, I'm not doing that. Honestly, I needed 4 patties to make 1 patty.
Thank you.
This is not like a Whataburger situation when you order that patty melt.
Right.
That it's like a Texas toast, really
hearty,
will
fill
big.
you up.
That thing was embarrassingly
paper thin patties.
Small.
Yeah.
And it had more onions on it than it did the meat part of it.
It did.
Yeah,
No,
so-
your patty melt was bad.
It's
not a good showing.
I'm sorry. I mean, hey, Culver's, I heard a lot of great things about you. Just not like our home style stuff.
I think you'd say 50% bread, probably a good 40% onion, 10% meat patty.
It was not what it cracked up to be.
Broadus couldn't stop talking about just
Maybe
how
that's why I
disappointed he
prefer the leaner patty is I only have patty. I don't have the lettuce and the onion and stuff that could overpower it.
Yeah, well, this thing was, I just couldn't believe how small it was because you're so used to, you're thinking of a patty melt, it's kind of a hearty sandwich.
Yeah, like there's some
This
tonnage
thing was
when you
like,
hold it.
this thing had no weight to it at all.
Right.
Just none.
I know.
And I'm
Sounds amazing. See, I'd rather have 3 thin burgers than 1 thick burger.
Wow.
Yeah.
You don't like an overbearing beef, so to speak, like just too much beef at once is just not.
Yeah. Yeah, and you really got to stretch to open up and jam that thing in there, know? So I find the experience to be more like the guy on Popeyes. What's his name? Was that Wimpy? What's the
Wimpy
guy's
was,
name? He's always
I'll
eating the
pay you
burgers.
Tuesday for a hamburger today.
Yeah. And he liked like a bar style, kind of thin burger.
I don't know. I was thinking more. I was thinking Culver's. It was going to be, and I was the first one to order. And I think out of the whole crew. Now, another thing I want to point out real quick. Ruben is amazing. He ordered 2 sandwiches. He ordered a chicken sandwich
Spicy.
and a burger.
Yeah,
sure did.
He
And got the
managed
ice
to
cream, which
eat
looked
the
good.
meal where he ate half of one sandwich and then half of the other.
He was going bite for bite, just
How-
going
how
back
do you-
and forth.
How do you do that?
It was awesome. I loved the strategy there because his whole point was really just to be able to try as many things as possible. It wasn't about
He
eating
had
all of
half
it. So
the
he's like,
burger. He had half of one
Yeah.
left. I looked down and I'm like,
I finished his other half of this burger.
yeah, you just didn't even care about the bread that was knocked off.
Didn't
No,
worry about
you
that.
just-
He's all about the meat.
Folded that thing up and like, oh, watch this.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was amazed at how he was able to eat exactly one half of the sandwich and one half of the other sandwich.
I know. I like the way he approached it. The other thing, too, to your credit, Broadus, there was some false advertising going on. When you look at the giant photos of the burgers
Yeah.
there,
So Red Lobster
they're
kind of
they're
approach.
selling a patty that's thicker than just a paper thin patty that's actually the real life deal.
Yeah.
So that was, to your credit, you looked at it and you were like, hey, that passes the thickness eye test.
Yeah.
And then it came back and it was like, I got ball sack.
Yeah, it was a disappointment. Okay. I talked about these guys, these free agents. I kind of want to run through a couple. By the way, are you guys now surprised that Osa Odigizua is now – he went from being a guy that was way, way down a list to being like the 7th best free agent out of a top 101 list?
Yeah, that's a joke to me. I mean, where's Milton Williams on this list? I just want to see –
Milton Williams is behind him.
See, that's hilarious to me, man.
Yeah.
Well, you got a 1 year of production from Milton Williams versus 4 years of production.
Do you
from
really
Osa.
get 1 year from Osa Odigizua?
No, you've got 4 good years from Osa.
He's been solid.
He's been a good player. Did he fade the first 3 years in the second half? Yes.
I'm glad I'm the only one that didn't see that.
But who else was even relevant among your defensive tackles, Brian? This poor dude is a man alone inside the middle of your interior D-line.
So you're not surprised he's the 7th best player on a 101
I think
list?
Osa's better than all of you do. So, no,
Okay.
I'm not stunned.
Okay. All right. Amari Cooper was number 13. Dawson.
Yeah, let's do it.
Are you interested in bringing Amari Cooper back as a wide receiver?
Yeah. I think the world's a different place than when they moved on from him, and maybe they can let bygones be bygones. I think if the price is right, you got to be interested in Amari Cooper if they'll have you back.
So you're buying the dip
Yep.
from last season. You're buying the dip for hopefully a bounce back here, huh?
Yeah, in my mind, it's in $10, $11 million range. If that's what we're talking with Amari Cooper, then I'm very interested.
All right, this is a guy that we love, and it's Nick Bolton. They got him as number 18. He's a 3-down linebacker. Okay, him being at 18, does it give you some hope that he might not be that expensive?
I think that the championship
or the fact
pedigree,
it's a 3-down linebacker.
3-down linebacker, and with this not being a great linebacker class, some team, maybe multiple teams, will be willing to throw a little bit more money-wise at him just because there's not that many guys in this draft.
I'd like to hope that maybe at 18 that I'm not saying he's going to be a bargain.
But $15 million a year, I think that's totally fair for him.
I think that's reasonable. I mean, I think that's fair. Him, would you rather have Nick Bolton or with what you had last year with your linebacker with
I'd rather have Nick Bolton
than Kendricks, right?
Eric Kendricks is probably year to year at this point in his career. Still obviously productive.
Week to week. Okay, here's the question, though.
Fair.
Would you rather have Nick Bolton or would you rather have Osa?
I'd rather have Bolton because I can go. Maybe then I go ahead and I double dip in this draft.
I think Wolchuk is on to something there. I've seen too many 1 techniques, too many 3 techniques that I really, really like
in the draft.
In this draft, yeah.
And it stretches. I mean, hell, Phil is. This is to go D-line crazy. This is the draft to do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't need to add Bolton though. I need a defensive tackle, and maybe it's not Osa.
Yeah,
but I think with Leofau and Overshone, I just need a cheap veteran and a younger guy to sort of bridge the gap until we're
like
healthy.
a 1-year deal until you get Overshone back.
I mean, we're toast at defensive tackle right now.
Yeah,
there's a path to success at linebacker.
All right, Rico Dowdle was number 65 on this list. Is Rico Dowdle a guy that you're just waiting and seeing on?
Yeah.
Or, okay, I'm kind of like, I'm on the wait and see mode with him. I'm going to see if he's going to get paid or not. I just have a feeling that he might not, and I could get him back just on a deal. But he might say, screw it, I'm not coming back to Dallas on a cheap deal. I'll go somewhere else on a cheap deal.
Free agent running back can be so busty. You get a guy that's just not going to work for you for one reason or another. Rico works. I wouldn't be too patient with him because I want to bring this back at $4 or $5 million and know that we have something. Now we can go into the draft and let things fall to us how they will.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Levante David is a linebacker. He's 35 years old now. He's ranked number 82. All right, still has the ability to blitz, still plays run defense. Finally, he's just showing some wear and tear and some pass coverage stuff in 2024. Said previously he only wants to play for the Bucs and retirement is on the table, though. But is this, if you can't get Bolton, would you consider Levante David much like your Eric Kendricks guy last year?
Yeah,
I would love it.
That'd be the bridge guy that you want there, Gavin. Because I don't know that you should be going into the season expecting anything from Overshone. I would just assume he's out. I'm planning on my season not having him, and then if he ends up getting back sooner than we think, then that's awesome. but that would be the bridge type of player that you'd want there.
Okay.
Yeah, but if he's talking about retirement, that scares me. I feel like this is actually a pretty deep linebacker class of free agents. So, I mean, there might be somebody else you could get there.
Dawson, I understand our special guest is with us. I'll throw it back to you.
He is. Man, this is great. Two-time World Series champion, a legend for the work that he's done with the Texas Rangers. Nathan Eovaldi pitched today across town against the Guardians, where the Rangers are winning currently, and he joins us now here on your home of the Rangers. Good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How y'all doing?
Man, it's so much fun to be out here, and it's so good to see you back out here. How did that decision go in the offseason? How tough was it to find your way back to the Rangers?
No, it was good. It's always, I don't know, for me it's always a little nerve-wracking, stressful being a free agent, hitting the market. We got that opportunity, and we were trying to listen to the teams and see which ones, was the right fit for us, and it felt like the right fit was back home here in Texas. So I was very happy for everything to work out the way it did. And, it always seems like it takes longer than you want it to, but, I'm very thankful for having the opportunity to be back here.
So I know how competitive you are. You must be pretty convinced that this team has what it takes to get back in the mix for the Fall Classic.
Yeah, absolutely. CY, when I first came over here to the Rangers, he sold me on the vision, and he did the same thing, of everything that it's going to take. I felt like we were on the same page. Felt like he made the right addition to the team that we needed to do. I know we kind of changed up our entire bullpen, but I think adding Berger, Jock Peterson, Hagash, Higgy behind the plate, I think it's a really good dynamic that we got. It seems like a really good group of guys. Obviously I'm aware of the talent that we have in the room, and, again, I say it a lot with losing seasons, a lot of good can come from them. Obviously you don't want it to happen. You want to be able to keep rolling out those good winning seasons, but you learn a lot from a losing season, and we got knocked off the top of the mountain last year, and it was definitely a hard pill to swallow. So to a lot of hungry guys in the room that want to get back to where we were before, and we know that we weren't playing to our standard last year, and obviously a lot of injuries and other things that come with it, with the grind of a season, but we're definitely confident that we're going to be back in the postseason again this year and having an opportunity to win the World Series.
Well, we feel much more confident with you being back in the fold. I know that was priority number one for us on our show.
Dang
getting
right.
Evo back. Whenever we talk to you, it's always, we know you're a leader when it comes to that pitching group. We got a lot of young guys that are looking to take that next step, whether it's Cody Bradford, Jack Leiter, Kamar Rocker. What are you seeing from some of the young arms right now?
Again, you're right. We have that learning experience when it comes to a losing season. A lot of those guys are going to get a lot more opportunities than if we were winning. And they feel I feel as if they feel a lot more comfortable around us. I feel like we have a really good group of guys, a healthy DeGrom, a healthy Malley, a healthy John Gray, and you got these guys that are fighting for that fifth spot, and they're all very competitive. They all have very good pitches, and, it's coming out there and commanding the zone and having a good pitch mix and trusting the catchers behind the plate and seeing what they can do.
A leader, champion, clubhouse guy such as yourself, after Rocker has a tough outing yesterday, what do you say to him?
No, it's his first one. He's a guy that gets he may not show it, but he gets fired up on the inside, and obviously he's not happy with what happened, and I felt like I was in the same boat my first outing. It's like I forget how to pitch. You go out there and I'm moving way too fast, and the good thing for him is, he's 97, 98. He had great action on his fastball. The off speed was great. It's going to come. It's one of those things where it stinks that it has to happen that way, but he's one of those guys that's going to make the adjustments. He's going to be really good the next outing. So you got plenty of time in spring training, and the main thing for him is that he's healthy and he's ready to go.
Hey, Nathan, as we're watching these spring training games and stuff, what's something in the media or as fans that we always get wrong about spring ball?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not really sure that y'all are getting anything wrong. You know what I mean? It just, the games are, you're trying to get the rhythm of everything back under yourself. The rhythm of the game under your feet. It's weird because I feel like, you can train as hard as you want in the off season, and nothing trains you to stand around on the backfield and wait. You know what I mean? You get hot, you get cold, and get going again. And your feet are hurting from standing around so much and wearing your spikes. I didn't even have to really put my spikes on this offseason. I threw inside. I threw off turf mound. So coming out here and throwing on the dirt mound and wearing my spikes, it's like, man, my calves are tight and got all these little things going on. And I think it's just getting the game back under your feet, right? You're playing 5 innings now. Guys are building up. And sorry about that, guys. You're getting the game back under your feet, getting the rhythm, the timing of the at-bat, knowing that, you don't have to be super fast during your wind-up. The pitch clock's jumping on me, and it's like I'm searching for the pitch clock. The coaches are down on the field, sitting behind the L screens. I'm like kind of blocking the pitch clock, and it's just being able to slow the game back down. You know what I mean? It's just the whole dynamic of everything, and trying not to do too much, making sure you're going out there and getting strike one, trusting your pitches, and again, we're out in Arizona, so the ball is not moving as it may normally. I feel like the ball is traveling a lot more too, jumping off the bat, but I think the main thing is just making sure that you feel healthy and not solely based on the results, but just how it's coming out of your hand.
It's Nasty Nate Eovaldi with us here in the GBag Nation on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. What do you think about this experiment with the automated ball and strike challenge system? I saw our old buddy Max Scherzer. He's a little nervous about this one, not totally in favor.
Yeah, it's definitely different. I mean, we've seen the way that MLB is willing to change some of the rules. Thankfully they're giving this one a very good look at it. I think it's I don't know how to say it. You know what I mean? Like as a starting pitcher, I want to earn the trust of the umpire back there behind the plate. I'm hoping that my catcher is going to be able to steal a few strikes for me because I'm commanding the zone. There's times when I'm not commanding the zone and I groove a 2-0 heater and I don't get the call, right, because I've been all over the place. So there's the good and the bad sides of it. Having only 2 calls, right? You mess one up. We saw it today, right? You lose one early. Rocchio thought one of them was down in the zone, and he challenged it, and now they've lost one in the first inning, so everybody else is a little hesitant. I thought twice today. I really wanted to challenge, 2 of them. I'm like, I better not. I want to take away from a hitter. I don't want to take away from the early or, the later part of the game when there could be a really big situation. I think it's one of those things where you just really have to know and have a good understanding of the strike zone. So I think we'll see how it goes, but I think that as long as we keep it at 2, you know what I mean? And surprise. I don't know, guys.
Hey, that's you don't have to.
That's a great answer.
Yeah.
This is evolving. It's a fluid situation.
Man, we love listening to you talk baseball. What's in your memory still about Game 5 of the World Series and how clutch you came up to get out all those jams and go 6 scoreless to put the team in position to win that World Series?
I try to turn the pace. Even though it's such a big moment, each year it's like I feel like that's the World Series hangover effect for the most part. It's not the guys aren't training. It's just guys expect to be back at that standard of exactly where we left off. It takes 7 to 8 months to get to the World Series from spring training to the end of it, playing through the postseason. And the goal is to get better each day. So I feel like a lot of the times guys end up coming into spring training with a big expectation and stuff, on your shoulders, and then you don't perform, you put more stress. You underperform, and it's like, man, you kind of go all in earlier in the season, and then you fall way behind, and you don't have enough left in the tank towards the end of the season to get back to where you want to be. But I don't know. I think about all those big moments, and in Game 1, the Diamondbacks that got to me, I felt like they jumped on me early. And I was trying not to walk them. And when it came Game 5, it was like, I kind of had to tell myself, like, hey, don't be afraid to walk somebody. I know it's like, the golden rule as a pitcher, but they try to play a lot of small ball, moving guys over, and it's like, okay, like we'll take, sometimes I feel more comfortable with the runner on second than I do first. I don't know, it's weird. So being in those situations, being able to get ground balls, I know I had a lot of bases loaded situations, and really, honestly, it was the trust that Bochy and Maddox had in me.
I think we've lost him.
To win one more. Nope, y'all got me?
We got you.
You're just in a bad spot there in the car.
You're amazing.
You're good.
Oh, sorry. No, I was just saying, honestly, it was a lot of trust and, Bochy and Mad Dog that they had in me, leaving me out there in some of those big situations. We're 1 win away from winning the World Series. If the score is 0-0, we're getting no hit. And I feel like I've got runners on in every situation. And, They trusted me. They left me out there, and I was glad I was able to come up big for the boys.
Which pitcher did Mad Dog choose today in the meeting to give the pitchers the joke of the day?
I didn't show up today. It was game day, so I didn't go into the field. I just drove from the house straight over to Goodyear during the game.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'll just tell you, Mark Church has a great joke ready for you guys. So just be ready for Mark Church. He's got a joke in his back pocket. He's dialed for.
I wouldn't have guessed Church, but I can't wait to hear it. We'll have to call him out tomorrow.
He was workshopping it with us, Nate. I mean, I think it was pretty good. I did want to ask you, like, this might be a weird question because obviously you're a starter. You're not really a bullpen piece, but you saw obviously what Sporzy, Leclerc, Chapman did during that run. I guess the big question for Ranger fans right now is the closer situation. I mean, for you, just from a pitching mindset, are we making that a bigger deal than it really is going into the season?
Maybe. I feel like now the game has changed so much. Like, obviously, it's great to have a set closer, but all of the guys down in the bullpen have 2+ pitches, right? Like, to be a really good bullpen guy now, it's like you've got to have 3 or 4 pitches coming in, and you locate them all. And, I feel like as the game develops and, the season goes on longer and longer, I think that role is going to be changing for us. And basically who's going to be the hot hand, who's handling the situations the best. You got to control the runners and the running game, those things, but you got to be able to get the big punch out too when you need it. And I don't know. I think as the season develops, we'll see what happens. I would think Martin would be our guy now. I'm not sure though. I mean, I don't think he's got any games yet. His lines have looked good and he's felt good, and he's a guy who locates. So we'll see what happens and how everything unfolds.
Do you guys have confidence that if you need something that CY and ownership will figure out a way to get that player in here?
Absolutely. Again, that was one of the biggest things with CY is, he's made it clear that if we're in that situation to go out there and win, that he's going to do whatever it takes to help us get there. As players, that's one of the biggest encouragements that you can have is, that you're going to be able to go out there and make it. It's a big energy boost for the clubhouse, for the entire team, for the fan base. You go out there and you pick up a big arm. Honestly, I'm not positive we would have been there in the World Series without them.
Well, I love it, man. Thank you so much for coming back and for all the great things you've done for the Rangers already. Nathan Eovaldi here on 105.3 The Fan. Congrats and best of luck to you, sir. Have a great season.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Cheers. There he goes, Nathan Eovaldi here as we're broadcasting live from spring training. He went 3 innings today, struck out 3 guys, had a couple of hits, and gave up the 1 run. But the Rangers are taking it to the Guardians once again. So Sands will join us here in the next 30, 45 minutes, something like that. As soon as it goes final, he'll be making an appointment to join us. Let's go around the Luka a little bit. Is this really what just made the front office decide they had to move on? Wolchuk's Top 10 is coming up as well, and we're back right here. It's the GBag Nation, The Fan.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the GBag Nation. We just had Nathan Evaldi on the show. That was fantastic. He's always a 10 out of 10 for a player interview perspective. He knocks it out of the park, has all the great insights and stories and, thoughts and opinions, and you just love it. And that's why he is one of the absolute team leaders. You can go back with the YouTube app, the Twitch app, the Odyssey app, whatever you want to do there, if you want to jump back and listen to anything that you might have missed throughout the broadcast day. Okay, obviously it's a Luka reaction Wednesday as well here. Have you guys ever been in a situation where maybe it happened to you or somebody you were observing that they were so annoyed by somebody? Maybe it was you. You're just so annoyed by somebody and you had the realization the biggest problem here is not their behavior, but it's my reaction. How annoyed I am is actually the biggest problem in this deal. I don't know. I think that's what happened with the Mavs and Luka. Sure, it's not ideal, but your reaction made a way bigger deal out of it than it needed to be. Sam Amick in The Athletic story opens up talking about the chance of thank you, Nico, that Lakers fans were serenading Nico with last night there at Crypto Arena or whatever they call it. And it was just kind of like, how did we get here type of deal. And today on Mavericks Twitter, they're like, oh, they're spreading more about Luka, trying to slander him. And if this is all they got, then they have no chance. I mean, you would have to be worse than the White House Cowboys. You'd have to be like Lamar Odom level, right? Wouldn't you? In order to be like, oh, I
think it's
see.
about the player. I think this is about. Seriously, I said it earlier. I think it's about him going out and getting Anthony Davis. That's what I think this is really about.
Well, yeah. In order to get Anthony Davis, you would have to be so low on Luka that you think Anthony Davis is somehow better.
Right? No, he is
you
so
would have
high.
to hear he is at Richard Hunter's brothel in Las Vegas after a 3-day crack bender.
After all the injury things that Davis has gone through and all that stuff.
Yeah.
In his mind, he thinks that player is better than Luka.
That's crazy.
But that's where you're at. I mean, sometimes you get general managers that walk in there and they covet a player.
Yeah.
And they will do whatever they have to do in order to get that player. And it was easy for him to sacrifice Luka because of off the court stuff.
Yeah.
That's why
So what is the off the court stuff? I think is the biggest question. How bad?
It's not bad. The off the court stuff's not bad.
That's what I'm saying. Is I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop for it to be bad.
It's not. It's not going to be bad.
Yeah, all it is.
It's not going to be bad.
It's they're banking on physically. Luka Dončić's body does not age well.
Yeah,
and there's been nothing to show you, even with his off the court habits that they don't like, whether it's drinking and smoking hookah and whatever the hell it is, that show that that's going to happen. Anthony Davis is 31 years old. And what happened the second he got on the floor for you? He got hurt.
I mean, if my superstar likes hookah and drinking beer, I'm like, wow, is that as bad as it gets?
There's certain players.
Are there any other vices?
Like when we're talking about a guy who every time he's got some, I mean, he's had 73 points against the Hawks.
See, Nico cannot make this trade with Mark Cuban as the owner.
No.
It ain't happening.
Because there would be somebody
he had to
around to be like, no, that's not how it works in the NBA.
The first opportunity that he got to move on from Luka with new ownership in place that's probably not paying attention to what's going on.
Exactly.
He pulled the okie doke on
He
that.
did.
He maneuvered in here like the entire league thought Luka was as bad as he thought he was.
Yes.
Like, I can't believe
Absolutely.
I'm getting Anthony Davis for this distressed asset.
If Nico walks in there, who was hired by Mark Cuban, he walks in there and says, "Hey, boss, thinking about trading Luka Dončić. What do you think about that?"
No way.
What? You kidding me?
Like, it's amazing how all of this is, oh, man, Nico was a Kobe guy. He loved Kobe, saw how Kobe worked. If Kobe was still with us and Nico had called him and said, hey, I'm thinking about trading Luka, Kobe would have said, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
This is moronic. What are you thinking? Like,
It's
Gigi's
unbelievable.
favorite player was Luka.
Yeah.
I mean, I was listening to Jeannie Buss on with Rich Eisen the other day, and she was talking about how cool it is now and how happy Kobe would be that Luka's a Laker. Like, all of this is such BS, man. And, hey, maybe we look back and in 5 years, Nico could be proven right. But as we sit here today
Or
right
5
now,
years, he's back in Beaverton, Oregon with
you're
Nike.
slandering a guy that has done nothing for you but give him his all, played his heart out. And for the Maverick fans out there that are like, good riddance to Luka, I mean, I can't fathom your perspective.
So slandering would be saying something that's not true with you knowing it's not true. I think if they could slander right now, that would be a much bigger story than they call him lazy. They talk about weight issues that were a frequent frustration. They talk about social habits, and he's got a taste for beer and hookah, and they think that it'll lead to a catastrophe in the next 5 years or so. Like, Anthony Davis is already at that point in his career where an injured guy sort of goes out to pasture. You're hoping to squeeze the final juice out of that lemon. Like, what could be worse than projecting over the next 5 years with 32-year-old stars who have massive injury history?
Luka had a problem with everybody that Nico put in place. That's the issue now.
Well, Nico got rid of everybody that liked Luka.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Because
That's what I'm
he
saying.
didn't like Luka.
That's what I'm saying.
He wanted to get rid of all of his allies. That's a Nico problem.
That's exactly right. It came down to, listen, like, you want. I mean, we saw it. We saw it with the Cowboys, with Mike McCarthy and him getting rid of getting rid of guys like Leon Lett and others, and all of a sudden, what did Jerry Jones do? Okay, watch me get rid of Rob Davis and Joe Philbin and all these other guys you like to have around. This turned into a personal battle.
It did. It did, and it's going to be the worst trade in Texas sports history. I do want to even acknowledge that Luka was massively out of shape last night still. Like, he was traded, a beast was supposed to be awakened. Well, that beast did not make him work on his cardio, because last night he's huffing and puffing. They got to take him out. Like, his cardio is a massive issue, so I'll acknowledge everything that what Nico believes could be true. It's still not.
I think that's just part of it, though, Dawson.
I'll take that fat, lazy, non-cardio guy on my team any day.
Yeah,
all that
totally
criticism,
will.
I think, is total bull.
It is, and it's not even significant. Like, if you're trying to justify it, again, that's why I'm not going to rule out the tin hat conspiracy that they put him on the Lakers, and now they're just trying to figure out any sort of an explanation that makes sense. There's just nothing that's credible. But I mean, the most likely explanation is your really inexperienced GM and massively inexperienced owner just didn't realize how bad of a mistake they were making.
He waited till ownership changed.
Yeah,
to make this deal.
Okay, we got a top 10 at 420. Well, Chuck, where are you taking us?
All right, National Pistachio Day. I think pistachios are delicious.
They're good.
What are the best nuts to eat? 877-881-1053. Top 10 nuts next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, Nation. Bottom of the 8th inning now in Crosstown. Rangers lead the Guardians. It's 5-4. Looking to improve to, I guess that'd be 2-3, 2-4 on the year, something like that. Looking for their second spring training win. Anyway, it's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Franklin Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas, it's the Frankels. Our spring training coverage brought to you by Asco Equipment, your heavy equipment partner since 1960. And the on-time experts, air conditioning and plumbing, same-day service guaranteed. Here he is, Zach with an H. Your Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much. All right, National Pistachio Day. We've got the top 10 best nuts to eat. Now, be an adult, Brian, okay? So as I teased it out, you were like laughing over there, like,
I wasn't laughing.
Nuts.
Laughing at your inability to have cocktails with us today.
I'm doing a great job
You're
over
really
here.
not.
I'm attempting to pace myself. All right, I'm
Okay.
attempting.
All right.
I've already had several.
That's what you're calling that?
Brian, how many times have we had shots been brought over during broadcasts on remotes?
Yeah.
You turn them down. Who has to take them? Me.
You.
I take them.
Wolchuk.
So don't be sunning me over here.
But we're not having one of those times now.
I know. I'm drinking with you, buddy. I'm here.
Not
We're in this
really.
together. All right, fill her up. Fill her up.
Are you on number 3 right now? I'll
Pass it
reset.
over.
I'll
Pass it over.
reset her.
I'm
Go
acting
ahead.
like I'm at the
Can I
Florida
get a
Georgia
top
game.
off? Give me a little top off.
Okay, I will while you do this segment. I'll
Thank
help
you.
you out.
I appreciate
I'm
it.
standing up. Here we go. All right, thanks, man.
877-881-1053. What's your favorite nut to eat, of course? Gosh, see, it's just
Why did you pick
can't
this
say
segment?
anything
Don't you
around
feel
these
like
guys.
Why are we doing this?
Do you
It's
feel like
Pistachio Day.
do you feel like
Pistachios are delicious.
nuts are some nuts better placed in like other food items, or
Like,
and then
like
some nuts are better to
brownies?
just sort of eat out of the bag?
Like
Like what
peanut
kind of food
M&Ms.
items?
Peanut M&Ms are delish. Some walnuts on some chocolate fudge brownies, delicious.
Yeah.
Macadamia nut cookies. Is that where you're going?
Like
with
I'm
this?
not I'm not just eating macadamia nuts out of the bag, but you tell me it's a macadamia nut cookie or whatever, and I'm totally in on it. So I feel like there's sort of a differentiation with some nuts are just out of the bag nuts. Other nuts need to be infused into a cookie or a brownie or whatever it is.
I hear you. Like I feel like the peanut, the cashew, and the almond are all going to stand alone just fine. Maybe a little salt, you're good.
Yeah, the cashew, the pecan, I think can stand alone. The
Pecan is
pistachio,
really good.
The almond, 100%.
Yep.
I love a good peanut. You know, a honey roasted peanut. Any type of peanut's really good.
Yeah, I do think the best like out of the can or
Oh, my
whatever
arm's
bag.
locking.
Oh, sorry. This
Wow!
is awesome.
Wow! Look at that pour.
He's gonna
That was that. There
Oh, my
was
shoulder.
that was
I'm not gonna make
that
it
was
to the end
10
of the show.
seconds of hang time
My
on
shoulder.
that Tito's.
I'm sorry, man. My
Yeah, but
shoulder
I'm gonna
locked
have to-
on me a little
I
bit
might
there.
have to tap out during
Krusty's
the
cocktail corner.
This is not.
That's all right. That's all right. Yeah, I'm sure you guys will be inspired by something or another.
Give me the cashew though. Give me the cashew.
good.
Is
It's
the,
underrated.
is the number one if I'm just snacking on something.
Yeah, a lot
I
of
think-
health benefits to it
Yes.
too.
Is it
100%.
okay?
Yeah.
Cool. There's like a softness to it. That's also why I like the pecans, like a chocolate covered pecan or whatever.
Oh.
Like there's a softness to it that just it sort of melts away in your mouth a little bit.
I like a good honey roasted.
Yeah.
You know, I'm like warm and toasted. Like Buc-ee's will do that for you when it comes to the pecans. A little bit of sugar on there. Now that takes away the health factor. But they're nice.
Do you guys have the patience to fight through
We're
the?
pictures of health over here.
Do you guys have the patience to fight through the
Lucius is.
shelled pistachios? Or do you
Absolutely.
just, oh, really? Okay. So you
It's
don't-
much better with the shell. The pacing of
Do they get dry?
pistachios that are outside of the shell, it's too much. So I think it delivers the ideal snacking experience.
My favorite is pistachio ice cream.
I do love that.
I mean, I think it's excellent.
I don't think I've had pistachio.
You have to have the chunks of it in there, though, right? Like sometimes
the
you'll
dust
get one.
with the chunks, I
Yes.
think, is okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Lucius, I know you're a big Rocky Road fan.
Hey, Lucius, welcome to the game.
Hey, what's up, man?
And there are not.
Drank a gallon of
is it
water
almonds?
today.
Is it almonds that are in Rocky Road?
Yes, it sure is. And they're amazing. I like them.
So have you had the pistachio ice cream? Do you enjoy pistachios?
I've never had the pistachio ice cream. I do like pistachios. Unlike the general, I do like to crack the shell first.
Yeah.
Something about getting, putting that work in to get to the nut. You know what I mean? There's something
Absolutely.
about it, bro.
Yeah.
It's
feel
a
like you
rewarding feeling, huh?
satisfying.
You earned that nut.
Yeah.
You earned it.
I like walnuts and pecans.
Wow.
Walnuts, they're shaped like your brain, so I heard they're good for your brain.
Mhm.
And cashews, you guys were talking about cashews. If you
Cashews are
eat like a
great.
handful of cashews or more, it puts you in a good mood.
How about the almond?
It really does. Science puts you in the mood, man. Science, bro.
Science.
Yeah, cashews, I think they're good for diabetics, too. Like, it does some good magic with your blood sugar.
Nice.
Look at that. God be looking
Learned that
out for
from
us,
Henson.
bro. God be looking out for us.
100%.
I'm not even going to look that up. I'm just going to trust the general
I got
on
a couple nut questions for you guys.
Yeah.
There's two nuts that I've never heard of that are on this list as honorable mentions.
Okay.
Gingo nuts.
Spell that for me. Gingo, like
It's like-
Gingo.
I might have butchered the pronunciation. Ginkgo.
Is that like the stuff that's good for your brain?
Is that-
like memory?
Ginkgo biloba.
That's what I was thinking.
See that on while The Price is Right is on. There's a lot of Ginkgo biloba
Yes,
commercials.
they are from the biloba tree. Yes.
You're not getting those questions right?
See if you can make a putt.
Club.
And then the other one is the cola nuts. Kola nuts.
Okay.
Cola?
Cola. So like cola, like Coca-Cola, but with a K instead of a C.
Like koala nuts.
Yeah, kind of, except
What if he's
cola.
Hawaiian?
Just with the one A. I do like a good cola.
You'll find the cola tree in West Africa's rainforests. Let's see. Not your typical nut in the peanut sense, more like a starchy, bitter seed packed inside a pod that looks like a bumpy greenish brown fruit.
What would we pair that
It's
with?
like a fig.
Taste-wise, they're an acquired vibe. Bitter and astringent at first,
that'd
like
be
a
a-
jolt of espresso with a woody edge.
That'd be a no.
Oh my gosh!
Got
and then
caffeine in there?
Those chocolate-covered espresso beans. Oh, those are delightful.
They leave a faint sweetness as you chew.
Okay.
And there is actually caffeine in these nuts.
All right.
That kick
Cola
comes
nuts.
from
What about
caffeine,
plastic?
they say. Cola nuts are loaded with it, more than coffee beans per gram.
There you go.
Wow.
Load them up for a nice trail ride.
Energy nuts.
Be buzzing the whole
I like
afternoon.
a good energy nut. Honorable mentions here. We got chestnuts.
Roasting on an open fire?
Like some Joey Jaws nuts.
Oh yeah. Black walnuts.
Huh.
Black walnuts?
Yeah.
Yeah.
As opposed to just run-of-the-mill
Yeah,
walnuts?
regular walnuts. Yeah, these are the black walnuts. They're better.
They come from
better.
Juglin's tree, a big, rugged native of eastern North America.
And then the Brazil nut is number 11. That's
I'm a
the
big fan of
big one.
Brazilians.
The black nut is considered to be walnut, excuse me.
that what you like?
Wilder, tougher, and they pack more of a punch. The
Oh, ain't
nut
that
is
a
the
bitch?
seed inside. The nut is the seed inside a hard green husk
Thank God
that
for
looks like a
Lucius.
lumpy tennis ball and turns black and mushy as it ripens. Messy stuff to crack open.
And 817, we didn't shove Brian in the room over there. He's actually the big winner in all of this. He's got his own little room.
He's got his own mini bar in
by
there.
himself. He's cocktailing it up. He's mixing it up. He's serving. He's pouring.
I told Carter,
otherwise-
I told Carter that's the drunk tank over there. And Bryce is in.
He's in the penalty box. Here's your top 10 best nuts on National Pistachio Day.
Good call, Lucius. Good
Number
call.
10, we got the pine nut. Can't say I've had a pine nut.
The pine nut. All right, I'm on it.
Good smell.
Comes out of the pine cone.
Good
pine
smell,
cone.
yeah. Good smell.
Number 9 is the coconut.
Oh.
Oh, man.
Big old nut.
I'm becoming more and more fond of the coconut. I'll tell you
Coconut
what-
water.
Okay.
Coconut water.
I hate
Coconut
the
water.
Shredded coconut.
Coconut water's
It's
good.
the texture of it. I can't stand it.
There's
I like
coconut?
flavor, but I can't do like an Almond Joy. Like the grainy texture of the coconut just off-puts
I'm
me.
with you. They have.
You got issues, bro.
They've evolved.
That's been established.
The coconut snacks that you find at like
Tell me
a
something I don't know.
at like a Costco or something. They have some really good coconut snacks out there that I become a little bit more appreciative of the coconut itself.
Doesn't the Girl Scouts have a cookie that has coconut in it?
They do the Almond Joy.
But
What?
have you guys ever
Right? They're the Almond Joys? No,
have you guys
they're
ever
not.
cracked open a real coconut
Yes, yes.
and drank out of it? It's unbelievable, right,
Yes,
Lucius?
Yes. Yeah, you get a drill and you open it up, and then you can eat like the little meat that's on the inside of the nut.
Yeah, it's special. Whenever I went to Mexico to visit my wife's family, one of her cousins just literally, it was incredible.
Was that
You
after
blinked your eyes, and he just climbed up this tree, ripped a coconut down, started hacking away at it. Next thing you know, we're popping a straw in there, and I'm
It's good for
drinking it.
hydration.
Yes, and it tastes better than like your run-of-the-mill coconut waters that you buy at the store or whatever.
Well, that's a trick.
I'm in.
We've got coming. I need
Can
to
you use
find
this a
out
mixer?
the name of that Girl Scout cookie.
Samoas.
The Samoas. Thank you very much.
You
And
said
yeah,
Almond
I
Joy.
turned
What are you
those down.
doing?
Well, the Almond Joy was on the top of my mind, right? It's the chocolate that has the coconut in it.
God.
So that's why. You didn't know the name of it either.
Well, I
you
was
picking
just-
fights over here. Do you want to fight? We can fight if you want. Jesus.
just wondering.
You guys should
Just
fight
put
each
Travis
other.
Hunter back there and let him return damn kicks, right? Don't be a coward, Brian. Number 8 are hazelnuts. It's a good flavor for coffee.
That is good flavor. I don't
Couldn't
like
place
coffee,
it.
but a good flavor. I like the smell.
Number 7's the walnut.
All right.
6 is a peanut.
At a ball game, that's a good thing.
It's interesting that the peanut is not even in the Mount Rushmore of nuts. It's like the most popular nut.
But it's not even in the top 5.
Yeah.
No. Here's your top 5. Number 5 are the almonds, which is healthy and good for the heart. Number 4 are pecans.
Yeah.
Number 3 is the
Pecan pie,
macadamia
please.
nut.
Oh my God.
Cookies.
So good. 2 is the pistachios on National Pistachio Day. And pistachios are divine.
They've had it come up ever since they started making pistachio
You
ice
can
cream.
use the dust in cooking a lot of things on chicken for crust
love
and things
that
like that. Pretty good.
But number 1, the best nut to eat, is the cashew nut.
Boom.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
I do like the cashew. I've always thought the cashew
Number
was
one?
underrated. I'm not going to argue with that one. I think this is solid.
Okay.
I can't fight you on that one.
Oh, jeez.
Appreciate you, Wolchuk.
Yeah, no problem, dude.
Top 10 at 420 every afternoon here in the GBag Nation on 105.3
You weren't
The Fan.
overly impressed with that list.
Nice
huh?
job, old Chuck.
Well, I
Dawson
was just
really wasn't
listening
paying
to the jam
attention, I believe.
in the background.
So they're eating
know?
chips.
Took me back.
He was trying to figure out who number 74 was for
This is
the
the number
Royals.
1 nut song of all time.
It is.
great nut
yeah.
song.
And the opening skit to this song, it's just incredible.
Great
It's
nuts,
hilarious.
yeah.
Nuts to this
Back
song.
in the early 90s, every album came with a comedy skit along with your songs there for a while. It was pretty fun. All right, is Jared Sandler set to join us? Is that game over yet? Rangers and Guardians cross town. It's 5-4. Are we still
It's
in the
over.
bottom of the 8th? It's over now?
7-4 Rangers got the dub.
Yes. Nice. Let's go. Second win of spring training, and we'll try to wrangle Jared Sandler. Coming up at 5:30 or 5:20, rather, we'll hear from Jock Peterson in a clubhouse conversation with Eric and Zach that you do not want to miss. I think we'll get Sands in here, though, coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, good.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nothing.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. We're live in spring training. It's the GBag Nation on the Fan, and Jared Sandler's going to join us here in just a second. A developing news situation on sports Twitter. NBA Centel, the Ballsack account that is probably climbed the ranks to the top spot as far as volume and success, they've been canceled?
Yeah, it looks like it, Dawson. That's what Twitter is alleging right now. Screenshots and memes going around that Adam Silver, I don't know, the latest one to get sacked by them was Colin Cowherd. Remember we talked about that the other day?
Yeah.
He got ball sacked on the
Luka
fake
jerseys
report.
being banned.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so I wonder if he was able to, if he has the power to strong arm them and get them out of there. I don't know. Because, I mean, they've been crushing. They got like almost 500,000 followers.
Yeah,
they've been crushing for years, sacking people daily.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden, they're gone.
They were in good taste ball sacks as well. You know, it's not like they were doing anything vulgar.
Yeah.
You know, it was just good pranks.
Good, tried and true ball sacks.
Unbelievable. Hopefully they get back as Jared Sandler joins us now. His updates brought to you by Advanced Hair Restoration. Go to advancedhair.com. And a good afternoon, Jared. How the heck are you?
Guys, I'm great. The battle for the iron ukulele went in favor of the Rangers today. They picked up their ever-important second active win. Second one I've heard of always. I mean, I don't see why they don't win out from here now.
I love it. I love it, Jared. You're much enthusiasm for this ball club as anybody.
How would you power rank the ukulele with the other ukulele instruments?
Well, I mean, if you're just the different types of metals, is that what you're asking?
Of course.
Yeah, I mean, everyone knows, Zach, and it's kind of a dumb question. The platinum ukulele is superior to all other ukuleles.
I want to tee you up to just go off on it, but hell, I'm just going to go and troll.
Well, I mean, don't ask a dumb question. If you
Hey,
ask
Jared, the only question I have for you today, do we have a spatula at the barbecue area tonight?
Oh, you know, I haven't looked, but I feel pretty good that we do. And if we don't, then I'll just run to that Walmart. Yeah.
Par for the course for you. Misinformation.
If the Airbnb has a pit boss with a flat top and a smoker and pellets ready to rock, but they don't have a spatula, that'll be the ultimate ball sacking.
Yeah, that's so true, actually. I'm still just kind of appalled at Zach's question, not knowing about the platinum ukulele. I mean, I don't even know how he got a job on air, but the iron ukulele is commonly thought of as the fourth best type of ukulele in America. Now in Brazil, Brazil, the iron ukulele is second behind the platinum ukulele. But the really cool thing is in Australia, the titanium ukulele is a big part of their culture, but not something here in America.
Okay.
Not quite as big as the didgeridoo, I've heard, but still quite a cultural event down
Iron
there.
ukulele, you got
somebody.
The Iron Man, Iron Mike trophy, Iron Horse trophy,
Iron Skillet.
Iron Skillet,
Iron Giant, solid movie.
All right, Jared, could you spell ukulele?
Wait, yeah, of course I can spell ukulele. I had to look it up to make sure that I was typing it out properly.
Fight on, bro. Fight on. Fight on.
UKE, UKU. Hey, I'm dyslexic. UKULELE.
Yeah, you got it.
Nice job,
On your
Jared
third
Sandler
try,
with
you
us.
nailed it.
You're on your home
Yeah,
of the
you're
Rangers.
Right, you're right.
That was a stupid question.
G-U-I.
What can you tell us about the game today, Sands? Any impressive pitching performances?
Yeah, well, Nathan Eovaldi pitched, and he did a nice job. So you'll see one run on over 3 innings, but he almost got through 3 innings without giving up a run. He gave up a little bloop single, and then gave up a hard hit ball after that. But he looked good. He was so efficient. He ended up throwing some pitches in the bullpen after his outing. So he looked really good. You know, Cole Winn pitched at the end, and I bring him up just because he's a former first-round pick. I'm curious to see what his role is. I don't think he makes the team out of camp, but I do think that he gets an opportunity out of the bullpen at some point this year. If he can just throw just a little bit more, within the zone at times with a fastball, I think that would go a long way. Dane Dunning looked really good with 2 scoreless. Jacob Webb looked really good. And so, good pitching today, and then offensively for the Rangers. Really not a whole lot from, their starters, but Nick Ahmed, I think one of Eric's favorite players, he hit a home run, and so you guys are going to have to be in the clubhouse tomorrow to ask him about it.
I think it's a mod, but yeah, you nailed it.
You should go with the mod.
You should.
What's that?
How much do you look forward to us doing these interviews every morning now?
It's honestly, I love it. I'm like, it's bad for me because I don't do the work that I need to do because I just overhear. I just like to, you guys can send me the interviews, but there's something different about seeing the reactions from people in the audience you guys get in the club. That's what I hope people know, and I hope you guys convey that when you're doing these interviews, there are people that are on the couch relaxing, and all of a sudden their head perks up, and they look and like they are tuning into this interview because they're so entertained. I take great joy in seeing the smiles on other people's faces when you guys are asking these questions.
It's an honor to have you courtside, Jared.
I love being courtside for you, Eric.
Now,
What's your favorite nut?
It is National Pistachio Day.
Oh, really? Man. A Meg? What about a nutmeg? The right one? I think the right one for me is probably superior.
Jared, okay, the right one.
Was.
Yeah, Jared Sandler, a little tighter, I suppose.
To the right.
I'm a southpaw.
Okay, makes sense. I see that.
Jared, you get to know these guys pretty good. Where does hookah and light beer rank amongst athletes in their 20s vices? And how would a responsible team look at that if one of their players maybe wasn't in their best of shape, and you looked into it and you found out that that's kind of how he was passing the time? Would any team in baseball move on from one of the best players over that?
Oh gosh, I don't think so. Is this like a Luka comparison? No.
Yeah.
I don't think so at all. I think if you're like the Luka equivalent is like a guy who's got like a near 1,000 OPS and is a Gold Glove finalist and is the aircraft carrier in your lineup and like an MVP candidate. And I don't think that light beer and hookah. As a matter of fact, that's usually encouraged in baseball. I mean, Babe Ruth, if all he was doing was light beer and hookah, they'd be disappointed in him. So, I don't think that would be prohibitive at all.
I heard Babe Ruth had a glass of bourbon with breakfast every day.
That doesn't surprise me, and I know that there are major leaguers who like rip heaters during the game sometimes still. So, like, what are you going to trade a guy because he wins a Cy Young, but it goes through half a pack, in the middle innings? Like, come on. I'm not advocating for it, but like I don't think that's going to make or break their roster status.
Yeah, and it does require more conditioning across different sports, but I think the comparison plays for sure. What's on the schedule tomorrow, Jared? Rangers are back here, right?
Yeah, back there. The Mariners are coming to town.
Mariners are in town,
big bad
and the
Mariners.
Cubs.
Yeah. Brought on top of it. He knows. He's ready.
I'm trying. Hey, Jared, I'm going to ask you a question about Walcott. Have you seen a player at that size that has as quick as hands as he does getting rid of the ball?
Yeah, that's one of the reports on him. Quick hands in the box and into the field. Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Broadus.
No, it's amazing to me at a guy that's that length that's able to. You would think that there would be some kind of hitch or something, like from like glove to hand to getting rid of it. I was amazed at the play he made here yesterday with that. How quick the transfer was and getting it out of his glove.
Yeah. So one of the I guess more popular comparisons as far as that specific ability of his is Manny Machado. Now Manny's not as tall, but he is a bigger guy. Manny's 6'2", 6'3" or so.
Right.
And, he's got really quick hands. So that's one that I've heard people share quite a bit when it comes to Walcott's hands, and it's not just in the field. It translates in the box as well. But definitely in the field, like you observe. You got that scout's eye no matter the sport. How's that lawnmower, that whatever they're doing in front of you? How would you evaluate that guy's performance?
I tell you what, he is. I've never kind of figured out there standing in front of the mound right now, and I don't know if they're blowing the dust and dirt back onto the mound.
Looks like it.
I'm kind of confused. Yesterday I saw him dropping some kind of seeds or something along the baseline to maybe.
That was interesting. I was wondering, was that fertilizer?
I didn't know what it was, and I was I'm trying to take some notes about yard work here. I like the shovels that really have holes in them that you can kind of like sift through the dirt. I'm
with you on everything you just said.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
Hey, can I ask you guys a question?
Yeah.
Unrelated, because should we have a cornhole tournament tonight? I mean, we've got a whole cornhole court or whatever.
No.
Yes.
Okay.
We're lucky if we get the food cooked right tonight.
I'm ready to get competitive.
Yeah. Okay.
Sounds good to me, Jared.
Jared,
All
you're going to
right,
end up with a
sounds good.
bloody nose. You know this.
We'll see you soon, buddy. Have that grill ready.
See you
We are
guys.
coming over to throw down and have ourselves a hell of a time over at Sandspot as we continue live here in spring training Surprise Stadium. And it's amazing to watch this this group of guys
Tell
work.
me about it. You guys were laughing at me.
The main guys have like college
yeah,
degrees on how to take care of this grass.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They are experts. They probably go 4 or 5 hours after the final pitch every afternoon getting this thing all beautiful for the next day.
When you talk about just like satisfying things to look at,
Yeah.
just looking at the field, and then obviously their work, the process of it all. But you
Now,
walk in and it catches your eye immediately. Like, I just want to stare at this field for like 10 minutes and soak it in.
Can I make an observation? The guy that's working down the first baseline looks at his phone way too much.
Yeah.
He's not paying attention to
He's
really.
milking the clock. He's hourly.
He's not, man. He's not doing his job. He's looking at his phone way too much for this job.
Well, I mean, he's raking the first baseline. It's
But
you know,
watch,
he's one
he's
of the
going
new
to stop
guys.
here in 35 seconds and pull his phone out.
Would they call that dude Landman, the new guy, the worm? You know?
Oh, you think he's
kind
the
of a
worm?
gopher dude? Yeah, he's just killing time while the other important guys do their science on this beautiful yard.
He's got a little wood hauler's ass, don't you think,
I think so. I think that's a fair evaluation there.
Well, thanks to our sponsors, Asco Equipment, your heavy equipment partner since
I'll drink to that.
1960, and the on-time experts, air conditioning and plumbing same-day
Whoops,
service.
almost hit my mic there.
Guaranteed. Jock Peterson Clubhouse Conversation coming up in the Expressway at 5:20. It's all football next, though, Chief, in addition to the finest.
That's right. New Bears coach Ben Johnson puts his nuts on the line for National Pistachio Day next in the nation.
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We are live at spring training in Surprise. Our coverage brought to you by Asco Equipment, your heavy equipment partner since 1960, and on-time experts, air conditioning and plumbing, same-day service guaranteed. We're about 15 minutes now from the expressway. Jock Peterson is going to join the guys down in the clubhouse, have a nice little conversation. I think we're going to hear from maybe Cody Bradford, Tyler Malley at 6 o'clock. So we got everything surrounded, including a very fast-evolving world of NFL news. This news cycle is moving quick, and here's Chief with an edition of the finest.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, I would like to just start with the impressive width and strength aesthetically on the neck of Abdul Carter, who is probably the best player in this draft. Maybe the number 1 overall pick, edge rusher, Penn State, gonna be a beast, is a beast, and I saw him at the podium. The neck stood out in a very, very impressive way. So just your first little football's finest nugget there. Now, we talked yesterday about the ball sack report about Gronk potentially returning, making a comeback to the NFL, eyeing the Broncos. That was a fake report.
That was ball sack?
Yes, that was
I told
fake.
so many people Gronk was coming back.
Yes.
Are you serious?
You told people.
Yeah.
I was in the process of...
Family was asking me, like, hey, Gronk the Cowboy, what do you think? I'm like, look, if he's coming back, there's nobody that throws a better seam ball than Dak. So the Cowboys would definitely be interested in Gronk. Now you're telling me this was a ball sacking.
Yes, yes, and it's disappointing because I would have loved to have seen it, but unfortunately that is not a real report, and so he actually commented on it. He said, crazy, bro, which is the most obvious first 2-word answer. First sentence
Crazy, bro.
of his response.
I got to remember that one.
Crazy, bro.
Crazy, bro.
Period. And then he goes, they must know something about me that I don't. I wish I still had those powers because that would be cool if I did. But I was just in Australia for a few days. Now it's time to relax a little. No football.
Yeah, he knows the bend, the flex that it takes to get leverage, the ability to burst and all that. It's gone, and it's a sad day when you realize that.
He's just been watching Kelsey play.
Yeah, he's like, man, I'd be worse than that.
Man,
I don't
can
want
you
to do
imagine
that.
Gronk, the party animal that he is and was?
Yeah.
Like Bill Belichick just said, you know what? We can't. Like, this isn't a champion. We can't have this on our team, the work ethic. Like, this isn't the type of dude that we want on our football team.
He's already breaking down.
Party too much. You're hurt all the, it's just, we got to trade you.
I mean, Belichick was keeping Hernandez on the squad.
I was about to say Hernandez would be more of a concern.
But arguably greatest tight end of all time.
Hernandez?
Party animal.
Yeah,
No,
for
Brian.
What?
Gronk.
Oh, yeah.
And for Gronk, I mean, what a life he's living now. He's totally earned it with the way he saved his money, with how well he played. He's got the championships, he's got the stats, he's got it all.
He's stealing on media things now too.
And yeah, he's got the media career.
Which, goodness gracious, we probably should get him to do something else. I like him on
you
the
don't enjoy
podcast.
watching the train wreck or the
Well, he's
potential.
terrible.
Right, like, because it
Guy's
is a train
terrible.
wreck.
He's
Guy's
not
But he is
terrible.
bad.
He is
It's
terrible.
funny.
He's absolutely
It's funny.
terrible.
If you
bad.
just look at him
He's
like
terrible.
sort of like look at him like Gronk.
It's like the
Gronk.
payload.
Yeah,
it's
right.
like, it's funny because he's trying his hardest, but it's not good.
Yeah.
Well said, Wolchuk. So one of
I
the
agree with you,
more
Wolchuk.
I love you, Peyton.
about what the load.
That it's better than the payload?
Gronk's better than the payload.
Yeah, I would say that, yeah.
Probably go payload over Gronk.
But I know you're a big AM on the FM guy.
There you go. Now you're talking.
I have done a couple of. I have dipped my toes in the AM
You
on
love
the FM
jumping on
waters.
KNC whenever it's a, what does this button do?
So one of the more interesting parts of the NFLPA survey is that Patriots players complained about
Their plane?
the team plane.
It's an old one.
It must be.
It's got ashtrays in the seats.
Ooh. Why is anybody complaining about an ashtray in the acting as like a cup holder or whatever?
I heard that plane is not the most stable.
Yeah, I think it would just make you nervous. Like, man, when was this thing built?
Exactly.
What else are they skimping on? They can't even put new seats in here. Do we have new motors?
Yeah.
Can somebody help me here and find the team that got 32 out of 32 dead balls last worst on team travel? Because the Patriots were 31st. Like, who was worse?
Where were the Eagles? I think the Eagles were complaining about their seats on their plane weren't very good.
Yeah, the Eagles coaches get to sit in first class. The players don't. They're upset about it. I get it. But who Who was dead balls last because
I
the
have a
Patriots
feeling-
got an F on travel.
Yeah, I have a feeling. I think the Eagles got F as well. Check the Arizona Cardinals. They're like D or F on a lot of their things.
Yeah, their players hate their owners.
Cardinals overall got 32nd.
Yeah, there we go.
So the Cardinals are the worst. That's cool. Clayton Adams couldn't
And they've
wait to
got
get
a
out of
plane too. Also,
Team travel, they were 20th.
oh, okay, my bad.
I'm going to have to find this. I don't know a faster way to get through it. I'm just going to have to do some old school investigation work for you on this, Chief.
No problem. Thank you very much.
Let Wolchuk do it. He's not doing anything right now.
I got you guys.
Kidding me, dude? His sausage fingers are working that keyboard.
Yeah.
So 39% of Patriots players report having a comfortable amount of personal space, and that's on team flights, and that's the lowest.
I've been on Cowboy charters, and I think they're pretty good.
Yeah. Well, and there's no Wi-Fi on their plane either. And somebody said our plane is the worst thing.
Ooh.
Size, space, safety
Yeah.
is not
Safety,
conducive to
safety, I've heard on.
preparedness for athletic performance.
Guys, I'm telling you, if my team plane does not have it, I'm raising hell for a good season or two.
I'm telling
Going
you
into season 3, I'm passing the hat around this locker room. We're going to get
Dawson.
Wi-Fi on this bird.
Give me. You have them in front of you, air travel, by any chance?
No,
Can you look up the Broncos?
I can look up the Broncos.
Look up the Broncos because Atlas Air, I've been on them with them in a charter. It's a 747 plane. It is the best.
Okay,
They get
Broncos
an
were an
A.
A? Yeah,
they
there you go.
They ranked 6th, but
Oh, there's somebody ahead of them?
yeah.
Wow, 5 teams?
Browns were a D. Panthers were a D. Bills were an F- on the team travel.
Ooh. That's not good.
That's not good.
That'd be a big deal for me, especially if you're on one of the coasts, having to fly all across the country. You're
I bet
looking
you the
at regular
Seahawks are pretty
4,
good. I bet you the
5
Seahawks
hours.
are good because they have to travel so much. The Seahawks.
And they're right next to Boeing. That would
Yeah,
make
the
sense.
Seahawks are an A-.
There you go. Yep.
So San Francisco.
Yeah.
The best one is the Miami Dolphins. Man, they are
Stephen Ross.
Why aren't the Dolphins better?
They got an incredible amount of A's.
Again, because when you have you can't have too many A's because then all of a sudden you're just doing everything that the players want. You're just Mr. Pushover. Tyreek Hill's quitting on the team in the middle of the game. Guys are showing up late to practice. They're not caring. When it's too much of a coddly A+, oh, this is all just rainbows and butterflies.
Yeah.
There's got to be a heavy-handed nature to this thing. We're still playing football. We're still
Okay, Vince
gladiators.
Lombardi,
Let's
here we
go out
go.
there and not quit.
Yeah.
Let's not put it in our players' heads that they could just quit on the team in the middle of a game because, oh, we're sad we're not getting targets or we don't like what the scoreboard
Bring
says or
back Cam
whatever.
Cameron. I'm all
It's
for that.
embarrassing. You don't want to go back to Cam Cameron. I would never do the fail forward guy at 1-15. That would be the disaster class of a lifetime other than Eberflus, which, of course, is a Cowboy, so good for us.
So what would you like to do with Tyreek Hill, who just had his wrist surgery? The guy who did quit.
That would be a non-starter for me. That would have
He's
been
not
a
on
get
the
off
team.
my field. Do the Antonio Brown thing. Take your clothes off now and get off my field. You don't belong here.
Wow.
Nothing. There's nothing you've done in the past to warrant why you should be doing this. You've been with the Dolphins, and all that's happened is you did nothing when you went back to Kansas City in the cold. Thank you. Like in big games, you've done nothing. So that's fine. Go back. You can go back and play in Kansas. Were you quitting on Kansas City?
Are you
No,
more
you
mad?
weren't. You're not going to quit on Andy Reid because Andy Reid's not going to let you
No,
show up
he
late
won't
to
quit,
practice and do all that kind of crap. Mike McDaniel, totally fine with that. The players are like, yeah, A+ everywhere, dude. I get paid a bunch of money. They overpay for me, and then we don't show up when it matters, and it doesn't matter. And I get to eat the best food, and I get to skip practice and quit on my team. It's the best place to ever work for. I make millions.
To your point, the champions, maybe the best run organization in the NFL right now, Eagles, 27th in treatment of families. They're not making it comfortable. That's not what the priorities. Locker room, D+, 25th.
I believe that.
And team travel, F, 30th.
Yeah, I believe that.
I don't know that you should. Thank God you have Pat Mahomes, I would say, for some of those grades. But yes, you
This
should
was
be.
Eagles. This was filthy.
It's Philadelphia.
Oh, that was filthy. Well,
I don't think the issue is in making it comfortable for your players and their families. It's in the psychology that it might reveal, that you're too worried about making it comfortable and not worried about football stuff. I think it's possible you could knock all of this out of the park, be an A+ model organization, and have very happy, satisfied players, but you can't do it all.
Yeah, you can't do it all. And I just think.
And what are you emphasizing?
Right, what are you emphasizing exactly? It's tough to be A+ in everything and then all of a sudden still have an environment that players have to take accountability for things. Okay, so the other report, we have a media beef off a little bit.
Let's go.
Ian Rappaport
imagine that.
versus Jordan Schultz. This is vet versus young buck.
Yeah.
Is Jordan Schultz the guy that we had him on?
We had him on. Yeah. He did.
Okay.
He was on.
So Ian Rappaport, it actually started with Jordan Schultz. He had the report about Tom Brady and Matthew Stafford having a face-to-face sit-down where Brady is
In
recruiting.
Montana?
Yes, in Montana on some level of a ski trip.
Brady has a home there.
Yeah, off-season home up there.
So Jordan Schultz painted this report of like this was an intentional sit-down. This wasn't like a
Hey, come and hang out with me deal?
Yeah, like exactly. Brady and Matthew Stafford put this together of like we're going to get together face to face and Brady's going to recruit Matthew Stafford to the Raiders.
Yeah, not coincidental, like a coincidental meetup.
Yes. So then Ian Rappaport follows up with it, not like as a retweet, but just like his own report of basically saying that Brady and Stafford met in Montana. They ran into each other. The meeting was unplanned. It was not extensive or in-depth and did not include Brady, quote-unquote, hosting or recruiting Stafford, despite reports saying otherwise.
Despite reports. So he's calling
So-
out Jordan Schultz.
Exactly. That's a subtweet of Jordan Schultz. He's not going to tag him in it, but he's calling Jordan Schultz out for his particular report.
Was it like a meeting that broke the rules? You're meeting with
No,
a
because
guy who's
the-
under contract
the-
with another team?
No, the Rams have granted access.
Oh,
They've
good
given him
point.
the
Good point.
permission.
Good point.
So then Jordan Schultz follows up and says, if you really think Tom Brady and Matthew Stafford just happened to run into each other at a ski resort in Montana, of all places, he says at the exact same time, I've got a bridge to sell you. They were
See,
together.
yeah.
They were together over the weekend. It happened. Multiple teams are interested in Stafford, and Brady has been leading the charge to get him to the Raiders if the Rams decide to trade him.
See, yeah, I think Rappaport is some sort of damage control. He's either being lied to or helping. I just don't buy the coincidence. Maybe you're doing it for leverage purposes. We don't want to give the Rams a lot. We don't want to make it look like we're that in on Stafford, like we really, really want him. We're trying to get him for a 2 or a 3 or something. I'm more with Schultz here.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. It's hard to know exactly, but you would say Jordan Schultz is painting quite the picture there. Like, there's no way this is just a happenstance random situation. That would be very, very fortuitous. Now, let's close it down. Do you guys remember what my tease was? Anybody remember the tease?
No.
Yes, I do. It was Ben Johnson putting his nuts on the line.
That's right.
In honor of
Pistachios.
Boy, good
National
job,
Pistachio
Wolchuk.
Day. Wolchuk.
Yep.
Bravo.
How's this glass over there? Is it half empty?
No, that thing is pretty close to empty, but not yet. Not
it,
yet.
It needs to be over here.
He's punishing that thing, though.
Needs to be in the drunk tank.
Okay, Ben Johnson, just the mayor of Confidence Town.
Yeah.
He is sitting down with part of my...
A beta confidence, according to Josina Anderson, by the way.
That is true. I'm glad you
Which can
pointed
be
that out.
dangerous.
She was a good interview, by the way.
Oh, Josina was fantastic.
She was fantastic. So here was Ben Johnson on Barstool's Part of My Take, and we remember Mike Vrabel talking about he was willing to lose his peace in order to win another championship. Here's Ben Johnson on a similar sentiment.
If there was a button that you could press, and if you press the button, the Bears would win 10 Super Bowls, but one random Bears fan would die, would you press that button?
I already gave up my life, so as long as they build a statue being like he died for 10
Can I not just give a body part instead?
Yeah.
Pinky?
Yeah, which
Pinky?
body part would you
Well,
sacrifice?
I've got the 3 kids. My wife is already telling me what I
Okay.
need to do next.
Uh-huh.
So I guess we can go with the testicles.
That
right?
works.
That
Yeah.
works.
Wait, you didn't-
She said I'm good.
You didn't have to do both of them. You could have just
Yeah,
said
just one.
one.
One's fine.
Okay, just one.
How about that?
Weird. That's an assistant coach move. That's not head coach fodder, if you will. I don't know, man. I guess Vrabel was pretty good. But he kind of had that caveman shock jock thing going. So far, early returns on Ben Johnson as a leader of men, 3 out of 10.
What's the Super Bowl champion himself think? I mean, you didn't have to lose your testicles to win one, Broadus.
I lost a marriage.
All right, back to you, Dawson. You win, Broadus.
Broadus, sounds like you got your testicles back there, brother.
Seriously, when it happened, is she signing the divorce papers? She pushed the pin over and said, "Now go win the damn thing." That's what she said.
That's actually
And
pretty
we
followed
did.
through.
And we did. We won it that year.
That's pretty badass.
Yeah.
That's a great story.
She looked at me and she said, "Go win the damn thing now."
That's
And-
Chronicles
and-
of
and-
a trade-off.
Yep.
Tales
Yep.
from a football life. Thank
Yep.
you, sirs. Expressway time. Jock Peterson in the clubhouse with Eric and Zach. Things that have been developing throughout your broadcast day with the top headlines and more. And LA Live's right around the corner here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maid?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're live and surprised. That is a leaf blower you can hear in the background. I'll go ahead and put this window down now that I aired it out. One of these guys was passing gas there last segment.
Don't point the finger at us, okay? Sometimes you need to claim that.
You know, it happens, though. You're broadcasting 5 hours in a tight space. I understand. You know, humans are going to human. Let's take a look at the top stories that have been developing throughout your broadcast day over the last 24 hours. Then we're going to get this Jock Peterson interview. Looking forward to this. Uncomfortable clubhouse conversations, and the nosebleed guys have really made a name for themselves. Like, the players are looking forward to Eric and Zach showing up every day and doing this routine with their different teammates, and they're all trying to nominate one another to go through this.
Do this guy. Get this guy. He's a virgin. He's got a small piece, but just do this guy.
Yeah, that was Jock Peterson today. That's what he said. It was great.
And after the interview we had with him yesterday, which we're about to play, I thought that was the most cringe one we've done yet. I was like, this guy hates us.
Yeah.
But it turns out he loves us. He wants everyone to do these interviews.
Just taking it all in. Okay, so Jock Peterson here in about 5 minutes or so. The question here is, how much is the Luka trade going to cost the Adelson family? Before trade, Mavs average ticket prices at the AAC, $187. After the trade, $112. Down on average $75. That is more than 35% of the value. That's how much this has impacted fans looking at your gym. Now, obviously, these are secondary sales, but that's going to be future sponsorships and other marketing opportunities and their own ticket sales and their season ticket sales. This is just an indication. The Lakers, meanwhile, up 20% from 253 to 303. You should add into that. How much more are they going to have to maybe grease the skids in lobbying efforts with politicians to get the votes they would need to get the casino approved, to get the gambling approved? How many North Texas politicians would be like, no, I'm a Mavs fan for life. I will never forget that. I'll never approve anything that's going to help make you more money after what you did to this community. As a matter of fact, I don't think I could win election if I support any of your business ideas. And then if it gets down to like an individual vote where sometimes there's an initiative and it's like, hey, do you want to vote to have the tax dollars go to build a new arena or something like that? Would the fans across this DFW vote for them? I think that could cost you a potential election there.
All right.
So the fallout could be very massive.
Greasing the skids to move.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just asking. I'm just asking. I'm just saying, are you making things almost like Major League, which she's trying to sell the team? Are you making things not be the best in order to maybe think, well, okay, you're not supporting us here anymore?
I don't think it would be Vegas, because the way that I'm reading about the Vegas situation,
they're looking for the fees.
Yeah, it's like $6 billion.
Yeah, they're looking for the fee
that the 30 teams are going to get to split up.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that is, $200 million cash.
Yeah.
That's just a one-time transaction. Like, hey, we're expanding the league. Here's hundreds of millions of dollars. And if you would move the Mavs, you'd be taking a team out of a huge market and of missing out on that expansion fee.
You ever think you'd miss Cubes?
I did not. And I didn't. I thought it was great that he'd sort of realized maybe about himself, my heart's not in it like it was. when he was running the team in pre-championship, he was like obsessed with it. But post-championship, like the Chandler Parsons, like hanging on to Dirk for so long and just trying to make the playoffs for like 5 or 6 years because you couldn't say goodbye to the era, but at the same time you weren't doing an actual rebuild. Like, what went right for Mark Cuban other than drafting Luka and Lively for about 13 years?
The sweet spot, 100%, was Cuban owning. And then just giving all the basketball responsibility to Nico. And Nico made tremendous moves. But with Cuban owning the team, he would have never allowed Nico to trade Luka.
Yeah.
And all the moves that Nico has made outside of that have been brilliant. They really have been.
No, we were in a great spot where Cuban even said, that's all Nico, right? Like, Nico's doing all this stuff, and I'm not nearly involved as I was. You're right. And, I guess I assumed at some point Mark would do something obnoxious or meddle in team affairs. But after that transition happened, he really pulled away, and that was an ideal spot. Somebody on Twitter with a picture of Jokic, the 3-time MVP, massive beer belly. I retweeted it at Gavin Dawson, and he's slamming a beer with his shirt off at some sort of festival, or maybe it's a championship parade. And the Maverick fan captioned it with, saying, "Oh yeah, Nico would have traded Jokic." I think that really helps
he would have
provide the context. Like,
Absolutely.
3-time MVP, certified champion, got you to the top of the mountain, but these are such a big deal.
I mean, hell, would Nico have traded Michael Jordan? Guy's got a gambling addiction.
Right? Yeah. I think it was always smoking cigars.
Dude.
Yeah. And I don't know. Like, a lot of me thinks that.
Well, do you blame Cuban for hiring Nico?
No. I think
I do blame him for selling the team, though, because he ultimately screwed over the city of Dallas by doing that. It was the worst move that he could have ever done.
I mean, I can't blame him for something like that, the appreciation of the value there. But if he knew that Nico was going to sell,
that's what I'm saying,
was going to trade Luka
I don't
away.
blame you. I blame the man that hired you.
This thing was as tight-lipped as any trade we've ever seen. Even Rich Paul, the agent of Anthony Davis, who says he's in 99% of the know on any trade for one of his players, had no clue about this. So I think it's pretty fair to assume Mark Cuban had no
idea,
clue.
Well, yeah, and the report
that
was
gonna happen.
as soon as he found out, which was too late, he tried to get them to not do the trade. But it was already in motion. The handshake deal had taken place.
I don't even know if it's the beer, or the smoking. Maybe it was just that Luka did not want to be managed in any way. And
How about the people that he brought into the organization, the trainers, and maybe they felt like that. Listen, the work ethic is not great. You have too many people that coddle you.
Yeah.
You need to be more on board with what
the
we're
Mavs
trying
program.
to do.
You're wanting to do your own thing.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I think maybe for a leader that's, obviously had a lot of success, you're thinking, well, I'm the general manager of this team. I need to be setting the tone. So I do kind of believe that if he was drinking and smoking, but like he was more of a model employee, they would have looked past it. Speaking of looking past
I'm going to say
it,
this, though, Dawson. I wonder if he was not hurt and was actually playing, would they still make the trade?
They didn't want him to be playing.
Yeah, if he was
played.
If he was playing, would they have made this trade?
They didn't want him to be playing. Nico had made up his mind.
Yeah, I think if he hadn't gotten hurt, then they might have looked at it like if the calf had never happened.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Hey,
He
at
made
least
up
he's
his
staying
mind,
healthy.
I think after Game 3 of the Boston series.
Kyrie without the beard is like a new person showed up on the team last night. I still have. It took me all game and post game, and I'm looking at him, and I'm like, wow, he looks so different. So I got to get used to seeing Kyrie Irving without the beard. But he had an incredible game again, 35 points, and just was not enough as you couldn't even get to triple digits last night. That was tough. Okay, let's go down to the Rangers clubhouse. Woolchuck and Chiafalo series continues here with the Rangers roster.
Okay, back at it again with some more uncomfortable clubhouse conversations with one of our newest Rangers, the most exciting off-season addition. He's the Minister of Culture. He's the valedictorian of vibes. He is the pride of Palo Alto, Mr. Jock Peterson. Welcome to the Texas Rangers, brother. How are you?
What an intro. I'm good. Thank you.
The hair's looking good this morning. Got a little bedhead action going.
Yeah, it was early morning. Long drive in the morning.
Have we gotten coffee yet?
No, I don't. No coffee for me. Not a caffeine guy yet.
Okay.
What kind of guy are you?
Not caffeine.
You're a Whataburger guy.
Yeah, sometimes Whataburger, yeah.
You're looking so damn good. I'm impressed with just the
Lean
physique,
fight machine.
everything about it.
Yes.
The roids are setting in nicely, just everything about you. It's incredible.
Right. I'll take it. I'll take what I get. I appreciate it.
Who's the easiest pitcher to go dong on in camp so far?
I guess it'd be the only one I've hit in camp. But no, it's still early. It's good vibes here. Everyone's a great group of guys. We're all getting ready to go.
That 3-run Jimmy Jack you had yesterday, just absolutely. I mean, it was tent pitching across DFW. Thank you.
Yes.
Really, I just want to say thank you.
You're welcome.
We're looking forward to those. What is the better feeling? Is it robbing the dong or hitting the dong?
Considering I don't play outfield, I'd rather hit the dong.
You'd rather hit the dong?
Yeah.
Or just like an amazing play in the infield?
Yeah.
Diving, boom.
Nah, I'd still rather hit
the dongs.
Yeah, for me.
You're such a baseball guy. Like, how often are you, like, do you find yourself dreaming about just smashing dongs at night?
It's not quite what I dream about. Nope.
Really?
No,
Okay.
No.
But you are a baseball thoroughbred.
I enjoy baseball. I like baseball, yes.
What is your favorite part about baseball? You trash talk guy, or?
Yeah, I like to keep it, mess around in the clubhouse, have a good time with the boys, keep it loose, and yeah.
When we say Houston Astros, what do you think?
Just another team. I don't know. No grudges here.
But that mascot, pretty punchable face, so you could kick his ass.
Yeah, what's his name?
Orbit?
No, the dude on the train.
I think that thing's annoying as hell.
His name is
so
Fuckface.
loud.
How much Gold Bond do you go through during spring training?
No Gold Bond?
No.
Really?
What do you do to stay chafe free?
I don't sweat too much.
That's
no
a blessing.
chopper up here, yeah.
How often do you fart in the batter's box and blame the catcher?
It happens a decent amount. But supposedly he actually calls me stinky, and so yeah, it could be him.
Dusting the hell out of him. That's amazing.
Hey, that's mental warfare right there.
Now he can't think anymore. We're one step ahead.
What's your favorite ballpark food?
Well, I don't really attend games.
As a kid growing up?
Didn't really attend.
Really?
Yeah, maybe, I guess you could say hot dogs. I don't know.
Hot dogs.
Yeah.
How many?
Rocket?
Yeah, a little throat rocket.
There you go.
What do you put on your throat rockets?
Ketchup, mustard, onions, relish, jalapenos, sneaky jalapenos.
Sneaky.
I like a little spice.
Little kick.
That's why Buster Posey calls you stinky in the box.
That's right.
All right, first time you got to talk with Botch, how was that? What was the interaction with you and Botchy?
It was good. He get to know him a little bit, still working to break down the barrier, but we're getting day by day,
Day by day.
It's like an onion, you peel one layer back at a time.
Well, onions have layers.
What surprised you more, the size of Chris Young or the size of Bochy's dome?
Bochy's dome's pretty big.
Big damn dome.
It's pretty big.
You can't miss that thing.
No.
What's up with the necklace? I'm noticing are these...
Those are 4-leaf clovers?
For good
No,
luck?
it's just it's called Van Cleef. It's just a...
Say Van Cleef?
Yeah. Just a brand that I like. I think it's cool. And, yeah.
I actually have there's going to be a new menu item at Globe Life Field in your honor.
I love that.
Chocolate chip cookies.
Oh, that's heat.
Are those the best cookies?
Yeah, I'm going to need one in my locker.
Oh, yeah.
Need one.
Oh, we'll get you a dozen.
This is my personal idea. Jock's Jams. And we have a bunch of different flavors of jams in your honor.
Jams don't really tickle my fancy, but...
What does tickle your fancy?
Chocolate chip pancakes, chocolate chip cookies.
Jocko Taco?
So we like the chocolate chips, but the jams, just go ahead and cancel that one.
Bang the jams,
yeah. Go ahead and get the jams.
Unless we're putting them on biscuits or something. But.
Ooh, biscuit jams.
Okay, you could do a body swap with any teammate on the Rangers. Who would it be?
Tavares. The guy's a unit.
Really? Leote? Mm-hmm. Okay, if I told you that one of your teammates has been described as being extremely impressive from the waist to the knee, who would be that guy?
I don't know.
Have you Have you figured out yet who on the Rangers beat is the biggest meat watcher?
Nope.
Still trying to figure that one out?
Jared Sandler, just so you know, moving forward, what player do you think that we were told is the biggest meat watcher?
I couldn't tell you.
Watch out for Sporzy.
Sporzy, really?
Sporzy is a glancer.
Really?
He's going to stare you down.
Okay, let's see here. What's the most impressive thing you do in the weight room?
I kind of don't really know where the weight room is. So.
That's my guy.
But you are in the best shape of your life, right? Like you can say that.
It is best shape of your life season.
Yeah.
No question. Okay, how many dongs you going to hit this year?
I don't know. Hopefully a lot.
What do you think of Gavin Dawson getting a minor league deal?
I don't know who that is.
What?
One of your damn teammates. Thought you were the minister of culture and everything.
No, standard.
Just keep an eye on that guy because
Dawson.
He's a bit of a.
He's in here.
He's a bit of a loose cannon. And there was the alcohol problem.
There was the alcohol, the work ethic. He's bounced around quite a bit. So if you see him, you'll know.
He's here though.
He looks disheveled. Yeah, he's flying in from Canada.
If you hear P. Diddy on the speakers here in the clubhouse, just know Dawson's got the aux cord.
Did you guys have to get rid of all of the oil in the clubhouse?
All of it.
Yeah.
I believe it.
Okay, Jock Peterson, you're a legend. We appreciate you. Thank you for everything.
Yeah, thanks, Jock, dude. We appreciate you.
Amazing. There they are once again with an uncomfortable clubhouse conversation. Jock Peterson, if you missed it, Chief asked him, do you find yourself dreaming about smashing dongs at night?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me, bro?
Just like as a baseball guy, like how often do you lay at night and think about segments for the next day? You have to manifest, and you have to see it before you do it.
That's right. That is right.
You got to see the dog before you hit the dog.
We have Mark Church on deck, don't we? Who else do we have?
We got
to
Mark
church.
We got Bradford.
Nally.
We might even interview PR guy Rich Rice. Taylor really wants us to interview Rich Rice. We'll see what happens.
We'll do more of that coming up at 6 o'clock as we go around the bases. Nick Harris talking Cowboys at 6:20. Time to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has LA 5.
I don't know, man. I feel like I need to flush that out before y'all pass that to me.
Oh, wow.
We got to hit all angles of that conversation right there. You know what I mean?
Oh, jeez.
That dude said a throat rocket. I was like, all right, Carter. Like, what are we supposed to do with this?
He did. He
Throat
said that.
rocket? Come on, my guy. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my gosh. I don't know. All right, let's get into this.
All right, you square.
Fire up this funk and let's have a tub. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Councilman Mays, please refrain from your profanity.
Hell yeah. Oh, there you go, Kim.
I'm sorry, Councilman Mays, your mic is, your breathing is. No, that's Councilman Mays' mic.
No, it ain't.
It's Butt Naked Wednesdays.
No, it ain't.
No, it ain't.
This is LA Live for Wednesday, February 26, 2025. It is a Butt Naked Wednesday here in LA Live. Shout out to Miss Erykah Badu for naming today. And I, too, was born underwater with $3 and 6 dimes. Peace to the gods. Peace to the gods. Yeah. Yeah, that boy LA got knowledge of self. Sure does. Come add to this cipher. And I'm aware of everything I'm saying right now. It's only hitting like 5% of the audience. I'm very aware of this. That's why I try to get it away and out the way real fast. But those 5%, they know what I'm talking about.
They do.
They do. And plus, I got to stick to my roots on a Butt Naked Wednesday. You know what I'm saying? Got to stick to my Wednesday roots. Shout out to Miss Badu. Hey, I've been trying to stay away from social media today.
Okay.
Because I'm watching this show called Paradise. I believe you guys mentioned it before.
Yes.
So good.
I tried to start it last weekend, but she wants all the episodes to be out before we start.
Yeah.
I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that. I like that too, because I don't like to get the tease every week. I really don't like that. But I'm on episode 4.5.
Nice.
It's almost 4, but I looked up at the time and I was like, I got to go to bed. I'm a grown man. I got things to do tomorrow. So I turned it off, went to bed. And apparently episode 7 was some of the best TV ever made. So I'm staying away from spoilers is what I'm trying to tell you by staying off of social media today, bro. Trying to dodge the spoilers right here. I would do G-Bag of the Day, but I don't have really the time for that. I want to get into these questions. But G-Bag of the Day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook, and you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Oh, hell, whatever. Oh, hell, I'm just going to play it. Prayer Views A&M, their PA guy.
Yes.
He has like a soundboard up there with him. This man, toast to this man, chef's kiss. He makes a whole bunch of noise up there. He keeps the crowd into it or maybe takes them out of it. I don't know. Here's a three-pointer right here, and he just gets super excited about it.
Bush, he'll stop and spot for the three-point shot. Looks good, yeah.
Yeah.
Bruh.
Bush shooting at 50% from the three-point line tonight.
He's got the echo on his. Hold on, not the echo, dog. Hold on, bro.
Bush shooting at 50% from the three-point line tonight.
Donald Carroll.
I'm going to need a soundproof booth to do the play-by-play here.
Oh, my gosh. Man, even if I was going for Prairie View, I'd be sitting there like, please, not another three. Just not another three. Drive it in the hole, bro. No one hurt. Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah.
What did I miss?
I love a guy like that. The home team scores. He's got a 40-second presentation. The away team scores, and he goes, that's Johnson for three.
Yes.
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 That's a true home.
That is the best.
Yes.
That is the best.
Yes, that is. Man, I remember making fun of that way back in the day when I first went to my Mavericks games, and Jamal Mashburn, they just do a regular layup. They be, Jamal Mashburn! Ah! Just a regular, simple layup. Then Shaq go out there and just slams. The damn goal comes down. Shaquille O'Neal.
2 points.
They could hit a half-court freaking buzzer beater before halftime. They're like, yeah, that was it. Sorry.
All right. Yeah, I got you, bro. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Bucket Naked Wednesday. Companies are firing.
Oh, the verb.
Yeah.
Good job, Lucius.
It's going to come together.
Oh, no, it's a beautiful song.
Yes. Companies are firing Gen Z graduates months after hiring them, citing unprofessionalism, bad behavior, showing up late, and laziness.
Yeah. Yeah, I
check
seen
all
this
those
bad
boxes.
since the millennials hit the workforce.
Say what? Wait, what?
I said I hadn't seen it this bad since the millennials hit the workforce.
Shut up. Millennials still out here taking heat, bro. We 40, by the way, too.
Yeah, you basically joined us now in the old man club.
We take a lot of heat. We've been taking.
You know what I'm saying? Like every generation, like when they hit the workforce, the older folks just hate them. You know?
Yeah.
No, I don't hate you guys.
They're always talking bad about them.
I
These
know.
kids don't know how to work.
They don't know what they're doing.
They just need that about a decade of hardening.
Yeah.
Part of life. Make a man out of you.
Yeah, I truly understand what you mean there. Amazon is building humanoid robots that will cost $3 per hour to operate, which could replace its $18 to $20 per hour warehouse worker.
Jeez.
Okay. How much those robots cost for me?
When are we going to get these drones
buy it
that
now,
deliver
button?
stuff to us? When is that? I saw people dropping packages from drones.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Is that
They're
coming?
doing
Is
in
that
some
around the
places.
corner?
Yeah, it's just like tests. I saw they made it like a drone motorcycle guy too that can really fly around and not hit anything. He can bring stuff to you fast as well. I just want to know, like, what's the cost for me to get one? Could you imagine, like, you're leaving your house a mess every night, you wake up in the morning, it's spotless again?
Oh, a robot? A Rosie?
Yeah.
Rosie.
Yes, a Rosie. Yep.
First
Mr.
of all,
J. Mr. J.
Yeah.
Mr. J.
First of all, Dawson, I cannot imagine leaving the house a mess and coming back with it clean. I can't.
I cannot.
It's a foreign concept.
Yeah, it's fine. Now, I've tried. Every day I wish.
This is a broom. Yeah. This is a dustpan.
I put my key in the door, and I said maybe this will be the day, but it's not.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, fingers crossed, man.
My mom set a high standard, you know. Come home, my clothes would be done.
Gosh.
Dinner's in the oven.
Good for you, man. My mom taught me how to. Man, we had our own key to the house. We were in elementary, like second grade. Wow. Get in the house, boy.
Exactly.
Wasn't nobody there. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Bucket Naked Wednesday. I got a question for the Tolos.
Here we go.
What's the shortest amount of time you've stayed at a job and why? Shortest amount of time you stayed at a job and why, fellas?
Well, for me, it's the.
Oh yeah, I seen yours. I died laughing.
That was good, Chief. That
Thank
was
you.
good. Yeah.
I my buddy okey doked me into trying to be a roofer, and it was like in January, February. It was way too cold, way too windy, and I was on a 1-story house, the only house I ever got on, not a very tall house at all, and I felt like I was on Everest. And I was looking at the 2 stories, like, there's no way. I was like, do you guys get up there? And they're like, oh yeah. And I was like, oh no.
Yeah.
And we went to lunch break, and that was the last they saw of me. Wow. That was about 2 hours.
Did you go on break? Did you just walk off the job?
Yeah, well, we all went to lunch break, and it was like, we'll reconvene. And it was like, I'm not going to reconvene.
I'm out.
I'm good.
What they have you doing?
I mean, literally just the simplest climbing